the book. And LGT's at the other. Ha! Ha! Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International 2015. Day 1 starts now for the group stages. We're finally into the whole main event. Top 16 teams of Dota 2 gathering this year for TI5 to determine who will be the reigning champion. We haven't had any two-timers yet. People talking maybe this year we'll have a two-time team champion, at least maybe. We'll have two-time players. Of course, we are joined by our 3 lovely gentlemen, Cinder and Merlini and Winter. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Excellent.
Oh, wow.
Relax, you're doing fine.
Thank you, Winter. I really needed that information. I was a little nervous today, but feeling better. I mean, of course, we did have games yesterday. We had matches yesterday with the wildcard play-ins. We'll be able to review that a little bit. But before we get started, because we've got a ton of matches, we want to jump right into letting you guys know how this is all going to play out, what games we have going. So we will have 3 matches going on at the same time. I guess you can say like every slot for each match. So right now, in the very beginning, we have Cloud9 versus LG. That will be here on the main stream. MVP Phoenix will be playing up against Complexity on stream B, and Team Secret will be playing up against Fnatic on stream C. And those matches will be kicking off pretty soon. We'll tune in before we jump into ours, just so our viewers can know if maybe they want to watch that just because of the draft, or they forgot that those teams were playing and they wanted to go watch maybe MVP Phoenix or Team Secret, or of course Complexity or Fnatic, and you can hop over to the other streams. Those are all on Dota2.com, so pretty easy to find them. Hopefully you'll be able to catch all the games you want, if not VODs galore for the next 2 weeks. VODs everywhere for the next 2 weeks, so that's pretty exciting. But before we talk about specific matches, we briefly talked about the top 16 teams yesterday, how we think they're going to do. We talked about LGD. I mean, a lot of people are saying, hey, they could very well take it or at least be top 3. We discussed it briefly, but do you guys have anything you want to add on to that, or maybe some insight that you think why people are assuming that? I mean, Winter, what do you think about LGD?
I think people mainly think LGD is a strong contender because they have Xiao and he's very known for his leadership skills in a team, and he makes very good calls in general for a captain, and he has the experience of a ex-champion. I mean, he was a champion last year, so it's a very good factor to add towards a team.
Yeah, that's true. Is there any other reason do you think that's concrete that people are kind of putting LGD on a pedestal right now?
The young plus old combination. They have new player, which is maybe their mid player, and they have experienced players, which is Xiao, and the rest of the 4 players are all very experienced, except for maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a really important recipe for success. Yeah, like Arteezy and Puppy, for example, and I like a lot of these teams just have super new players, Sumail and Fear.
Yeah.
I mean,
the mid players are all new.
Yeah, Ketchikimba.
Huh. Yeah, now that you guys mention it. Yeah, of course, you brought up parts of Team Secret. I mean, that's no surprise. Everyone has been talking about Secret for quite some time. But yeah, what about EG? I mean, that's kind of been a contention, especially in the West, right? EG versus Secret, who's eventually going to win out. Recently, Secret's definitely been on top continuously, but EG's had their fair share of success this year. Where do you think EG's going to fare?
I think they're pretty much a safe bet for top 8. For top 4, I think they're very likely. And then
top 2?
It's difficult to say. I think, of course it is. Like that's the easy answer, right? But I would personally say EG. I don't really want to name a top 2 at all.
Fair.
I'll name a top 4 for me, and then
fair enough.
Whoever places where is really difficult. I think Secret's going to be there. I think EG will be there. I think Vici Gaming will be there.
Okay.
And I think Empire will be the 4th one, actually.
Ooh.
So I don't put LGD up so high. I still think they will definitely make top 8, and I think top 6 probably from my perspective. But I have really high hopes for Empire this year. I think this is going to be their time. Historically I could be horribly wrong, but I do believe they're prepared this time around.
Yeah, well, we will get to see 2 Empire matches on the mainstream today, so that's got to be pretty exciting for you.
So I'll be wrong very early.
Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah, but I mean, in general, even at ESL in Frankfurt, people were saying it was a little bit of a surprise Empire couldn't make it through and show up to play, of course, at the main event. But there has been a lot of high expectations for the team, I think, not just from you, but from a lot of people that have been following the team quite well. But again, I think you bring up a good point. Of course, first of all, it's top 16 in the world, like for TI, every time you know it's going to be the top tier of the top tier Dota. And at the same time, we discussed this yesterday, right? 2 weeks of events. It's very different from whether it's a 3-day line event or like a 3-month season event. Teams are going to adapt. They're going to have ample time to adapt for teams that usually don't perhaps do well at kind of the weekend lands, we could say. At the same time, teams like Team Secret, when you have that bullseye on your back, you have to have a lot more prepared when you're going to play that many more matches. So that'll be something exciting. For the main stream, now we will be going into LGD versus Cloud9. We already talked a little bit about LGD. Where is Cloud9, though, right now? I mean, obviously, Cloud9 has a pretty big following in general, just because of brand name and also players. But at the same time, some people feel that maybe that kind of following hasn't really been met with the same expectations and results recently.
I chatted a little bit with Conrad, and he seemed very comfortable that their team was in a good place after ESL. ESL probably not the best tournament for them. Bone 7 wasn't with them for the preliminary part, and then they got eliminated in the first round. And that's probably not good for your hopes if that's your last land going into TI. But yeah, they seem very comfortable. I actually have a lot of faith in this team. I think Cloud9 is going to be top 8 and probably top 6, even though historically they've been a little bit hit or miss. But
They were 6th last year, right?
yes, they are matched up versus LGD in the first round, so I think that is the match to watch.
Okay, fair enough. We already talked about the 3 matches going on today, but just in case some people weren't able to take a look at the entire top 16 before we move on, let's take a quick look at the groups before we jump into our matches, of course. Group A, so we did have the 2 wildcard teams, so let's talk about that. We had CDEC and then MVP Phoenix yesterday seeding into Group B and Group A respectively, and then you can see the rest there. Some people arguing that Group A perhaps a little bit harder, but not by a huge margin.
Tiny bit.
Just a little bit, right, Winter? Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, I would assume that's probably because of certain team names that we see in Group A, like Secret. But at the same time, I mean, Group B, there's definitely some big hopefuls on that side too. So I think it'll be a good, well, at least for the group stage, it will be a week, and then we'll see where everyone seeds. And then next week for the main stage, we'll see how things play out in the upper and lower brackets. So going back to Cloud9, though. You were saying, all right, overall, I mean, obviously different scenario than the other lands, especially very recently. Said Conrad feels a little bit better. Winter, what do you think about Cloud9?
I think they are a team that, for me, strikes me that they are in the middle of the pack, the middle of everything. But at the same time, they have the potential to be at the top, or something might go wrong and,
I think that's for a lot of teams, though. I think the variance is just really
it's
high.
really difficult to say for them. But I think in general, I would like to have this feeling about Cloud9 that they're actually in the middle of the pack, probably top 8, like 6 to 8 would be fair for them.
Okay.
But they have the potential to go up,
right? Like
or
if
down.
they really show up and they could really reach high. Now, Ben, you were mentioning that. Okay, speaks for a lot of teams, right? Some teams are going to show up super hard. Some teams may have flops, and that's unfortunate. Are there any teams that you can say definitely stand out because they're much more stable at a higher than average level?
EG for sure.
Okay.
I actually think EG can take a lot of games off Secret. The few times that we saw them meet up, ESL, Dota Pit, EG was able to take a lot of games, and that's no small feat considering Secret has this impressive run during 2015. So I view them as one of the most consistent teams, and they might not be as wild in their drafting as Secret, but they're just so good at what they do. Even if it's predictable, it's still very hard to play against.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, so the whole matchup at ESL, which is of course the last time we saw EG playing against Secret, at least in a LAN setting. It is the last time we saw them play.
Yes, in a LAN setting for sure.
That series went to 4 out of 5 games, and I think the 4th game EG actually had under control, and then they made a crucial mistake, and Secret took full advantage of that. But that series could have easily gone to 5 games, and then who knows, right? I think those 2 teams are very closely matched, even though Secret has won the last couple of times. So I would definitely agree. Secret and EG are the 2 standout stable teams. And I would have put Vici Gaming up there if not for the last month, or the last 2 months, I guess. The last 2 months, they just haven't been looking as stable as they used to, because before that, they were like always top 3. And we'll see if they bring it back this year.
All right.
I think they will.
So Cloud9, we talked a little about that. Of course, LGD, you guys mentioned kind of why people are expecting them to be the best. Now, TI, though, obviously this is where most players will say they put it all on the line. I mean, this is where it all comes down to. This is a moment that every player has been living up to. And we've had a chance to meet players from all of the teams, of course, before TI has kicked off. But for our very first match, we've got a little bit of a highlight for one of many people's favorite players on Cloud9. It's going to be No Tail.
Johan started very early as a child, almost just walking. He played Game Boys.
He was extremely clever, quiet, and he was just living in his own world. I always said that if I could duplicate Johan, I have 10 more children.
I remember in high school, he found out he wanted to play Dota full-time.
Right there, I met some friction between especially me and my mom, but also my dad. I think they were a bit disappointed because games in their time was only related to something you actually pay to do, not something you can ever get paid for doing.
He's very, very talented in the ways of gaming. Like, any game he plays, he's actually really good at. Like, it's actually pretty scary.
So I forced myself to think different, because when he's that good, there will be a place for Johan. Of course there will.
In a game like Dota, you need to have a clear mind to do the right decisions. I admire how calm he is all the time, and he's very good at not only looking at his perspective, but others as well.
For all the new players, I'd only suggest that you try to understand other people, try to learn empathy. And this, to me, is what can make a really talented, great player an amazing teammate to have.
Normal people do have this filter, and they only say what you want to hear, but that's not Johan. You always got the truth when you're around Johan.
And he always makes time for me and his family and Pumba. He loves his dog very much.
He never get a dog because his father says no. But when Johan was 15 years old, his mother said, now you will have your own dog.
My dog, Pumba, he taught me like what I am. In today's world, it's all about presenting yourself to be something that you probably aren't. Like you're not this person that goes to party every weekend, but you want to look like this person. You can't do that kind of facade to a dog. You can't be fake. My biggest inspiration is Caesar Milan, the dog whisperer. A lot of people laugh when I say it because it is kind of a funny nickname that he has. But then again, people laugh at one of my nicknames, so we got that in common.
What nickname do people laugh at of yours?
Big Daddy. At the moment, I'm being a bit selfish because I put my heart and soul into Dota, and I'm doing it mostly for myself because I feel like I have to be able to achieve my goal.
When I picked him up last year after TI, the first thing he told me that I have made my decision. Next year I will be a part of the final. Sorry.
He wanted this since he was a little boy, and I'm gonna cry. I just love him so much, and he has to go for his dream, and I'll be there supporting him.
Every time you generally just reflect back, then you also ask yourself, is this really important? I think it can be. I think it can be great to have won TI and to have set the goal and to have reached the goal. I think I would be feeling very, very empowered, feeling like I could do anything.
That was No Tail of Cloud9. And yeah, I mean, quite a story. Of course, I mean, No Tail, he's been known to have a lot of quotables in his career throughout. But I mean, he said some really impressive things. I think the way he put it, one thing that really struck out to me was we all talk about it, but how he said back in their time, gaming was the thing that you paid to do and not something that you could ever get paid to do. But now it has flipped. Of course, we do have professionals here at TI being paid, and also, of course, they're playing for a sizable sum in prize money. But I mean, what did you guys think after that No Tail video? He's, of course, talking about his dog. I mean, he's a likable guy after that video.
He's such a good role model. I think the overall vibe that I got from the video is like very happy. Everyone around him is just, very exuberant and relaxed and calm and happy, and that's just a great thing to have in a Dota player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Winter, anything strike to you about No Tail's video?
Well, when we first started playing, everyone was like walking in this tunnel, and you have no idea when the light is going to come. And that's how we all started. And right now, like in the video mentioned, we are getting paid to do what we love, So it's, of course, a great thing to have at this moment.
No, I think for a lot of players, of course, it's an emotional moment, not only to play at TI, but if you go to the finals, like he said, and his parents, you could see that they felt it too. I mean, they never really probably understood what it meant to him until now, where he's like, I want to be on that final. And if he gets there, his mother is saying that, all right, I would probably cry if he was up there, and it would be a very emotional moment. So again, a lot on the line, but it's not just Note. I mean, this story permeates for all 10 players that we're going to have in our first match against Cloud9 versus LGD. Now, just to note, as we jump into the first draft, yesterday we had all best of 3s for the wildcard play-ins, but starting in the group stage, it is best of 2s. So it's a point system. If you win 2-0, you get 3 points. If you tie 1-1, you each take 1 point. And of course, the loser, if it's a 0-2, you get 0 points. So that's how we will have standings at the end of the week. Draft has started for our very first match, LGD versus Cloud9. This is how we are kicking off TI5 Day 1. Let's jump into the draft and see what we're going to find out. If we see anything new from either of these teams. We saw some interesting things during the wildcard play-ins yesterday, so I'm sure we can look forward to some fresh picks, or at least something that deviates from what the teams have played in the past.
I think going into the group stages now, there are going to be different priorities for the teams. Yesterday we saw actually very diverse picks. I was very impressed with how many heroes got picked by all the teams in the wildcard round. But I think, for example, for a team like Cloud9, they generally have a different approach to the metagame than I would say all of the teams we saw yesterday do. We already see it here. They're first banning a Clockwork against LGD, which I don't think is their general first phase priority, but it's just a hero they deem worthy of a first phase ban against LGD in particular.
I think that's the reason for that ban was because mainly the Chinese team, sometimes they give away Lash Rock if you have first pick, and they reply with a Clockwork. They view Clockwork as a way of dealing with Lash, because you hook shot in with a Blade Mail. It's a very good way of dealing with the Lash. So most of the Chinese teams, when they tend to give up Lash, they would actually go for the Clockwork in return.
So you think in some ways this was Cloud9 preemptively forcing LG to ban Lash afterwards, which they did?
I think Cloud9 likes having Lash. I don't think they would be scared to pick that hero.
I think that's the reason why, because
they banned it to force a Lash ban.
Right. Okay. So they banned it because they figured maybe LGD has that trick up their sleeves, because the Chinese teams tend to. All right, well, that's a nice look into it. Afterwards, we do have SF and then Nagasiren being banned out, and Undying first pick.
Pretty surprising
for Cloud9.
That is surprising for me.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit surprising for all of us, for Cloud9 specifically, right? I mean, for other teams we talked yesterday, I mean, not surprising at all to see it yesterday in the wildcard play-ins.
Yeah, I actually expected a Tusk first pickup, especially because Yao is, I think, very well known to play it. I'm surprised that they gave it away, but I think Bone7, again, we discussed this before, he has a little bit of an unconventional view as to how to approach picks. He picks unusual offlaners for himself. He picks Envy, sometimes pretty unusual carries. I think they like, tend towards stuff like Luna a lot, even when she's not very popular, and even very different mids for Fada. So overall, their draft is going to be a little bit unpredictable.
Yeah, and it's one thing that LGD play good Tusk, but I think Cloud9 do as well. They love playing it on no-tail.
Yes.
They are going to let it go and get the Queen of Pain instead. This looks like what could potentially be the makings of an aggressive dual lane. The Quap Undying lane is actually very powerful.
Quap plus Undying is very strong. Even against a lane that is like a Gyros lane, Quap and Undying could potentially deal a lot of damage in the lane if LGD somehow have a very weak lane support with the Gyro.
Okay, well, Winter, yesterday we talked about, I mean, especially 3 of these heroes, right? Undying, Gyro, and then Quap, as you guys just mentioned. But what does Cloud9 need to either pick or ban here to make sure that they can secure that setup for the Undying? Or do they now just worry about that separately? All right, we've got that duo set up, then let's look at how we want to round out the rest of the team.
I think they might actually go for a lineup that actually fights very well, because they have Tusk and Gyro. I think when you have those 2 heroes, you're not too afraid of going into the Tombstone. If you have somewhat a decent laning phase, and you can start taking towers maybe at minute 10 to 15, like all the tier 1 towers. So if you want to go to a fighting route, maybe you can go for supports that are actually like a team fight type of supports, like Witch Doctor, Earthshaker, this type of supports.
Okay. Well, going on with our bans, DK, Anti-Midge, and then Viper being banned out. So take a look at Cloud9. No-tail looking a little bit relaxed. Their first game in all of TI. And looking fairly relaxed. Same with LGD, of course. Not too much pressure. I mean, yeah, every point matters, but at the same time, nothing has been decided yet. Everyone's still at ground zero, right? Everyone's at 0 points, so you can try to feel things out in this best of 2.
Interesting to see Cloud9 ban out 2 heroes that technically could work with their draft as well, right? Both Dragon Knight and Viper actually fit very well together with Undying, because they peak around the same time. They want to go and push towers. Viper's a good mech carrier. Dragon Knight with Dragon Form, of course, good at taking down tier 1s especially.
Do you think
so maybe they're taking it in a different direction then?
Yeah, do you think it might be a throw-off, like we pick Undying, then we go for some split push thingy instead of when you pick Undying.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, you usually think, okay, Undying, they're gonna go 5-man. Then they pick Undying, then they have some quarters, some sort of split push lineup to throw the opponent off.
What about Phoenix? I think they like Phoenix a lot.
Yeah.
And
Oh, Phoenix plus Tombstone
They
is
like
really
Tombstone?
strong together.
It's incredibly powerful.
I haven't seen them pick it up too much recently, but I think a couple of months ago they just picked that hero
Yeah,
first pick
and-
every single time.
And I expect the Undying to be more or less a support, played by No-Tail, more or less, most likely him.
There's still the option of running a Pugna if they wanted to try that together with the
Oh, the
Undying.
decrep
That
on the
is
Tombstone.
decrepifying the Tombstone,
Yeah.
pushing towers with Nether Blast is really good. Alternatively, maybe Cloud9 pick up the Undying, like you said, to throw the enemy off, but rather than playing a split push strategy, they actually just pick the Undying so the enemy immediately thinks, oh right, they're going to run aggressive, they're going to try to pressure our safe lane, and then you can just pick a super hard carry because the enemy has already started drafting a defensive safe lane,
Yeah.
and then you just try to outcarry them with, say, like a PL for Envy, or maybe the Luna Ben was talking about could be pulled out, and she can actually get farmed incredibly fast if she doesn't get challenged. Her weakness is her how fragile she is in the super early laning stage, but if you can get over that, you obviously have a very powerful pushing carry at, say, minute 25. So that could be something they're looking at here. Undying is also great for the safe lane trial lane, by the way,
Right.
in case the enemy wants to challenge, you're not in a bad position either.
Okay, so Cloud9 definitely having a lot more options here in terms of which style or which strategy they want to go for, which composition. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'm sure obviously in the next couple picks we'll find out. I mean, you kind of have to show your hand at this point for
Winter,
Cloud9.
yesterday you mentioned that you don't really like the Undying versus Gyrocopter matchup. Do you feel differently about it this game?
If you play it as a support and you have another plan, it's fine. I mean, I personally feel like
The Lion.
okay, the Lion there, but I feel like if you are doing Undying, like what I meant was Undying with a heavy push strat against Gyro, I wouldn't recommend
Okay.
that.
Right, yeah, and yeah, you were talking about that earlier today too. I mean, depends on how they
What
want
you're
to do
doing
it.
with the Undying, yeah.
All right, well, the Lion's been a talking point for us here all day yesterday. But I would say Lion's proven himself quite a bit yesterday in terms of his value.
Yeah. Any AoE ability to follow up after the Tusk, Snowball is really important. Generally, teams prefer a safer one like Earthshaker, but I think Misery is really, really good on the Lion. He has proven time and time again. I think he's actually one of the best Lions.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's a great pick in my opinion against Dazzle, because usually Dazzle wants to shallow grave as late as possible.
Oh,
and
right.
then all of a sudden you get that 475 damage nuke just coming in from the Lion when you don't expect it, and you can't hit your grave timing. That is very crucial against a hero like Gyrocopter, where a lot of the time, I think we also saw this yesterday in the wildcard run actually, Dazzle and Gyro got drafted together to protect the Gyro so that even if he gets jumped, he will still be able to get call down all his
Yes.
flat cannon attacks off before he dies. If you catch him off guard, like the Cloud9 lineup here just bursts incredibly hard. Soul Rip, Sonic Wave, and Finger is about 1,000 damage just between those three abilities, so he needs to be on his toes with the Dazzle this way.
The Xiao 8 special.
Support Lina?
Yeah.
Do you think that's support?
Might actually be Lina plus Tusk in the lane though.
Yeah, they
Okay.
actually run that pretty often in the off lane.
It's very strong. Like
Doesn't
at
maybe
disrupting
play
the farm.
Core Lina? Because it's a good matchup against Quap. If
Yeah,
they think
they
the
do,
Quap is
yeah.
mid, and I think they might
Right.
still expect
There's
And we saw
options.
that
Basically, there's
yesterday.
options. There's
Yeah.
a lot of options
Yeah.
with this Lina pick.
I think they want to see for sure what Fada's hero is before, because they almost always wait for EE's heroes last, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you look at the first 3 picks from LGD, it's mostly like a lot of physical damage. So Lina is like sort of balances things out with that magic damage as well. So I mean, okay, so this should be Envy's hero, Razor safe lane. This is what I've seen from them recently as well.
Can it stand up to a Lina Tusk though?
With a Lion, I'm worried actually. Yeah. I'm always worried when there's a Lion on my lane.
Oh, we have been all day yesterday too, Winter. And I guess we got proven wrong once or twice. Of course, it's very situational and very dependent on the game, but gotta have faith if you're gonna. I mean, at some point you do have to take certain chances, right? And if you have faith that your players can be like, all right, Mister, you are one of the best Lions. We're just gonna trust that you can pull out the best value out of Lion this game, because you guys were talking about this. If you get the highest potential out of a hero or a team, then that could really flip the game on its head. It's a risk reward.
It's more important to cater, I think, to what your players are best at,
Right.
as opposed to what you think is best for this current patch. Same with Lina for LGD.
Yeah.
Lina is not commonly picked. I mean, she's picked now and then, but LGD picks her far more often than any other team, I
Right.
would say.
And what are LGD missing? So I personally think it's a mid Lina still. I don't think there's a bad matchup for her here. There's generally not a bad matchup for Lina mid. She doesn't really lose hard to anything. that
Viper,
can
I
think
would
of.
think,
Maybe,
but
yeah,
Viper's
Viper's
banned
actually
out.
So
They actually Cloud9 actually think it's a it's a support Lina, and they're right. It's
Yeah?
gonna be another
Wow, I was
Ember.
about to ask. I mean, yeah, assuming.
that could still be a core Lina, right? They could run an aggressive
Plus
trial in with Ember.
okay,
that was
plus
done
support.
yesterday. Dazzle, Ember, Tusk is actually pretty decent. Or they could run Dazzle, Dazzle, Tusk, Gyro, which is a really powerful tri lane. But that would put their Ember safe lane one-on-one, which he
No,
doesn't want against
You
these
generally
heroes.
don't want Ember
Yeah.
to go unprotected.
We'll see.
I'd say
It's probably more likely. a
Yeah, it's
support
probably
lane.
a safe lane Ember. Sorry, not safe lane Ember. I mean a core Ember.
Okay. Well, so Cloud9, I mean, do you think Cloud9 has to base it off of one of those? Like, do they have to choose which option they're going to base their last pick off of? Or for them, what are they missing, right? Because they've got the Lion. Obviously,
I
they've got
think
the Undying.
they're actually missing strong lanes.
Missing a tank as well, I feel. They need another tank.
Razor
Right.
doesn't suit that job, or Undying.
Or
I
you
feel
think it's
they
just too
would
middle
be,
ground?
It would be nice if they have Bristol back. Like, it's just a feeling. Just a feeling.
After watching yesterday.
I think the problem for Cloud9 is going to be, it looks like, so when you have Razor and Undying together, you have this feeling that the game plan for the team is to try to push down towers at like minute 20 or 25, and
Yeah.
it just seems super difficult to do against the Radiant lineup. There's Call Down, Ice Shards, Dragon Slave, Sleight of Fist, and you even get Woven. If you start grouping up together to try to push the tower, Dazzle is going to thwart your efforts. So, and in addition to that, the Radiant lineup, with especially Ember, can actually put pressure on the map while defending. So
Okay.
you force them back. Oh, this is really interesting. This is a hero we haven't seen for a very long time.
some
But
time.
it's, in my opinion, Bone7's absolute best hero.
Yes.
Second, or his Clockwork, I guess, is second to his Bat Rider, which is also very,
his
very
Bat
good,
Rider
but
is
his Bat
like,
Rider
amazing.
is-
Bat Rider, Clock,
incredible.
and Broodmother are three of his strongest heroes.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
I haven't seen anyone play it in I would say months.
Yeah, I mean, quite
It's
some
been a
time.
long time.
But Bat Rider, I mean, everyone talks about how Bat Rider always finds his way back in at some point or another. But there we go, Bat Rider rounding things out for Cloud9. Winter, I mean, we talked a little bit about that. Where do you think, how is this all rounding out for Cloud9? Because we were talking so much about where does this Undying go and what's the strategy here?
It's very strong lineup. Bat plus Undying, you lasso and go into the Tombstone. So they have a very formidable team fight, I'd say. But LGD do have ways to actually save the guy. Like there's Grave and there's Snowball. So we'll see how it plays out.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is game one, the very first game of TI5 in the first day as we go into the group stage. Top 16, it's going to be Cloud9 versus LGD in a best of two.
Game. We still have to keep in mind, though, he's going to have issues coming into the Gyro, the Tuskar, as well as the Ember. Like, even if you snowball, you could just lose everything you're looking for.
Definitely.
So it's not going to be an easy game for Bone7 by any stretch of the imagination.
We'll see how that works out for the Bat Rider.
Yep. But right now, let's get ourselves into the game so we can welcome in our mainstream viewers. If you're joining us now, joining the people in Dota TV, I am W1, joined by Waga doing LGD, going up against Cloud9. Game number one here of our group stage. 3 games going on at the same time, but we are your pairs here on the mainstream.
Yeah, really excited for LGD versus C9. I'm really happy we get to cast this. We get to cast a lot of C9 games.
We do.
And we also have 2 IG games coming up later today. And we will cast plenty of them throughout the group as well.
It is heaven for a caster here at TI4.
It's so nice.
So many top quality teams, so many great matchups. There's never really a disappointing matchup.
Just barely seeing each other a little bit there as they run into each other. He saw the Tuskar. He also saw the army that was running in. At least the Queen and Bat Rider. The rest managed to sneak down.
It's kind of interesting that Cloud9 are doing this too, because when you look at LGD's lineup, their level 1 team fight's actually really good.
Oh, yeah.
But up against Cloud9's Undying, however, you probably have second thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. Both teams have very strong level 1, in fact, but I think they may have said, like, oh, LGD have really strong team fights. They're probably going to go up and contest our jungle, so let's just ward their jungle, and that is the trade-off. So both teams blocking the opponent's single pull, or the safe pull.
Yeah.
So no small camps until they deward that.
However, C9 are a little bit late coming up to the top rune, so they're going to have to take the bottom, which is going to go to Fader, and the top. Smart decisions here by Big Daddy No-Tail as well as Bone7. No reason to contest that top rune. However, Yao might be in trouble on bottom lane. Being Shadow Strike into the Earth Spike as well. Yeah, he's got no escape. He does have 2 stick charges and the Shadow Strike's ticking him down. He won't die from this until the Plasma Field will arrive. Yao has to actually trigger the salve quickly and the stick charges. He'll survive only just, but as you said, consumables being burned.
At what cost, Toby? That's terrible for him. 100 HP, 3 tangos available now, but his salve is gone, and Misery is not going to be going easy on him. He's got to keep him completely out of experience, and maybe
he's actually dead.
Maybe even killing
Misery.
him.
Is that enough? One more attack.
Oh,
there it comes, and he snowballs and avoids it. He's
dead.
still going up to Misery, which means he's
Two
going to die.
attacks.
One more attack. There it is. First blood spilt by Cloud9 after it's been a thawing experience for a Tusker.
Yeah, and that means he has to purchase a TP scroll as well, so a disastrous start for him. And they also do not get the instant D-ward LGD. They are not going to be having the pull on bottom lane.
This is when you start looking towards your other lanes to try and pull it back for LGD. But top lane, not going to be an easy place, especially when you got 2 napalm stacks into the decay with the body block from Notel. Bone 7, now 3 stacks. Sylar, how much more damage is there? Another decay in 1 second.
So
it's going to
much.
be another one. He's salving up quickly. The decay, you'll stay alive. Notel, he's in so deep with the creep wave into the trees. Notel, there's your burst heal from MMY. Sylar in the tree line. Notel's going to go down way too deep on the top lane. And LGD gets something very big back.
Yeah, punished by the dazzle there and how well he could just keep healing there, running after. And despite not having Rocket Barrage level 1, Gyrocopter does survive there.
And you're just seeing such aggression in all the lanes, even down at the bottom with the Plasma Field from Envy and Misery, that it's getting up in the face of Yao and Xiao Wei. And they know they can't really return the fight until Yao commits the snowball, and then you get the stun time to set up for the Light Strike Array. Then you've got your burst combo. But can you kill anyone down here apart from, well, Misery?
I think it's really tough, actually, and he's going to stand in pretty safe positions in general. I mean, Lina can trade effectively against a Lion. She has a little bit better trading hits, better range and harassment, but they can't do much against the Razor. As you said, he's just going to be free farming, and they don't have the pull.
Here
he gets the snowball.
This is going to be it. Xiao Wei, he actually only has Slave, though, so Misery just backs himself up. There's no follow-up stun. And they do actually just activate the bounty rune on that
They're
Lina.
so under-experienced. If they just had level 2 on these 2 heroes, that would have been an easy kill.
It's not as bad, though. Like,
available.
if you look at the comparison between the supports, you got Notal, who's just shy of level 2. It's the same thing for the Lina. And then the Tusker, yeah, he's pretty low as well. But the Lion's only just cracked level 2, and he's back at base, so he's not getting experience for a while now.
Yeah, that is true. So both teams suffering a lot on their safe lane right now, but you're going to see Envy go aggressive again on Yao here, but a stun should just disjoint him here. I don't think he can keep chasing.
It didn't steal that much damage either, even with the 2 points up in Static Link.
Yeah.
What do you actually like about the build here for the Razor? Like, what's the best thing up against the lineup?
I think he will leave it at 2 points. I don't think he's going to max the Static Link. This is very common. You put 2 points into it. Now 2 more points in Plasma Field, so at level 5 you have 3 points into it. Or just 1 point into Unstable Current. But Plasma Field is super strong nuke. You can see how much damage it deals there.
Yeah. Easily forces Lina out. And what's Yao going to do against this?
Yeah,
like, Sticks are the only reason he's staying in this lane. Top lane, Notal committing the Tombstone. They're on the run. The Flame Break, pushing Sylar back so far, but they just have no stuns available anymore. So Sylar TPs himself away to freedom.
That's still good harassment. They're pushing them off and now securing their safe lane a little bit. Mid lane aggression. Lion coming in. Actually going to bring down maybe here.
Well, that Sleight of Fist, the shield can't protect him, and the PMS wasn't triggering off enough. So, yeah, easy kill. I say easy kill.
Mystery has had some good rotations on him in this game. Like, first the First Blood, and now also coming in and securing this kill on what, up till now, was a very even lane. Queen was winning slightly, but now more dominantly going to be able to win this lane, I believe.
That is what you're looking for, too, out of Cloud9, that ability to do the rotations. Xiao Wei's going to be really careful how low he is.
Had that level 3 Plasma Field dealing tons of damage to him.
And there's no more mana on the Razor. He expanded his stick charger so he was able to do that Plasma Field. So because of this, SARS is going to give him one of his salve. Actually, it's only a Tango.
They haven't seen the Gyro yet, but he's going to show himself now. But they understand that there are lane switches in work, and Bone 7 is very happy with that. He's just free farming top right now.
So they watch the real Misery.
Lion.
Yao, I think he wants to snowball. He didn't pick up MMY. Actually, he's snowballing up and away from Misery. Lost the vision. The shards will still come down. MMY turned into a
he's
frog.
just running.
But he's just, he's legging it.
How
and
is
with
he
Envy
alive?
coming in, he's fine.
Oh, that was...
So the snowball disjointed. He didn't bring the dazzle with him.
I cannot believe that he's actually alive right now. First, the snowball on the... I mean, that was unfortunate, snowballing the incorrect target, but the fact that the ice shards could not keep him in place, man, Misery is just getting away with everything this game.
Man, look at all the lanes as well. Like, you got Bone 7 free farming about right at top lane. LGD have dragged everything off the top. They put him into the mid. It looks like Yao finally, like, he got distracted by trying to kill off the Lion, which he didn't get, and now is moving up to the top lane. But the middle laner, it's been crushed by Fader. 19-11 up against a 15-5. Bottom lane, Envy is having a party on the bodies of the dead creeps. It is 29-8 for the Razor.
Yeah.
How is Gyro meant to keep up with this? He's 16-1, and he took most of that from the top lane.
And Gyro's not the best recovery hero either. He normally will sit at a pretty high CS in the early game because he has a strong laning presence and he will farm stacks very quickly. So Razor having this good of a start, Batrider as well, and Queen, this is boding very well for C9.
Yeah.
But as you said on mid lane, the fact that Fada is doing so well, he does have a little bit better of a hero in the one-on-one matchup, but he's also an amazing mid player. He plays really solid.
That he does.
Like, he doesn't lose mid very often at all.
No, we haven't even seen his rotation yet. Like, you're looking at Fader about to crack level 7, so we're going to have the 4 points up in Scream, as well as that Sonic Wave. So the burst damage you get out from Fada is just so big. If he gets himself a good rune, like, would you believe a haste rune, which is ever so conveniently waiting on bottom lane.
Good old S4 rune, just waiting there.
He's waiting for his bottle to arrive, though. It's coming out in the courier.
Yeah, just gotta stand around. Not much to do for him right now, just waiting for it. They have sent the Tuskar top now, and he's gonna try and get something out of this lane as well, realizing that he should be safe to farm there. But you always gotta be careful about Bone 7, who did not skill Lasso until level 7, by the way. He just realized I can farm faster if I don't skill Lasso right now, and I'm not gonna gank anyway. So
It's like, is it really needed? I'm not going to rotate until Blink Dagger, right?
It's a good decision. I mean, there was no point skilling it right then. Always gotta think about why you would do something in Dota.
And okay, LGD. Do we say at this point they've lost all 3 lanes?
Yeah, I think so. Pretty solidly. I mean, now they do have the ulti on Ember though, and some other tools to start bringing this game back. And they are stacking the jungle a lot. Look at the big camp.
You're right. That's a lot of money.
So they have tons of money available. If they pick that up on the Ember and then
maybe
fight with it,
a little bit too deep. Remember, he's still got the defensive spirits as well as MMY there.
Yeah.
So he'll use the Shallow Grave. I think he was waiting for Fader to throw out the Sonic Wave.
I actually think they should take this on Ember and fight. They could leave the big stack on Gyro. I was thinking about it, which is best, but I think someone has to be strong enough to put up a fight against C9 soon, because this is not going to be a laning stage for much longer. Soon, the movements will start. It's all about the Batrider and his timing, really, and he probably is going to go Travels first this game. He does love to do it instead of Blink.
What, go directly into BTs?
Yeah, that's his most standard build. Is Boots of Travels and then Mask of Madness and then Blink, or Boots of Travel, Blink.
But his first rotation is going to be scouted out. If you actually look at the warding from LGD, it's really smart. They're waiting for him to come. So these next set of wards they placed, you got one on the mid lane, just on the Radiant Cliff side. Now this will see all the way over towards the mid tier 1 tower, and then the one on the bottom lane is actually looking up to the tier 1 tower on the bot. So the second you bring support in, you'll know it. However, Sylar on the bottom, up against Eternal Envy, lets the cooldown go. There's more support. The Sonic Wave of the Scream gets the kill, but the Searing Chains, they're still fighting underneath Tombstone. This is not the greatest position in the world. Yao, Money and Snowball actually protect maybe, which you will do so, dragging him up to Eternal Envy. They still haven't finished the kill. 13 HP or survival. Fader picks up a double kill. On the other side, he's actually on the other side of the trees. He'll live and get the kill on Tuskar. LGD just can't get a sausage.
Yeah, and that was 4v3 as well, so the 4 of them could not do it. They have to run away with their mid laner. Man, that was a really tough fight for LGD as well. That first fight had to go well. Now they're going to be in a real tough struggle.
And with those rotations failing, the Batrider flash farming, if you even start to lose control of your jungle, there's no more of these stacks to be had.
No.
You may even lose them. If you do see Bone 7 start to rotate and he sees that, and he might pick up BT to start with, and then 2-3 minutes later, he'll actually have the whole shebang with the Blink Dagger.
That's the power of the BTs as well. Like, first of all, of course, rotating over the map is much quicker when you have the travels. You get so fast. But also the fact that when you farm with Firefly in the jungle, if you have travels, you can farm 4 camps. That's pretty amazing. So you can definitely steal a lot from the enemy jungle.
Smoke movement from LGD. Looking for an opening on top lane.
Nice
Misery is
bro.
the most exposed one. So a simple snowball in. He goes for the Earth Spike, trying to get the timing just as they came out of the snowball, but it was a fraction of a second early. So a simple pickoff. There was the Lina who got the last hit in there, so Xiao 8 doing it with the Slave.
Yeah, that was a pick-off that they needed. They need to keep finding these kills. That was 3 heroes committed though, and they only got a support, so it's a good break, but they can't really lane bottom lane at all. And mid lane is also dangerous, so they have to start taking their jungle before Batrider comes in there. That's a very important point. Oh, he went for the Blink Dagger, actually. So Bone 7 going for the more secure gank of a Blink Dagger and Smoke.
Well, you might just feel confident enough that you've got the aggression factor up. It looks like Siler's going to be the man taking that big stack. Both Call Down, Rocket Barrage, and Flat Cannon. They'll mop through it. MMY is going to soak up the experience, and so is Yao.
He also took one Satire last hit there, the dirty little support. I got my eyes on you, MMY.
Well, they got level 6 on Tusker, so now we've got ourselves an ability to punch over on LGD. Not to mention MMY up
That's
to level
very
5, so 3 points up into the heal. And the Gyrocopter cracked level 7 after this too, and got pretty close to finishing his Bracer.
The tough part...
I mean his drums.
Yeah, the tough part in this game is that Lina is only level 5. And their Tusker now, of course, has level 6. But these two heroes really desperately needs their ultis. So when Lina has hers, I believe they can make some nice ganks. Now they're going to try to kill Misery top again.
Well,
And
hearing
mid.
that lasso, they're dragging back maybe. He needs a little bit more life, and he's got it! Had one charges up his sleeve. MMY couldn't get in range for the shallow grave. At the same time, they do find that kill over on the Lion. So the smoke gank is successful.
Yeah,
while C9 not so, and that's the first reveal of the Blink.
Yeah, and that was the first reveal of the Blink and a smoke committed from the Batrider. That gank is super important that it works, and it was very close that they killed Ember. So great there for maybe they actually lived this time, and that's not gonna set back his next item. So.
Man, LGD's gonna be so happy with this. Even though you're so far behind, you've got your level 6s you were talking about. You needed that over on the Lina. You've got this. So the gank combo of Xiaowei and Yao, these guys just move around, never give the space. Misery is just going to crack his own level 6.
Oh, they're the tag team, the two of them. Like they can make a lot happen. So right now, just going to see Bone 7 farm up the jungle more. Look at the Radiant jungle and how invaded it is. It looks infested right now.
Envy? Okay, yeah, he was already having the link over on maybe, so maybe he wasn't going to commit anymore. But Envy's getting very aggressive into the tier 2 tower.
Yeah. Notice also Envy's build. This is a pretty standard build. You could put 1 point into Eye of the Storm as well. And he might actually do so next. But putting several points into Unstable Current, being faster and more able to run down the enemy, this is a very strong Razor build.
I think Notel is also pinging out to Envy. It's like, can you please come up here and farm this stack? He's actually stacking the Radiant jungle.
Yeah.
Which is a little dangerous if it gets called out, especially when you get heroes like Jara, even Lina. Lina with like a 3-1, it's not the easiest way to mop up a camp, but it'll be successful.
I'm a little bit worried for the wards that LGD just dropped in the enemy jungle, because it's nice to have deep wards and deep vision, but you want to have the wards where the fight is going to be taking place. And right now, C9 are just living in LGD's jungle, so these wards might just see that, hey, we're not there. And while that's information, that's not the best information.
And Envy doing multi-camp farming while the rest of his team pushing the tier 1 tower. Bone 7 again, just hovering back. They drop the Tombstone Notel, expecting some level of defense, but LGD, they're actually on the bottom lane. And it looks like they're grouping up for a big 5-man smoke, and they are going to do so. But is this to contest the mid tower? You got no fortification.
I think they might be going for Envy.
Actually, the Tombstone's only got 6 more seconds left on it.
Yeah.
When they arrive, this Tombstone's going to disappear. So they snowball in, they go after Fader. He can't get the blink off in time, and Fader, they get the kill. The Soul couldn't keep, not the lasso. We'll be dragging Yao back. Shallow Grave very early on, but they get the perfect shards off. And Misery, Envy, and Notel, there's one small path to freedom around the corner, but Ember Spirit jumping down, killing Envy on the way through. It's a double kill for Xiao Wei, while Dazzle comes in for the heal bomb on Notel. The rest of Cloud9 are bailing out of here. Things going wrong.
Wow, really good fight for LGD there, and there was just chaos in C9. I think they were just panicking over Tombstone is dying, we have to run. But then they jump in and grab, but they grabbed a guy who used everything already. The Tusk had cooldown on every single spell at the point that the Batrider grabbed him.
Yep.
And there was no way they're gonna win that fight if they stayed, so they lose their Queen, they lose their Razor, and the Undying. Those are 3 really good kills for LGD.
And with this, the net worth is going to start to balance out a little bit more. It's a good swing, but you had yourself almost a 6,000 net worth advantage going the way of Cloud9.
Oh, C9
just
were
over
doing
10 minutes in, and now it's back to 3,000, and it's still going to tip before C9 can get themselves back into the lanes. The experience was roughly the same as well.
Yeah, C9 were doing amazing at that point, so now, of course, with those kills going the way of LGD, it's a little bit more even, but still C9's control for sure.
I don't know how they're meant to push, however. Like this is probably another one of these things to bring up. The fact that Xiao Wei just left the lower levels up in Light Strike Array, but with the 4 points up in Slave, his range damage he did to the top wave as Envy was pushing in, it took out maybe 80% of the life of the creep wave. So you throw both Shards and Slave, and there's no creep waves left. You have to commit this. Like it's the same situation as middle lane. You commit the Tombstone so early before the fight even begins.
He wants to get a grab. He's there looking for it, but he's gonna back off. And yeah, as you said, they have to drop a preemptive Tombstone if they even want to stand and hit the tower at all, because the creeps get pulled back.
But is this the way to do it? Because you're losing Tombstone after Tombstone.
Yeah, this one actually gonna get farmed up as well. So 150 gold over Selena. She's very happy with that.
She's almost finished a full Yule Scepter. Like I think it was the Void Stone, which is already on that courier for Xiao Wei.
But as you say, like how else are C9 gonna push until they have Aghanims on Razor? The only good part about pushing that they have is Batrider being able to start the initiation, but if it's just about killing the tower, there's no helping that. So LGD is much more rounded in their draft here. Of course, having a heal like Dazzle and his Shadow Wave, that is amazing for pushing. So no sustainability on C9.
Oh, now these wards which LGD planted almost 3-4 minutes ago are going to come to fruition.
Oh, yes.
Because you can see everything inside the dire jungle. You group up as 5 and you take tier 1, tier 2.
Yeah, they also got a D ward on the C9 ward that was on the lane up here. So lane ward is removed, and they have their 2 wards in the jungle that can now be much more relevant after they won the mid fight.
Looks like they're not going to force the top lane too much. Ember Spirit still needs to find a lot more farm. And maybe that's something else we should be looking at. When does Ember Spirit hit his timing based on the start he's had?
Yeah, tough to say. It depends what he wants to transition into from here. He has the Bracer and he has the face boots, but I think he's just gonna go straight for the drums or Battle Fury. I think Battle Fury actually. We'll see if he decides to pick up drums.
I think Faye's gonna get very, very frustrated soon.
Yeah,
because the Radiant Creep Wave actually gave vision up.
Another thing to note is that the Undying zombies, they don't die to cleave, but you have to hit them. So if you have Battle Fury on Ember and you jump to all of them, you're actually going to get to hit on all of them and cleave from them. So that's why Ember can work really well against Undying.
So, you get more jump, you deal more damage, and if any of the enemy heroes are in the range, then you actually inflict more damage.
Exactly. Because the old Tombstone, you would just kill all the zombies with one Battle Fury attack, but that's not the case anymore. So that might be a reason why we see more Ember now. He's just very nice against Undying in this sense. That's just a gimmicky interaction, though, or something you should know.
LGD are baiting.
Drums was the choice. Yeah, they are.
This is a really, really big bait. But it's so obvious. Well, they know that they're not being watched because of their Observer wards and Sentry wards that have already been placed. So they know they got command of their own jungle.
They do. That's a very nice sentry. I'm just looking at Xiao 8 as he's running around and just, you know, securing his own jungle again, trying to put down some good vision for his team.
Meanwhile, Silas got a nice creep wave on top coming, so good farm for him. So you got the 2 cores farming and the other 3 of LGD sitting and waiting. But C9, like, I think they're getting sick of this. They smoke underneath their own tier 2 tower at the exact same time as like cooldown was used on the top. So you're not going to be able to TP down to the bottom lane and give that to support when this fight comes. But
now the wards are paying off for LGD. Look at this. They can back off. They saw that no one is farming the enemy jungle anymore. Oh, they're going to see each other as they run in. They have been spotted.
They're trying to break the smoke. This is the best area of vision where they can break the smoke of Cloud9 and still get away to safety.
He's looking for the initiation. He sees them.
Oh, they found Yao, dragging him back. Tombstone instantly down. Yao, he can't snowball in time. They just have to let him go. MMY was coming in for the shallow grave, but he just couldn't reach him.
That was a lot of skills committed for Tuskar, though. So now they know that in 20 seconds, they're really strong to fight. They could just wait for a Tusk respawn and start going then. They could maybe even have gone in and punished, but the Tombstone is so risky to dive into.
They're trying to loop around the Tombstone. But the Dire Observer Ward, this ward is so nicely placed down the tree line.
Oh, as you say that. Mama, yeah, he's on the case.
I guess they just can't have nice things.
Yeah, really good D-wording by LGD. I'm so impressed. That's the 3rd really nice D-word in a row in the last 6 minutes or so. So very good play. They have been reading C9 like a book here. Not a single dire ward on the map right now. That is very frustrating when you play and you have this happening, because they don't even have a ward on the courier. Do they even have wards available? They have one ward available to purchase, and they have no wards on the map. That's a terrible spot to be in. You always want to have some vision.
If you keep planning it down, like you're probably going to be mentally like, I got to keep trying these different unique spots, and then you still get de-warded out.
Yeah.
Mentally, where do you go from there? And also knowing that LGD have the vision superiority, they're grouping up as 4, they're smoking up, and they're going north.
It's easier to make decisions when you have so much vision. So yeah, they're just going into enemy jungle. They see that they're not in our jungle, so let's go and put some wards up here again and get some info.
Yeah.
They also show themselves, and there is a smoke from C9 now. As the Gyro revealed himself, they instantly try to wrap around this.
Yeah, No-Tail TP'd out. He actually TP'd to the tier 2 tower to join that smoke gank. And this observer ward which LGD placed, maybe it's going to give them the false sense of security.
Yes, it could actually. Sometimes your vision works against you.
But at the same time, look at the vision of the dire side. They only see Sylar here on the top lane. They don't understand the trap. Envy comes in from behind, however. Yao goes for the shards. Bone7, a big blink in. He goes for Xiao Wei, dragging him back. So no Laguna Blade, but then set up in towards the air. The Yulset protecting him while the cooldown. Perfect position with the flag cannon. Envy still alive with the storm going, but maybe he's your big man. Spirit jumping away. He needs to escape from the rest of Cloud9 because he's destroyed the rest of his team. Cloud9 take almost everything in the stun on maybe. He's still got the Spirit down. The flame break, the extra stun, try to drain out the mana, a quick sleight of fist into the spirit bump.
Maybe is gonna live and get away from this, but he's the only one. His entire team is dead. Only Queen of Pain was killed. And she still has 2.9k gold and her ultimate orb. So she's looking very farmed, could soon have her Hex against the Ember Spirit, which is terrifying for him. So beautiful wraparound there by C9, and as you said, the false sense of security from the ward. They didn't think that they were gonna get initiated on from behind.
Yeah, and they were so clustered for it too. Like if you looked at that top lane for the box, it was basically 1, 2, 3, and 4 with the bait on the front lines. Like this right here is what we call box of death.
Yeah, definitely. They got completely shut in there, and that's also the beauty of having, you know, Batrider and Undying. You throw down the Tombstone immediately, and you grab one guy with the Batrider. It makes it so hard to run away and get out. So you have to kind of help your guy who's being pulled away, but at the same time, if no one kills the Tombstone, you're just stuck in, as you called it, box of death.
And who was meant to kill the Tombstone? Even your disables, like Lina was the one I thought was going to be the biggest factor. That's why I was focusing on her at the start of the fight. And then she had to defensively Eul Scepter. So you can't even stop the Batrider from getting that lasso back, because she could have just Eul'd him up and then just thrown down the Lion Strike Array, the Slave, tried the Laguna Blade down the Razor of all people, who's walking around with both Ogre Club as well as Mech and High 1 charges. You're not going to find that kill.
And 4 points into Unstable Current, which hurts you a lot when you're gonna nuke him with a single target. You get slowed for 2 seconds, you take some damage. It's not what you want at all. And next fight is only gonna be harder when he has his full BKB on. It's gonna be very, very difficult.
Here they come.
Oh,
Xiao Wei, Tombstone's gonna drop, but Bone7's not in position for the blink. However, Misery will onto Xiao Wei.
but not enough to follow up there. He did have the ulti available on Lion as well to target down Lina, but he didn't have more follow-up, so decided to save it.
23-minute scythe that you're talking about.
Yep.
It's now arrived fully.
Interesting. I think this is the first time here at TI that I see the straight-up Hex rush, whereas many people have been going for the Ags and Eul Scepter or Euls into Ags. That kind of build, but Hex is superior against Ember. It is so good to lock him down.
Yeah, it's a different mindset too. Like Cloud9 are looking at this going, okay, team fights and then pushing is probably where we're going to find victory here. If you're going for the Aghanim Scepter build, you got more confidence in your own, like, we just push as 5, or it's always like reset team fight, next 30 seconds, then we go again.
I wouldn't hate to see the Necrobook build this game as well. They don't have any pushing at all, and they're going up against the, you know, maybe's Ember and the Gyrocopter on this side, and Dazzle. Late game is going to be dangerous. I'm not saying that they're straight up weaker, but it's still not going to be easy to execute if you can't finish this game when you have a big advantage.
Would you then look for the more classic Razor build with the Aghanim Scepter? I'm not going to say Aghanim's Refresher, but like, would you go down that line?
Envy loves Shiva on his Razor as well, so could definitely see as Shivas. But Aghanim's Refresher is very, very strong for pushing, so they could go into that. Downside being that you don't get too much HP from it.
This mech is so delayed by Lina, because she's going for it. Like, they actually made Lina our mech builder. Needs another 600 gold to complete it, and that's after Eel Scepter and Arcane Boots.
And look at her max HP. Like, she has so much gold on her, but it's not turning into that much yet. Not in her HP pool, at least.
Not survivability. Well, there's some dewarding going on with that gem over on Bone 7.
Amazing to have a gem on Batrider. One of the best gem carriers for sure, along with like Coddle and Night Stalker, Slark, heroes like this. Because he can always have the flying, just get up there and find these wards. So we're going to see if C9 can set up for Roshan here, as LGD are definitely on the back foot. They don't have much going for them. Do they have a smoke available right now? Or
does C9 still have enough damage for Roshan?
They do not have one on them, and their shop is actually out of smokes. So yeah, they don't have a smoke to use.
I'm not seeing a medallion over on Cloud9, so like going in for Roshan can be pretty difficult for them.
Yeah, it is a little bit hard. They don't have, again, the best heroes to bring down Roshan. They don't have good Rosh, don't have good pushing. They have very good fighting heroes. That's what they have.
Yeah, they could bait the fact they're going for Roshan, and maybe this is why the Sigil is now making his long trek across the Radiant jungle over towards the pit. To think, you know, hey, maybe they're looking at this.
Yeah, definitely. It's going there to scout, but
interception.
I mean, they're just fine farming up the enemy jungle right now, but maybe realizes this as well, so he's just pushing top. He's like, I don't know what's going on, but I want to be farming. I want to be doing something. I'm going to take this tier 1 tower, and he's completely safe in doing so.
Surprisingly, Cloud9 didn't fortify that. They had fortification up.
Yeah, you should always do it. If you remember it, you should always do it for a tier 1 tower, of course.
Just would delay a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But it's going to be trade-off anyway. Cloud9,
it's not a big
they've
thing.
got 3 guys forcing in the tier 2 tower. There's your fortification from LGD. Now, that one won't regenerate after this tower goes down because there's no tier 1 towers left for LGD. But because of, like, you could have bought yourself 4 more seconds, this tower is now taking a fair amount of damage for it.
Yeah, and the push bottom now as well. They're getting into the base here. See if Batrider can sneak around and get the vision here.
Maybe he can finish this tower by himself. He's got the double damage rune, so he can also TP back into this fight with the high damage. And Envy, well, there's your Blink Dagger in, 4 stars away. Couldn't actually get the lasso on, which means the Tombstone is a little bit too deep here. They couldn't drag the lineup back, so the Tombstone will drop. The tier 2 tower was lost on top lane.
Yeah, they got the tower there, and they also hold very nicely that they saw the Batrider early as he was trying to sneak in. He was in vision when he tried to go down there. Let's see what C9 do now. Just gonna reset into the enemy jungle once more.
Well, they had to. Like, when that weave, like, MMY actually got a 5-man weave at the start of that. C9 was so clustered together, you got a 5-man weave, and C9 was like, you know what, we're losing all our armor. That's a double damage rune, Ember Spirit. We do not want to be here. And Ember does have the Battle Fury now.
You know, I'm gonna believe that that is one of the bigger parts that separates casual players and players who are very experienced is things like that, the small things. People won't notice the dazzle and how much it does until you actually have played quite a bit and realize it's a very dangerous spell. If you get Gyrocopter's flat cannon on you when you have minus armor, your entire team might be gone immediately. And I'm just looking at Envy right now. I'm trying to wait and see what he's going to pick up for next item, because I would love to see the Shivas in this game. More armor on him would definitely be nice.
He might need it just up against the Dazzle.
Yeah.
More than anything else. But he then might also think, well, should I build an Assault Cuirass for my team? Like, I know you like the Shivas on him, but like, who else would be building such an item for Cloud9? Unless Bone 7 starts getting crap tons of money.
Yeah, like Assault Cuirass is okay as well, but it's just that the Shivas synergizes really nicely with your Plasma Field as well. You send out the Shivas and Plasma Field, you slow them down, you deal tons of damage in AoE, and you just run in and be a boss, you know?
The Sigil Scout's doing its work.
Yeah.
They're really keeping very, very close eyes over on Roshan. Same time, the Sigil's going to scout the courier moving down, so it's going to flag the fact, in fact, there is the instant ping. It's like, okay, we see the Sigil, and the Sigil sees us.
Yeah, little faceless Rex coming down there. He's going to be safe. No couriers have died in this game so far.
It wasn't like the roasted chicken house that was opened up yesterday.
Oh, yeah. In the wildcards, we had some game with like 5 or 6 couriers dying.
It was cluckles every time. Like, CDEC lost their courier, I think, 8 times yesterday.
Wow. Throughout their games? That is insane.
It was high. It was very, very high throughout their games.
Well, that's what you get when you send it into the enemy base when you don't have any heroes in the enemy base. You know, like sometimes the poor courier, he didn't want to go there, dude.
He uses as a ward to watch Roshan.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it can be tactical, but they're going to try and kill Roshan now. They don't have Medallion, as you pointed out, so very slow Rosh. They also don't have heals.
The ping's coming out.
Where is LGD?
Ember just pinged it out and said, you know what, like this is going on right now.
They're very, very far away, though. And Roshan
And they
already
can-
down to
again-
60%.
Okay, Notal throws this tombstone down so early.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that because
It's
the
what's
enemy,
taking for him.
we know that the enemy is super far away, but we have the bird's eye. If you're C9 in this case and you know that the enemy is still not here, this tombstone was up in good timing. It's not going to drop until after they killed Roshan anyway. So I believe this was a very nice sneak by C9. And maybe LGD just misinterpreted it as a smoke gang from C9 because they didn't really see what they were doing.
True.
After a Sigil Scout, though, I kind of thought they would go there and contest.
They might have thought they would have had the vision for it to see him move, but because of that gem over on Bone 7, if you actually look at the Radiant Ward, which is just hovering just a little bit lower than the Tier 1 tower, they had to put it on the cliff side. So the vision they get doesn't see far enough onto the dire side of the river. So Queen of Pain was the only one that walked down to Roshan out of the cover of smoke.
Same on
And wasn't
the
seen.
same on the top rune. If you look at that, the Radiant Ward there, they really got creative in their warding, and this is some anti-gem wards that you will throw down. They're just harder to see, less chance that you're gonna run by and be like, oh hey, easy ward. So LGD definitely experienced in how to play against this, and now they will have a gem of their own, which can be very, very nice to have when you're feeling shut into your base. At least you can run out with the ward and know whether or not you've been
Hilarious thing is, so there's only one dire ward on the... so I take it back, there's two. One observer on the bottom river and one sentry on the bottom lane.
Yeah.
This is the only two wards for the dire side, unless I've missed something somewhere, but it doesn't look like it.
They have one on Undying as well, and they have one more in stock, so now they could try and force out some more wards, but that's... it's still fine. They had the ward for their Roshan. It's going to get dewarded now, but it served its purpose, I think, as they were very safe in the Roshan attempt there. And Aghanim's going to be the build, adding some push to this lineup that desperately needs it. He's close to level 16 as well, which is a big upgrade. So if you can just get that before the next fight, that would be amazing.
Well, they have the Aghanim, the Aegis Immortal plus the Aghanims. Is this almost the time you say, like, Cloud9, do you believe you have this in the late game? Or do you feel like you have to force the high ground now?
I don't know if you need to force the high ground now, but you definitely don't feel confident for an ultra late game scenario, like going into a 2-hour game or 90-minute game against LGD. Definitely not. However, they might have a power peak roughly at 45-50 minutes where they could have enough items on Razor to force the high ground.
They could. But, can you? Shards, call down, Slide of Fist, Slave.
That's why I'm saying that you can't do it right now. He's gonna need to
force the high ground means you're actually going in without a creep wave.
Yeah, you will need to walk up with the Razor with ulti on and realize the fact that he's probably gonna get brought down. So maybe Aegis and one more item as he's able to pick up. He can also get a lot stronger. You can sell the mech later on. You can have Heart, Scotty, whatever.
Yep.
So
just turn him into a big tank.
Yeah, but the danger is still there. The danger of the Ember Spirit getting super strong, and of course, Gyrocopter is farming up steadily. Not as
Ember's
fast,
already
though.
doing about 450 crits.
Yeah.
With just a normal attack.
Yeah, he's hitting very, very strong. But Queen is the top farmer in this game as well. So she's there with a Hex and BKB.
And V turns on the ulti, instantly gets Light Strike Array, as well as the Shards keeping the rest of his teammates out. They rock it, they stun and control. The ulti's doing its work, and it's good lasso, but the Yule Scepter up in time, but Xiao Wei bursted down by Faye. The BKB protected for a while, and LGD getting destroyed into their own tier 4 towers. They soul rip up as much as they can for Envy to keep them alive on the front lines. They never even burned the Aegis Immortal. The buyback will be there from Jaro. They have to keep this bottom ranks alive. They cannot allow C9 to do it. Side of Fist Syrian Chain, that's one way. There's no, well, actually, they have cooldown still up. That's still available for them at the moment.
Yeah, they do have cooldown, but they're also outnumbered so hard. And C9 realizing, hey, that was a good fight. We're losing our tombstone. It's going down. Let's back out, reset, and enjoy what we did. Pat on the back, and we'll come back tomorrow, you know?
Yep.
So they still have plenty of time on their Aegis as well. If they back up and heal straight away, they could come back with the Aegis and use it again.
I'm still thinking of all the scenarios that could have happened for LGD. That's still okay for them. Like, the Ember Spirit didn't die, didn't have to buy back, so he's holding on to his money for now. Yes, the Gyro had to sacrifice himself, but it's BKB, Helm, the Dominator. Yes, he wants to have a Demon Edge eventually into a Monkey King bar, but for now, He can flash farm that up later. LGD, it hurts them, but it doesn't cripple them.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the most painful things, though, is if the gyrocopter gets grabbed
Envy,
like that.
Envy, he is now battling up against
Yes,
maybe
they
one-on-one. Just wants it to pop. Okay, that's it.
That's perfectly
How long does
fine.
it have left on it? Okay, the Aegis only had another 30 seconds, 10, maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah, so that's still that still doesn't matter at all. Of course, it's nice to try, but
it kind of looked like something weird at the start.
yeah, it was kind of a strange fight. You will see it sometimes when someone fights with the Aegis. Anyway,
it doesn't make like if it was the old Aegis, it would make more sense. But now now the Aegis has regeneration properties anyway.
yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter at all, as you would still get your full HP,
Yeah.
no matter if you fight or not. Queen is up to 4.5k gold right now. Holy bananas! He's gonna add up some strong item next.
What do you go for? Is this just the Aghanim, so you go back into the
need
older
armor.
build?
You need armor. I think
Maybe
you
you
should
go the Shivas on him.
Yeah, you could definitely go Shivas on Queen as well in this game. So I believe either Shivas or Skadi on her. You need something that's going to bring some survivability. The Skadi gives some armor and gives plenty of HP and good stats overall. And also having that slow available to attack the gyro with is super good. But she actually did purchase... Oh, she's going for the Aghanims now. Or no? Yeah, she is. So Queen Aghanims is the next item. That was not an item that I would have predicted, actually. Because they don't fight every 40 seconds. They fight roughly once every 3 minutes, 4 minutes. You know, the cooldown on the ulti doesn't seem to hurt her.
I agree. But maybe it's this... Well, no, yeah.
They're just predicting that they will turn up the heat and fight more frequently now. And
Maybe.
having the AoE damage against...
Here they come. Snowball in onto Eternal Envy. It was a very short range one. Punching him up in towards the air. The tombstone still drops from Notel. And they lasso back Xiao Wade. He is so far away. They can potentially Yule Scepter just to buy some time. But time is all they're going to get from this. Xiao Wade will still end up dying. And this will mean the tier 2 tower will go down. But the tombstone has been expended for this and the lasso. In fact, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chain, Fader trapped underneath the tower into your Walrus Punch and Call Down. They actually don't even take the tower.
Yeah, they forced him off the tower. They only lost Alina, so this is very good. And the tombstone was committed. So once again, C9 have to kind of back off. They don't have the Razor ulti anymore as well, so just waiting for their next push.
They do at least find the Radiant Observer Ward finally.
It lived for a long time.
In the last 1 minute of his life.
It had a long, good life. It was a happy ward.
All right, so if you're Ember now, okay, don't worry. I'm already answering my own question by checking out the fact he's got the Daedalus recipe on the courier.
Yes.
So the full Daedalus is going to be purchased from Maybe. There's no saving for buyback for him.
Yeah, almost all the Embers that we have seen, when it comes to the choice of buyback or first Daedalus, they always pick up the Daedalus. Because it's such a big change in the next team fight. You're going to be so much more dangerous having the full Daedalus.
Should actually flag too, the fact that Xiaowei died means that the gem of LGD was passed over to Cloud9.
Oh, they actually stole that gem, yeah.
Yep. So they've got 2 gems. One's over on the Batrider, and the other one's over on the Lion. So this Observer Ward, which is also placed on the first hard camp of the Radiant side, is just sitting there right next to the other Radiant Observer Ward. The vision is coated everywhere across Radiant jungle.
That's one of the closest camps as well, like one of the few that you can farm when you're feeling on your back foot, when you are pressured back into your base. So having that blocked really hurts you. You need to get that removed.
Well, where's Maybe meant to find his farm? Like, he moves over and he's realized, wait, our camp didn't spawn. Why is my camp not here? I can't farm up.
They did stack the Ancients, though, so they're trying to prepare farm for themselves, but it's only a double stack right now. Need to wait until it's a little bit more to really go there and get some value.
So you got to find money for both Sylar as, so the Daedalus is on Ember. Do you prioritize Sylar getting into a Monkey King bar now? Because again, we're looking at this bait train.
I think you have to have some damage on Sylar soon. Yeah, you need to get the MKB, definitely. You could even go Divine, honestly. Just need damage in the next fight. But I think you're still not as desperate that you have to go Divine straight up. Going for the MKB is probably fine.
Cloud9 scouted out the LGD stack, killed off the one range creep, which was the trader of the Dire side that was stacking for the Radiant, and then leave a ward behind. So they're not actually taking the stack. They're waiting until LGD tries to do it, and then we'll probably come and counter-initiate. But they're looking for Roshan now.
Poor range creep, dude. He got a bribe. It was so good. An
He
offer
made
he
him an
can't
offer he can't
resist.
refuse.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, LGD this time around are in a lot better position to go in for Roshan, but Cloud9 have their same Dire ward up, their same Roshan ward. So the Satyr has to be set instead. Now, this belongs to the Gyrocopter. So he's moving in and realizing, okay,
he's just checking.
Roshan's got basically no life taken from him, but they're definitely there.
Yeah, and they are going to move up a little bit here. They find the ward.
Yep.
But running up there and actually killing it, a little bit scary against Batrider.
But when you put a Spirit in also inside the pit, there's no way that Cloud9 are going to feel comfortable to go for Roshan.
They put the ward, but they're never going to check that because they know the enemy are close. They don't want to walk up there. So even though the Observer ward is in range, they're just too scared to walk close to the river.
Actually, sentry warding everywhere. But they're not... For all the ward places they're doing, because they pinged out the fact the camp was blocked. But they didn't sentry ward that. They sentry ward on the river edge and not deeper in.
Yeah.
So either LGD know about the ward and don't care, or they just forgot.
They definitely know about the ward. I believe they may have forgotten because, you know, focus on so many other things, Roshan coming up. But that's still a big deal. They need to get rid of that ward. It gives very good vision as well as blocking one of their most important resources.
The Spirit just timed out for Ember Spirit, and Cloud9, they went into it. You've now got a full Skadi over on Eternal Envy, so he's become almost 3k worth of life tanky.
Yeah, he's super, super strong. He's a very dangerous threat right now, and no matter what item he adds up next, I think he's reaching that terminal status where he can actually just go. Oh, the poor range creeps, dude. Come on, Envy. Oh, he got away. Okay.
Say no mercy for the trader.
Damn.
And now they get rid of that Dire Observer ward. Finally. And Cloud9, well, they're going to smoke. So either it's a jump into the pit, which would be useless because the Spirit's there.
They want to fight. They want to fight straight up.
LGD don't. But LGD is still grouped up as 5, and they're on the other side.
Oh, this could be terrible. They're going to show themselves on this creep wave. Actually, no time for that. They got to go.
Fader actually blinked forward, so the smoke now breaks, but LGD, there's your jump in. Yao punching him up, Bone 7. He gets a drag back over on Xiaowei, and Fader explodes the Dazzle. They move quickly over towards Sylar. Xiaowei, the Shallow Grave's keeping him alive, but where's your extra help? The Ember Spirit's not doing enough at worth. Maybe he's just running away. Once again, the sole survivor of LGD, and Bone 7's trying to stop him. They found him. They get the Hex. It's going to be a team wipe in favor of Cloud9. LGD, they'll probably lose Rax at this point.
Every single hero brought down. Oh boy, this is complete disaster. They only have buyback on a Tusk. Like this is definitely Rax. There is tier 2 towers defending on the other sides though, so they cannot double Rax it. But this is just terrible. They might even keep pushing. 50 seconds on Ember and 45 on Jaro. At least they're gonna take the Rax back off and kill Roshan in the time of this death.
Yep.
I think that's what they're gonna go for as well. Envy was thinking about going mid there. He was like, can we get 2 racks out of this? I think they're going to go the safe play.
There's too much of a creep wave in mid. It'll take you too long to mop it up. But you can take the tier 2 tower at least after this and then go for Roshan. So we have Tuskar as well as Lena back up again. Bone 7's just searching around, and it is just going to be the back out. No reason to overstay your welcome. And now, unless you can find yourself a pick off, there's your Sonic Wave going again. The Shallow Grave protecting Xiaowei, but the double stun in from Misery. They found Yao. He's down for the count. Xiaowei, is there enough life? The Yule Scepter just trying to buy time for something, but there's nothing that can save him. The buyback came back in, but he's snowballing into the middle of all of Cloud9. Tossed around. This could be a quicker GG. The cooldown's in a nice position. Misery dropping quickly, but Eternal Envy, he's leeching out. Well, nothing. He hasn't taken any damage. The Ember Spirit's back into the fight, chasing him down. Bone 7 successful TP away, and Envy just trying to man mode the rest of LGD. Side fisting and spiriting back and forward. Maybe we'll finally get the kill. A triple kill for Sylar.
Look at Sylar's gold.
Just for it.
Just press enter and look at the gold that Sylar got from that team fight.
He took 3,033 gold from that fight, and Dazzle was second place with 2,310.
Yeah, that was so much money, and they also just used the buyback on Tusk, but that doesn't matter. Like, who cares?
He lost 1,300. Like,
who cares about Tusk's gold? Like, he's not relevant in this game because he's not strong enough already. He's not gonna get an item that makes him relevant. So C9, they killed a lot, but they definitely overstayed their welcome, and they paid for it. They paid a lot.
Yeah, because now you look and see what effect it's gonna have. You can't just jump yourself in and take Roshan. Like you actually don't even take the tier 2 tower in the middle lane.
Yeah, as you say, Roche is not a safe option anymore for C9, as it was before. They could have taken lane and Roche guaranteed, but instead they pursued to kill these poor supports that were alive without their cores.
Supports now which are able to afford up things like cloaks, looking towards Glimmer Staff later, Glimmer Cape, and the 4 staff he's actually bought.
Indeed. They are getting more and more resources now on the side of LGD. But as we say that, there's also Yule Scepter, Blink, and Force Devil in his Lion. Misery is having a really nice game and has played really well throughout the entire audio.
Yeah, that double stun looked really, really good. And then you realize, wait,
was good,
you're
man,
right in front of the fountain of the Radiant side.
That's the downside, dude. Fighting right by the fountain with 2 cores. The Ember and Gyro are about to respawn in like 10 seconds. It's a little bit too much.
LGD, they're smoking up. They're moving in close. Now they'll see Eternal Envy. They spirit into the pit, expecting the Cloud9 was in there. Maybe actually missing here. Went for the Searing Chain before using Sleight of Fist. And we get Refresher Orb. It's Refresher, Aghanims, and Refresher Double Hex as well.
This is an amazing build. This is an amazing build. The Refresher on Queen is so strong. Just look at the damage she's going to deal with the Sonic Wave in next team fight. And then you add the fact that she has 2 BKBs, 2 Hexes.
Yep.
It's just great for Queen.
You're actually going to have 13 seconds worth of immunity time for her, for her next charges of BKBs.
Yep, 7 and 6 second BKB. It's pretty good. So we'll see what's going to go on in the next team fight. It's going to be very difficult for LGD, though. If they take the fight here out in the open, they won the fight in their own base, but can they do it here?
Envy. The Spirit, he's doing it right underneath the Ember Spirit, and he's going to keep jumping in one more Spirit. That's all maybe he has to do. Throw in a Spirit, watch what's happening, doesn't put himself at risk to do this.
No, he's like, hey, how are you doing?
Like, the only thing which could go wrong is Batrider Fireflying in on him, and the Radiant have an Observer Ward down for that. Actually, their ward positioning's really good unless you get the Tombstone on this hill, the northern hill of the Roche Pit. If it's on the southern hill,
that's the most common spot is to put it up there.
Yep.
And that's very hard to fight. If you cannot kill these tombstones, you normally just lose the fight.
Especially when, like, as Ember Spirit, you could probably bring it down. And in fact, look, they put the Tombstone right in front of the Radiant Observer
As we said, though, I mean, Ember can benefit from the zombies stacking up. He can definitely deal more damage.
Roshan so low. That Spirit, he's not going to jump in. Eternal Envy finishes the job. And they just back up.
Yeah.
They didn't find an opening.
Very safe Roshan there. Steady and easy from the side of C9. They have the entire solo crest as well on Big Daddy No Tail. And that is really good in this fight, in this game. There is, of course, MKB on Gyro, but against Ember, it is amazing.
So does LGD now defend their tier 2s? Do they feel confident enough they should just like smoke up and come and defend the tier 2s, or do they just let it go?
I don't think there's any way you will take the tier 2 fight after giving up a Roshan.
But if you're going to do this, then maybe you should be on that bottom lane.
Yeah,
like
but
pushing.
They're not feeling 100% that they're not going to be bottom already. Like they think that they were going to go top. Now, of course, it's obvious, but they didn't feel 100% safe.
Right, so maybe Insala mop up the bottom lane to try and relieve some of the pressure. The middle lane was pushed up nicely. I'm kind of actually liking the Blink Dagger over on the Ember, considering how quickly he's going to move from position to position.
It's okay. I mean, it could be money spent towards second Daedalus, though. I'm not sure if I like it or not.
There's the Tombstone committal Bone 7. He's only halfway through that Firefly, still looking for a target. Sylar's the best one here. That BKB M-Mask can matter. She also flagged the fact he picked up an Alpha Wolf, so there's bonus damage. Here comes Fader, in for that ultimate, the snowball dodge from Yao. They might look for the secondary one. There it flies out. MMY is dropping low, but Fader not finding any kills with it just yet. Yao will be one of the first ones to drop down with Zhao Wait, but Sylar says his Grub is losing so much damage. 198 taken, 224 was the end number.
Yeah, everything being stolen by Envy there as Fada dove in and kind of kept the enemy team off, but 2 of them died and Razor's very low here.
Be careful, Envy. Be really, really careful. He's got Aegis the Immortal, so he can come back alive. He's still going to pop it for the range racks, and Sylar, well, he's standing his ground here. The creep wave is going to remain, and they're looking for the extra stuns, and Pone 7 actually being Searing chained up, and they're going to find the kill. The Ember Spirit, the man to do it. Can they get the collateral? Yep, you just chase it up into a Searing chain. Eternal Envy can go for the Plasma Field and Static Link, but he's still down for the count. A double kill for the Ember Spirit.
Every single kill gives so much gold as well. Look at that. Ember Spirit, 644 gold from Batrider, 694 from the Razor. They're getting plenty of money back their way.
It was almost elite number. It was 1338.
It's a big swing of gold. However, they were very far behind in a bit before this fight. So
yes,
they still need to work hard to recover. They only lost the range racks, though. Tier 3.
You lost the range racks, and you've got 7.3k gold on an Ember Spirit. Well, do I just
you get pretty much the same damage extra as you get from buying a Divine by buying a Daedalus, and you don't risk as much. You should buy the second Daedalus and then buy a Divine. That's pretty much the build. He's gonna go Linken's. Oh, he's scared of the Queen and her Hex and Lion, of course. But I worry for his damage, man. I really do.
It might also be because of Batrider, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good item overall in this game, but I'm not sure he's the one who has to buy it. You know?
Batrider's got his own Lincoln Sphere. Anything you could buy, I can buy better.
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's a good item for Batrider to pick up, but for Ember, he's definitely gonna need to deal a lot of damage. But we focus too much on him. Gyrocopter is starting to become a threat as well. He has the MKB, he has the Butterfly.
Yep.
He is, at this point, starting to become very relevant.
And how's Razor meant to actually attack him? He buys up now an Assault Cuirass.
Well, he doesn't attack him, he just steals his damage. He just links him.
Okay, he steals the damage, so he doesn't do anything then. But is there a way to get away from this? Like, wait, where's our Force-Staff usage? Where's the Gyro's maneuverability? Is it coming from the supports? Like, you got Force-Staff, Glimmer Cape on one, and you got Yule Scepter, Mech, Arcanes on the other.
Yeah.
It might be worth a second Force-Staff over on Zhao 8.
It might be. It could be.
Either that or... Wait, can you Lotus Orb it?
Lotus Orb what?
Lotus Orb Static Link?
No.
What a shame.
Static Link will persist. Like, even if you snowball, it's going to persist.
You just have, like, the double link.
Yeah, it's just going to go in there.
So we just go, like, full cross the streams.
Dude, you can get imprisoned into another world, and the Static Link is still going to be like, I know where you are. I got your address.
Looks like LGD. A bit more of an aggressive movement up the mid. But to really what avail? Like, Cloud9 keep 3 on the defense. You've got Notel just limping himself around inside the jungle. And Fade has managed to wait so long that not only is Refresher Orb coming off cooldown, but he's managed to farm 3.5k gold. And they're grouping up together. It's a 5-man smoke move.
It's the smoke time. They're going now. C9 looking to be the initiators again. It has been going really good for him when they get the initiation.
Hey, they dropped the drums. So, okay, so maybe actually left his drums behind.
He left the drums? Yeah.
So he has a TP scroll.
He's playing against C9, the constant reminder. Carry a TP scroll.
They just saw all of C. Oh, he jumped at the Spirit. Maybe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That wasn't intentional. He went to the Spirit back in the middle lane. He's not on the top lane at the moment.
Well, he got scared. He just felt this is not where I should be.
That Observer Ward from Notel is the perfect position. They're watching LGD inch forward, and then they have another Observer Ward on the high ground.
Yeah, and right now it's very, very important. The initiation is everything.
They still see him. Here comes Bone 7. Glimmer Cape, he missed the he actually missed the lasso. 4 stops away, realizing it wasn't going to work. He gets the BKB, and now the Lincoln Sphere protecting Sylar of all people. Snowballing in after Undying Fader, trying to blink further away, and they get the stun and the burst damage. The Tuskar will drop. Eternal Envy. Okay, that Laguna play didn't really do much. And Envy, they just run away. Glimmer Cape it up, but the blinking from Fader. He'll actually use his refresh so he can blink away again. And Sylar drag back in. They shallow grave him up. Envy so low, maybe trying to rip him apart. They brought down Envy. Sylar still so low. Finally dead for the cause. But Fader, how big is that cause to him? The BKB will wear off.
Oh, Ember
and the Ember Spirit jumping in deeper. The Blink Dagger up. He gets a Searing Chase. The 4-staff. Notel trying to buy himself some space to actually get the Glimmer Cape off, but he'll still end up dying. Meanwhile, Home in trouble. The tier 4 tower is dropped, but that's all that was lost for LGD.
Yeah, very even exchange there in the end, losing Razor and Undying for the Gyro and Tusk. But okay, this game is one of the games that's actually starting to convince me of the usefulness of having an Ember Spirit. He's playing it very well, and he's doing a lot of damage in this fight.
So much money from these fights too. Like, where is the death on Maybe? It doesn't exist. He's up to 6k gold again.
He's been surviving a whole lot. The Blink and Lincolns has been doing a lot of work for him, and his damage is still there. We could see how quickly he makes work of even a Solar Crest Undying, who normally could be very, very tanky and hard to bring down.
Is this still the point, though, where you say a second Daedalus is going to be worth it over a Rapier?
Batrider? Yeah, Bone 7 is like, am I the one who kills you? Or?
Xiaowe's going to find him and just Yules? Yules? He, okay, triggers the Lincoln Sphere with the Yules.
Bone 7 just trolling around.
It's at that point you would actually want the 4-staff. Trigger the Linkers with the 4-staff, then Yules him up.
Look at Queen, pressure top. Someone has to defend, and the tier 1 bottom is not really something they can go for here.
It's okay. Like, Xiaowei just buys a TP scroll from the side shop. He'll get himself back. And they're just trying to add as much pressure to the bottom lane to make it so C9 just don't just storm down the mid again.
Yeah, their entire push was stopped though, so they're going to have to go back and defend, keep farming up, and once again, we're looking over to the Ember Spirit and seeing like 7,000 gold. What do you do now? And with this item build that he's going for, I still think that he should go for a second Daedalus in terms of just damage output.
Yep.
He definitely has the survivability and maneuverability.
I'm okay with either option.
I mean, I would love a Divine as well.
I think everyone would, just as a crowd favorite, but he doesn't need to take the risk, so why do it? Same time, we're getting Queen of Pain finishing up Nocturne Core.
Octarine. So he has lower cooldown now on the Refresher. And of course, just lower cooldown Blink in general is very nice for her. So she's going to be even more maneuverable.
Of all the positions in the map right now, LGD are going to be the first ones to, one, deny Bounty Rune with the Wild Wing, and to see the fact that Roshan has respawned. It was a very quick spawn time. It was only 7 seconds out of the potential spawn time of him.
Nice.
So Cloud9 at this point have not scouted it out, but LGD are aware of it.
Yeah, very good. The Helm of Dominator is still doing work from the gyrocopter, showing that off with the creep.
I'm actually wondering now what Cloud9 can do with this. Because if you get the Aegis demodeled, you drop the mech to get the Aegis over on the Razor. And you can't drop anything on the Queen of Pain unless she drops the Soul Booster for either Cheese or Aegis.
I would say that you still want to do that. Like, you still want to put the Aegis on your Razor, I would say.
It's a 5-man smoke out. LGD are not going to let him have it, but then again, Cloud9, they started it, and then they fell back. So Fader, the first man at the front lines, he'll BKB. Hex is on Xiao Wei, isolating him with a Sonic Wave. They're still going to find that kill. MMY going to be lassoed up, so there's no Shallow Graves going to help them out. They're fighting within the Tombstone, but now Sylar, finally with the call down going to work. Watch your Ember Spirit as well. He's going after Bone 7. They've managed to actually bring down line. Bone 7 successful to run away, and then MMY is going to cut him off with the pass. Trying to be denied by the neutrals, not possible to do so. Fader and Envy, controlled as maybe bounced himself away on the back of the Spirit. They keep their 2 major cores alive, and Cloud9 expended a lot to do that.
Every core still alive, and that was a pretty clustered fight once again. Ember was going all over the place, managed to kill the Lion and then get out. But also the Queen of Pain and her Hex, so dangerous. They're almost secured the Ember.
For the rare gatherers.
Is it time?
Yeah, it might be. Maybe it's in the neighborhood. So if you want to get yourself some rares, get your camera position right on Ember Spirit.
Do you actually have to look at him?
You actually have to be watching it when you purchase it.
All right.
That's how you get the res.
Okay, follow.
Secrets to victory.
And before Scriff never takes the camera off Ember from now on.
Well, Roshan's going to die now to Cloud9. So they will get the Aegis. Eternal Envy will lose the mech for the Aegis, the Immortal. And the Cheese for the moment will be carried by Notal. But he can just give... Actually, he's dropping on the ground.
Oh, he can blink in and hex him. Oh, he jumps away with the ulti. He's going to farm the Ancients, though. Queen might be aware of this. They're pinging it out. Not going to try.
There's the blink.
Too tough to kill him in the
How
end.
much surplus has he got? He's got 3.8k surplus.
What
a magical number.
What a nice number, Ember.
What a very beautiful number.
If only I could buy something for 3.8k gold.
But more than likely, he could just be looking for a Monkey King Power on the second Daedalus. And he could buy both of those back at base without having to risk losing a Rapier and losing your first game of the group stage. We're about to crack the 1 hour mark, and by the looks of it,
he's going for it.
This game's still got legs.
Is
this it? Red time. Red time.
80 viewers.
Real men walk here.
Okay, they're going for the fight now, and he's hiding his Divine. He doesn't want to show it to lane creeps.
Yep.
Keeping it secret. Keeping it safe.
He's still going to be different. He's still going to be careful. It's daytime. So vision is quite far, and then someone has to come down the bottom lane. Like right now, the Satyr of the gyrocopter is the man who's doing the
I don't think I've ever
work.
seen a Helm of the Dominator do so much work in one game. Like, it's been scouting Roshans right and left, stacking and defending the Ancient. Like, it's actually feels like one extra hero on the side of LGD here.
How long does it take for Ember Spirit to get pinged out by C9? They're killing the creep wave so quickly, they'll take Cloud9 to be watching the creep wave die to understand what item maybe
For all we know, they could already have just set it.
Yeah,
but,
without actually pinging it.
But it's very common that you just ping in a reaction when you see the Divine. So
do we also look... Okay, imagine this game goes on longer. Before we actually start this fight, let's do some hypothetical. Do you hold onto the Blink Dagger as an Ember, or do you get something like BKB or maybe even another Daedalus?
I don't think you want BKB in this game. I don't think that's the play. I think just go more damage. You could switch in your Blink for more damage. Or in a very late stage, you could let someone else buy a Linken's and put it on you.
Would you also think about Monkey King Bar, considering there is a Solar Crest over on the Undying? Is it worth it
I don't
just
think
for
so.
that?
No, I don't think so just because of that. Because you try to kill everyone as Ember, not one specific guy.
Well, Sleight of Fist, and V dropped down to half of his life from that. And they also managed to catch Misery out of position. Xiao with the Lion Strike Array, Laguna Blade, well, okay, he died so quickly to the Ember. That was your Sleight of Fist crit coming in there.
I mean, Ember is just doing work when he has this Daedalus and Divine. The single target is extremely strong from his Sleight of Fist.
Yep.
It is really, really dangerous. And if they ever dare to stack up, the Battle Fury is going to remind people that you can't do that.
So how does C9 end this? Like, the 5-man movement with initiation to a big fight seems to have been their way before. Can they still do that, or should we look into a split push?
I'm not sure. I think they need to win a team fight still, so it's all about the initiation. Find the right point of initiation with the Queen and the rest. But one thing that I question, Queen has 13 armor with a full gear cap. She did not go for Assault Cuirass, she did not go for Shivas.
Yep.
Against this form of physical DPS and a Dazzle,
Yep.
I think they're honestly in a dangerous spot because of itemization. Sure, they have their Assault Cuirass on their Razor, but you definitely need as much armor as you can pump into this lineup.
The interesting thing, though, like, if you watch the way Fader plays most of his previous team fights, it's just been this nuke down the supports. Like, he's like, okay, I got to kill Leader, I got to kill Dazzle. If I kill them, we should be able to win the fight. If it's worth my life, we go for it, and then Envy rolls through the rest.
Yeah, he lets the Batrider go on the Gyrocopter, and then he goes on the Dazzle so that Dazzle cannot save the Gyrocopter. That's pretty much their play. That's how they take the fight. But at this stage of the game, it's, you know, you need something, of course, to stop the Dazzle, but can you commit the Queen to that? Can you actually? I think Lion has to find his way in there. Speaking of Lion, look at his item build. This is really strange to see.
The day gone late?
Really strange to see him pick up a late...
Oh, Bone 7! He's actually got it! That was the full Satanic.
That was so huge. Very nice clutch play by Bone 7.
He
and
saw
he
it
was
coming.
so close to being punished as well.
The hilarious thing is that if you looked at what LGD were doing, like they moved the Courier up so they could see on the high ground.
They're
The
gonna
Tusker
push.
knew he needed to de-ward it out as well, but they still walked up and did it that way. Like you could have actually had the Courier on the left side.
They're gonna
being more
capitalize.
defensive.
Yeah, they're gonna capitalize on this. Try and go before he gets the Satanic now, because they know it's purchased. So probably no buyback.
But the Aegis only has another 30 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like if you wait until the Satanic is up from the Courier, you're just gonna lose so much from that.
But if you also push and you lose your Aegis the Immortal, Envy might find himself in a real rough position because he's in the. They're not ready to push.
Envy's a big boy. He will handle.
Is there anything on the Courier which you can take back?
I think you honestly have to go now.
He's just to mock him. He's buying Satanic over on the Dire Courier right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the money for it though. He's short by 250. So there goes your Aegis burn.
Yeah, they were just waiting for Aegis to be removed and get the Satanic on Envy and then go. Because if you just wait for the Courier to respawn, you're going to lose so much. And right now, look at Gyro. No buyback and still the same items that he has had for the last 15 minutes.
But you got Ember with a buyback. I know if he dies, he's lost the Rapier.
Yeah.
But still, he was doing a lot of damage even before the Rapier came up.
Oh, he's terrifying, for sure. It's more the fact that if you wait, he's terrifying and Gyro is terrifying.
Yep.
So you have to, you know, go when it's still manageable because we're just above an hour right now, 62 minutes in. And as I said, you do not want to go into a 92-hour game, something like that, against LGD's lineup.
But it's Cloud9's
You
way.
straight up don't.
Cloud9 love these late
No,
games.
C9 don't.
They don't like this one. But in general, they find themselves in 2.5 hour games.
Yeah, about that.
Here they
Some
come.
techies maybe.
Cloud9, well, the Tombstone drops on the mid, and there's your lasso. He found Yao,
Oh,
so
he got him.
Tusker being pulled back out again. Where is your damage, though? Like, you've got Fader attacking the melee ranks on the top, and then Sleight of Fist Searing Chain with a Blink Dagger up. Fader has to BKB himself away to safety. They still haven't gotten rid of the Tombstone. Now Silo will come in and do the job.
Yeah,
So the top racks remains, the mid tower remains, and Cloud9 also triggered the Eye of the Storm.
They got the pick off, but it's just a Tusk. He has his buyback as well.
Yep.
And they use their Flaming Lasso, which means they can't control the Gyrocopter in the next fight. So they're just being very, very cautious in their approach. And this is allowing the Gyrocopter to slowly make his way towards buyback money. 1,600 to go. It is very expensive to buy back 1 hour plus for a Gyrocopter.
It really is. At the same time, like, you look at C9's buybacks. Because of all the purchases they're doing, they've got 3 buybacks. Batrider, Lion, as well as Quap. It's the Razor where you kind of need to have him multiple times over. Because once the Quap has triggered a Refresher Orb, what more does she really bring to the fight?
Yeah.
Because you don't have the mana as well.
That's... Yeah, you do have the mana in the end.
I suppose
it doesn't
when,
cost
when,
that
when you got a 3k pool, maybe
yeah,
you do.
you regen very fast with the Refresher. He has 42 regen per second, so
yeah.
that still makes up for it. But as you said, he doesn't bring much in the continued fight. He's about a quick
Notel.
pickup.
So far up, they jump in, they go for Bone 7 with a snowball up. They still haven't found the kill yet, and the stun Yao. Shallow Grave will be protecting him. The Finger of Death as well as the Dagon wasn't enough to
Oh,
kill
the
off
Razor
Yao, but
stealing
Envy's
damage.
right next to him. The Glimmer came and forced off away. Yao will survive. They keep the Tusker up, and now Xiaowei Fader wants to throw the ulti out. He'll bring down the leader, but Eternal Envy still the main man in the front lines. And Misery, a double stun on Silent MMY. They fall with the Hex, but now Fader under the tier 3 tower, punched up into towards the air and crit it
the
down.
crit.
4-6-1.
The top racks.
That's all you need.
Top racks are dying.
It's fine. Cardi, is he strong enough? Yao. Okay, Yao's not actually strong enough to fight this. He has a snowball to get away from the rest of the creep wave whilst Ember Spirit killing up the rest of Cloud9. You might lose melee racks, but you still hold the mid. You're not up against Megas. And the Ember remains alive through all of this.
Yeah, they won that fight very convincingly. No buyback as well on Eternal Envy. He bought the Satanic before this, so there might be the knowledge on LGD as well that they're
The
just gonna go
80-second
straight.
window?
Yeah, that's a big window, dude.
Okay, maybe. Is this just when you go like all the way?
I mean, he can keep pushing the bottom lane, and he has travel, so he can join his team.
Yep.
So definitely he can join up.
Well, that's probably what he should do, considering we're 65 minutes in and this tier 1 tower is still alive on bot lane.
65 minutes.
It would require one hit from an Ember Spirit to kill this thing.
That is impressive, actually, that tier 1 tower. I hope it never dies. Never die, you beautiful bastard.
Even with the GG call.
Yeah, even if they lose.
Well, so Sala's going to push the tier 3 tower. Here's the BTs coming in, so Ember Spirit will join it, and we actually get another Divine Rapier purchase. It's on the courier, so they're coming for the tier 3 tower.
That's his backup rapier.
It looks like, though, LGD will take the mid racks. It's worth a fallback from this point, though, unless they think they can go for more, and actually they're going for more. The Lincoln Sphere's going to be triggered now over on the Ember Spirit. They're taking up the tier 3 tower.
18
looking
seconds.
for the melee racks on the top. Bone 7 jumps in. He drags back Style.
That
The Bone
damage.
7! The damage coming in from Ember. Yao will punch him down. The Sonic Wave was nice, but the damage is negligible. They'll actually get even more kills, more time. Envy's alive in 3 seconds. There's your Dagon going to work. Critical item from Misery. But the melee racks, they really want to have this dead. They're taking care of the creep wave. And the tower, the racks, Sylar still going at it. He's got to get away from this one. He takes out the melee and then the blinking. Misery, dead and burning right from the Ember Spirit. Fader still on the front line. Silent MMY. Where's that Ember? He's running away. He can't really risk coming back in here again unless he loses the rapier. Or do they feel like they can take this? Envy's on the front line.
Tusk is
Fader
trapping
actually
in.
trapped. There's no BKB for 2 more seconds. Sylar will drop and maybe are you still going to stay here?
Tusk
Here comes
is here.
Tusker. He goes for Fader, throwing him up into the air. The BKB is up. Snowball protecting. The Sigil still going to drop and he rolls over towards Envy. Blink Dagger, 2 more seconds. Too long on cooldown, but the Shallow Grave from MMY. Ember Spirit back in again, going for Fader. Spirit jump,
Nice
Spirit
pick
ball.
off.
He takes it out. Envy will still be tossed around like a rag doll, but maybe he's going back in again. The creep wave actually hasn't ended. Where is he going? He's actually going into a place that is not his own, into the tree line to TP back to base, and he is home safely next to his backup rapier.
Yeah. I was actually thinking he was going to the stash to pick up his second rapier there. It was possible. He could have returned it on the courier at home. But, okay.
You see his maneuverability during that fight. I almost don't want him to drop the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
That's doing so much lifting.
That's why I was saying like he will probably drop the Lincolns before the Blink Dagger in this game and just let someone else buy an extra Lincolns.
Yep.
Or even the Battle Fury. At a very late stage, it's all about killing heroes.
And killing Roshan. This is the first Roshan LGD get to take the entire game.
Yeah, if they get this Aegis, this is really nice. Drop the drums on Gyrocopter.
I don't think you wish you'll be game, man. That tier 1 tower's dying to just a creep wave in a moment.
No.
But Ember Spirit's got to get there. Like, he can Spirit in and he'll find the damage, but who's coming down? No tell. He doesn't have Tombstone available, just throws the ward, so they cannot stop this Roshan.
Oh, they will try, though. They
But
know
they're
how
right-
bad it will be if they don't.
They're right underneath an Observer Ward. Bone 7 jumps in. He found Xiao Wei. Started Fifth Syrian Chain making so he can't drag him back any further. The Shallow Grave keeping Xiao Wei alive. He does have Force Off and Yule Scepter. And with the cooldown, they bought some space. Eternal Envy turns on the BKB and the Satanic. So no extra life steal in a moment. He's trying to get the kill. It's not enough. Xiao Wei, MMY keeping up his captain. And Sylar even in more trouble. They might want to have that. The fight's gone so long. The Tombstone's back off cooldown. Now down the high ground. They need to bring this down. The support's doing the work. So there goes your Tombstone. Eternal Envy. He's going to drop. Maybe he's here on the front lines. He found the kill. It's a death gold. 66-66 going after Big Daddy No Tail. Throwing him up. That's going to be Yao doing the work. The more TP support, but it's Misery. Maybe he's hunting him down. Burning him. He'll use the cheese to stay alive. And No Tail, where is this damage?
Misery,
We're split into
run.
2 different sides. Misery. No, there's your crit.
Oh my
it was
God.
almost 2K. 1968 in the crit for that one. Cloud9, they're backing up with their tail between their legs.
Yeah, and they have nothing on the lineup of LGD right now. This is gonna be brutal. They have buyback available on Razor. He has to do it here. Can't just let the enemy take your entire base.
This will
Actually,
be it.
They have the tier 2 bottom, but they're still just going to go for a throne here.
They still have the tier 1.
Oh, they're killing effigies. C9.
They're going for the GG push. They're actually using the Void to pick up the gem. That's a Void Courier. Sonic Wave. Okay, that's negligible. The tier 4 tower's dropping.
I mean, Envy, you have to buy back,
He has to count Bone 7. There's your drag back. He always likes to wait for the last moment. Maybe. He's very, very deep here. But then the defensive Spirit Fader with the Scream. Sylar and MMY. They're so low. They heal. And now Sylar turning on the Satanic. Getting the life back from Envy. But Envy taking away his damage. 84 points. And Sylar dragged all the way back into the fountain. Not far enough to get the damage out from it. But you still have maybe doing the work. Cloud9, they're losing too many people. And Envy, he's in a nice coffin of death of LGD. How much damage? There he is. He's a jump away. Maybe can't stand here anymore. Zhao 8 will drop. Sylar still here on the front line. Starter Fist back in again. The Fortress exposed. They're beating it down. Bone 7, what have you got? Nothing. No life. Nothing. He's down. 1653. That's the crit on him. This will be GG. There is no more defense. That's GG. LGD take game number 1 against Cloud9.
GG, well played. What a crazy game. LGD 70 minutes in and 6 seconds is when they managed to turn this around finally and take the enemy Ancient.
And it's going to be one long day for everyone watching. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be back for game number 2 of this 2-game series. LGD versus Cloud9 for the International 5.
Wow. Holy cow. I mean, a lot going on there, of course. I mean, a lot happening throughout that game. It ended up being a bit longer than maybe what some people expected, given how the first half panned out. But let's hear your thoughts on it. I mean, Cloud9 definitely, obviously, had the lead. They had a very
Sin was like, how does Cloud9 always keep finding themselves in this position?
It's a very classic Cloud9 game. They get really far ahead. They get 1 or 2 lanes of racks, and they have this, like, historically just have this problem finishing games, like reaching high ground. That is, for me, that's their only really major weakness. And I think the reason they haven't won many championships is that they don't win games like this one. It's early on in the group stage, so you could say it might not be that important in the end. But still, you know, it's kind of an ill omen of things to come if they get into the situation again. How's this going to affect them mentally going into game 2 and going further in the tournament?
Right, especially because it's been a historic thing. It's not just suddenly at TI. Like this has been, like this is kind of what a lot of people know of Cloud9. Like that's their color, so to speak, which is not a good color to have. But Winner, I mean, what do you have to say about whether it's Cloud9 or LGD? Of course, I mean, for them to hold on to that long, knowing that they can win that late game.
I mean, like what Sin said, they have difficulty finishing the game, but yet again, they are against one of the best teams at defending high ground.
Very true.
And if you look at in the history as well, LGD are always a team that they play very well when they are far behind, defending high ground, and they come back into the game after that. And if you look at this game, well, the lineups basically tell the story. Cloud9's lineup is more like their stronger early game towards mid game. That's why they got the advantage in the early game. They got map control from Undying, taking better fights and stuff. But on the other hand, LGD has Ember plus Gyro. We know what's going to happen in the high ground when they have their items, and it's exactly what Cloud9 struggle to deal with in the later stages of the game. The Rapiers, Slide of Fist, and the splash from Gyro. So
yeah. I mean, you mentioned it. Let's take a quick replay at just exactly what highlights those compositions, right? We do have Cloud9. We talked about it. They had the stronger composition earlier on, and they took good advantage of it. I mean, you mentioned it too, Sin. I mean, they got 1 to 2 racks. They looked like they should be able to close out the game. They just weren't able to. But taking a look at one of their earlier pushes as they're nearing the base of the Radiant and pushing through, trying to go for the win. Now, we saw that happen repeatedly. Once we jump in, we're going to see the first time, and then we see it happen repeatedly time and time again. Cloud9 are trying to get into that position, but they weren't able to. Now, okay, Winter, you mentioned that. All right, sure, composition-wise, there is a clear difference. If it goes later, obviously LGD is going to have an advantage, but for Cloud9, I mean, what is it there? Do you think it's something that they can switch in their draft to make it a little bit more versatile, or is it just simply a matter of how they go about the game?
I think in this game, the time they got the bottom racks was actually early enough, and I think they also got the top range racks fairly early.
Right.
And the problem to me is that it seems like they're missing a little bit of foresight when it comes to the base push. So generally when they siege high ground, one of two things happen. Either they're way too cautious because they don't realize they're far ahead, or when they start getting momentum. This is a very momentum-based team, and they're like when they're rolling, they're really rolling, and sometimes they roll too hard. And in this kind of game, right, you're getting the reaction like, yeah, we're doing it, let's go, and they dive a little further, and then they're lacking the foresight of, oh wait, what happens if this and this hero has buyback? Like, you need to think of those things before it even happens, because else, the moment it catches you by surprise, you lose a big fight.
Right.
I think there was one key buyback or one key fight where the Ember Spirit, I think, got 2 or 3 kills. He got like 4,000 gold or something out of the fight, or at least a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah.
And he goes and buys, I think it was the MKB, and then a little bit later he gets a rapier after the following fight or something.
Right.
You said MKB, right? He did get an MKB, yeah. So, you know, it's just one of those. It's super difficult to do. Like I'm not blaming them for it, because this is like really advanced stuff, and you need to having that kind of foresight is exceptional, and it's, in my opinion, one of the reasons why Secret and EG are right now 2 of the best teams in the world, is that they don't get into this situation because they always think that extra step ahead. And to me, that's what Cloud9 needs to do, but it's so difficult to do.
Do you think there's any items lacking? Maybe a Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard is really good against Ember
That is
and
very
Gyro.
good, yeah.
They could have built it on possibly the Undying for their high ground siege. Maybe that would be helpful, or any sort of other items that is missing in their composition you think would be extra helpful.
I think Crimson Guard is definitely good, both against Gyro and Ember. So I would agree that's an oversight on their part, not getting that core item. But at the same time, that item also really falls off at like minute. I don't know when they would.
You have to get it at a very good timing, precise timing.
So, and what hero would they have picked it up on? They could have maybe got it on the Undying.
Yeah, he's like the best candidate, I'd say.
Or, you know, you could do something a little special. And Bat Rider is a very special hero because it doesn't really, apart from like Blink Dagger and to an extent, you know, everything past Blink Dagger is kind of luxury on the hero. It's the only thing you really need. Blink Force and then luxury, right? So the question is, was the Mask of Madness the right choice? Bone 7 loves getting it because you get the max move speed, so you can pull them as far as possible with the Force Staff and everything, which is great. But at the same time, it kind of looks like no matter how far you pull them, as long as there's a grave available, you don't get the kill anyway on the opener.
True.
So maybe he could have gone for a utility item that they were lacking. I don't know if they had a Shivas on the Razor, did they? No, he went Scott.
No, he went AC.
He went AC.
He went AC.
So they did. I think they didn't have a Shivas in their lineup, right? So they were lacking a Shivas. Did they have a Vlad's? You know, AOE armor in general is
they didn't
incredible
even
against
have a
that
mech,
kind of.
I think, for the early pushes, because I don't
Okay,
think anyone
so
got a mech.
Well,
itemization then, I guess, could have definitely been improved. But honestly, the way the game went, this was a win for them. If they
I
had
mean, like
played
you
it
said,
out right,
it seemed like they got the timings right for the earlier phases. It wasn't that they were late already. It's just how they were able to pan that out. So yeah, let's jump into that highlight of the early kind of aggression that we saw from Cloud9 and them taking advantage of their composition. As we're looking at this, of course, we're talking all from the point of view of Cloud9 because they had the lead earlier on. But Ben, let's talk a little bit about LGD. I mean,
LGD, they ideally want to fight really close to the base because then Ember can do so much damage. And Cloud9 actually get baited very close to the T4s in the fountain. And yeah, it looks like they're initially winning the fight and people are just melting to EE, but then he's really low and everyone has a TP out in the end. And I think this was their like first major casualty. They could have taken just 2 heroes and the racks and then just backed off. But instead, they really wanted to do more heavy economic damage to Ember, to Gyro, and pursued them into the fountain. They didn't kill them, and they got punished super heavily for it. That was the beginning of the end.
Right on. Yeah. So there were fights. I mean, of course, the later fights. I mean, with Ember running amok and pretty much dominating everyone on the side of Cloud9, as long as he was timing his positions right, that's not a big question. But earlier on, I mean, Cloud9, it wasn't just that okay, our composition, we took advantage of it. Their fights weren't bad either. Going forward, I mean, they seem to have their plays intact. Of course, the shallow graves were a bit of a bane, as you might imagine it always would be.
This is an exceptional fight. They 5-0 them here, and this is generally when you're ahead at this point this much, and you get a 5-0 like this, you convert it into something meaningful like Rax or a Roshan. I think Roshan is dead at this point in time, or I can't remember, but they get this team wipe, but it doesn't end up giving them enough. After that, we're always talking collateral, right? The collateral. Sometimes the fight in itself is enough. You get like a really big golden experience boost, but they didn't really need to get anything else than a tower in addition or something. Like it wasn't like they were far away from winning the game. But LGD's high ground defense, we were also talking about it even in the draft, it's a very difficult lineup to push against. Yes. In the early game, they have a lot of wave clear. In the late game, they have extreme spread damage. So it is a hard task. And LGD played it really, really well.
Yeah, the Blink Ember I think is really good too, because a lot of times you'll just get caught off immediately after Sleight of Fist, but they were able to execute that really well. I mean, maybe's Ember is really, really good, and we've seen a lot of Ember lately.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. I mean, in general, we've been surprised at the number of Embers we've seen, and then we were mentioning just, wow, maybe's Ember really kind of going crazy, and then when he got that second rapier, we're like, there's no way he's considering dropping that blink, right? Because that's been so crucial in his positioning. We saw that in the last fight too, because once you get that rapier, if you die once, like, it's pretty big trouble. But he decided to keep that blink dagger until the very end.
I think Dazzle's actually the much bigger culprit as to why Ember's actually playable.
Yeah, and we did see that yesterday too during the wildcard play-ins. So as we're talking about Ember, let's go ahead and now look at the game from LGD's point of view. Of course, when did things start to turn around? As we jump into the game, we'll see that LGD, of course, from here on out, once they start taking one fight and then going forward, I mean, again, we talked about it, Ember and Gyro, you get those items, you know that you're going to be able to win those fights forward as long as you don't make a mistake on your end.
It's just so difficult to push high ground and not take too much damage from the Ember Spirit, and if you're up too far alone, you'll just get bursted down by Lina and Tusk. So it's no easy feat for Cloud9 to push up high ground. I thought their positioning overall was pretty good. Fada has a really aggressive blink. He refreshes, but isn't able to get the blink out here. And this is when Ember and Gyro start to get really scary.
I think if you're Cloud9, you're taking a siege like this, there's only one way you can siege the base. You have to start the fight with a lasso and kill someone right away. If the fight goes like somewhat long, Ember casts multiple slides, and there's a second flat cannon. You're not going to win that fight.
And we've built up too. There's just so many things that there are so many advantages.
They cannot win if the fight goes long. They have to win the fight right away. They lasso and they kill someone.
Now, so that's something you guys talked about when we were looking at the draft. Like, okay, well, maybe the Lion can help with that, you know, try to overcome the Shallow Grave and whatnot. And then some of the fights we were mentioning as we were talking, like, oh, that Shallow Grave seemed really early, but that's what they needed to do because, again, the burst was there.
I actually think there's one item that might actually be helpful. Since Cinderon was talking about maybe the Mask of Madness was like, we're not sure how much it did. The other item that came to my mind was like use. You can actually blink, you lasso someone, you use the dazzle, then you come back up. Yeah, and it gives you movement speed, same like
Orchid on the Queen of
something
Pain.
like that.
Yeah, maybe
Orchid could have been really nice actually. That game.
Yeah,
So
but I'm
just
thinking
something
from the
else,
Bat Rider's perspective, an item that helps the cause of dealing with the dazzle, and an item that benefits himself. So use is definitely.
So him getting it himself so that he's already in position
the
to
movement
use the
speed
UOs,
is helpful for him, and of course the disable on the dazzle.
Yeah,
I mean, they have so many escape tools. So they have the Tusk Snowball, they have Glimmer Cape as well. So it's not only.
I'm not saying it will definitely help for sure, but
right, but
it
it's a
could be
possibility. Yeah,
it could be a good replacement.
But now it's sounding like, I mean, you were mentioning this just a moment ago, Ben, that at the bottom of it, Dazzle seems to be the problem. Now, if you don't want to play against Ember, is Dazzle now looking like a hero that you want to start banning?
Get Axe. It counters both.
Or
get Axe. Yeah, there are counters to Shallow Grave. You can also
Right.
get Ancient Apparition. It's also pretty good. He's just going to shatter immediately after, and if he has like a Remnant out, he's still dead. So there are counters, and these, I mean, Dazzle used to be a lot more popular, and Axe and Ancient Apparition as well. So maybe it's time to start bringing those back.
That's true. I mean, again, because during the wildcard plans, we were like, okay, we're seeing a lot more Ember, but it's the wildcard teams. They do have, you know, their own pocket picks and whatnot. They play kind of in their own meta because they're coming up through qualifiers, and they're especially like the C region. We don't really see that as often, but now we're seeing the case that Ember is still pretty popular. Of course, LGD bringing it back out. Winter, what are your thoughts? Do you think you try to go for the counters, or for now in the group stage you try to take it a little bit more stable, start banning it out, and try to get more cards out of the other teams?
I think the main reason why he wasn't picked up so much because his laning phase was very weak, and he has trouble against so many heroes like Queen of Pain, Lash, and even if you put him on safe lane, you protect him, but sometimes you get under pressure against a double durable hero like Spirit Breaker, Undying, or Naga, Tuska, something along those lines. Ember doesn't stand well against that. That's why that's the main reason I feel why Ember has been falling off recently. But the hero is very suitable for the current meta where you keep fighting.
Right. So we talked a little bit about LGD versus Cloud9, but of course, tons of games going on this week. I already see that smile on Ben's face. He knows what's coming up. Now, we were watching some of the other games. It's a great smile. Ben has a great smile. But we were watching some of the other games, and I believe it was, the MVP Phoenix versus Complexity game had a huge moment. And I love it because I get to sit here with you guys, and you guys just went off when we saw this highlight. So let's jump into one of the crucial moments in that game, MVP versus Complexity. And you guys can run us through this moment, because I mean, Ben and Winter, you guys.
There
were
was a
blast.
2 racks for 2 racks trade. Naga, Siren, they're trying to go for a 2 racks for 2 racks trade, and at this moment, I think they're actually going. What is this situation here? There was a really long
Was this the black hole on
Yeah, this
4?
is the black
Yeah, it's coming up.
This was such a crucial moment for them because MVP, they didn't have the buyback on the Nature's Prophet, so they thought they were going uphill into a really good fight. But, like, you know, Envy types out the timers for Black Hole in all chat, and people make fun of him for it. But if they had done it there, they might
No,
not
this
have.
was the because they didn't know he had refresher. He just bought.
No, did he have refresher that
Yeah,
fight?
this
So he
was-
used
Oh,
it.
okay.
He used it in base,
he
but
just
didn't
bought
carry
Yeah,
it
I didn't.
because he didn't have it in. his
Yeah,
inventory.
he didn't have it in his inventory.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
he had refresher this fight.
Wow.
So
That is next level.
That is pretty next level.
He had-
Using
he
it
had
and then
slo-
dropping
he had
it
empty
and then
slots,
showing
yeah.
it
He just
off.
bought refresher before the fight, I guess. Then
That's
he used
Yeah,
it.
we
crazy.
checked right before, and
and he dropped the refresher.
Yeah, because you guys were saying, oh, it must have just come up because
Yeah.
it looked like it wasn't up before,
Yeah.
but that is
That's crazy.
That's actually
And
makes
that's
it
the
much
main
better.
reason why everyone was like so clumped up. Like, there's no black hole, guys. Let's go.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Oh.
But that obviously helps turn it around in complexity.
So
Yeah.
And
next level
ultimately,
play.
the game didn't even end there.
Right, of course.
Because Complexity still had a lane of racks to take, and it almost ended up being Megas versus Megas in that game too. Complexity got the bottom racks, and then MVP almost got the enemy bottom racks, but crazy
MVP
game.
games.
MVP
games are the
games.
games to
No,
watch this TI by.
And you know, Will, it's very rare you see games that go so long with a core Naga and you're on the losing side, you know?
Yeah,
It's
That's
very
tr-
rare.
That's true. I mean, yeah, you guys were telling me that game just overall.
He was even
definitely
like
to
saying,
watch.
oh, it's just another Naga game.
They have a lot of good heroes to deal with it, though. I actually think that their lineup was very suitable. They had DK, they had Nature's Prophet, as well as Enigma, 3 heroes that can end the game very, very early, especially in tandem.
Yeah, so if you guys just want pure excitement, regardless of who you're rooting for, MVP Phoenix, definitely the team to follow, at least in the group stage. We'll see how that goes, how far that goes. Of course, for now, Game 2 getting ready between LGD and Cloud9 here on the main stream. The other 2 matches are going on Stream B and Stream C. Just to remind you guys, Complexity versus MVP Phoenix on Stream B, and Fnatic versus Secret on Stream C, so you guys will be able to catch all the matches. Secret is up 1-0
Yes.
in that match.
Yeah.
Thanks for
And
reminding me.
Yeah, and that game was pretty one-sided. I think Fnatic showed signs of life, but it generally Secret managed to get a very farmed Viper and Gyrocopter very early on, and just their execution, and they got some of their really core heroes that they love to
CM
play.
Yeah,
they
let's,
had Naga.
let's jump into the
Darkseer.
last moments here just to see
Okay.
that draft
Okay.
as you're mentioning it, and then we can have everyone, and they can see, okay, yeah, that's like the secret heroes we know. Maybe we want to go watch that. Give them a little primer. So let's jump into the last moments of Game 1 between Fnatic and Secret, and so you can continue telling us. I mean, Secret, so going with just what you would expect from Secret.
Where they don't have buybacks, where they really desperately need them, because this is the
So
game.
we see here both Gyro and Viper really high up on the net worth. They've managed to get a lot of farm, and it's pretty rare that you see a core Naga having less net worth than a Crystal Maiden. But it's one of the beautiful things of this as a support hero is that you don't really Naga, the Blink Dagger, and the Solar Crest we see here from Kuroki is actually more than enough. It's all about getting a good song off, and yeah, they're trying to isolate here.
The song Blink to take the free racks.
Yeah.
It's a very tricky distance. But yes, I think Winter and I watched it, and it was just the way that Secret plays. If you give them like a 7,000-8,000 gold advantage with Roshan, with a lineup that scales well all game, which is almost always what they draft, it's very difficult to drop.
Yeah.
Their draft is very all-rounded. They have very good lanes. They have teamfight, Darkseer and Song, Gyro. They have good late game, and laning phase strength is very strong as well. They have Viper plus Gyro, 2 of the strongest cores in the lane.
And
so
CM.
Yeah, and CM. So everyone is very efficient in farming because of the aura, very good team fight. It's just very good lineup in general at all stages of the game.
Yeah, I think that's the fun part about watching Secret is that they always have those stable drafts and whatnot. So then we know that there are teams that can fight against Secret, but that's when we get to see the extra tricks they have up their sleeves. It's like, all right, now we've taken these picks, we've banned this. What do you got, Secret? And they're like, oh, we've actually got like 5 more prepared, just so you guys know. We'll just pick any hero we want. We'll just go ahead and steamroll through the game. So again, I mean, 2 weeks. Hopefully we can look forward to more. So already from yesterday to today, I mean, I don't think anyone can complain that we're not seeing a diversity in heroes, of course, given also the teams we have, all the different regions coming together. But in LGD versus Cloud9, do you think we're going to see something drastically different on the side of Cloud9 in terms of bans, or obviously, picks in terms of like taking it away from LGD?
I think maybe a different approach. They might actually go for more like, I think Sin mentioned this before, go for a more late game route with like anti-mage or PL, something that's more, Envy is always more on all these type of heroes. When he has to play Viper, Razor, it feels like sometimes he's not at his zone.
Yeah. So game 1, you were mentioning that, Sin. Anti-mage was banned, but there were, of course, other options open.
PL was
Yeah, I
available,
believe
but it's
Antoine
not-
was the
it
only
wasn't
late game.
I mean,
that
the,
good of a
man.
PL.
the laning phase wasn't set up for something like that. They'd have to
Yeah,
complete.
it's like the whole draft wasn't set up. The reason they didn't pick it was because they didn't have a plan that they wanted to go for something like this. I'm just saying maybe the overall plan could be switched towards.
Is the problem the Undying? Is he too one-dimensional? Winter?
I mean, they could have.
I mean, they could have won the game.
They would.
Well, right, but
they
in
could've
terms
won.
of the draft here, like, do you lock yourself in too much? Obviously, again, we're talking because they lost, right? If they had won, we wouldn't have this discussion. It'd be like, all right, they knew what they were doing. They got the Undying. They pushed with it. They won the game early.
I think when you're playing against a team of this caliber like LGD, I personally I wouldn't call Undying a first phase pick. I think it gives a lot of information when you pick that immediately. The enemy, obviously, you saw LGD immediately started planning for how are we going to defend against this 5-man, and they picked a lineup that was really tailored to do it. They ultimately almost still lost the game, right? But they at least they knew what they wanted to do, and perhaps delaying Undying into a second phase pick and just starting with a different, more flexible opener that is not one-dimensional, and then ultimately, if you see, oh, now we actually have a great opening to pull Undying in here, then maybe you could do that, because I think Cloud9 is a really solid team at playing against Undying too. I don't think they have to be nervous of giving it away in the first phase to a team like LGD.
Okay, so maybe just shifting the priority a little bit, not necessarily having to really change the direction overall. Sounds like a good plan. It looks like all players are ready. We can see them all getting comfortable again. Cloud9 does seem like they had a nice little break to gather themselves, get back into game 2. Of course, best of 2 system, so it is a point system. So if you tie, I mean, that's pretty good. Not only do you get a point, but that's also, you got to start thinking eventually you're denying points from the other teams, right? So you're denying LGD 2 extra points if they get that 2-0 versus a 1-1 score.
It really makes me happy to see Pazarel as the coach of Cloud9. He's a really great guy. Goes back very long. I guess you remember that from back when you played
the Elder Gods.
The very early competitive Dota 1 when tournaments were playing for $200 or the Elder Gods, the Romanian
He was
team
actually one of the first international teams that I played.
Yeah,
TEG.
and he was, I think at one point TEG was actually the best team in the world. The Romanian squad with him as, I believe he was the captain of the team back then. Or he was at least one of the players. And he's doing a lot of like Romanian coverage work, behind the scenes stuff, and I guess Bone7 recommended him as a coach. Obviously they're good friends, so nice to see. And it looks like he gels well with the players as well. It looked like
for sure.
He's keeping the morale high. That's what I got out of that short shot, at least.
Yeah, I mean, after the game ended, of course, everyone's a little bit down if you lost, but it does seem like they're ready to climb back into it. So hopefully, if you're a Cloud9 fan, there's something to look forward to. Already, I mean, everyone was talking after yesterday too, like with the base race and whatnot. Always like Cloud9 can just play their own game and they can kind of go with their style and whatnot. Didn't work out in game 1, but we're going into draft of game number 2. Can Cloud9 come back in, tie at 1-1, or is LGD just going to run away with the series here? Do you think LGD on the other side, do they have to worry about anything? Like, do they want to? Because again, it's a long tournament. You don't want to have to show your cards early and all of them in like the first week during the group stages.
I think it's with the whole 3 points for 2-0 and 1 point for draw in comparison to previous years when it was just 1 point per win. I think sometimes it will be worth, like, I don't know if I would call it showing a strategy, but definitely just
changing things up a little bit.
It's, I think going for a 2-0 against a top contender like Cloud9 is maybe worth burning a strategy on. I don't know. So you have those 3 points from a top
going
opponent.
1-1 is like losing though, it feels sometimes. Because you get only 1 point.
Especially if you're up 1-0, right?
It's like no different from like 0. I mean, of course there's 1 point at least, but it's like you still lose 2 points. So why not use something and secure
the value
3 points?
difference
Like,
is
it's
pretty high.
3 points to 1 point. So I would say it's worth it to burn something.
All right. Well,
wouldn't they have burned it in the first game though?
Well, I mean that's also. I mean that depends
game.
on the matchup too, though, right? If you're confident you can try to get a win no matter what, then you would try just a stable play or what you're comfortable with in game 1, and then once you lead 1-0, you're like, all right, let's secure those 3 points. So that's another thing to consider, of course.
Oh boy.
So, what are we looking at? Oh wow.
Oh boy.
The blue dude.
The blue dude.
Okay. Well, I actually didn't imagine that happening at all today.
So the reason this hero is valued as high as it is in the current meta, and I'm actually really surprised Cloud9 are giving it away. They're going to counterpick it immediately. But the reason Leshrac is so good is that he is very strong in lane. He wins most one-on-one matchups mid. He crushes melees. He can harass and sustain against ranged heroes. Like even a hero like Queen of Pain actually on paper loses slightly to Leshrac. So he's a great laner. He's a great mid gamer. He can push with Edict. He now also scales very well into late game because of Octarine Core, which I think he is the absolute best hero in the game to get it on, in addition to Naga Siren. So there's just been a couple of changes that have really buffed Leshrac so much that you're going to see if that hero gets
Wow.
through the ban phase, it's a first phase pick. I think every
Yeah.
single game of the tournament, you're not going to see it.
Yeah, that's been the case for some time now.
So
Mana burn is the name of the game.
Yeah, there
this
you go.
is- they
We
are
need
really
a cuddle, we
counterpicking.
need a Nix.
So
There's EMP.
I mean, it definitely looks like Cloud9 decided, all right, we're going to take this risk. We're going to try this out this time just to stop LGD from getting the 2-0.
Yeah, they're like, we can only get 1 point anyway.
Yeah, so why not? I
Maybe.
mean, at
Maybe.
worst, like other people expect, it's not something too shocking if you give the Lesh. Obviously, you want to have some counter picks ready, so not other teams aren't going to be too surprised by what Cloud9's doing. I want to bring up a point though as we go forward. Undying, I mean, ever since yesterday too, you guys keep mentioning, is it really that much of a priority? Because most teams are now used
Depends
to.
For some teams.
I think depends on who you are actually planning to ban it against. I think especially against the Chinese team, some of the teams might feel that because it's something that they are very used to playing 5-man and they're very comfortable, it's not worth giving away the Undying to them. Unless you're extremely confident, like your secret, you're like, we'll just get Keeper of the Light, we illuminate, we charge the creep wave away, and we just split push everywhere, and Undying's useless. You know?
All right. Okay, so Cloud9.
Yeah, I think the Chinese teams are a little bit weaker in their laning phase and more rely on their mid and late game decision making. And like Undying just covers most of their weaknesses. They're a very early game team fight as well as their laning phase. So
this is pretty interesting because most of the time Leshrac is played as a mid lane core, and they're grabbing Shadow Fiend. So this makes me think that, you know, what's interesting is if you open with a Leshrac pick and the enemy team's like, we have to counter pick Lesh, just put him on support.
Yeah.
And your two cores are suddenly not countered by Pugna and Anti-Mage at all. And then you farm a Shadow Fiend who has a great matchup against both of these. He has pretty low mana cost, so doesn't care too much about the Nether Ward. Against Anti-Mage, he comes online very early, hits very hard with physical damage, which Anti-Mage doesn't like. And I actually think just from this pick alone that LGD are not playing a core Lesh.
Yeah, I think it might actually happen. And you know what? Shadow Demon is good versus Anti-Mage. So they have Shadow Demon Lesha. So it could be something that LGD is looking. And it's one of their favorite, like it's a Chinese type of roaming support. Shadow Demon plus Lesha.
Yeah,
Man, they are counterpicking with Lesh so hard.
I mean, but at that point, right, like, what do you think? I mean, Cloud9, they kind of already showed that they wanted to counterpick it anyway with the Pugna and the Anti-Mage. Do you think it's just fair for them to just go with it and say, all right, even if we see the Shadow Fiend, we're just going to go with it?
I mean, they've first picked Pugna before without a Leshrac.
Yes, they have.
So
but it's a while ago.
It is a while ago.
Pugna, right?
Yeah, but it's again, the Pugna doesn't have to be a core role either. They can just swap it up. And Anti-Mage is a good carry versus
in general
a wide array of lineups. Yeah, it's not like only good versus Leshrac. So I mean, yes, it is targeted against the Leshrac, but I still think that both teams can make it work.
Wow. Well,
how can we kill Lesh with our entire?
Well, Clock's also good versus Shaker.
Yeah. Yes,
right.
It's a good pick.
So it looks like, I mean, both teams kind of leaving their options open, right? I mean, LGD, sure, okay, we don't have to put Lesh as a core. At the same time, Cloud9's like, all right, if you don't want to, sure, we're like super hard countering it, but we can play the game out in different ways.
I'm more surprised at the DK ban.
Okay, what's going on?
Support Lesh.
This is Lesh is
I mean, yeah, so now it's pretty clear, right?
Support Lesh. And then they're picking an offlane last. I
Earthshaker
think this is the right call.
might be the offlane if they
That
want
is
to go
a
for Shadow
possibility.
Demon. I mean, because Shadow Demon plus Leshrac
Does Yao ever play that though?
Yeah, he does.
Offshaker? Okay.
He does.
So they could do it.
And you were bringing up what the DK ban, I mean, kind of what stands behind that for Cloud9.
Oh, I was
you were,
why
okay.
the DK ban, because they could have put Shadow Fiend mid and Leshrac mid. Shadow Fiend in the side lane is not terribly strong, and you want to be able to have strong lanes so you can limit Anti-Mage's farm. I think what's even more surprising is that Quap has been completely ignored, and Cloud9 has stolen Lina from LGD.
Yeah,
so like a lot of priorities have just completely changed.
That
in
is
this
true.
game.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a big swap here. I mean, mainly, of course, we're seeing it due to the Lesh.
Xiao 8 is really good on Lina, though. I think it's actually really smart to pick that over the Queen of Pain in this particular game, because fitting in Queen of Pain and Shadow Fiend and Leshrac is not going to be terribly easy.
Seems like Cloud9 thinks that the Lash is still a core. They're taking out the IO.
Or they're expecting it to be a core shaker. And then they want to remove Wisp Gyro.
Yeah, as well.
Okay.
So Cloud9 still technically needs, if you consider Pugna as support and Lina as a core, so they still need another support.
Right.
It could also be support Pugna Lina, and then they can still get the Quap Ben was talking about. I actually think that would be a pretty nice choice here. Because they need... The clock is going to set the force the fight to start with hookshot, and then they can plant down the Nether Ward. And then if Quap can take all the enemy heroes down to say half or a third health maybe,
and
with
the
a bit of luck,
Void
the Nether Ward can actually put so much pressure on them.
And
that
Mana
they
Void
can't
will
cast
kill
their spells.
stuff as well. So
yeah.
Okay.
it will make Cloud9's draft pretty one-dimensional.
Right.
though.
I was just about to mention that. Like, doesn't that kind of lock them into just hoping for that to happen?
Yeah.
Like, that's what their one dream.
But I'm still slightly worried that almost no matter what they pick right now, they kind of have to play, Anti-Mage gets space, and then the other 4 heroes need to be able... you're looking at LGD's lineup and you're imagining what 4 heroes can actually fight those 4 heroes right now from Cloud9's side.
I still think they have really strong ways. I definitely don't think it's one-dimensional. Like, Anti-Mage has a pretty good matchup versus Shaker. Lina has a good matchup versus almost everyone in mid. Clockwork's really strong at...
Oh yeah, for the lanes themselves, sure.
Yeah.
But if you look at the overall game plan, it's the options this lineup of Cloud9
I mean,
has
LGD also doesn't have really good catch. They can just, apply pressure on multiple points on the map with Pug Knight Anti-Mage with a threat of Clockwork always hook-shotting
Well, so Winter,
is
what do you
possible.
think? Do you think then that's something LGD should consider? In
I
terms
think
of rounding that out?
You mean
So Ben was just mentioning, well, LGD doesn't have that much catch. That's what's
Okay.
making Cloud9 also more versatile.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel if you are going to run Lash as a support, it's very important to have a right partner to it, like something that can allow you to gank. If you're going for Shadow Demon, obviously you still don't have that good of a catch, but you need to somehow compensate it with another hero. Like maybe someone gets a Hex, or maybe like Earthshaker gets an early Blink. So that's going to be your catch if you're going to go
Right.
along that route. So, I mean, you have to balance things out between the other heroes with items.
I think it's so risky relying on Earthshaker alone versus a Clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's their lineup though. If you are running a support Lash, you're not going to be expecting a Hex from him.
I like the Shadow Demon a lot, though.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's good.
All right. Well, Rubik was the selection for Cloud9.
There's a couple of good spell steals. Fissure is
Right.
obviously great. Leshrac is a really good hero to pick Rubik against. If you get either...
Requiem of Souls as
Requiem
well.
is great,
Yeah.
and it's very easy to steal too. Split Earth and Lightning Storm are both incredible on Rubik. Having a 0 cast point Split Earth is absolutely
I mean,
godly.
not only that, his Nullfield is really, really good versus
Nullfield is great too, but most of the time when we see Rubik's support played, he either goes 4-4-0 or you get at least 2 points in telekinesis. So the time you get Nullfield up to level 4, you're generally like 25 minutes into the game. And then
Think of all the magic resist that Anti-Mage will have, though.
oh, that's the
Just
plan.
think about it.
And then
you get a
Decryptify
glimmer,
him.
and then you get a Glimmer Kit.
And a pipe on him.
Oh, wow. That is absolutely horrible.
I like how he builds everything up.
Yeah.
I think so. LGD will okay.
Okay,
All right,
Bane.
that was not what I was thinking.
But that's still a good partner with
Yeah.
the Lash, and it's very important where you have someone to set up so you can gank with Lash early on. So there might be a lot of smoke gangs.
I mean, it's difficult to play against Bane and Clock, or Rubik and Clockwork, though. Like, it's... I think it's a very risky pick.
Yeah,
for the
but
Bane,
but
for
I
the
still think it's important for them to get someone to set up for the split off, and Bane in team fights is good against mobile carry like Anti-Mage. So
True.
I mean, it's hard to execute, but it's something they need against Anti-Mage.
Okay, so I mean, at that point, it's just what you needed. It's not
Yeah.
about the matchup anymore. This is something we've always come back to, right? It's like, all right, at that point, you focus on what your team needs. Try to play it out. LGD, they did take the first game, so at worst, they tie 1-1. It's not like they're going to get 0 points. They're getting something out of their very first game. Cloud9 now fighting to tie this up, make sure they can secure 1 point before they go on to their second match. Obviously, you want to open up TI5 with 1 point on the scoreboard. It feels nice. LGD going for the 3-0. If so, I mean, people putting LGD in the top 3 doesn't look too bad. So let's jump into game 2. Find out if Cloud9 can fight back.
Yeah. It's wonderful. Wait, what? What, really? Yes! Wait, Waka.
All right, then.
All right, let's get ourselves into the game. And so, second game of the series, pushing for the 3 points LGD. Cloud9 try and draw it back and keep them at 1 apiece. It will be LGD versus Cloud9 here for the International 5 Group Stages, day 1.
Yeah. Day 1 is starting, and we see LGD running down as 5 into C9's jungle here. C9 just trying to go out and see if there's any warding going on.
They see them all.
Just trying not to go too far in. Fissure, very dangerous.
Nice observed ward from Notal, leaving it behind.
Defensive ward. Yeah.
Just checking out. Is that close? That's not close enough to block the camp, is it? I think it's fine.
No. It's good.
The dire observer one will, however.
So they pretty much saw where they dropped that ward because of that. They actually still had vision of them running in there and placing it. So now they can make a little bit easier D-ward. They should be able to find that. But they're actually switching lanes already. They are moving their Anti-Mage to top, it seems. Oh, they're changing their mind again. Bone 7 going back to top. And Tellerine Envy going back to bottom.
Well, now they get the vision of what's happening in the middle lane. So they see Sala, maybe MMY and Zhao. Wait, it's literally an LGD
They're
train.
giving up both the bounty runes.
They are. Because so the first one's going to go to Yao. He's really defensive. He doesn't really want to go for this. Misery, okay, yeah. He's thinking maybe he could fire telekinesis
Okay, bottom
grab.
is denied.
Okay, yeah. Notel will take care of that one.
Yao was really scared. He was like, I don't want to go for that rune. And then
it's dangerous.
Notail was on the high ground like, well, we can't take it, so just kill it.
You walk close enough that you could get telekinesis grabbed. Because Yao took so long, he doesn't get the fissure block on the first wave.
Yeah. He also had to use one fissure there because he was so scared to check it. So in the end, it's still fine. I mean, no bounty rune the way of C9, so LGD is still going to be happy. And he does have a dual lane here with Xiao 8. So his lane is pretty strong. Xiao 8 will harass against the Pugna.
And how's this top lane then meant to work? So you've got MMY. Like, do you just like Nightmare into a Rocket Barrage? You even get aggressive like that, knowing the Pwn 7's... Well, you don't know he's only got cogs. But he's only got cogs.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that top lane. I'm just looking at bottom and thinking this lane is gonna crumble. There's one tango on Notail's Pugna, and there's 4 tangos on Anti-Mage. That's it. That's all your regen. And you don't have any items on Pugna. I don't think you can...
Just believe in the RNG of...
I mean, you're
one, the lightning not hitting Eternal Envy, and 2, the PMS.
You're going up against 2 salves, clarities, and 7 tangles.
They're getting aggressive. There's already your first stun out in Envy and Notel. Yep, they go for the second with a Split Earth.
I dodged it, at least, very nicely there. And meanwhile, on top lane, yeah, just looking at it, it's just... Seems like they can't really stop the Gyrocopter from farming either. So the 2 lanes working out really beautifully on LGD, so that puts a lot of pressure over on Fada. He has to do well on the mid lane.
It's very difficult though, because he hasn't stopped the SF from getting early CS. Like it's 5-0. The SF's already managed to pick up a bottle. 2-minute rune controls can be really important for him, but at the same time, look where Misery's moving.
Yeah.
He's coming in to try and find the gank from up the Dire Jungle. In fact, the Courier snipe, he's in the perfect position for it. With Boots first, the Courier down, run you Catty Cat. Into the trees and away to safety.
He juked it, and he finds the S4 rune. Beautiful. Very nice rune there for Shadow Fiend. Well, this is actually making the laning phase extremely hard for C9. They also did not get the D ward on the pull camp. Look at the bottom. Look at the sentry, it's so close.
It's just off.
Yeah, and the other sentry also. Even though they saw when they put it down.
They actually brought Envy into... Are they,
oh
no!
It's a disaster.
Oh, it's like the holy death.
Where is it?
Like, this is the isosceles triangle you don't want to get. A does not equal B, and you did not want C.
Yeah, I mean, this... With 3 sentries, you should get that D-word, but this camp is ridiculously big to begin with, so it's really hard to be certain where the ward is. That said, though, these are not ideal sentries, really.
No.
The 2 on top are overlapping really hard.
Yeah, you got mass overlap, and they must have really thought it was in the tree line to the east. Like, that's the only reason they put it there. Yeah. They're going to be really spitting chips when they look back at that replay later on.
Definitely, and that puts them in such a bad spot, because they can't run up and farm. Anti-Mage is not touching the creeps enough. He has 6 CS. He's doing a good job pulling back the creep there. Managed to sneak 1. That's what you have to do here. Try and run up, aggro the creeps, pull them back, and, you know, get whatever CS you can get.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's still having to keep on par with Sylar, who is 18-9, the highest CSer on the board. And even this middle lane, like, Fader might be really close to the CS of maybe, but at the same time, you have to remember what... Actually, I suppose both can do it with the farming of the jungle.
Yeah, both can do that. However, it's a Shadow Fiend. Like, in true terms of just transitioning into right-click and carry potential, you have to respect the Shadow Fiend's farm more. Of course, Lina, though, needs all the farm she can get so she can actually carry this game in the early stage.
Has Envy abandoned the lane?
Pretty much.
He's walked away coming down for the 4-minute rune.
I mean, I think he jungles. Like, but there's no small camp, though, so he has to jungle medium camps.
Xiao Wei's actually stronger than him, and he even gets a regeneration rune after throwing out the stun.
Envy tried to blink in and steal it, but wasn't able to do that.
So they turn Notal into a core. You do have 1 stack, like the Alpha Wolves or the Mud Golems there, but he's got
You're not turning him into a core, he's just on the lane, sort of. He has a magic stick, that's it. He has no boots even.
Okay, like, this is where I get concerned. When you look at a replay and you follow Eternal Envy's track, and you basically got him walking up to the stairwell, he then loops around to try and check out the rune area.
I mean, what is going on
And then comes back up again to walk to the side, and then walks back over. Like, we're basically playing loop-de-loop.
The diving?
They're coming in for the mid.
That's not the play?
No, because Yao's got Fissure, and TP support should be available. Misery underneath the tower. In comes the Bane as well. He's not close enough, though. They need to lock him on the other side.
Yeah. They didn't get him there. And they have 3 heroes, so they're pretty strong. I think LGD just needs to back out here. Cannot go in. But I think they're in this stage where, you know, a wise man or a crazy man once said that when a game starts going like this, he just tries to create as much chaos as possible until no one can understand Dota. That's pretty much what you have to do at this stage. They are having 4 of their heroes at the bottom of the CS list. When the Bane is over your anti-mage in last hits, that's when you know.
Yeah, you're having significant troubles here. Misery's going to make a move down to the bottom lane. They have dropped down the Nether Ward, but Xiao Wait, like, you'll get a little bit chipped when he throws out the lightning, but then he moves deeper inside the tree line. He's actually holding clarities as well for Yao.
Yeah. Oh, he might be in trouble here.
No, when Yao's got a fissure available, you're always going to get a little bit more space. Okay, maybe not this much space. And now the TP support arrives in. The lightning's slowing him down. Look for that Lashrak's done. They get the hit over on Misery, and Notel doesn't want to run away from this one. Tulky's grab will do some work, but in comes Sylar. Not 1, but 2 to pick up the double kill. First blood spilled, and a disastrous start for Cloud9.
Yeah, what a start for Sylar. Just TPing down there, and he's like, oh, you prepared 2 kills for me? I'll just pick up these 2 and then go push for a tower, or just transition back to my farming. Is that the full drums for him now, or Aquila? He is sending out the Aquila and also the Magic Wand upgrade. All right, so Sylar is doing great.
There was only 1 casualty that LGD had to suffer during that fight. There was the Mango on Yao.
Rip Mango.
That was the only casualty of war.
It was a hero.
And then you get arcade boots up for Xiao Wait now. They throw the fissure and hit Envy with a stun. The lightning! They actually combo it.
Yeah.
He only moved down there to throw the ward.
Such a dangerous duel lane. I mean, this is not even really a core Leshrac per se, because both of them are cores. Both of them are farming down here. The Shaker and the Lesh just working together. Top lane, Bane actually being caught out here.
Yeah, but the Nightmare's going to protect him, and Sylar in with a full call down. Rocket Barrage, MMY, even on 33 life, you'll survive. Oh, the spirits are being crushed right now of Cloud9, while LGD party hard all night long, while Notail bottom lane, he's in trouble, throwing down the Nether Ward. But it's such a simple combo, and they can keep doing it because of the arcane boots.
Yeah, and they don't really care about this level 2 ward. It deals 1.25 damage per mana I use. Okay, fine. But the 2 of us are both going to use our mana to kill you.
Fader.
Oh, the stack.
He's trying to contest the stack, but Yao is the one man who TP'd in. Fidget's over on Fader. Now 1 raise, 2 raise, and the creeps, they're actually coming up to maybe. Fader will salve up and run away.
Yeah, he's going to have to run away, and that stack is pretty much secured. Shadow Phoenix got cleared right away. Actually, they might try and stack it 1 more time. Yeah, he's going to wait for a timing.
No.
Oh, he doesn't.
Raise 1, raise 2. He can actually kill it before the timing arrives.
Yeah, it's going to spawn anyway, so that's perfectly fine.
So so Cloud9 try and switch things up a little bit.
A little bit?
They've pushed MV into the middle lane.
Yeah.
This means now that Fader has no home. And Misery is still roaming with him. Notail is the man who has turned into this semi-core role, sitting back behind the tier 1 tower, because he's the only man that can sort of farm on this lane with Nether Blast.
He can get experience down here at least and make sure that the tower doesn't die. It's about running up, Nether Blasting, as you say, and just trying to keep it alive. He's just pinging the Leshrac right now, like, I don't want to do anything against this. But he's getting experience, and that is the important part.
LGD's going to pressure more. It's a 3-man smoke, and they're moving to bottom lane. So Notel's just throwing down the Nether Wall. They're still alive for 25 more seconds. By the time this gank arrives, actually smoke broke on MMY, just on the left. So they know Eternal Envy is in the trees, and he's trying to use like this one gap wide farming strat.
Yeah, he's choke point jungling right now.
That's
cutting down trees with his Quelling Blade. And very nice that he did have the double damage there, so he could farm up a little bit
They're
faster.
Gonna smoke up and move. Clockwork's got a hook shot.
Yeah, and they saw him, they pinged him. Not going Xiao Wei right away.
They do not want to go in this one. MMY is still here, and he's going to Nightmare over. Actually, he Nightmares up and keeps Notel out the fight. So Leshrac will end up dying here.
That's
and
2
with
kills.
Laguna Blade, yep, they get some revenge. LGD not finding the perfect moment.
That was a very nice smoke timing there for Bone 7 to be coming in and, you know, just getting in the rear end of LGD's rotation there. Finding out the Leshrac.
Envy's trying to be sneaky as well. He's grabbing the Dire Creep Wave and dragging it from between the Tier 1, Tier 2 towers in mid.
He's going to pull them to Ancients and farm them there. Or is he?
No, he's bringing it back to the mid.
All right. All right.
I think initially he was looking to maybe just not want to give him this room. But I think initially he was just looking for more damage on that Tier 1 tower in mid. It's pretty low as it is.
Yeah, he just wants any gold he can find right now. He's scrambling to find anything. Man. Poor man Envy just running around. Meanwhile, I feel almost equally bad for Big Daddy No-Tail just sitting on bottom lane, because you know they're going to come down here again. The Leshrac is not going to switch lane until this tower is gone. So, farming on the lane right now, very dangerous.
Schmuck time again.
Fisher is going to lead up.
Yeah.
This is going to be a kill.
And No-Tail's got no Nether Ward down, so there's Fissure 1, Stun 2, Brain Sap and Lightning, and it just looks easy as pie.
Fisher from the smoke, as it has such a long cast range, it's, you know, if you just stand on the lane, you're guaranteed dead. Meanwhile, Sylar playing very careful top, because he doesn't know where most people are right now. So that means that Rubik is actually being able to lane a little bit and getting closer to level 6.
Sylar's sort of got to protect himself. If he dies, that's a lot to be given over.
Oh, yes.
Like, he's almost 5k net worth 10 minutes into this game. In fact, overall, like, all that 5k net worth is almost the advantage that LGD had until those last 2 kills on bottom lane.
Yeah. I mean, the advantage right now is pretty much gonna increase as well, because they didn't take a single tower until just now, and they will start making the rotations from tower to tower. But that also gives Envy a chance to start running around in the jungle and farm.
Well, it's nice the Clockwork now has a Blade Mail, but there's not much to go with that. Like,
Brown Boots Blade Mail, it's the new fashion, dude.
It's, yep.
I mean, I would like to see a magic wand with it as well, but if you gotta get your Blade Mail early on Clockwork, do what you gotta do, because Blade Mail is core for this hero, so extremely core. Now he can hook in and know he can punish Shadow Fiend.
There it is. Goes on maybe, but the Fissure actually off target. Doesn't really get the sun in control. They Nightmare on the SF, and actually evaded. He just evaded Laguna?
Yeah,
maybe. Throwing back out again. The call down from Sylar and Bone 7. Fiend's Grip, No-Tail trying to give the life, but it's not enough when Yao jumps in for the Echo. They've lost 2. They're going to lose 3 here, and they actually keep Misery alive. Potentially could have gone for 4. Envy jumps in. He actually, well, actually doesn't find anything. He man breaks us some decent damage, but the SF was the only casualty of war, and that was dying to the Pugna.
That was so beautiful play
to the leader.
by Mama, yeah. Going in there and getting the Nightmare on the Shadow Fiend as the Laguna came. Just perfect, like, could not have been better.
And MMY, take my energy. You're doing beautiful, beautiful work.
Yeah, truly. And deny attempt? Oh, that was so close by No-Tail.
They actually pulled out a little bit early there, LGD, but Sylar stuck around a little bit longer. Gets the money for himself. What's coming on that courier? So the O clubs arrive for Sylar. You've got almost 1,300 life on this Gyro with the phase boots. His damage output's wonderful.
Yeah.
And they're going to smoke. They want to keep the pressure on. No tier 1 tower. Make the most before C9 can get vision up.
Probably gonna go straight for the BKB as well, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him go into the Sanxiaxia build in this game as well. Oh, let's see if they can find Fada here.
If he runs for the trees, and he ran for the trees,
Fisher is available.
This is the one time you don't listen to HYHY. Fader, real trouble.
Yeah, and that means the top tower is compromised, so they're just gonna try and push mid. They do have, well, it's only a level 1 Nether Blast, so I'm not gonna say they have good pushing.
Yeah.
But they're actually wrapping around
And they're gonna lose a courier too if they're not careful. Zhao wait, 1 attack, Gyro, and oh, it's not enough. 20 HP, but Hookshot comes in. They go on Zhao wait. The Fade Bolt will help to do the job, but the call down. Bone 7, the Blade Mail! Sylar kills himself!
Beautiful.
That is a huge kill.
They
MMY, yep, they're keeping Bone 7 alive. It's No-Tail again using that drain to actually funnel it into Misery. MMY, the Fissure, actually stolen by Misery, slowing him down. They have to keep the run going, but MMY, he would love to make it to the regeneration room, but avoids the rocket. SF is tanking the top tower. They'll TP support in.
They want
Yao,
this.
he's got a Fissure available, keeping Fader and everybody out.
Ah, that was a nice Fissure by Yao. Wow, with that Blade Mail, though, paying dividends in that fight. So Clockwork doing some good work. Bone 7 has been playing really well in this game. His score, 3 kills, 2 deaths, and 2 assists.
This is so much space creation, and No-Tail, okay, well, now he might be dead. Okay, well, the cross Fissure.
They're like, yeah, you're not leaving. You're staying there, buddy. The X marks the spot. Oh, poor Pugna. But it is just a Pugna. It doesn't really matter if he does. It's
just an easy kill for the SF, and probably more than anything else, just seeing that money come into the SF after he's already picked up the mech.
Yeah.
And the Gyrocopter, like, he was the bigger kill. The fact they got the kill on him.
Oh, the dominating streak? Yeah, they killed that.
It was a 4-0 for Sylar, and he was so far ahead in the net worth, but he still is. But what they've created is space for eternal envy.
They actually got killed. No, he shouldn't have thrown him back.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, they could have killed the Shadow Fiend there, actually, with the Blade Mail, but their Sentry Ward at least keeping the Rubik safe. Almost got a kill from it.
It's like bottom lane Envy has to blink himself away. Sylar's getting up in his face. But this top tower is very, very low. It's actually within deny range too.
It is now, yeah.
So it's the choice.
There's a ward. They're going to get rid of this, the lane ward. I like the deep ward by LGD on the top part of the map, the one next to the temple. Very nice.
It's a little bit more of an unusual position.
Yeah, it's one of those wards that you're going to have for its full duration, pretty guaranteed.
Yep.
Very unlikely to get dewarded.
Well, there's your deny of that top tower.
Yep. Meanwhile, Envy is like running around and farming bounty runes and stuff.
While Jaro is farming up the
It's the
Radiant
warrior's
jungle.
way, man. He has to do the warrior's way to anti-mage. It's not about that safe farm, it's about the struggle.
I'm wondering though, even once he gets his Battle Fury, how much control will he have on the map?
Oh, nothing. Like,
because all tier 1 towers are gone.
It's not about control, it's about being very, very sneaky. So he's just gonna run around and hope that he doesn't get seen by any of the wards.
I hate to tell you, man, but they have like Bane and Earthshaker.
Yeah,
if you want two guys who can catch him out, and especially when Earthshaker is only 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger, you're in trouble as an anti-mage.
Yeah, but Envy doesn't want to hear about the hardships. He knows about them. He's gonna pull through, I believe.
He'll have to be
doing
pretty strong, man.
Out of all teams, if you're new to Dota, out of all teams that you could possibly choose as your favorite, C9 is the most painful to be a fan of. It actually hurts.
Well, what Nahaz was tweeting out as well, like the top 10 gold comebacks for Cloud9, they're actually in 4 of them. 3 is losing, and 1 is winning. If you're looking to sit in your edge of your seat when you're having a game, Cloud9 tends to give you that.
I mean, the previous game, they had a 20,000 gold lead and lost. So that has to feel bad. This game, they're not going to have that problem, though. So maybe it works the other way around.
Very, very true. It's because LGD kicks in early. Now you actually get double Blade Mail. So both Fader as well as Clockwork have picked up the Blade Mail. But at the same time, I'm looking at a Gyrocopter almost fishing a BKB.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because as I said, what I was worried about this game for C9 is the BKB timings of LGD.
Yes.
And when they are up, your Blade Mails will count for nothing.
Yes.
So it has to be paying off before that, or just in these pick-off scenarios. Because yes, the 682 HP Leshrac, he will probably die very easily to it. He's very, very squishy.
Yes.
And,
but at the same time, Leshrac isn't going to do that high level of damage when the Blade Mails are up. He just sits the back lines, uses Force Staff. And he's even got himself a cloak. A cloak? A cloak? Not sponsors.
A beverage.
Keep yourself hydrated. He's got himself a cloak. So even the initial damage may not be enough to kill him off. Because the Blade Mail might be like that final nail in the coffin when the lightning bounces.
It might be. They have a lot of heroes that, you know, whether they like it or not, will deal AoE damage.
No tail. The Echo Slam on bottom. They actually had a fresh Glimmer Cape from MMY, and Yao walked in and then blinked in for the Echo Slam kill.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I bring Oblivion. A little bit, you know, interestingly timed here. And, yeah, Big Daddy averaged the 3rd highest deaths in 6.84. Poor boy.
That's a really sad stat. Like, come on, Nox. You meant to make us feel really happy about life and everything. Zhao Wei hook shot up. That Glimmer Cape from MMY. They weren't seeing him there. The Nightmare on the Clockwork. And they could just wind up for the Requiem or why not when you got double raises. The Blade Mail went off, but after the damage was done, it was like one last hit to kill him off. They don't get the stun over on Misery in time. But now that you've got that kill and you got a lot of people on top, in fact, the entire team, just go for the top.
And Zhao 8 also showing that he doesn't need HP if he just is quick on his Force Staff. He got away, took no damage, and he can also use this item, of course, to defend his teammates against the Clockwork Hook. Having a quick Force Staff against Clock is super important.
Is Cloud9 going for a Roshan? Like, they're 3-man smoking.
No,
they're losing tier 2
can't.
tower.
I don't even think they can kill it.
No. This is a Roshan
they're gonna heal the anti-mage. Okay, they can do it, but this is the gimmicky Roche.
The most ultimate YOLO play. If you're ever behind, the normal rule is go and try and take Roshan.
They can do it.
But Misery's also pushing the bottom lane, so this is going to force a TP in from Sylar. Now, everyone's missing from the map. LGD are probably sitting there going, why are they not defending top tower?
What could they possibly be doing
Where
right
are
now?
Cloud9? Like, if you go the normal trade-off, it's Roshan for tier 2 tower
I mean, this is really smart. They're getting something very, very high value here. So as much as we're laughing, this was an amazing play.
Can they get out? Like, that's another question.
Oh,
You're going to blink
let Fana
away,
die.
up
It's
and
fine.
away. Fader, however, will not be so lucky. Turns on the Blade Mail, the call down. He doesn't have mana for Laguna. And in fact, Sylar, just in case, triggered the BKB anyway. They'll find No-Tail in the trees. The stun from Zhao Wei will catch him out. So they lose 2, but for the glory of Envy, you now have an Aegis the Immortal, and he lives to farm another day.
Yep, that is the case. They're gonna have to rely on Envy in the mid to late game. Envy playing some 1 Protect 4. And that worked beautifully. They got the Roshan. Sure, they died a little bit, but it's still better than what has been going on until now.
True.
And now they have Aegis.
I can't
so.
debate that. And if Envy can get himself bigger, if he can, like, okay, this is the point where maybe we should start looking at the Animage of Cloud9. Does he still have to go into a Manta style, looking to burn off the mana of the Lashrak early on? Is he even a concern, or do you go for the BKB? He's going to find Zhao Wei, and a very quick movement away. Envy into the trees, tries to hide 1 second till blink. He'll move up, going up even deeper into the trees on the northern side.
The blink shaker?
He's got blink in 1 second time. Now Envy has a TP scroll, is refusing to use it while Bone 7 destroys the tower. Yao actually goes and fidgets over on Bone 7. He does have Echo Slam, and that might he can't get close enough. The cogs are blocking him.
He can't reach him. So after Fisher comes out there, he's like, yeah, safe TP. And they do get out. They're wasting time of LGD. So very nice. They're moving around them, TPing down to keep farming with the Anti-Mage.
He's actually catching up to the net worth of both SF and Jaro.
He definitely needs to go Manta style in this game. Like, you're
there's
not
no
relevant
choice.
in team fight. You can go for the Vladimirs first, but I think you have to go...
You're going late game in this. Like I say late game. Like the rest of your team puts you up for a good mid-late game.
There's no game when you don't want to have a Manta style and Anti-Mage. You always want it. Definitely against heroes like Leshrak,
He bought a Vlad's
Shaker.
recipe.
Yeah.
He bought a Vlad's recipe.
It's just because he realizes if he goes Manta straight away now, he probably still won't be able to fight. So going Vladimir's lets him keep farming a little bit more.
Envy, they caught him out. The Echo Slam and the follow-up stuns. It's not just 1. It should be 2 with the lightning from Zhao Wei reaching him. The Aegis Immortal, it's the Fiend's Grip from MMY. You thought maybe a second life was enough to give you space. It will not do so, though. And he was 200 gold away from the Vlads.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for him. And of course, this tier 2 tower looking very compromised right now. Gonna run up and put down Nether Ward. Are they gonna try and defend it? Maybe.
Well, there is that Nether Ward down.
They're still thinking about it. A lot of spells were committed to kill Envy and Bone 7 there. If Bone 7 respawns, they can fight.
Well, they can just do it with the physical damage. Maybe he's got a double damage rune on this SF.
Okay, they're just gonna let him.
And they triggered the mech early on the fissure. A 3-man stun from Yao. He caught the line perfect. And Misery being brain sapped up after being Nightmare prepared. And Sylar, well, okay, rocket barraging Bone 7 with the BKB. The call down is going to connect, and he doesn't take the damage. Actually, he does take the damage from the second rocket, but he's back in the safety of his base. And with the Misery buyback,
C9,
LGD back out.
C9 just has to invite LGD to return the favor, you know? Like, have you seen our fountain? Have you met fountain? Okay, they're gonna back out.
Match made in heaven.
They're gonna back out. Roshan, of course, not available because of C9's cheeky little play right now. So bottom lane should be the next objective here as the tier 2 is still standing. No reason to go high ground too early, even if you're against an AM. Make sure you don't stress too much.
Yep.
Because it can definitely punish you.
Yeah, just be comfortable. Like take the farm in the
look
jungle,
at Leshrak.
push the lane out.
Look at that money. Like, he actually managed to recover really nicely.
Yeah, he's almost a call. If he gets that BKB, then again, the Blade Mails won't even affect him. Not to mention Anti-Mage, Mr. Vladimir's offering, who he has bought it now. The Courier's going to transfer it to him. He's up in the Dire jungle at the moment.
Yeah.
Should we just TP more up? Yeah, MMY and Sylar already preparing for the defense on top lane.
Yeah. But that also means that C9 managed to avert the tier 2 bottom pressure by just going up here and pressuring aggressively.
There's your Nightmare, starting on Bone 7, use the Glimmer Cape to getting close, homing missile and call down, the Fissure follow-up into an Echo. Well, not even the Echo, it was just a normal totem stomp. Middle lane, Envy, first stun. Do they have enough damage before he can blink? And the answer is no. He is running himself away, maybe had that double damage, which is why I thought maybe they would have enough.
Maybe, but the Vladimirs provide some good armor. He has 15 armor before the presence of the Dark Lord, so he's pretty hard to bring down with the right clicks. And of course, Spell Shield works wonders as well. But this, yeah, this Leshrac plays an interesting, like, semi-core role, as you said, because him and Shaker are both pretty rich. Playing around Envy.
Envy is like
Envy sees
surrounded.
them.
He's surrounded by 3. He's just going to blink into the trees and TP out. Bound no tell. He won't be so lucky. He does have a TP scroll available. Try and juke it around the tree line. Decrepify. He's waiting for the stun, but the stun's going to be the final death blow from Zhao Wei.
This ward keeps pestering them. But still, though, with all these deaths happening, they're still trying to keep the pressure off. But now, finally, it seems the LGD are going to try and get the tier 2 bottom. Can they set up for top in any way? Not really. They need the clockwork.
It's kind of impossible as well when you're going into a gyrocopter. Because he's just going to pop BKB, call down Rocket Barrage, and even having that Eagle song now just casually sitting on him.
He's so strong.
Yeah. You'll probably find yourself dying 2 heroes to probably just get the 1.
I mean, this game, every trade and everything that happens, you have to go from the disaster perspective. You have to think, okay, the game was absolutely terrible, and what can we achieve now? Did you have a mech on their Pugna?
Just the only issue is it's 25 minutes in.
It's a mech on a Pugna.
Shall wait? Well, a little bit too close. They're going to pick him up, throw him back. Force stuff, he'll actually die.
Very nice. Misery picks up 707 gold onto his Rubik and shared gold in the AoE there as well. So 1,285 gold for 1 kill. I'll take it.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. And that's a slight overextension. But before Zhao Wei died, he bought his full BKB.
Yeah.
So he doesn't lose any money for it at all.
Yeah.
He just gives money for it.
Well, C9 are going to be fine with that at least. They just want to get something back. It's the only good thing about losing really hard is you get a lot of money. A lot of money when you kill someone.
Silas trying to force Envy out here. He actually started a homing missile in the tree line.
It's going to follow all the way.
Yep. But it at least lets him know where Envy is for a very, very long time.
It's going to point towards the target. Yeah.
Script knows what I like.
Yep.
Follow the globals.
Yep. Definitely. Oh, he's here. I like how he just turned so sharply like, oh, over here, boys. Okay, so let's see what LGD are trying to do right now. They have picked up an item on Shadow Fiend in terms of the Yasha. And he actually has the full Sanch Yasha on the courier. He's going to deliver that after a TP scroll.
So perfect timing. Like, it's actually perfect considering he's going to need all the life points he can get up against Lina. Because it's now an Aghanim Scepter for Fader. He's not a level 3 Laguna Blade. It's just a level 2 ulti at the moment. But that's going to be where you might be able to get that quick pop and give an advantage during a fight.
Yeah, definitely. It's just the fact that you can do it through spell immunity. You can do so much damage with it.
You still just have to be careful about that disjoint nightmare.
Yeah, of course. Like, you can't really prepare for that, though. Mamaya was just a beast in that fight, being ready for it. I mean, Shadow Fiend still died in the end, but he took a lot of resources, a lot more than was initially intended. So Anti-Mage farmed up to 2.2k gold right now, probably going to go into Yasha after his Vladimir's. He does reveal himself here.
Envy?
He pops the BKB.
Yeah, it's a 10-second one. Envy, well, he's got mana for... okay, he's got mana for blinks.
Xiaoid was like, there's no way this guy's going on me alone, right?
I think he actually wants to try and kill him. Like, Envy's gone in so deep into the tree lines, turns on the Edict. Now, Zhao Wei, does he? Does he? No, he does not.
Always try. Just try. For us, dude. For the casters. For the fans.
Silas almost finished a full butterfly. He's got 2,300 gold.
It's looking extremely grim. They're just assembling all their arsenal so that they can go high ground in one convincing manner.
All they gotta do is wait for next Roshan, really.
Yep,
and Roshan doesn't spawn for another minute.
Yes, Aegis is definitely one of their
I should make that 10 to 15 seconds is when Roshan spawns.
That's a big difference, Toby.
It is. Or 45 seconds, amazingly. And math is easy. Smoke's gonna break, and do they actually see him? Okay, now they don't get a glimpse of the smoke, but they do see Fader coming out of it.
Oh boy.
Meanwhile, in middle lane, Eternal Envy caught out by the entire of LGD.
They might just skip Roshan actually and just go a little bit now.
Yeah, go for the GG push. Even if you force a buyback out from Anti-Mage, which he doesn't have. Actually, there's no buybacks at C9.
That's the test. You test if there's a buyback. If there's not, you're going to force the tier 3 tower maybe.
Yep.
And if not, if he does buyback, you just back in Roshan.
This is when that creep wave has to die before it hits the high ground. And one got up. The backdoor regen won't turn on now. It just got close enough. Bone 7, we just had. He's coming out of the side inside the trees. They forced off MMY in, and then the hook shot down. The cogs, they actually BKB and forced off everybody back out, apart from MMY. Back underneath the tower. Gyrocopter just gets popped by the Lina with the Bane down. Who needs Eternal Envy when you got the rest of Cloud9 to defend?
That was such a good play by Bone 7, Fada, all of them actually. Misery and Pugna, of course, doing their work as well. And they just won a fight 2v5, or 4v5.
Yep.
Against LGD. That was okay.
And now Cloud9 have to make sure that LGD don't just slip themselves in and take Roshan. And you'd probably also think for some dire defensive wards, like this one ward they have inside the Radiant jungle is now getting dewatered by Misery. So they understand both Pugna as well as Rubik are hovering around the jungle.
New meta. Only 2 Linas in 1,700 roughly games have picked up the Blade Mail. But, you know, if it works, it works. We'll see. Now he actually has some items at least with the Aghanims, 2.8k gold and Blade Mail. Some pressure on the bottom tier 1. Doesn't seem we're gonna have one of those hero towers that lives still 65
They'll
minutes.
fortify on this Nether Blast or else they lose the tower. Oh, actually, no, the tower remains alive. Misery blinks into the tree line and away to safety.
That force stab as well by No-Tail. He just barely got across.
Deny the tower, deny the tower, deny the tower. The creep wave's going to kill the tower. That's like so much money they're going to let have. Oh.
Money.
Now they jump in to take Roshan. So it's like, okay, who cares about towers? You can have the money. We're going to take Roshan. The creep wave is spoiling this, though. And Bone 7, like, is he going to pull a Bamboo?
He has to. If you get the chance to, you should try. You can definitely trade your life for an attempted Roshan steal or AD steal.
The pulling of the Bamboo, by the way, is just the YOLO play. Hook
He's
shot
gotta go
in,
for it,
and no, Leshrac, he actually goes in! 4-stars maybe up! The Cog push back into the Nightmare! The Dido kill him! Aegis the Immortal's underneath the fissure! Bone 7 will die! The Aegis in the hands of the Jaro, but maybe is trapped on a hill till the 4-stars come back off cooldown. It was worth a crack.
It was worth it. I mean, you should always try for that if you're Clockwork in this scenario, because he's dead for 30 seconds now. Of course, the enemy's going to try and push with the Aegis, but for just 25 more seconds, I think they can spam out and keep the base safe. And besides, if you do manage to steal it, it's such a big impact. It's one of those medium risk, extremely high rewards scenarios.
Yep.
A Blink Dagger on Shadow Fiend now. So with the Fissure and Cogs and stuff like this throwing down on the ground, he just wants more maneuverability. He wants to be able to get in there and deal his right clicks. Of course, with a BKB as well, he can blink in an ulti.
At the same time, though, I see the man on Envy, and I'm seeing an Anti-Mage getting to a position where this game is going to get massively drawn out. If you're thinking that this game's going to be over before an hour, grab yourself a beverage. It's probably not going to be the case unless Envy blinks into MMY like he did. They could follow with a Fiend Script. The Slave is showing the fact that he's there, and there's the Fiend Script. Edict, stun, Envy with a call down, and Laguna Blade. Leshrac will pop, but you lost Eternal Envy for that one.
I like how Fada is just like, hey guys, what's going on here? Oh, psst. Just zaps away the Leshrac, but still a trade that LGD would happily take any time of the day.
That's another minute without Envy, but it's also probably more important the fact that Envy's down for a minute. You think about how much money an Anti-Mage can like gather from just killing creeps and waves in 1 minute. Like you're losing at least 2,000 gold from that.
You're losing a lot of golds. Like the fact that you die and lose golds from that, and then that you're not farming, yeah, it deals a very heavy economic damage, but it's not too bad for C9 since the Leshrac died at least. There is no high ground pressure during the time that Envy is dead. It's just that the enemy team is farming, and you have to play defensive with the rest of your heroes.
It's just also looking at the KDAs. The bottom two, it's a 0.84 Pugna, but it's a 0.4 Anti-Mage.
Hey man, I still believe.
Not even an assist. He hasn't helped to get a kill. He tried to snipe one in the mid when he came in for the Mana Void.
He tried to steal one, but he didn't want to help.
But it's the plan of like what the Cloud9, like what they like to do, and what most teams when they play an Anti-Mage would like to do. It's like, you know what, guys, I'm gonna go farm as Anti-Mage. Like I'm gonna try and slip behind the defense and just grab whatever kills I possibly can.
And that is why we have a thing called,
you guys deal with everyone else.
That's why we have a thing called typical AM contribution.
Yes.
That is. It was more of the thing when people actually played Anti-Mage a lot.
I think Envy might be dying here.
No.
It's an Invis rune. He's going to TP. He's going to leave his illusions behind and just TP out. But MMY had an Invis rune.
He's a mastermind. Look at that.
Actually, LGD, this is one of the best positions for Cloud9. Look at the 2 wards, that 1 ward in the mid. It's just seeing the high ground nicely, as well as the back part of the lane.
However, they do have this little thing called the gem coming in here. It's just going to pick off the Radiant Ward as he walks over here. So Radiant Ward is gone.
No, he's not holding a gem. The gem's on the courier, they didn't bring it with him.
Oh, he had the gem, but passed it back to the courier before he backed down there. He had it when it was on top lane.
So they didn't lose it during the fight. It doesn't really matter because they go in maybe. A quick blink up doesn't trigger his BKB. He was trying to get the Blade Mail and the other BKBs out, or whatever they've got out of Cloud9. And now Xiao Wei backing up from these Mandra illusions. Sylar, the hook shot comes in from Bone7 trying to isolate him. But Sylar still standing his ground. The Force are pushing him back over the cogs. And Neko Slam in from Yao. Envy is locked. He's going to have his 5th death of the game. Or will he? The Glimmer Cape. He blinks away. Fader is being fiend scripted up. He is the first casualty of war for Cloud9. While the Aegis was triggered from LGD. They keep going on the racks, but they're ready to go again. Well, are they? The Fade Bolts trying to keep the creep wave off the tower. The Nether wasn't making life easy, but Big Daddy in a nightmare of a world. Back behind. Yep, there's your buyback from the Lina. Back to the front line. Sylar with a Glimmer Cape being pushed back and forth by Cogs and Fisher. They'll see him. Where is this catch? Where is the ability to get the extra kills? Blink up from Envy. He'll send the illusions in. Misery's too far away. LGD are away from this.
Oh, Toby. That's really harsh that they couldn't find anyone there as they were pulling out. So LGD actually get away after losing their Aegis, of course, but still dealing some damage, taking away the tier 3 tower and almost killing range racks. Harassing the melee racks doesn't really matter. They're probably not going to be back before it's full HP again.
Yep.
Maybe if they regroup immediately, but it's more likely they're going to wait for the next stages.
Yeah. Wait for the next big damage, dealing item on Sylar too. You can pick up his Demon Edge now with 3k gold and that Gyrocopter.
He needs both damage and HP though, because look at how easily they burst him every fight. He needs the Satanic very badly.
He's actually going to go directly for that. There's your Reaver, you're right.
It was not really a surprise because every fight he's been punished by this Lina. Fada has been doing a good job just going on him with the ulti, bringing him down.
This just adds more pressure though to the Shadow Fiend. But he does have 4k gold over from this SF. Is this one of these games where you just go for tankiness and say, you know what, let's just go for something like a Skadi as opposed to...
just walk in?
Yeah, as opposed to picking up something more like the Monkey King bar. Because it could be a Butterfly coming in from the anti-mage next.
I believe Skadi, Butterfly, and actually Assault Cuirass are all good options for the SF.
Okay.
Any of those will work well here.
LGD smoke time.
Pugna living life on the edge.
He's going to TP. Doesn't break the smoke of anyone from LGD. You also have Eternal Envy in the neighborhood. And then blinks up. Still no smoke break. And they're blinking around trying to see where the smoke's going to go. And nope, they're all home safely.
Yeah, everyone gets back home. And
we get our answer for the SF. It's going to be a Daedalus build.
The Daedalus going straight into the damage. Pretty sensible choice as the Reaver comes out from a Gyrocopter. Going into more damage. It works really well with the Necromastery because all that 72 damage that you have stolen from Necromastery will be added into your crits, of course, and you can crit that.
It's also a good way of making the most out of your stun times because you kind of want to kill them up before the rest of C9 can arrive. You might just have like the Earthshaker control, the Shrek control, and then the Bane. That's it. You're out then.
You know what they need in the next team fight?
What do they need the next team fight?
Some true sight against that Glimmer Cape. That Envy got away because they returned the gem. I mean, yes, you don't want to give back the gem to the enemy team, but they didn't deward, and they also didn't have vision against the enemy carry.
But who do you give it to?
Just blinked away.
Like at this point, you almost want to give it to Xiao Wei because he seems to be surviving the longest out of everyone. Like, maybe he's going to be a big target now. The Gyrocopter was already a pretty big target.
I think it's still fine to have it on Bane, honestly.
On Bane?
Yeah, he can just run in with it. Because if they go on Bane, that's fine. Every fight, they're just going on the Gyrocopter. They're going on the Leshrac. They're bringing, they're trying to bring down these important targets. They're ignoring the Bane a lot. I mean, even Shaker, he has 0 deaths. He has not died a single time.
It's a good stat for Yao. 6-0-11.
Yeah.
That's a really nice day. Misery.
Oh, Fisher.
Oh, look, he actually went. Oh, he actually Envy. Envy's in the, he's got no blink. He's got, well, he has blink. Yeah. He doesn't have a TP scroll at the moment.
And they actually looking
and MMY is going to find Bone7 in the tree line. And, well, where's your stun? There's a blink into the totem stomp. Bone7 called out. With a follow-up of Shrek stun, he's going to go down. While Envy is now moving towards the dive
jungle. There's a massive amount of space created in this. I mean, they chased them for so long. Clockwork, once again, dead for 35 seconds. But that just means Envy's going to farm the enemy jungle. When they push down mid, he might even go and hijack the mid creep wave.
Is this enough, though? Like, okay, so Envy's going to get big.
He has no TP. He needs to.
Yeah, he kind of needs to get
Don't
TP.
C9 this.
Okay, so Envy's going to get a lot of farm. But I'm not seeing it being enough to handle both a Gyro and an SF. Even with like a level 3 Laguna Blade Aghanims buffed up attack, it's still not enough. And then you throw like an Earthshaker on top of all of this, who could cause severe havoc for your entire team. And Earthshaker is actually building a BKB of all things.
Envy has the tough choice now, actually. Like, when it comes to itemization here, there are so many things that he needs. I think he's going to have to farm one more item before he becomes really relevant.
He's going BKB.
Yeah, he's going to go BKB now. He is thinking about the buyback, whether or not he wants to keep that, so he does keep it. But yeah, as I was about to say, it's extremely hard to say BKB or go into the Basher or go Butterfly. Those three would be the ideal choices.
The Basher would make a lot of sense, but at the same time, like if he goes in for Abyssal Blade and this SF, well, I suppose the SF's also in a position where he's feeling pretty 6-slotted. So you're probably not going to see a Butterfly up from him anytime soon. It's just save the buyback and end the game.
Yeah.
But you're already up against a Butterfly and a Gyrocopter. So the rest of your team has to do the damage against him to kill him.
Definitely. So this is probably the best choice, just going into the BKB first. But until he has a Basher on AM, he can't really bully one guy that hard. He can run after them, but there's not that good disables on the side of C9. Unless they steal Fisher with Mystery.
True. Cloud9, what's the battle they're up against? It's almost 13 to 14,000 net worth and just over 10k in the experience. It's not as bad as it was for LGD in the last game, but at the same time,
winnable.
There was definitely a couple of things in the draft that was working well for LGD in that last game.
Yeah. Oh, looking at this Rubik, Mystery might actually have an Aghanims in this game. He has 3,000 gold, Blink, 4-staff mana boots, and he keeps farming on the lane, so if he gets Aghanims, he can have a massive impact. Look at all the good spells he could steal. And Roche, of course, being taken here. Aegis over on the side of Gyrocopter. Leshrac picks up the cheese.
Leave the casual cloak back in the well, but don't worry. We've got Yummy coming out to pick it up.
Yep.
Our courier for LGD.
Beautiful little boy. And Fada is just like digging some paths on the top side of the map, just cutting himself closer to the creeps and running around.
Well, any kind of creep skip or pick off he can get, it's going to be worth it. Like, you'll see Zhao wait in the top, but now also maybe 2 hits. You've seen that crit going to work. Lifestriker Array won't do anything. Not after maybe gets the BKB off. So SF, free gold, and also that's a long time on the sideline for Alina, but her buyback's coming off cooldown in 15 seconds. So she can be back for another fight.
Yeah, definitely. And 81 seconds. That is not great, actually.
She's seen the reaction from C9.
They're gonna have
force
to
the bottom
this.
lane as much as you can.
Oh, yeah.
Push the top lane as much as you can, and then come back to defend.
You know what's gonna happen when someone gets picked off with that.
Oh, Envy!
The Divine!
He's skipping BKB and going for a Divine Rapier.
He's pushing with it.
Are they gonna do it?
They don't want to fight. They want to push.
They can't do a base trade. They cannot do a base trade in this one.
He doesn't want to fight. He doesn't have a TP.
What?
He has
No!
a Divine.
We're C9ing this!
Go!
We're actually going in! He's gonna take tower and go for the tier 4s. We're turning this into a base race, or LGD just play the defense. They pull back. Yao, here comes your Laguna Blade. He's almost dying while they're still ravaging the bottom lane. Fader trying to run out. They've taken out bottom racks. Envy's gonna go to work right now. LGD, where are your TPs? How are you coming back? Silas on the first TP out. It's actually a Rax for a Rax. And Bone 7, there's his TP out. He'll be successful, and Envy actually gets away to safety. They buy space and get a trading racks. What is this?
They buy space by buying a Divine. This is the most insane play. I have actually never seen that move before. That's some weird YOLO shit going on here, man. Okay, so he definitely needs to BKB as soon as possible now, because he's running something that he cannot lose.
Yes.
And when you're
it's not sustainable.
When you're 0, 4, and 0, split push is the name of the game, so he buys the Divine to do it.
At that point, I think we also have to flag the fact that LGD, there was a surprise factor. LGD would not have said, yeah. Any mage bought a Divine Rapier. He's going to have some good damage when he pushes. What ended up happening was LGD, they push in, they take the racks, and then they just stop in the middle of nowhere going, wait, why are we losing our base so quickly?
Yeah.
Look back, he's got a Rapier. Who's got TPs? I think only like 3 of them actually had TPs at the time.
Only the true C9 fans would have seen this one coming.
Oh.
Like, I'm still trying to recover from this. What is this? So the question to me is, what do you do? Next fight, you have to take it. You cannot split push again. He buys up the entire BKB. He doesn't even have room for a TP scroll. So fighting this fight, now it's all down on this fight. It's an all.
Wait, so is it actually just down to the fight, or is it going to be... Well, you're right, because he doesn't have a TP scroll, so he can't just TP back. You can't go for the trade-off. Yep, this is it. This is going to be the moment for C9, the test. They smoke up, so there's no vision for LGD to get that early advantage. The Nether Ward drop Bone 7, hook shot in, but Xiaowei force up away at the same time. They pick up Sylar. Remember, he's got the Aegis plus the Satanic. Triggers the BKB to Laguna Blade. They're going to bring him down. He did not use Satanic, but he did use BKB. They've still got time to defend this one. Now Sylar back to World of Living. They glimmer and force up him away to safety. So LGD get into a more comfortable position, but they burned their Aegis, and
Good
what was lost?
so far.
Laguna was lost. That was it, and hook shot.
Laguna, very low cooldown as well, 30 seconds, and that's going to be up again. So LGD, do you want to keep pressuring here? They don't. They're actually backing off. And we have a Demon Edge on Gyrocopter. Are we going to see more Divines in this game?
It's what? Okay, so in the first round of games, I say the first round being game 1 of all of the series, Knoxville came in and said 4 Divine Rapiers were purchased. 3 of them, actually, was it 3 of them or 2 of them were in our game? That was basically, we had the majority of them, and we've already got another one.
Yeah, we're blessed with the C9 Divine games.
It's almost a shame there's no predictions inside for the main events and the compendiums, or else everyone, actually, maybe it's a good thing, everyone will be crying right now.
Yeah, magic ends here.
Oh.
The only time he has ever bought a Divine Rapier before was in a 201-minute epic game, the longest game ever, where they lost to Scary Faces.
So you can say for the second time in the history of Dota.
I mean, that was some 40-minute Divine Anti-Mage before BKB, before TP scroll, you know, like, that's some crazy play.
Let's see what happens now, LGD. The smoke move. Everyone, 5-man smoke up. They have the way to get in through the mid, but they cannot get high ground vision. Sentry wards, observers are down, and Misery's also holding on to the gem of MMY.
And 5.4k golds.
Yes.
I mean, Misery could buy so much right now, but he wants to have buyback very badly.
No, he could even go for something like a Scythe of Vice at this point.
He should go Aghanims. There are so many good spells. Like, he can steal spells from very, very, very far away. When you have Aghanims, it gives longer cast range, and it also reduces the cooldown to 2 seconds. So.
Yeah.
Going from 16 to 2-second cooldown on the spell steal, I mean, it makes a world of difference.
Cloud9. It's not a Roshan attempt. He's not alive yet. This is a wait for LGD to walk up this staircase and then create death moment.
Don't call it a comeback. Let's do it.
They're backing up. There's all of LGD. There's a 5, and they blink into him. Misery, 2 hits from maybe. BKB's expecting some kind of attack. Bone 7, a hook shot TP out. He'll be away to safety.
Can we just highlight that that was a blind blink in with BKB? He knew perfectly that he was there. They saw them move into the jungle, yes, but he didn't know that he was on that hill right then and there.
Yep.
That was some play. Very nice by maybe just killing off Rubik immediately.
The game sense.
Yeah.
Either that or it's lightning fast reflex, because he BKB'd the second he arrived on the hill.
Yeah, exactly.
So he might have just been whoop, straight away. Okay, so Envy. He's almost got buyback again.
Yeah.
But then again, does that even matter? I don't think it does when you got a rapier in his hands.
No, not really. You don't save for buyback. If he can buy anything that makes him stronger, he would, but he doesn't want to really sell the Vladimirs, I think.
What's the courier doing? It's a point booster for Misery. Yep.
Yeah.
He needs the point booster for it.
Oh, they're on the hunt.
Oh, they saw it. That's the Data Observer Ward that was watching it, but they can't get into the tree line and kill him.
Yep, it's going to get away safely.
Okay, so at this point, Envy's next item, should he look to Boots of Travel? Like, is that actually the way to go? Because right now I'm seeing Cloud9 becoming massively claustrophobic.
Yes. Like, Boots of Travel next would be the item here. However, you got to keep in mind when split pushing, there are so many things that can pick you off. There's the Nightmare, Fiend Script, there's the Shaker, Stun from Fog of War, there's a Hex on Leshrac.
Yep.
Basically anything can catch you, so it's more travel so that you can push and still join your team. But not really, like, split push too much.
Here comes LGD again, and not a single Observer Ward on the field for Cloud9, so they are blind while they farm.
9 and 29. LGD have not been able to close this game out. I want to give a lot of respect to C9 for still being in this game after the disastrous laning phase. Like, that's actually really impressive.
Where are you going, Envy?
Oh,
He's
they
so
want to fight this. It's just...
He blinks up to him as they're walking down the hill. MMY actually already used, like...
If you got a Divine, you got to show it off. you know?
What? Nice pair of shoes?
Yeah. Check out my bling. It's so nice. So they're just still defending, trying to play safe and play around, but they're still... C9 needs a big team fight before they can actually threaten high ground again. They got the sneaky racks. It won't happen again because LGD now know about the Divine, know about how fast he can push.
It's still going to be really difficult for this defense. If I actually check out right now the buybacks of C9, everyone but Clockwork has it.
Oh,
and
they
Clockwork's
catch
only
Rubik.
short by 300.
Rubik.
He's out of position. There goes your 3-hit from maybe to finish the job. Actually, it was Shrike who took the last attack.
SF got 2 crits in a row there. Mid?
Yep. They jump in. There's your Fiend Strip. They hold Fader. Hookshot up, but it only connected on maybe with Fader. The BKB's helping him survive and even move back with the extra Glimmer Cape. They've committed quite a hefty amount of abilities. Now the Fissure, stolen by Misery. They're force-staffing him away as fast as they can. The Feybol's still kicking in. And LGD, they're poking and prodding, looking for the opening, but cannot find it.
That was a very nice save onto the Lina there by Bone7. He was actually medallioning her, because I was wondering, how are you not dying to the Shadow Fiend right-click? And then I look at her, and she had plus 20 armor because of their item build, the Blade Mail, and also the fact that they had Vlad's and Medallion there. So even with the SF presence, so much armor on the Lina.
LGD is going to be so sad. They got a double damage to him, but Roshan's spawn time was about 30 seconds away at the time.
Yeah.
So they're incapable of getting that. By the way, Rubik did buy back during that fight, so his Aghanim has obviously been delayed. Don't know if you mentioned that, but it's Fader's getting more and more money as time passes on. He might even get to buy a new item and still have his buyback if he wants to.
Yep.
Clockwork will sacrifice his buyback for a Solar Crest, but that's perfect. You can throw that on the anti-mage. The poor man's Butterfly.
Definitely. Poor man's Butterfly is still very good.
Do you actually now think that Envy could go in for something like a Heart and just have the Solar Crest on him, like when he jumps in?
You need attack speed. Like, you have so much damage, but your attack speed is still only the part that you get from Manta Style and Treads. I honestly think that going Butterfly still is a good choice, even against the MKB that could be a choice from Sylar.
They're doing Roshan. But this, like, Envy's just going to go up.
Yep.
He's attacking the tier 3 tower, and Fortification will be used. The TP's are starting to come back. Roshan is dead. Aegis Immortal into the hands of Sylar. Xiaowei still bringing that cheese back again. The tier 3 tower, the Echo Slam. They catch out Bone 7. The Cogs drop as well as the Fiend Script. So you will be bringing down the Clockwork here, but your entire team returns to your base, and you do not find any other core but the Clockwork.
That's an interesting trade, right? So they get the tier 3 tower top and they lose their Clockwork, but at the same time Roshan also died and they got the Aegis on LGD. So LGD pretty happy, but their top lane is now more exposed, and maybe Envy...
Envy has a new item. It's a Monkey King bar.
Oh.
He bought a full Monkey King bar.
He wants to be able to kill the Gyrocopter.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you get MKB, Rapier, Manta, Battle Fury, BKB. So the only item now which he would change out would be Treads for BTs. And that's only if you feel, in fact, you probably even keep the Treads. So he BTs back to base and switches over, so he's got them for the fight.
Yeah, you can change the Treads, and later on, at a very late stage, you can also change the Battle Fury into a fighting item, because you don't really need it to kill creeps later on if you do have good attack speed and damage items.
Unless you turn this game into a split. Yeah, you're right. Once you get the like Mjolnir, like they'll still give you your push power and your damage.
Yeah. That's true. He could also go into the Moonshard, of course, when he has plenty of gold.
Very true.
Because he needs attack speed very desperately.
You just consume it. That way you don't have to worry about it. You get your attack speed and you still get your BTs.
I think everyone got happy when Moonshard was introduced as an item. They're like, yes, we can do something when we're gear capped.
It actually makes Anti-Mage better than just like...
any late game hero.
Because normally Anti-Mage like just tails off at 55.
Yeah.
Now he's got something.
See how they can take this fight. Keep your eye on the Clockwork and how he initiates in this fight. It's extremely important.
We've done this previously. So round 2 for LGD. The Fissure, Sylar close. They forced off him in. Laguna Blade. Sylar pulled so deep in, but remember, he's got the Satanic and he's using it. But how much life? You've actually got another jump. It was the Clockwork keeping the rest of LGD out, but maybe hitting Fader into the grave. Sylar finally brought down by the Fable of Misery, but the Aegis Immortal will bring him back to the world of the living, and they continue to fight. Buy back in from the Lina. In comes Eternal Envy. The damage on Sylar. How much work he do? He even got mini bashes. They bring him back maybe as well. A mini bash on him. He's so low, the mana void. He's got full mana, so it won't work, but they get the kill. The SF's down for the count. Echo Slam. Jump in from Yao. The double stuns. Big Daddy. So low. Fader as well. The blade mail. Try and turn the damage. Now Envy. Turn into a chicken. Xiao Wei getting stunned up. Fader from the low ground. Doing the work. Now they move over to Sylar. On the run out of here. They're burning his mana. They have another stun. No, the life structure rate's going to miss. Eternal Envy can jump. Mana void is available. still. They may just need it to actually control him for a moment. Blink in 1 second time.
Is he gonna find him?
Yeah, he jumps the wrong way. He's running down, not up.
Yeah, but that's amazing though. What a fight. Can I just call out what an MVP Misery was in that fight? He played so good. He shut in the enemy in his base, shut out 4 enemy heroes so that they could not come in and help with that first Fissure. And then later on in the fight, a Fissure that's done 4 heroes as well, allowing Misery or Envy to just hit everyone.
Where are you going, Envy?
Beautiful.
Does he have damage?
Backdoor? He
yeah,
does.
There's
yeah.
backdoor. Okay, yeah, yes. The answer is yes. He can battle the backdoor regeneration. He'll take a range Rax and then blink away. The rocket's going to connect, but there's no real follow-up because it's only Sylar left. And you've also
Bane is
got...
respawning. You have to respect that.
Yeah.
He's going to back out, I think.
But you got what you wanted. Like, you actually thought, okay, range Rax isn't the best thing since Alakazam.
And they
but
didn't lose
it's still
Rax.
good.
They didn't lose their bottom racks as well. They held that during all that chaos and during all those high damage output heroes. Leshrac of Edict.
It's gonna happen again.
Oh, dude!
It's gonna happen.
Oh, we
again.
gotta get.
We hit
No
a
way.
plus 20k net worth and experience advantage for LGD, and it's done to arc.
Like, are we gonna have 2 games in a row
No.
where we have comebacks of 20? Like, let's not call it a comeback. Let's not do that. Let's just watch.
it's a point where if we were currently in Key Arena, the crowd will be giving
I've
everything
never
they've
seen
got.
something like this 2 games in a row. This is actually crazy.
It's a huge series. It's such a huge series. And what a way to start the mainstream as well. We already had the greatest start for the wildcard match. And in the last game, we're having a great old ball.
Oh, this TI is already better than last TI. Like, it's
That was the
actually.
threat yesterday.
Yeah.
Believe me, I was there. This is better.
Yeah, it actually feels so amazing. Could not be more hyped. So right now they still have to play this. You know, the funny part is Envy, even though he picked up his Divine and starting to do a lot of work in the team fights, he still only has 3 assists. He doesn't have any kills.
Man, okay, this is the point too where LGD have to understand that they need to be able to hit a lot harder, a lot faster. And I think Sylar is looking at like either like what is it, Daedalus or Rapier. Like these are his only 2 choices that remain.
Yeah, I think so. He needs to go more damage. He needs to just go straight into Divine, I think.
Yep.
Just counter Divine to with Divine. So
it's probably the only thing you can do because
they're
imagine what
smoke ganging the
Ruben's going to
barracks.
do when you've got a Rapier over the Envy. Oh, he got a double damage rune.
And they're
He's
smoke
actually going
ganging
to come in.
barracks.
They're actually going to come in. There's fortification available here for LGD, and with them all together, they're going to beat through and backdoor the racks. The fortification comes, but this opens up for future opportunities.
away.
Oh, he's just have an ag. It's a Fissure. It stops Bone 7.
Yeah, they caught Bone 7. Maybe they can catch up. They have a lot of stuff
It's
like
got 4
Force
stuff. Echo Slam. Might have wanted to wait till the creep wave was there. There's no Fissure available with Rockets. Bone 7's dead.
He's the sacrifice.
Yep.
They forced out a glyph, traded for Bone 7.
Yep, worth it. Look at the bottom lane. The creep wave is pushing in so heavily. This is the C9 advantage lane, and LGD have to come back to defend this. Either that, or you're going for a GG push.
Yeah.
But if you do that, Animate's going to buy BTs and go into your own base and take your tier 4 towers, or potentially just your mid-racks.
Yeah, this is such a hard game to close out for LGD. I mean, it's still 13-35, and they've had such a big advantage the entire game. 57 minutes into the game, C9 are holding on and outplaying them over and over with less resources.
When Envy's that far forward, I always get concerned. Xiaowei could just force stuff into that side device. Like, Lashrac's got so much money up his sleeve. Every single hero for LGD is doing work.
Yeah.
But the same thing can be said about Cloud9. Like, Pugna, like, even if it's just a Netherward, it's still helping him out.
Oh, the heroes are coming together beautifully, especially the Rubik and Clockwork working together are having a massive impact in terms of controlling the fight, pushing, stunning, all of this. And even just the Solar Quest coming out as well from Clockwork. No, they, like, both the drafts are synergizing really well. However, C9 are able to play around LGD a little bit more.
Is it time, Sylar? Is it time?
It is. Like, just go
Oh,
ham.
no, he's going Abyssal. He's going Control Factor over on the Animate. This still works.
A lot
Animate's
of
going to come in
damage.
close, and you get good damage. It's fine.
Yeah. Abyssal Blade on Gyrocopter is actually very strong. If you don't want to go for that Rapier, scared of the enemy maybe being able to burst you, which they can. They have Lina, AM, and Clockwork. You are an easy target for these heroes. So going into Abyssal Blade makes a lot more sense to Divine. This is a smart choice by LGD and also brings a lot of damage still.
Yes, it's a nice combo, but this will be his last item. There is no more. Then we have Sylar
Moonshard.
being Moonshard. Yes, there's always the Moonshard.
And Travel too.
He's got BTs. Oh yeah, Travel too.
Travel
yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Then
Two
maybe,
as in two.
maybe there's some more things he could buy then. I'm 100% wrong.
I'm sure he could buy some salves and go Slazz's way.
Yes. What's he got?
There's always space
the
for that.
compendium achievement for healing. Salves don't work. 5k gold over on Eternal Envy. Now, is this the point where he starts looking at his Battle Fury?
Yeah, it is. Like, it's the next item that you could possibly get rid of, because your BKB, you crucially need it in your fight. He has used it once this game. So it's not that you're going to need it a lot of times, but when you need it, you desperately need it.
Man, to actually have such a long duration Battle Fury. You got 9 seconds when we're hitting the hour mark again in this game. Like, it's almost unheard of for a BKB, unless it's brand new.
I think moonsharding it up first, and then going into travels, and then switching the Battle Fury is possibly the build.
We're almost at a point, too, where maybe might consider building into a Satanic of his own.
Yeah.
Because he's got 5,600 gold and a Blink Dagger.
I'm looking for,
that's the only item he would sacrifice out of what he's got.
That is true.
Even the 5-second BKB is still going to be worth it.
God, it's truly AM up against these two extremely strong carries in the fact of Gyro and Shadow Fiend. They hit extremely hard, but Anti-Mage plays around them, and he has the Divine. He's the man with the golden sword.
Look at the money on the track. He's actually got an Ultimate Orb as well. This could turn in to being something like a Lincoln Sphere and just protecting else. Oh, Bone 7. They catch him out. The Hex from Zhao Wei, the stuns and the damage. Just so good. I actually think Bone 7's the only real man to die in the last 20 minutes for Cloud9.
Yeah.
I say real man, not like that.
Are you saying that No Tail doesn't count, or
just
what is
because he's currently halfway to the Melk Award.
Yeah, but he achieved that in like the first 15 minutes, so he's been actually playing very safe later on.
This is just so dangerous. I like the timing for this. Roshan's up in 20 seconds time. You just lost Clockwork. That's your scat ability of Roshan.
I don't even know which Rosh this is. There's been so many already.
We've already had 2 cheeses.
Yeah, so it's 5th?
I think it has to be 5th.
Yeah, 5th.
I'm waiting for a nod from
Roshan.
Scriff.
Scriff is just giving us the...
Scriff doesn't know.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain it's 5th.
He's giving us the Subson left, Subson right. That's the... Okay, let's see. Roche up, and Sylar is actually checking it now. He has 5.8k gold, so he has the surplus enough to buy his Abyssal Blade.
Yep.
I wonder if they just give the Aegis to Leshak here. They pretty much have to.
It would make sense.
And
he's got the slot.
on maybe...
I'll give it to, just leave it on one of the supports.
Mama, yeah, maybe.
Actually, they gave it. Wait, what did he dropped the Monkey King bar to have the Aegis as the Immortal.
What? Okay.
And now he'll buy up.
Well, then you would want to divine
Blade.
more than Abyssal. if you drop the MKB, you want to divine more than Abyssal, I think. Because now his damage is still the same as when he had the MKB.
Yep.
It's lackluster at this point.
Maybe we got to look at this from a different angle. Where LGD is like, okay, if we're going to go high ground, we need a sponge.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to buy one more courier and keep it close.
MMY, he's walking into him. He doesn't have Blink available, but Yao holding onto the Fissure gets a stun over on Misery, and Misery, he actually saw Fiend's Grip, but Yao jumps in. Laguna Blade almost gave him the kill. They've lost the bait. There's that Fiend's Grip going to work. The Earthshaker control, maybe even pushed back by the cogs of Bone 7. Zhao Wei, he has to use the cheat to try to stay alive here. Now it's a 2-for-1 trade-off. The Clockwork still ended up dying.
A lot of disables removed as well. LGD don't have them.
Yep. Someone get rid of that one super range creep. It's chasing them and giving all the vision away. But they have to get back anyway. That melee Rex to come under siege in just a moment.
Range creep is on to you.
Hey, where is Zhao Wei going? He's moving out of base. The observer ward gets deep-watered.
Yeah. And,
so they lose their vision.
C9 are now finally getting to feel like the aggressors in this game. For really the first time in this entire game, they are the aggressors, not just the rats.
Look back at base, look back at home. It's in trouble. They're trying to creep skip this, but you got 2 catapults and a huge wave coming in. You take out the tier 2 tower in mid, but the creep wave's about to take out your tier 4s. You have to come back. And if they're not careful, oh no, Courier!
Oh.
Just the Cardi!
Yeah, they micro him. It's fine.
You can't micro catapults.
yeah, they micro Courier. But they're going to back with it.
Alright, so they push him back. Sylar's still in a horrible...
Yeah, Sylar needs to have his MKB as well. This is such a tough... I think maybe when he has the Aegis, he should just drop the BKB and play without the BKB until he has Aegis gone. Because honestly, his damage is not high enough to take a fight right now. Without the MKB, he's not going to hurt much. But that said, though, there are some low HP numbers on both sides of the teams. Like the 1,000 HP over on the Pugna, the 2,000 HP on Antimage is not super high for an AM. But this game, man, so crazy. I think LGD are shook by the fact that that Divine happened. Because ever since, they've been playing reactively. Like, they've slowed down.
They're not the ones calling the shots anymore. I think they realized, too, the ability for trade-off against Cloud9. They're giving respect to C9. C9 have been in this position many, many times.
That's what happened. Envy buys that Divine. He's the alpha male now. That's how it goes, man. The respect is gone.
There's one way to look at it. But you'll only be a real alpha male if he buys a second.
Yeah. Well, if we could only walk into a room and say, hey, you need one more.
What would you do? Sell the Battle Fury for a second Rapier?
Sure. Oh, top lane. They're trying to set up to hex him. Blinking him. Fiend
This
script.
could be it. They need support. Clockwork missed the hook shot. Misery's in the neighborhood. And Envy, he's
The
dropping.
Divine?
He's down. He is gone. The Rapier is on the deck and in the hands of the Shadow Fiend. He'll lose his Butterfly for it. He uses BKB. It's almost worth holding onto that Butterfly.
Yeah.
And now, where's the extra support? The Echo Slam. They managed to find another one. It's the Rubik down for the count. This could be the moment. The SF is dishing out almost 700 damage a pop.
Yeah, he's hitting so hard. That Daedalus is just crazy. He has the Moonshard as well, of course, so his attack speed is decent despite dropping the Butterfly. And yeah.
Look at the play. So this is Cloud9's way.
Yeah.
Okay, so
down the bottom lane.
If we can't fight them directly, now Animage does have a buyback available.
Oh,
they just make sure the bottom lane's pushing in. Now, Sylar bought second level BTs.
Yeah.
So he will TP into probably the SF or whoever.
Exactly, a reliable TP that you cannot stop as if you TP to a creep.
But what a timing for Fader.
Yeah.
A refresher up. You got double Laguna Blade. I believe with that he can he can
Is
pop.
it enough though? They're going in now.
He can kill the Shrek. This is the moment.
Oh,
this is the day.
They shouldn't get too anxious about this Rax. Rax doesn't mean that much. It's just about how you take the fight.
They're trying to be safe.
Yeah.
They're just trying to be safe.
Yeah, they're trying to wait for Envy, but it's 30 seconds. It's a long time.
Envy won't buy back unless they contest the third Rax or they go for tier 4 towers. And he'll always wait until Cloud9 initiate.
He will have to, though. They're going to mega creep them if he doesn't buy back. But they're going to go now. They're looking for it.
Here they come. Misery jumps in, picks up maybe Fade with the BKB. Laguna Blade 1, Laguna Blade 2. Maybe dropping low. They want the Rapier back. Eternal Envy getting stunned.
Oh,
he's down.
no.
He's down. That could be GG. They've lost everything. It's 4, almost 5, and GG. LGD will 2-0 Cloud9 in a very intense game too.
Has to be one of the most emotional losses. The dream was so real. They could touch it, Toby. They could taste it. But that means that in the LGD versus C9, LGD 2-0 taking 3 points.
What a game. What a game to play. Cloud9, LGD, they get the big points. Love them for it. We'll get to have ourselves a breather, as I know you're going to be back with the panel in just a moment. But the next game coming up, I'm excited. You'll be excited.
But my nerves can't handle this.
We'll be back. Handle it, Waga. Find your handles. We'll be back.
We'll be back.
What a way to start day one. Of course, well, I mean, 2 Cloud9 games, right? I mean, definitely
2-hour-long Cloud9 games.
2-hour-long Cloud9 games.
That is very little, not surprised.
Yeah, not surprising. I mean, kind of putting all C9 fans' hearts on the line there. Everyone almost having a heart attack. But at the end of the day, LGD do carry through. I mean, sure, Envy going with the Rapier, but losing it at the end. That wasn't necessarily, of course, spelling the end of it, but it did kind of secure things for LGD going forward. And we'll just have some quick thoughts, because we had 2-hour-long games, we do have a lot of other matches to get through, but is there anything special you want to note? Other than, I mean, you know, that's kind of what we expect.
I'm super impressed with how long this game went on from Cloud9's perspective. I think when I saw the draft and how hard they counterpicked the Lesh and for it to just be a support afterwards, I thought this was going to be a pretty short game, especially when LGD got really far ahead early on. And Cloud9 just played incredibly, and I love the choice from Envy to go for the Rapier. Of course, it's a fan favorite item, but in the situation, I think it was the right read on the game. Like, he had to do something extremely drastic, and to have the confidence to do something like that in a game like this I think is a really good sign.
Yeah, and that move is
they
what kept the game going quite a bit longer. And so, yeah, you're right. I mean, looking at the early part of the game, the fact that this game went over 60 minutes is pretty darn impressive. on the side of Cloud9. But unfortunately, the bottom line result is that LGD do take the 2-0, so they'll get 3 points. We do have some updates from the other matches. Of course, we do have Complexity getting the 2-0 against MVP Phoenix, and Fnatic and Secret splitting 1-1, so they only get 1 point each.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
that second game, though.
Yeah,
Fnatic Secret. We obviously didn't get to see it because this game went so long, so we didn't... I don't even know if we have many highlights for that game. That game was an absolute
might be, but I mean, we do
beatdown.
have many more matches to get through, but of course you can catch the VODs if you haven't seen it, so that's something to look forward to. I've heard it was pretty crazy. We caught some glimpses of it. You guys were watching on that side.
I'm pretty sure Winter would like to talk briefly about the game because he knows why the game was so one-sided, because he knows Fnatic very well.
Mainly, I feel what happened and went wrong for Secret is whenever you play against Mushi's team in general, they tend to have this tendency whenever they beat a much stronger opponent, they trash you in all the 3 lanes. All the players are really good in the lanes, and what happened was, I think they did a Bloodseeker off lane.
Yeah.
I didn't really see the laning phase, but he has as much net worth as the safe laner. Like after like 10, 15 minutes. There were 3 on par on the net worth, so that is a classic Mushi type of team game. They win all their lanes and they trash you.
Yeah, that
that
is pretty much exactly what happened. Secret wasn't able to come back from that game too, so they do tie at 1-1. So that's our first set of matches. But we are just going to move straight in because we have 5 sets of matches going onward on 3 different streams. Now, before we go forward, of course, LGD just won. They're looking good. A lot of people are thinking LGD possibly top 3, maybe even a contender to be the champion of TI5. Now, in their next match on Stream C, they will be playing against, I believe, Complexity. But before we go on, of course, there's one of the players on LGD that a lot of people are looking forward to, Xiaowei, leading newbie to that championship title last year at TI4, now coming back, possibly looking for another title for himself and then LGD as a whole. Let's look at Xiaowei's story before we jump into the second set of matches.
我第一次见小巴大概是在5、6年前吧，当时我们是在湖南，然后一起打 Dota 认识的，然后做什么事情都特别的认真，然后会投入100%的精力。行业的压力、竞争，然后包括舆论各方面都很大。
我觉得不能盲目的来就是做职业选手吧，因为其实职业选手也有他辛苦不为人知的一面，然后他一定要付出自己的努力，还有很大的天赋才能成功的。Cloud9是一支很规范的强队吧，然后每天一起训练，一起生活，一起研究新的录像，其实都是为了比赛想拿到好成绩。我这次回老干爹的原因，主要还是因为以前我们都是队友吧，我跟萨拉跟瑶，然后觉得 TI2 有些可惜，再回来一起努力，再打一次 TI。
他在完成了一系列的成就，甚至说可以说拿到了这个领域的巅峰以后，然后还选择出来跟我并肩作战，然后那一刻是我很感动的。
觉得心里特别温暖吧，觉得有了家庭的支持，就希望自己能努力，不会让他们失望，就特别大的动力。
然后无话不说，然后干什么都一起，就像一个团队，像一家人一样。我觉得一个队伍的队长最重要的是以身作则。我觉得老聂最强的强项是团队的执行力。因为小巴是我们的指挥，他说1，我们就不会说2。然后就他的付出我们也是看得到的。
小巴是气场蛮强的一个男人，然后作为队长来说的话，队友们都很信服他，然后很靠谱，所以之后在生活中打 Dota 也是蛮令人信服的一个好朋友、好兄弟嘛。
TI5的话，只想就自己能带这个队伍做到自己该做的了。
So Xiaowei returning to LGD, trying to lead old and new teammates to a championship title here at TI5. I mean, already 2-0 against C9. They're feeling good, but of course a long way to go. So if you want to catch more LGD games, definitely head over to Stream C. They will be playing against Complexity. But for this stream, we just talked briefly about Fnatic vs Secret, how Secret just got absolutely beaten in Game 2. They tied 1-1, but now they're coming here onto the mainstream to play against IG. Let's have some quick talks before we go into draft of game one. Now, the players are pretty much all set up, but let's talk a little bit about IG, right? Because we've talked enough about Secret in generic terms. Like, all right, they've been doing well in the past couple lands they've been at. They've been winning, 4 major lands in the recent months. Coming into TI, they are the favorites. But what about IG? What are we thinking about IG? Where do they stand, Winter?
At the moment, it feels sometimes it's like C9, sometimes they don't show up. Like, it's the same for IG. Their draft sometimes seem very uncertain and they have no direction in the draft, but sometimes they are able to pull everything together and get the whole team rolling. I feel the main and strongest point of the team is the 2 supports, Tron and Faith. I feel the strongest playstyle they have is when they roam a lot early and they get a lot of kills and they make sure all 3 lanes are taken care of. They can't just take care of, okay, we're just going to focus on taking care of Ferrari or Burning. I feel all the 3 cores, Burning, Ferrari, and Luo, they all need attention. They can't be just left alone because all of them, they are able to actually roll the game by themselves. And so if you give them a little help and give them a little advantage, they're able to dictate the play.
All right. So we talk about certain teams, for instance, obviously EG comes to mind when we talk about who can take games off of Secret and potentially even take a match off of Secret. Ben, would you say IG is up there in those ranks?
I haven't seen them adapt too well to 6.8. I think their team actually doesn't have any new blood, which is very unusual for a top team. They have 5 legendary players, and I mean, none of them have like recently come out within the last year or so. Luo, Chuan, Faith, Ferrari, and Burning. Of course, everybody knows about Burning and Ferrari. And I would say that a couple of them have like adapted real well to this new patch, but as a whole, I just haven't seen it. At the beginning, they looked really good picking up Solar Crest and Glimmer Cape before it was like supremely popular, but sometimes they fall back to like a carry Naga, which, as an experienced team, you want to fall on strats from prior eras, but I think they do that a little bit too much.
Okay. So Sen, you think maybe this is where Secret jumps back in and says, all right, we're gonna just go back to our kind of groove, maybe one could say, and try to take this 2-0, or do you think IG is still going to put up a fight, maybe throw another curveball like Fnatic did?
How was it? It went they didn't face each other at ESL, right? IG and Secret. That was never a matchup.
IG did. Yeah, they did.
They did?
Yeah, Secret crushed them.
That was okay. So I was going to say if they met, it was not very memorable for me.
Yeah.
as a close series. So I feel like not only that time but also the previous time. I can't remember the exact event, but I have to go back quite a while before I feel like IG put up a really good challenge to Secret.
Right.
That being said, we just saw Secret get destroyed by Fnatic because of an incredible laning stage, and that is something IG actually sometimes pull out some really early aggression, and they can make it work. We sometimes see Faith and Chuan go dual roaming. They have like some interesting pocket pick in the Kunkka, for example, with Shadow Demon. They could go for something like that, try to immediately, from minute 0, just start destroying lanes. And I think that's a really good recipe that Fnatic obviously made work. If they do that, I think they have a good shot. If they play like Ben said, the standard strategies of IG, and they just try to slow play, I think they're going to lose 2-0. I think they need to do something a little different. And going into the tournament and being their first match, just starting out aggressively like that and trying to get the ball rolling and get some momentum can be a good strategy. So,
in general, is that? I mean, I feel like we talked about that at ESL 1 too. Of course, you two, we were there, and Winter, we talked about this a little bit before coming into this event. But just because Secret is so stable and they're so consistent, oftentimes the strategy that comes up to beat them is to be aggressive early. But I mean, is that really the only method that is kind of known right now?
I think it instills a lot more fear in your opponents when you dominate in the lane and you dominate the whole game. I think like a slow kind of back and forth win like LGD, it's not super scary for future opponents. Like if you're up against Fnatic, they're like, oh my gosh, did you see what they did to Secret? Right, but if you're against LGD, it's like, you saw what they did to Cloud9, but you're not going to be like super scared of it. So I think the level of fear and mentality that teams have going in facing Fnatic is, it's really something to worry about.
All right. Are there any picks, Winter, that you would like to see that would allow this for IG, that kind of fit IG specifically?
I think like what Sin said earlier, the Kunkka, something like very early roaming potential, maybe the Mirana we might see coming. Like stuff like this. There's a lot of uncertainty. Like you got to land the arrow. Like there's going to be a points of game where you land some random arrow and you get some bonus kill or an unexpected kill.
Right.
Stuff like this might happen with a pick with Mirana, and all these things are going to throw a team like Secret off because they are used to everything being so like stable and going according to plan for them, and a random arrow hits some important target and it changes the game from there.
All right, well, we're about to find out. Draft for Game 1 is ready, so we'll continue discussing it as the draft pans out. Secret coming off of a 1-1 tie with Fnatic, and of course, IG now entering their very first match of TI5. Top 16 in the group stages, and we do have the whole best-of-2 system. Point system, 3 points for a 2-0, 1 point each for a 1-1, and then 0 points if you lose 0-2 for each one of your matches. So this is pretty important. Seeding into the main stage event, you obviously want to start in that upper bracket. Well, let's jump in. First 2 bans, not too surprising. Tusk and Lash, I think, for any team. Generally, we're more surprised if either of those go through for kind of a niche ban or whatnot. But going forward, certain things we've discussed earlier, right? Undying has come up quite a few times. Ember, obviously not necessarily ban-worthy early on, but do we think that's possibly going to be a priority in picks in this matchup?
I think Naga
is
very
super
high
high
priority. Yeah. It's a very safe tool for Secret. Like, even if they fall behind, they can either prolong the game or turn around the team fight or set up. Like, it's good if you're behind ahead or on par, and I think there's not that many supports that are like that, and Secret utilizes that ultimate like way better than most teams that I've seen.
And it's also one of IG's, like, if we're expecting them to try to go for something like standard IG, it's just such a classic pick for burning. So I would definitely agree that Naga is going to be a hot point of contention here. There was another hero I was thinking about. No, I think I lost it.
Shadowfiend?
It's already banned.
Yeah, Shadowfiend, I mean, just got banned, yeah.
They're going to ban Naga. So
oh, there we go. I was about to ask one of you guys, do you think then it's worth banning for IG because they don't have that first pick? Is it that high in contention?
I think so.
So, yeah, they go through with it, and then...
Queen of Pain.
Okay, this is a classic Secret opening, Queen of Pain. And, I mean, the Shadowfiend ban is mostly because IG is on Radiant, and Ferrari plays a very good Shadowfiend. So, it's very good to remove that off the...
A little bit of an advantage when you're on Radiant side. For sure.
And looking at the remaining picks that are strong right now,
Gyro?
Gyro, and Undying is still in the pool, but
that was the one I wanted to mention.
Yeah, but Secret is not afraid at all to fight Undying.
Exactly. I was going to bring up Undying because I think Team Secret, out of any of the top teams, they're probably the team that picks it the least. At least that's the impression I have. They don't really pick it.
They only pick it once and they lost with it.
They don't pick it and they don't mind giving it away. So compared to other teams we've seen, especially like the Cloud9 LGD matchup, I think it was banned both games, or it was picked one game, banned the other game. This is going to be a different kind of matchup. And IG actually like playing Undying themselves, so they might want to grab it later. They're going to take the Bloodseeker though.
Well, they had a game off last game, so they probably watched Fnatic. And
yeah, Fnatic had both of these heroes, right?
This worked.
Yeah,
they had Bloodseeker.
Yeah, these two were in the top 3, like in terms of net worth. Like what, 10 minutes into the game? 7 minutes?
Yeah, like so. Just after the lane phase, they were crushing all the lanes.
So maybe trying something that they saw just worked.
And it's a good hero to catch out a mobile and blinking hero like Quap. But there's a way you can actually dodge the rupture damage, right? I saw a video on it. Like, you have to blink and move.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's 1300 range and 0.25 seconds. If you move more than 1300 range, then you can actually... It doesn't do it.
So
or else you could like TP.
But Quap's blink is the only blink that can do it.
Is it difficult to do it every time you get rupture?
No, because Quap's blink is 1300 range max, and it doesn't have the 4/5 roll.
You just need to click move a little bit first and then blink.
You usually blink first and then click move.
Or click, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the 0.25 second interval like starts as soon as you blink.
All right.
She's the only hero that can actually do that. Now, Dazzle is an interesting matchup for this for a couple of reasons. First of all, they take it away. We've seen teams like to play Dazzle with Gyro. So that's not going to be an option for IG. And it's a nice hero in general to have against Bloodseeker in your lineup because the way he thrives is by other lanes taking damage, and then he gets really strong because someone on the opposite side of the map is at half health in a tri-lane or something. But if you have Dazzle in your lane for Secret, you could keep sustaining the lane. So if all your heroes are at full health constantly, then Bloodseeker is not really that scary in lane. But that's what happens most of the time is you can't really... If you're used to playing your lane, you're like a very comfortable player playing a one-on-one matchup, you're playing against Bloodseeker, and all of a sudden his damage is just like 30 higher than it was 30 seconds ago because the top lane just entered a fight, right? It can really throw you off and make Bloodseeker way stronger. So I like this as a possible solution here for Secret. It's quite smart.
Okay. Then we have the Bane ban. I mean, Bane generally obviously pretty good lockdown. And then Razor coming out as a ban from IG.
Bane goes because Fnatic used it as well.
That's true. Maybe Team Secret's seeing this. Like, oh, we don't want to play against that lineup again. Let's just ban out everything else that Fnatic had earlier on. Wouldn't be the worst of ideas. I mean, playing at your comfort zone, obviously, something we've discussed.
I think playing against a Bloodseeker, generally you want a hero that can just stand there and fight as opposed to tank the rupture damage. I think Razor's actually
and also
really
heroes that do a big amount of burst. So when he's blood raging himself, you want to just take him out immediately.
Yeah.
Like Laguna or Finger, stuff like that.
Okay.
I definitely like the Razor Band. Secret turns to it a lot. It's a great mech carrier. It can secure, the early game so they don't lose terribly hard to IG in the early game like they did to Fnatic.
Well, so Winter, you were bringing up what possibly, like, obviously heroes like Lina and Lion being good against Bloodseeker here. Now, with the Quap already picked and then the Dazzle picked, which one would you favor for Team Secret?
Do you mean either Lina or Lion?
Or neither. I mean,
they might not even pick any of them because, like, judging by the lineup they have right now, it's quite difficult to fit either one of them in. And as a support, Lina or Lion at the moment with the lineup doesn't feel like it will work together. So it's very low chance that we'll go down that route, I feel.
What about Keep It Light for Secret? Do you think they're going to pick that? I mean, it's a hero that they pick often. It's a hero that can sustain through Bloodseeker.
It's somewhat good versus Bloodseeker because you mana leak him and he can't really move around.
Blinding Light is also very good against both these cores.
It's quite a good pick against these two heroes, I'd say.
The question is how much is it the back of Secret's minds because of that. Like, the last game against Fnatic, they're a very experienced squad. They are not scared of picking something again, even though they lost. They are generally good at identifying, okay, we lost because of draft, or we lost because of play, or a little bit of both, and this is here where it went wrong, but they might still have it at the back of their minds. We just got absolutely destroyed, and maybe part of the reason was that one of our supports was a Keeper of the Light who couldn't, like, actively engage and fight back, but has to play defensively. So, in that sense, yes, he has abilities that are good against Seeker, but at the same time, he can easily be abused by the early pressure that a lineup like this can put. So, Coddle Dazzle to me is just not a good call.
Yeah, it's just very weak. It's very defensive, and yes, it's a very strong in mid game, but early game it might be too much of a handicap that your team has in the laning phase.
Now, you guys discussed earlier, I mean, the importance of the supports roles for IG. What are we looking at for supports? What are we looking to round out here?
Usually Chuan plays a pretty aggressive hero.
Yeah, like a roaming hero or something that can do stuff alone, like Rubik with boots or Mirana going around shooting arrows. But yeah, this is the classic Zeus plus Berserker. I would say it's more or less likely it's maybe a offlane Zeus, and if they want to do some Bloodseeker jungle. But I don't think Zeus would be a support this game for them.
Yeah, I would say either offlane or mid. I mean, they run Spirit Breaker a lot for Luo, I feel like, though. And I would also like to enter the lineup and kind of run at the
Wow, okay.
All right.
Wow.
As expected, Secret.
Team Secret
who never play Undying will now play
Undying. I mean, that makes their team fight really strong. They have Tombstone plus Weave and Quap that does a lot of damage. And I mean, I guess it's good versus a Bloodseeker in a sense where he can't just run in to your team because you have a lot of damage. But then again, Bloodseeker can kill the Tombstone very easily with Blood Rage. So it might be something that doesn't work against them.
So what we're getting at here is whenever we talk about Bloodseeker, we're like, this is good, but then again. It's like the follow-up to like every single sentence with
because
Bloodseeker.
That's how the hero works. Right? He might be good against you, but he might get killed by you as well.
I mean, you could own him, but then again, if your team is low, he one-shots you. So that's also a problem.
I mean
that's why the hero is unpredictable.
Yeah, he is really frustrating to play against, actually.
All right, well,
I think Invictus Gaming are looking at some sort of disable.
Yeah,
or
they need setup of some sort.
Oh yeah, there's still a mid roll. I forgot to mention there's also the mid roll for the Zeus if they want to put him that way, and the Bloodseeker towards the jungle. So that's something that we shouldn't forget about as well. If they want to play greedy.
But as you guys were saying right now, I mean, they can simply just run at them. They can't really lock them down or secure anything necessarily.
I mean, Rupture's a great way of starting off a fight, but versus all those defensive abilities, they need something more.
So they have now their primary support, might be their roaming support, hard to say, but
classic IG would be Rubik Lina. They've played that so many times.
Yeah, that's what they did when Lore was drafting. Now they changed drafters now. It's Faith drafting. Back at ESL it was Lore drafting, and he would always open something plus Rubik, something plus Rubik. Very strong. It literally makes the offlane life miserable because live into Rocket Barrage is death most of the time.
It's extremely good. Now, what Secret could try to do is, one of the scariest dual lanes actually to play against, is like an aggressive dual lane of Dazzle Undying is very hard to play against. You can heal the zombies, Undying is sustainable. Even if you get him low, you can still Grave and keep him going, and then he can build up more decay stacks. But a lane like this that IG can run can actually kill him so fast that Secret might not even be interested in running that aggressive dual lane here.
The traps plus the zombies. And they're on the dire side, so a lot of synergy together, and Dazzle as well, minus armor. So they have a very strong timing window type of draft where they're gonna more of like snowball. They're gonna take Roshan at some point. It's gonna be hard to contest it. And they're going to use Aegis plus Tombstone to just take towers and objectives.
There's a couple. Really quickly. So TA Rupture does not remove refraction, right? Because the damage instances are like really minimal, but it's based on your
a
movement.
few seconds, I guess.
I think it doesn't remove it at all.
Remove at all.
If you run with refraction on, the damage the Rupture deals is like very, very little, but very, very fast.
I think it's in quarter-second intervals, so I think it...
So you can remove refraction.
I think you can remove it very fast.
Then, in addition to that, every time Zeus casts a spell, it's 2 damage instances, because it's static field and the spell itself. And there's also Rocket Barrage. So I don't know how good a TA
refraction,
game is. It's a good lane.
Refraction is not good. Okay, it's not good this game, but...
He has a good lane.
I think in general, the hero itself has a lot of synergy with what they have, being on Dire, Roshan, and it works really well with Tombstone. So I think based on that 2 facts alone, it's still a really good pick for their lineup.
She can also just burst Bloodseeker down really easily.
With the Melt Strike.
Yeah,
so
Bloodseeker cannot play like super YOLO this game.
Okay.
That is true.
Super YOLO. I like that.
Yo, I mean, if YOLO wasn't YOLO enough,
it's like Bloodseeker's a YOLO hero.
It really actually is.
All right, well, waiting on the last ban for Secret, using up all their time there, and then the AA ban.
Yeah, they have a lot of heal, so it's a good ban, and it's a Chinese team. Chinese teams tend to like to pick AA a lot against a lineup where you have a lot of heal potential, sustainability.
This is actually a really, really good ban the more you think about it. That would have been an incredible pick for them.
So they have a lot of spam from far range, I'd say, with Zeus and Splinter Blast and Rubik Fate Bolt. So they are going to be able to defend against the 5-man and drag a lot of time when they are sieging.
And they're going to be very quickly able to deal spread damage to multiple heroes. And then Bloodseeker just starts.
And Wyvern is somewhat good counter towards TA as well.
I feel like it's one of Dazzle's weaknesses, like having so much spread damage from their whole entire team. Like you can only grave one person.
Right.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that we've seen Dazzle shine is versus those heavy, really single target bursts like Tusk and whatnot.
They also have Cold Embrace against TA. That's very, very good counter.
So,
it's a good pick.
What does Secret need? I mean, they've only got 3 seconds left. Oh.
They need more fighting.
Apparently.
They have 0 stuns.
I was just about to say, don't they need more stuns or something to help?
They have level 4 Poison Touch.
If you talk about a team that
toss.
plays without stuns, this is the team.
I mean, that's true. That's true. But it just looked a little
Shuriken
odd.
Toss is a stun.
Poison Touch level 4.
Okay, yeah. So they're going to go with it.
Which he's not even going to skill.
Puppy rarely skills that, actually.
So they're going to run with it. They rounded out with the Bounty Hunter. Secret coming off of a tough loss against Fnatic. But again, I mean, just one map and so many maps that they're going to play here for Dota 2 in the group stages. But obviously, everyone's going to start to matter more and more. So this is game 1 between Team Secret and IG. Best of 2, whoever wins. Maybe they can get that 2 or get that 3 points. Obviously, it would be great for IG to start it off, especially against a team like Secret. But for Secret, if they can get the 3-0, I mean, that's just them being like, all right, we're back in the groove. We are the favorites. Anything else, you guys? I mean, I feel like
Look out for couriers. Look out for couriers.
Look out for couriers.
Yes, this is what I wanted. Ferrari is playing Bloodseeker. That is the perfect name.
I was wondering who it was going to be.
The perfect nickname for someone playing Bloodseeker is Ferrari.
All right. Well, we are in game. So game 1 of Team Secret versus IG.
Those wonderful people tuning in through Dota TV. You've been with us from the very, very get-go. We're here for game number 1 of round 2 of the group stages. IG versus Team Secret, where Secret are looking to post their first 2-0 victory after their 1-1 draw to Fnatic, and IG is their first game to kick off the tournament.
Yeah, truly amazing. And I mean, just really off-the-chain feeling about this TI is the fact that we already breached 3 million viewers concurrent in the first day of TI, really. We had wildcards yesterday, but it's just so hard to grasp.
Love your Dota, man. Love your Dota. So what we get from IG is a little bit different here. We have Ferrari on the Bloodseeker. So this is not being played by Luo. In fact, Luo is going to be put into the Zeus role.
Yeah. Yeah, Luo has that boots first Zeus running around. He does have a sentry as well with him. I think he could put that sentry to someone else since he will have the Thunderbolt anyway, but maybe he just wants to have it available if he runs into Pantheon so he can chase him down.
IG are really looking for the first blood.
Yeah, they are.
S4 is not going to give it to him. Going for the bounty rune doesn't make any sense. They realize on the bottom no one's down here. Zai is watching him. Now they do see S4. So first room will go the way of Ferrari. And this will turn us in to now a Zeus safe lane. We'll have a middle lane Bloodseeker with support Chuan at the start, at least for the block. And then a dual offlane of Burning as the Gyro and Faith as the Rubik. I'm liking this combo.
Yeah, IG are mixing up a lot. And it's a really strong combo. You can pull up and just pull them back into the rocket barrage, of course, hurts a lot. And we're going to see what Secret do with their bounty hunter, because he can't really find that much on bottom, I believe, against the Zeus with just Undying down there. He does have the Orb of Venom, though, but...
I like how he drops a sentry ward at the very start, too. So he'll see Kuro now on the bot lane and understand he's got to keep his distance.
Yeah. He could even attack him and just force him away and say, hey, I see what you're doing. Like, get rid of this bounty hunter. Because he's going to pester him as much as he can.
Okay, so if you're in RTZ's shoes right now, you're going one-on-one with a Bloodseeker, with Wyvern harassing you every now and then. What do you do to stop this?
I mean, you just gotta Sideblade, dude. That's the only thing. You have to pull the creeps from the Bloodseeker into yourself and then Sideblade onto Bloodseeker. That's how you need to lane. Because if you just try to last it against him, it's very difficult. And he won't be scared of you attacking him because you're attacking the creeps. But if you pull the creeps back, you get an angle. That's how you actually can lane against it.
Oh, Lure, this is just not his day. Koro is getting really up in his face. And with that Orb of Venom, he does some serious work against the Zeus.
Good thing
he
has the
cancelled his
boots
clarity.
at least. Yeah. Good thing he has his boots available at least, so he can do something there. But yeah, getting really, really pestered out here. And this tower is going to go down fast. Like, Puppey is here with the heal on bottom lane. They're going to push this.
Yeah, just creep skip it out. This is also what I think Lua was really scared of, and the reason why he backed up from the tower, because he realized it wasn't safe just to sit back behind the tower. It could be like a tombstone leveled up, Zai could throw that down, and then the push would just be so easy to kill him, claim first blood, and then momentum will ensue. Instead, though, they bring Lua with a TP, Chuan harassing into Zai, and there's that tombstone drop, so Zai has the advantage at the moment. Lua is trying to get rid of the tombstone, but Puppey harassing him down. Chuan, he's trying to do the work. They're bringing him more help, but the burst heal actually hitting into Chuan, and now Lua, he might have a bolt of Valuable Faith, try and take away a little bit of the damage, but they're chasing Lua into the tree line. Kuro right behind him. He's just having to juke it around. This movement, the boots, is doing the work until he gets body blocked by Faith, but Kuro picked up, thrown back into the tree line. He's still right on top of Lua. The lightning bolt down. Kuro is dropping. He needs to get away from the tower, but he cannot do so in time. IG get the counter kills out.
Yeah, they get the counter kills, but that was a lot of TPs as well, and expensive ones this early on in the game.
But should flag the fact that we just saw a Bloodseeker kill off a Templar Assassin in mid. You have to remember, when the rest of Secret's dropping low, he gets buffed up. Yeah. He brought down RTZ.
That is true. When you start fighting, especially running around on low HP for that long, that makes the Bloodseeker really, really strong. So hard to lane against on the mid lane. And he's playing really well. He is winning against the TA pretty hard. Yep. He's 14-7 right now.
Well, at this point, he's just wishing the Puppey would heal up a little bit quicker.
Yeah. And top lane, though, Queen of Pain, after the Rubik TP'd away from top, he's actually going to be taking over a little bit more with the Queen again. But Gyro did get a nice farming start, at least. So up to 12-7.
And Ferrari's expecting more attacks. He's gone 3 points up in the thirst.
Yeah. I think that's reasonable in an aggressive game like this.
Yep.
Definitely a good start.
Now, I suppose what really is like Blood Rage or the Blood Right going to do up against a Templar Assassin in the laning phase?
Yeah, not that much. It doesn't really do anything. Top lane.
S4, they're having a crack on him on the top lane. Kuro trying to stay right in his tail. You don't have another blink available and not enough damage to kill the Gyro.
Yeah, that's very difficult. Very difficult to bring him down early, as he has so much armor really on the hero and just able to run away with the Basilius as well. And mid lane, I like to see what RTZ is doing. This is something I've been doing for years. Is just skilling up 2 points in Sideblades. It makes it so much easier to use the Sideblades, because 1 point is just not enough.
And Zai's committing. He drops the tombstone. He's actually taking up a lot of damage from this. Trying to keep the undead minions up so it takes the attack from the tower. No soul rip available, so the tombstone's just going to drop. Puppey attempting to deny it, in fact.
Oh, they're going for a tower deny. Are they going to dive in here? But the Arctic burn being used. So they secure the deny. Very nice. I didn't think they would be able to actually recover that lane and secure a deny down there. But with that big fight they took, they actually did.
They are going to start to lose a little bit of map control because of this. With the tier 1 tower dropping, IG's going to...
Oh, I missed TP by RTZ. He wanted to Magic Wand and he accidentally TP'd to mid lane, which he was already on.
Whoops.
So no TP and he wasted a lot of mana there. Well, that just means that he can't react now. Maybe IG will capitalize.
I think S4 is getting in a position where he wants to attack on the top, but the sentry ward's been really nicely placed by IG, ready for that bounty hunter.
Yep.
So they know when he arrived on the top lane just to back it up. And another sentry ward placed in the mid lane in case Kuro then tries to move to this region. And in fact, they see him with the observer ward, always pinging his position.
Yeah, he's trying to run around everywhere, this bounty hunter, just trying to find whatever he can. But I think he crucially needs level 4, because that's when you have 2 points into the Shuri toss, which is so much damage, 225 at a level 2 nuke. Normally what you see on a level 3 nuke on most AoE spells. Oh, mid, they're going to try with the Rupture. No, they don't do it.
I think they're a little concerned because they scouted out the fact that Poppy's sitting right behind him.
They've seen him, yeah.
Yeah, so they know it's not a guaranteed kill. You get the Rupture and then you just under Shallow Grave walk back behind the tower.
Yeah.
You'll still be insanely low, and Bloodseeker will see you the entire way.
Yeah, level 1 Rupture you can pretty much run from. Level 2 Rupture, that's when you can't run anymore because it doubles the damage output from it.
Yep.
So,
I'd be a little concerned though once Zeus hits level 6.
Yeah,
getting away with Shallow Grave is not going to be as easy.
Yeah, and he's getting plenty of experience now as well in bottom lane. Look at all that push into a tier 2 tower.
That's an easy level 5.
Yeah, he's going to reach plenty of experience and levels here. 900 gold as well, so despite his early game being tough, he's still 1-0-0. He never died, and he did his job.
Yeah. Now he can just buy, well, whatever he wants. It can easily be Arcane Boots, which might be a nicer way to go.
Yeah, Bloodseeker going for the Midas. Very standard build on Bloodseeker. Try and propel your farm even more, or particularly your levels, as level 16 is such a big thing for him.
And so, top lane, we kind of have ignored S4. You're talking about momentum on S4. Is this one of these games where you want to just see Aghanims, you want to see the ability to have a team fight, as we have seen previously through most of the wildcard matches, or is this one of these awkward games? Is this one of the ones where you jump in, you try and nuke down the Zeus, even though he might actually go Yules
I think this is the Orchid game, or... Actually, you will be solo HP. Nah, I think Aghanims is better still. Like, Orchid would be good for them, but however, the Orchid targets are probably going to be hard to see, like Winter Wyvern being the best one. He will stand in Fog of War. Sometimes Rubik or Zeus will also be hard to reach. You don't really want to silence a Bloodseeker. It doesn't do much. Same with Gyrocopter.
Yep.
Especially if they get their BKBs. So we'll see. I probably think he goes Aghanims after his power treads.
Kuro's having a wander down. They're going to try and crack at Luo. Zai's making a big move. There goes your Tombstone. Decay. Kuro's still got a Shuri toss up his sleeve, and that's going to be the death of Luo.
Not even needed. Yeah, so he preserves his mana there, very nice. Not wasting the 120 and able to get a good kill there. And very close to level 4 now. He's going to run up in the jungle.
Ferrari's actually going to get himself... This almost looks like a 9-minute Midas if he doesn't...
Yeah, which is very fast from a mid lane. Considering the fact that you're going for power treads first and poor man's shield, quelling blades, and, you know, still getting a 9-minute Midas or so is extremely fast.
Observers and sentries being dropped on the bottom rune point. Looks like Zai's had enough of pushing out the bottom lane, while the top lane, S4's adding some chip damage into that tier 1 tower. The man on the defense duty is burning.
Yeah. I'm looking over to the side of Gyrocopter right now, because he's been playing the off lane. He has 32 CS. It's not too impressive, but look what they have done for him. They have been preparing the jungle. There are stacks on the big camp, so he can recover once again, despite the fact that he was not having a very safe lane. He has a mechanic to make a comeback.
Surprisingly enough, I thought Luo was going to go for a bigger item, but he just went for Soul Ring after his death. Tombstone, that's a double decay over on Faith. Kuro trying to slow him down, and with a Shuri toss, he's going to be able to get it. The blood right, maybe Kuro, not so healthy. Undying will find the kill.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker finding the one back on Bounty Hunter almost directly after, however, and that's his Midas.
Yeah, they trade 1 for 1, but the important part for Kuroki is that he actually died second, so he got experience for the death of Rubik, because that can be one of the things that set you back when you play Bounty Hunter, or when you draft a Bounty Hunter, rather. If he doesn't get level 6 quick enough, he can't really play his hero, because you want to run around, track, and just make sure that the enemy cannot group up and smoke gang, stuff like this. So, super crucial for him to die second instead of first. Oh, it's going to be a Midas TA? No, it's just power treads. I was wondering. Arteezy used to run Midas TA way, like, all the time back in the days, but it's not good anymore.
It must be a nice catch-up ability, but...
No, it's just terrible. And we see Bounty Hunter sneaking down into enemy jungle here, Midas being used by Bloodseeker, and Kuroki, of course. There's no shared experience when you use a Midas, so didn't get anything from that.
Poor man.
Elsie's just sneaking around here trying to leech.
It's a leech, and it's also trying to be an intimidation factor if they can do it onto Chuan, who's trying to find his level 6 on this bottom lane against the Undying. A bit of a dangerous lane to be in, but Zai just needs that little bit of extra protection as well. 200 gold away from having the full mech. And then Secret's team fight's going to be nice, even to a point where we have to remember they are Dire side with a Templar Assassin. So they could try and take Roshan and still be ready to take a team fight against IG.
I mean, he's going to take Ancients now. So they're going to go for that first. He has 3 points into the side blades. Never really tried for going that, but it makes it very easy to kill off these Ancients as you just pull them out on the line. So with this is so much gold going his way. He could go into the early Blink, which we have seen previously in the tournament.
Is it worth going Deso in this game, however? Or do you feel like you need more life?
I think going Deso first before Blink is definitely justifiable. But
especially if you get like an Aegis behind it, because then you get like the double negative armor.
It's also the fact that when you go Deso first, you can go and take the Aegis easier, whereas if you go Blink Dagger, you delay that kind of power.
Top tier 1 tower, the Bloodseeker's going to come to defend it.
Deniable.
Catapult's brought it within deny range, and it's up to S4 if he really wants to try and have a crack at this. It's at 44.
It's 2 hits.
And with the new creep wave coming in, there's one dose for the Blood Right. S4 gets it and blinks away to safety.
Wow. I also thought he had that deny on Ferrari, but he actually missed it, and S4 claims it. That's a very big deal as well, getting the last hit on the tower as opposed to it being denied.
TC spending his money. It's a Mithril Hammer. Yep. The mech is also now fully completed. At the same time, I'm also seeing Puppey walking around with a chainmail. So we're starting up the medallion for Dazzle.
They definitely have a game plan. Like everything is prepared in detail that it's got to play out like this. We're going to get the Ancients, farm that. You're going to make an early Desolator, then we go Roshan. Like they have a script that they're following just the same as the director's team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they know what they're up to. Right now, like IG's team is looking fantastic where they can chase out Zai. They need the extra damage. Lightning Bolt's going to do it, and that gives them the vision for the Rupture. Zai, a straight TP out, but actually, you've got Chuan right behind him. That'll provide the cold embrace, which will cancel the TP.
Very nice.
He still bought the mech before death.
The Winter's Curse, Toby.
The Winter's Curse,
Cold Embrace is a friendly spell. It would never kill you. Except for when like someone does that and it just sets up for the enemy AoE spells and you're like, yeah, thank you.
Yes, correct.
Thank you so much. They're actually stealing the enemy Ancients now, and they were quite well prepared. There was 3 stacks of Ancients, and Arteezy is now going there and taking it from the Gyrocopter. Oh, this is a big blow. Even the Shadow Wave coming in and healing, as it does deal damage to Ancients. That was a big steal.
That also gives bounty level 6. So you got track on the field,
God.
and they're going to find Chuan.
Okay, he's probably safe.
It's worth a track. The TA throws a trap down as well, so IG now will not want to move anywhere near that.
Yeah.
But they have to understand their Ancients are gone.
They have good heroes for vision, honestly. Both teams. I mean, there's the Zeus ulti, there's the Bloodseeker, and on the side of Secret, of course, track and TA traps. Both teams know that, you know, seeing your opponent is half the battle, knowing where they are.
Oh, tier 1 tower now. Time to attack it. It's the last tier 1 tower remaining for IG. Secret have just systematically taken out these front buildings of IG.
They have, and they don't have any real reason to stop. The Tombstone is down. Level 4 Tombstone.
As the minions, which are just pushing Luo back. They've tracked him up too, so they got perfect vision. Denial of the tower did come out from burning. And they're not looking to fight this. They will not come under the Tombstone, and they'll be quite happy to fight if Secret come to their tier 2, though.
It was very brave and nicely done by Burning to time that deny and going up. That's enough. Now just spread out again. They need to farm.
If Arteezy takes... there's actually another stack inside the Dire jungle. When he takes this,
he has the
full Desolator.
Yeah, it's going to be a 14-minute, or actually before 14-minute Desolator.
That's really quick. And with an Aegis, the model then behind you.
Yep.
This is really scary for IG. Like, they may have a wonderful combo, but he's getting big.
Yeah. Does he have the medallion as well prepared? He almost has it. So he is going to buy it up now, I believe. Yeah. He is 115 gold away.
He'll get that from the top lane, Puppey.
Yep. And then it's Roche time.
And look where IG's moving. They're trying to predict it. Like, there's an invis room, but funnily enough, you're tracked Ferrari, so that's not going to help you at all. In fact, they sentry ward out the Observer, but they're actually trapped on both sides. Like, Zai and S4 are on the Radiant side of the jungle. They throw the Tombstone down, start with a decay into the ulti, and Faith actually stealing decay, but that's not going to help with the Sonic Wave from S4. Perfect positioning. They're getting track kills. Ferrari will try and TP out of here. Will he be in time? He gets back to base, and he will survive.
Just barely.
But you lost 3 heroes for IG after Secret just picked up the Desolator, now taking Roshan.
I mean, that was just Secret walking in with, what? Basically just Queen and Undying, like the 2 of them made short work of 4 heroes pretty much, as Bloodseeker just TP'd out. I know there was like the track played a big part in it and the Dazzle was there, but still, that was just the Tombstone and the Queen playing perfectly. Wow. And that secures their early early Aegis. They have more stacks. This is starting to look like an old DreamHack meta, like way back in No Tidehunter kind of days.
The Sven play.
The good old Wisp Sven meta where stacks on Ancients was everything.
I'm very happy for it not to be the case, but this is different though. Like that meta was, okay.
It was very mindless.
We're not going to fight, it's just stack, 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 farm, 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 farm. Where in this case, it's we push, we move, we farm as we go. It's not we prepare and this is our life. It's you know what, we're in the neighborhood and we just capitalize on the situation.
Yeah, this is starting to look really grim for IG because they're not taking control over this game. There's 4 and 6 kills, which is not very much, but the fact is stolen Ancients and just the way that Secret are outmaneuvering them with the help of the track, it's looking tough for IG.
It is. They need to get some footing somewhere.
Yeah, but they can't do too much when you go Midas on Bloodseeker. Like, you need to wait for the first item.
There's smoke moving.
Yeah.
They're actually smoke moving to try and... Are they trying to catch, like, Secret at the Ancients?
They were hoping that, you know...
Oh, they're warding the Ancients. They're moving in force and warding up the Ancients to try and stop that kind of farm. I hate to tell them, though, but that's not going to stop Secret.
Well, it's at least something, because the Ancients have been used very, very frequently, especially considering the fact that Secret does not have a Helmet Dominator. They've just been stacking with their supports relentlessly, all the time. Every time they got a chance with Puppey, he has been stacking something. And once again, they're going to farm up the Ancients, but this is going to be no respawn after it. Man, I'm trying to look at the timings for IG here and what they can do. They still are far away from any real item on Zeus. Their Gyrocopter, I mean, he's farming up, but he's not farmed up. He just has Drums and Aquila. And Bloodseeker as well. I mean, he's working on PKB, I suppose, but it's not really going to protect him as well.
Luo's in trouble. Luo's in a lot of trouble. Templar Assassin wants to run it. They use the Weave to get vision, and they actually have no stunts.
He will buy the Blink Dagger now. That's 17 minutes, Deso and Blink. That's like the dream game. Just free farming. 128 CS, 17 minutes. And that's actually with him being solo killed on the lane. Talk about a recovery, because the Bloodseeker was manhandling him.
I love how Zai is just trying to force issues.
Zai is just like, fight me.
Chon put himself under and then thought he had the opening. Arteezy, bottom lane. There's your jump on Luo. The first strike. He's going to get picked up by Faith. Throw him back as Meld will be stolen. Like, it's Puppey off the front lines too. But there's a lot more help coming.
Level 4 Meld is amazing for Rubik to steal. And of course, Refraction is also good. I would say Meld is possibly even better though. That minus armor and the range. Because Rubik has a full range Meld as opposed to the short range Meld.
These towers are just too easy to bring down. With the tracks from Kura, they see everything in Chuan. Well, he was alive.
Yeah, he got deleted. And with the Aegis, Arteezy is just playing brave here. He knows I can force the issue.
And he's getting rotations to come. Like, that's probably even the bigger thing, because now you just see S4 has a little bit more fun on top lane. He's almost got a Scythe of Vice straight up. He's 200 gold away from Scythe.
Yeah.
So you've got his disable.
That's a very popular build as well among some safe lane queens, just rushing into the Hex like this. I know that a lot of the Chinese teams have done this in the past, and it is super effective. So 1845, he's going to have a Scythe of Vice. That is crazy fast.
Oh, there it is.
Like a pre-20-minute Hex is just insane.
And even Kura.
Pipe?
Yeah, he actually buys a full pipe.
He has a pipe. Like, I haven't even seen a pipe in a long time, but that's a great counter to the Zeus lineup here. And could also be really good against the Winter Wyvern's Splinter Blast in the team fights.
Ferrari actually bought a full Solar Crest. Doesn't complete his own BKB and just goes into a Solar Crest. He goes for the Rupture now on S4. S4 going to blink. Wow, that's a lot of damage on him. He's going to be careful with that. But the Undying Tombstone makes it very difficult for anyone else from IG to chase down. And in fact, he doesn't even kill the Tombstone. He has to move over to help out against Zai. But Zai getting Soul Ripped. He's still got 10 stick charges. Now the Shallow Grave keeping him alive. S4 actually S4. Scream being stolen only. But Arteezy, the man in the front lines, can't kill Burning. The Cold Embrace keeping him alive. Now they've gone through the Undying, but Arteezy still with the Aegis Immortal, wanting to force the issue, going through Chuan, getting a double kill before the Aegis will finally pop, and now they move over to Luo. Puppey and S4 chasing him down. Mana. Puppey is just so low. They get the track kill at the end of the day as well. A triple kill for Arteezy.
Yeah, as he kills off the Bloodseeker there in the end. So much gold. 3,000 gold. They only lose the Undying in all that fight. Secret just playing it I want to say perfectly. It was just very nice execution. The only one who died was the Undying, who died to Rubik walking all the way in with the scream of pain and killing him.
The only way you could do it is sacrifice yourself.
Oh, it was hard commitments. He actually didn't even die. He walked back after he did it. He just got away with it.
We're actually at a position of the game where none of the Tier 1 talents of Secret are below 50%.
Yeah. They have been so unpressured in this game. I'm not sure if it's just their proactive moves and how they are actually on top of things before they happen, or if IG have just been playing a little bit laid back and their weird laning didn't work out that well. Because it feels like IG haven't been up too much in this game.
No. It's it's the Arteezy move. I still find it hilarious that this guy died solo to Ferrari, and now there's just nothing.
Oh, you can't tell at all. Like, it looks like he has been stomping the entire game. When you look at his money, look at his item progression, and his levels. He's level 16 at 21 minutes. So, yeah.
You get 3 kills and 160 CS in the space of 21 minutes.
A lot of those being ancient creeps as well.
Yeah.
Should be kept in mind. It's probably at least some 25 or even more ancient creeps.
Look at the confidence from Arteezy. He bought Crystallis.
Yeah.
So it's full damage output from the Templar Assassin and a level 16 TA.
I mean, they have pipe, so going straight into the Daedalus here, I would have done the same in this case, because BKB, when you're stomping, it still doesn't protect you from Rupture, still doesn't protect you from the Winter Curse. So, I mean, damage is the way to go.
And if they actually didn't ward up the Ancients, he would have an easy way to get that extra 1,000 gold to finish up the full Daedalus.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Kuroki might be finding some track kills for him soon.
Maybe. Well, they find Faith. He's trying to kill off the trap, but he's not fast enough to do so.
Oh,
Luo
God.
in the neighborhood, and they just jump up. Faith hit once, and the Shuri toss from Kuro finishes the job. Now they can move over to Luo. A new track over on him. And with the Tombstone behind them, they've got a lot of cover fire available. S4's also waiting for that perfect Sonic Wave moment.
Very disciplined there to just kill that guy and then get out. A lot of people would have gone for Zeus as well, but that would have been a terrible mistake, as the Winter Wyvern would have been able to Winter's Curse there.
It's also because Puppy's not even there. Like, Puppy right now is trying to find a little bit more farm and levels on the top lane.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they realized that, you know, we could get a quick pick off, but then our resources are used. We used up the Shuri toss, we should just back out.
Yep.
And
should also flag too the fact that Roshan could be up within the space of 10-20 seconds. So with this, you don't really want to commit yourself too heavily into any kind of engagement and run the risk of giving IG away back.
Yeah, no reason. No reason for that.
Well, there's a Solar Crest now up for Puppy. And the weave onto Chuan as well as Ferrari.
Man, full Solar Crest. That is dangerous. And he also uses the aggressive weave all the time, putting them at so much minus armor over on the side of Radiant. So you think that TA already hits hard, just imagine with the weave as well. This is, even the zombies from Tombstone will deal a lot of damage.
Chuan trying to move up, they trigger the drum charge, IG.
They went in, they took the Tombstone, and probably gonna prompt Secret to play a little bit defensively till they have it.
The Secret really only just want the tower, like,
yeah.
and that Daedalus is now being bought. Like, that Demon Edge, the Courier's coming out for it, but at the same time, IG, they're out. They pop instantly, Puppy. He couldn't get much off. In fact, they even stole the weave over on the Rubik while Zai out walking.
Well. Yeah.
He mechs and into the trees. He's very visible. Do they have a stun? They have Faith with telekinesis, so they just got the damage output to find the kill.
Yep, they got a lot there. The creep wave was still cut by Secret, but still, they can just push the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, no backdoor regeneration on a tier 1 tower.
I think Secret still want to fight that, though. Arteezy's going to make his way up there and try to fight, because there's some
Secret
cooldown.
could trade if they wanted. They could just run the mid.
Yeah, true.
That tier 1's lost anyway.
He's just taking their Ancients.
The fortification buys some time. Like, you lose a tier 1 tower, you lost a couple of heroes, just count your losses. Five players are up on top for IG. So you're fine with that.
Yeah, Kuroki's going to snipe the courier. They saw it fly there with the side traps. He's going to try for it? No, he's not. He wants to move in there, but he would be visible doing it.
Yeah, getting out would be pretty rough. Roshan's alive as well now. So this could get scouted out pretty soon. IG do have an observer ward around here, so they'll realize when Secret move in for it.
Yeah, they should really throw down a trap as well, so they see instantly when it's up. Want to kill Roshan as quickly as possible when it respawns, so you can use the Aegis as many times as possible.
TZ's too busy, like, focusing killing people. Now you actually see the ping coming out from Zeus of It's not even from Secret, but they're chasing down after Kuro. The Dust and Sentry Ward both being used, but Kuro too far away.
Yes.
They still see him, though.
He's running back in. He's a cheeky little bastard. He's going to die for that, I think.
Yeah, that's that ulti from Wyvern in for the Bloodseeker. He is toast. Rubik gets the cash.
Yeah, they're just sneaking
and he stole track.
Look at S4. He's like, yeah, can I stay here? Do you get angry if I get this close? And again, like, I think Arteezy has farmed the Radiant Ancients more than he farmed the Dire Ancients by this point. He's just kind of liking these creeps.
Why doesn't he just jump in and take Roshan by himself? He's got more than enough damage to do so.
Yeah, he hasn't thought about it.
Like, just like trigger your bottle charges or your one. Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah, there we go. There's the trap. Kill the Ancients and then go there, I think.
I know.
Let them respawn again.
Wait, hang on. Are we selling and buying and selling Solar Crests?
Yeah, what actually happened there?
Okay, he bought a Solar Crest and then he was disassembling.
Oh, I see.
He was looking for the Heaven's Halberd.
I see.
So that's why the Solar Crest was up so early. Now Arteezy will go in and try Roshan, but because track was stolen by Rubik, he sees Kuro.
That Halberd is really big. Like, there's no BKB on the TA, so he could actually stop her.
At the same time, though.
They have to rush in, though.
They might stop her, but Roshan, they can't stop that. Look at the Solar Crest over on Roshan. They'll start the fight. The Tombstone up in the higher ground, but Arteezy already with that Aegis, the Immortal, attacking into Belling, and the Sonic Wave! Hitting so hard, even with the Sideblaze build damage. Arteezy chases up. They want the Gyro. Now they can move over to Ferrari, even if Kuro has been picked up by the already dead Rubik. This is a slaughter for Secret. 17-8.
I would not be surprised to see a GG call, honestly. That felt like now we have to win this fight. We have to go in and turn it. But S4 has been like perfect positioning every damn fight. His ultis are just amazing. And Kuroki, you have to get cred for the vision that he puts into that as well, because he keeps just tracking people up.
Like, the only breathing room that IG kind of felt like they had was when they took the 2 hero kills and went for the top tier 1 tower. That was the only time when I felt like IG had some control of this game. At all other points.
There was no controlling Secret in this game, Toby. There was definitely not.
There was no controlling this Templar Assassin once.
Dude.
Just get the death out of the way and then all hell just breaks loose after that.
Yeah, it's working really well for every team.
They're just getting more tracks, and there's the jump in Faith. The Ghost Scepter will keep him alive. Arteezy still has the Aegis of the Immortal. We have to bear this in mind. In fact, Bounty Hunter, he gets the bounce through, and he just keeps the track up. There's 3 heroes who are tracked right now, and S4 back into the fray. S4 being controlled for the moment, but Luo so low. In comes Arteezy with the ulti. Arteezy, there's your Aegis popping. Finally, but S4 still standing his ground. He's going to kill off Chuan. Arteezy back to 1 living over the side blade.
Oh my god!
Arteezy, just man of man, takes out IG by himself.
Are you kidding? That perfect lineup.
And now he buys the Monkey King Bard, toast his victory.
I'm feeling pretty good about this, Toby. I'm pretty happy with this.
Oh, you could see it coming too, like S4.
Yep.
When they lined up, it was a line.
Oh god.
Like, it's a one game, like it's a Templar. You go up against Templar Assassin. Do not conga line.
You wonder how IG feel right at the moment when they realize that he's respawning and they're like, how we're standing? Oh yes. Oh yes.
Someone's taking the courier.
Dear
we have a
God,
we have a
Toby.
Lotus Orb over on Zai, a full Monkey King bar over on Arteezy. Because all those kills were track kills. Look at Kuro. This guy's got almost 6k gold.
Yep. Buy Divine, Kuro. Let's do it. Pipe Divine.
Puppy bought a straight Glimmer.
Puppy is rich. All of them are rich. Like, what is even the gold advantage at this point, looking over to it?
Man, Donald Trump's got nothing on these guys.
Yeah, that's
investment pays off. Aghanim Scepter now purchased by the co-op and still got 3,000 gold after doing so.
Yeah, Lotus Orb, Undying, Mech, Mana Boots, and Glimmer Cave, that's just disgusting.
Is Kuro
to
buying
watch.
a Hex?
I think so.
It's an Ultimate Orb over on the
maybe
on
Linken's,
Courier.
maybe Hex. He could rupture the Bloodseeker if he plays
He's got 3,900 gold.
The Undying could rupture the Bloodseeker if he times it correctly. That would be a fun thing to see. Oh, you have a lot of movement speed? Let's see you ruptured.
The Soul Boost is heading back to base. That one belongs to S4.
Yeah, this game is all but over right now. Like, yeah, there has to be some desperation move by IG. Maybe if they smoke around, get behind the enemy lines, and try to do some 5-man action. But at this point, looking over to the net worth of heroes.
It's 23,000 on TA. You just bought a full BKB. It was at Lincoln's for the Bounty Hunter, and the Soul Booster is casually flying out to S4.
I mean, he just bought the MKB, and then he bought a BKB as well, all within 3 minutes. So, yeah, they definitely had some bank stashed up.
This is it for IG. Like, it's all or nothing.
Yep.
And they're trying to take this fight outside the base, so they're buffing up Luo and hoping they can pop someone.
Yeah, you should always buff him up before he does his ulti on Zeus. Very important. Even though it doesn't buff the full damage, it's still...
It's running out, but you just saw Ferrari do it, and they jump in. Now, S4 on the front lines. Ferrari hexed up. What do we get? Soul only Scream. S4, the Blood Ride's in a really good position, but with a Sonic Wave, the Zeus only doesn't do enough. They've lost 3. They're just trapped in the tree line. Teasy just one hits down Chuan, and that is game. They cannot win. GG, Team Secret, with over a 35,000 net worth advantage.
And the most convincing win that we've seen so far, including wildcard matches.
Very true.
This is a very tough game for IG.
That was a crushing. That was an absolute crushing by Secret on IG. We're going to have ourselves a break. We'll come back and compose our thoughts, as IG will also do the same. That's their first game of TI. Welcome to the International.
All right, game 1. As our casters were saying, probably the most convincing game we've seen so far in TI5. Of course, we just started, but still. And of course, coming out from Secret, no big surprise there. Now, when we were looking at the draft earlier, we were looking at IG. We were talking about what can they do, maybe some early aggression and whatnot. The game, though, eventually didn't. The draft even didn't pan out exactly like what some of us were recommending, and now Secret just goes ahead and steamrolls through IG. Where does IG have to change things? Does it start from the draft, or do you think it was also just a lot of things in game?
I think the draft was good, honestly.
I think
they just flat out got outplayed. And a couple of things to highlight. I guess the ancient stack being stolen is a really big deal. It's an effective. I don't know how many stacks there were. If it was
I think it was 3.
So 3. So that's like a gold swing of you lose 1,000 and they gain 1,000. So this is 2,000 net worth swing right there, right? Which of course has a huge impact on the game. Maybe Gyro doesn't get a key item. Maybe that's what brings TA ahead in the game, right? And when you look at like the actual engagements and the timing, I think the way Secret utilized Undying as like a sponge for everything worked super well. Like they kept surprising IG, I think, with how much heal potential they actually had between Soul Rip and Dazzle, and of course the good timing on the Graves. And S4 is always in Queen of Pain. Amazing Sonic Waves the whole game, right? But that's to be expected when you give them co-op. So.
Okay, now something that we pointed out right before we went into the game was, okay, well, so they don't have any stuns. Like they don't really have any way to guarantee lockdowns on the side of Secret. Winter, do you think that the reason that worked out was simply because, like you mentioned, I mean, if any team is going to do that, it's Secret and they're confident enough? Or do you think that's still something that Secret should consider going into future drafts?
I don't think stuns are necessary if you have the right lineup and right execution. Because like most of the kills, they kill them so fast. Like TA just jumps in, melts, and you don't have time to TP or do anything. So you don't really need the stun in those type of situations. So I feel the lack of stuns obviously doesn't really matter too much in that game.
All right, well, let's take a look at some replays as we talk more about the game. Of course, just to highlight some of the moments. I mean, a lot of these
makes it very difficult for anyone else from IG to
focused.
chase down. And in fact, he doesn't even kill the Tombstone. He has to move over to help out against.
And as you talked about Undying acting as a sponge up front, Rupture already blown on the Queen of Pain in the back line. And I mean, it seems like IG, they just simply didn't have enough damage. And I think a lot of that was due to the early pipe pickup by Team Secret. And you'll very rarely see teams pick up pipe, but I think that Puppy and the rest of Team Secret actually pick it up far more often than most teams. And it's a really good item. Like it shouldn't be gotten as often as Mech, but they should be at least like comparable. And
against Zeus is really good.
Against Zeus is very good, and it's I think super underrated.
It's also nice against Gyro. The call down is a lot of AoE magic damage, and even if you like, the nice thing is there's no really like you could argue that against some lineups utilizing pipe is difficult because you need to time it, you need to predict when the damage is coming. Right? You need to precast it in comparison to mech that you post cast. So it's a reactionary item, whereas pipe is like use it preventatively.
Right.
But it's very easy against the Zeus lineup. It'll always be useful.
Expensive as well. Like it's hard to get on like sometimes you want to get it on like a lesser hero, but you can't get it on a lesser hero because it just requires too much farm. And you need to get it at a certain, like you mentioned, a specific time Otherwise, it would be like maybe useless.
I mean, it's still 10% magic resist, Aura. With the
Yeah, but the biggest thing is you want to use it to push. So
Right.
you want to get it at a timing window that you can actually utilize it to push or siege high ground.
I mean, it's also just really useful for Bloodseeker and skirmishes, even if you aren't pushing, so people don't get low. Like, I feel like he wasn't able to really, get out of control.
So, I mean, overall, a situational item, but as you were mentioning, Secret does tend to kind of favor that a lot more, even in those niche situations compared to other teams. We do have a couple other replays as we're looking through. Mostly, again, Secret just dominating through against IG. But as you guys were mentioning, I think you guys brought out some good points. I mean, we were wondering, where does the Undying really fit here? We talked about how Secret doesn't like to play Undying that much, and here they are bringing it out on the first day of TI5.
You can't. I think this is just a misplay from Burning. He's running into the pit alone with the gyro in front. Of course, he does have BKB on, but he ultimately just gets completely out of position. He runs into a TA who's already killed Roche. That's a one-on-one. He's not going to win against Arteezy right then. And then he has to run all the way back.
I mean, it just shows you his sense of desperation.
Yeah.
Like, he has to do something. And maybe he'll get lucky enough that, like, he gets bashed. Roshan's at, like, one hit away. He takes it and takes Aegis. And that's the sort of play that you have to hope for. I mean, it all starts with preventing TA getting the first Aegis. And that's really, really difficult. But once you're that far behind, you have to make those sort of plays.
All right. And we do have one last replay. Pretty bloody one. Where most people do end up dying and having to take a little break from the game. But as we take a look at that, just shows, again, how many fights we did have in this game where Secret ends up taking game 1 against IG.
This is actually the best fight IG get all game. Because they get a pretty good Winter's Curse, I think, in this one, in a moment. It isolates one target. They get S4 out. They actually, it's the call down that's really good. The Zeus ult. So they managed to finally clean up some kills. This is what their lineup wants to do. They want to get them low so that Bloodseeker can start hitting really hard. You see how he's laying into S4. But then this response just absolutely the way they're lined up.
Yeah.
This was actually, if that Sideblade hit doesn't like splash all the way back, they actually get a decent trade. But Arteezy ends up cleaning up instead. And that's just, in the heat of the moment, it's difficult to position yourself against an Aegis. You're not really paying attention to it.
Very true. I mean, especially because, like you said, it was the best fight they've had so far. They were very focused on the initial part of the fight. And then, unfortunately, didn't take into account the Aegis. And then, of course, TA coming back up, Arteezy cleaning up. Only last man alive, last man standing.
I
Secret
think
was pretty happy about that.
Overall, the concept of not having enough stuns is a little overrated. I think that, their lineup had a lot of pauses. You mentioned, like, they can kite people constantly with the tombstone and the traps. Like, they have great chasing potential with the track, and they just have a ton of damage output. Like, who needs stuns when you just kill people in like half a second? It doesn't really matter. So I think, yes, having disables is important. Sometimes maybe you need to lock down an Ember or a Puck or a Queen of Pain, but having a lot of damage and other utility, because obviously you're sacrificing something if you don't have any stuns. But I think the benefits that they showcase in this lineup was definitely worth it.
The thing about this lineup that Secret is running is, if you think of stuns, I like to think of like ease of execution. Like when you have stuns, it's more determined. It's more defined how you're going to play, right? It's like this stun selects a target. This is the guy we go on. This is how we play it. But because Secret are so good at playing this style, they don't actually need it. But I would say you take the lineup Secret has, like, and you put it on lesser teams, they would have a really hard time making this lineup work and come together.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it's harder to execute if you don't have stuns and you don't have direct lockdowns. But it doesn't mean that it won't work. It's just harder.
Right. Yeah, it's not a necessity. It's just generally, if you have the choice, most people would choose to take a stun in that last spot. But Secret, proving that they don't necessarily need it. We do have some updates from the other matches. We were watching a couple of them outside. LGD is up 1-0 against Complexity. And then between Navi and C9, the game isn't over, but Navi seems to be ahead. But we know that can go either way when C9's in the game. So we'll have to wait and see until the game ends, and then we'll find out when we get a
you
secure
only needed to get like 2.5 hours into TI before you made that comment. Very impressive.
I caught right on to that one. Hey, after watching the first match, I was like, all right, I see what's going on. I got you, C9. All right, well, game 2 coming up here between Secret and IGA. We were just looking at the players, obviously going through just a couple last-minute reviews. And something we discuss every time, I mean, how much do drafts need to change? So far, I mean, someone was calculating on day 0, so yesterday for the wildcard play-ins, we had, 50 heroes that were picked and banned, and 44 of them were played at least once, so picked at least once. So already a pretty big diversity, so generally that means that we have been seeing changes overall. It seems like most people are taking that advice to heart, where you don't want to run the same lineup twice, whether you're winning or losing, especially in a best of 2, right? Because it's not like we're up 1-0 and then we have another shot. It's like you want to secure that 2-0. You want to make sure you bring out something new. On the side of IG, you guys already said that draft-wise, we're looking at Tron being pretty pretty aggressive about something you wanted to point out in game 1. But in the draft, if the draft wasn't the problem and in-game was an issue, do you still think that they should try something new just to give a change of pace for the team, for IG, I mean?
I mean, I think it's more Secret's flexibility that's overcoming IG rather than something that IG is doing. I mean, IG is just playing their, like, you know, sort of standard game Ferrari, trying to do heavy damage, burning, you know, on a hero like he normally plays. And I don't know, it just doesn't seem like anything unusual, right? Whereas Secret, like, you never know what they're going to pick. We saw them run like Keeper to Light and like the Queen of Pain, and they always have like some different elements. Like, I haven't seen TA on Arteezy in like a pretty long time. And it's just always unexpected. And we, even during a draft, we're like, oh, they never pick Undying third pick. And then, you know, they roll with it. And it's just like, you never really know what's coming from Secret. And I think that's why they're one of the most formidable teams.
All right. I mean, Winter, any thoughts on IG, whether, you know, something they can look for a draft, something that you might even advise if you were there?
I think mainly it's the support. So I feel as much as you talk about Ferrari and the other cores, but I think the primary issue is whether you give Tron and Faith supports that can roam and kill. Like, Wyvern is very, in my opinion, very defensive at times, and you can't really be very confident in initiating fights. Sometimes you want to wait before you drop your ultimate instead of using your ultimate as a first move spell or trying to make a gank happen. So I would much rather see something like what I mentioned before, a Mirana or even a Kunkka, like more aggressive play.
Yeah, that's something you guys kept bringing up. We didn't see that in game 1. While we wait, we do have this beautiful scoreboard behind us for the group standing so far. It's quite lovely, but we only have a couple matches to show. But at the very least, I mean, Complexity actually up there with 3 points. They did get that 2-0 against MVP Phoenix. So starting off on strong footing, but they are up against LGD right now. Doesn't sound like it's going too well, but we'll find out in game 2. Of course, Group B, all zeros yet. We haven't gotten to the Group B matches. We'll get to that in the later half of the day. But right now, I mean, still anything can happen. But we were talking about this earlier, right? With this kind of point system, not only does every match obviously matter more and more, but if we have more ties, then suddenly the 2-0s become like double in value. Because if every other team has tied, your 2-0 is just way more valuable because no one else has had those 3 points. And you're 2 points up ahead of everyone else.
If you have multiple draws, immediately game is hard.
Yeah, well, that's true. So yeah, that does say a lot about where the teams are. All right, so right now we are waiting for Secret and IG to decide, you know, who's going to take those points. Secret up 1-0. Do we expect Secret to be able to take it just 2-0, given what we saw in that last game?
I just think they're generally paired very well versus IG. Just because I think IG relies on like superior teamwork, not necessarily like superior drafting or overall strategy. I think they try and outplay other teams, and Secret is really good at outplaying other teams. And I think when they get caught off guard, like Fnatic strong lanes, for example, or get outdrafted, which I don't think IG outdrafts very often, like by let's say EG, I think that's when they're most vulnerable. And IG, I just don't think that Secret views them as a big threat.
Okay, what about you, Syndrome?
Once again, I think they have to play early aggression way more than they do. I think the double roaming is a solution. I like the Mirana suggestion by Winter.
Do you like Chen plus Shadow Demon? Something
Chen,
along
Shadow Demon.
Something along the lines.
Chen has kind of fallen off because of the nerf
something
to the
that
jungle.
can bring aggression, you know, for the first few minutes.
Enchantress.
Yeah, Enchantress. Like, I would still like to see the Kunkka. I also think it's a hero that actually could work very well against Secret because they like playing. They like taking these fights where S4 generally puts them ahead. With like something like a Queen of Pain, you burst and then you follow through, and the Ghost Ship, of course, can buy you that time and get a little bit of mitigation so that you can actually have a chance at fighting back. I think it's an underappreciated support hero, but it kind of is a niche pick. But if a team is pulling it out, it's probably going to be IG, who have played it a couple of times. So I would love to see that, but maybe they're saving that for later.
And Winter, I mean, I assume just given you guys have kind of been on the same board the whole time about early aggression.
I mean, as long as it's something that helps to secure kills early and get control of the lanes and the general momentum of the game from the start, you know, that's something that IG should look to go for, I feel.
All right, so let's assume that, Secret goes in 2-0s this game, maybe even the next one that they play. Do you think Secret will ever have to look back at Fnatic's game and be like, all right, that was just like a fluke, or will they be like, all right, we still can't ever let that happen in the draft and give them all these early aggression
Well,
heroes?
Secret generally has well-rounded drafts, which means that their early game isn't super strong. It's generally strong, but not super strong. So when a team like Fnatic like really commits heavily to that part of the game, I think they need to adapt their draft to be less strong late game and more strong early game. And I think that is one of the very few issues that they have in their drafting.
All right, so should, regardless of the results of their future games, definitely something to look back on and improve upon if they want to be that champion that most people are expecting them to be. But again, we've had quite a few upsets in the past TI. So
Yeah, it's like a gentle reminder that you shouldn't forget about the power of your lanes. You should make sure that you somewhat decent lanes. You can't go for lanes that are too greedy and and you get punished by that.
Winter's so nice. He's this gentle reminder. He's not like it's actually just stabbing you in the truth that lanes matter, but it's just a gentle reminder that you might want to care about your laning phase.
I feel like gentle reminder would not be 33. It's like a little
Okay, it's
a little rude reminder.
It's a reality check.
At best, it's questionable. At best. That's one of the lines that he likes.
At best, questionable. All right. Well, hopefully we're not going to see that from Secret this game. We are going into draft of game number 2 between Secret and IG. Waiting to find out if IG can bring, again, what you guys have been mentioning. Maybe that Kunkka, something that brings that early aggression, that secures them those early kills to snowball the game into their favor. We'll find out. The Naga being banned out right away by IG, though. And they do have first pick this time.
Let's see if Secret are up for letting through the Lesh. So far, 100% win rate. Both times it's been played support,
right?
which is actually interesting. It was played support by LGD because they got mega counterpicked on core Lesh, so they were just like, okay, we'll support. And the other one was in the wildcard round played by Vega against Archon.
Yeah, I want to say it was Vega.
It was the Ursa game.
Yep.
And I think
so
mainly
far
like teams coming in this event, they feel like, okay, Less Shock is something that everyone's going to be looking at. So everyone's thinking, maybe you take that and some team is going to have like tons of way to counter it. So
it's true.
A good solution would be to just make sure that it goes to the support position. Then it mitigates a lot of that idea.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at this point, because so many people are expecting it, it's actually another different mind game of, hey, if we pick it, is it going to be core support? We've already had 2 support games like you guys mentioned. Definitely something to consider now. This is the moment to Secret let it through. Now, if Secret lets it through, do you think they will also be in a position where they'll be like, we're just going to hard counter it and then assume that it's support, or will they actually try to wait and see?
They will definitely not pick like Cloud9 did. I think, they just went way overboard on it. And it was still incredible how well Cloud9 did in that game. As we talked about, they actually drew it on to 66 minutes with so many heroes, which... we're maybe not giving them enough credit for the synergy between the lineup Cloud9 had in that game, but to me it seemed like it was a little bit too much of one thing.
Right. How about this, Sin? You just pick one hero that counters it. Like you don't build a lineup that counters the specific hero. Like maybe you just pick Nyx just to deal with Lash.
Nyx is decent.
If the Lash is like support, Nyx is still decent against it.
Right.
And if it's a core, obviously it's better because of mana burn.
Or you just ban it.
Yeah.
Oh, the Viper got... I mean, well, the Viper's always been kind of a second phase ban for...
against the Quap most of the time. Because if you pick Quap and you don't leave Viper... I mean, if you leave Viper in the pool after, like generally the opposing team would try to pick Viper against Quap.
Yeah, so Secret, one of the first teams we're seeing, at least here in the mainstream, to secure that right away after seeing Quap. I mean, in general, I guess we haven't seen Quap really either.
They banned it as well. Like the last game, when they picked Quap, they banned Viper in the second phase. So it shows you the mentality of the team. They don't want Viper against Quap, and when they pick it, they try to make sure that it doesn't happen to them as well.
It seems this pairing of cores for Secret is one they like to go to, the Gyro plus Viper. They've used it multiple times before. I guess the idea is that Viper is a very tanky frontliner, so Viper forces a fight to happen where the enemy team has to engage onto itself, and then that sets up for a really easy call down, some good flat cannon burst, and just generally draws attention to itself across the game so that the Gyro can get farm. And
it's also lane dominating.
Yeah, lane dominator, and it's less farm dependent too. So Gyro can take the whole map, and it's okay because the mid laner doesn't need to get a lot of items. So I like that pairing.
Generally, they pair Zai into a team fight composition hero when they have Viper and Gyro, like Dark's here. So they have a lot of combination play available if they go down that route again.
All right. IG, meanwhile, securing Razor before we go into the second phase of the ban.
So IG themselves have good lanes. Like Razor and Quap are known for being good at lanes as well. So like both sides with the first 4 picks are prioritizing heavily on having good lanes and having a good early game. That's generally a good thing for IG.
Yeah.
Being aggressive early and having good lanes. Having good lanes means that your support can roam a lot.
There you go.
Yep.
Yes, and that's what we've been talking about. You guys have been mentioning that's what we want to see from IG to see if they can change the pace a little bit, put some pressure on Secret rather.
Yeah, last game I feel like they really didn't have too much kill potential in the lanes. And that's
it was Zeus and Bloodseeker. Yeah, the other 2 lanes. Yeah. So Bloodseeker is like you can only roam maybe if he reaches 6 or a potential dive happens to Bloodseeker and you TP in. Otherwise, it's really hard to get early kills when you have Bloodseeker as a mid hero.
Yeah, and I mean, especially against the Queen of Pain. And of course, the support duo having to do something with that. But as you said, Chuan having a lot more success. He's known for his Enchantress as well as his Sand King, I think, is one of his best heroes. It wasn't the greatest pick last game because Tombstone is very difficult to fight into as a Blink hero. But in general, I think that those type of heroes are the ones that he's best with. And, you know, he like sets up the foundation because Burning doesn't actually move as much as most other carries. So
yeah, if you compare it to, remember the game, Sylar was Gyro?
Yeah.
He TP'd in when he didn't even have mana for ulti, just one Rocket Barrage, but he TP'd in and he got 2 kills. Like, you would see that less from Burning.
Right. All right, Dazzle also being taken out, and Darkseer being banned out by Secret.
Yeah, that's not expected. I thought they were actually going to go for it, but it might actually mean they want something else. They might want something like a hard lockdown for the Corp, or something that can, do better against Corp. I'm not sure what at this point. What else does he play? They can do well against Corp and Razor. Like, there's still Clock. Clock and Gyro work well together, but it's not very good at killing Queen of Pain. It's decent against Razor.
It's always Nyx, I think. So. But
I'm still trying to understand why they banned the Darkseer.
But I'm not sure why. I'm really not sure why.
It's weird. Very uncharacteristic.
Like, usually you ban it if the opponent has some superior combo. Like you see from the first 2 picks that they have something that has very huge implications with the vacuum. Otherwise, you don't actually ban it.
Yeah, because I mean it's a very combo dependent hero. So
it's possible that they want to get rid of it because they don't want to have a support commit as much to annoying the Darkseer out of lane. He's a very self-sufficient offlaner and can actually get a lot if you don't constantly pay attention to him. And even if you don't, or even if you do rather, you still have to deal with the Ion Shell. So maybe this is a way for Secret to be like, okay, we just want to open up our supports. We don't want to deal with that offlaner. We want to have a lane where Gyro can actually win for sure. Because Darkseer can tie with Gyro. He can just creep skip. He can just cut the wave.
I actually think that might be a reason. Broodmother, because they banned Darkseer and X.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that might actually be the reason.
Oh yeah, now they're
okay.
Yeah,
there we go.
Totally forgot about Brood. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I mean,
because it was so weird. Why would they ban Darkseer? Then my brain was like, something is off. Then I realized IG they didn't ban Brood. So
yeah,
but they didn't know that when they banned Darkseer, right? They could have banned Brood over Wisp.
Yeah,
that's why it looked weird. Like the Axe ban makes perfect sense when you see the Brood pick, but it's just
it could be they're trying to set up the Brood. You know, they might be trying.
And then if they do ban the Brood and the Darkseer, it's like, okay, we basically traded 1 ban for 1 ban. Then. So it's not really a bad trade in either case. So.
But Secret does get their way with the Broodmother.
This is a problem for IG.
This is a big problem. They need supports that Corp does okay. I'd say you don't exactly win the lane, but you can defend your tower basically. But it's difficult to sustain in the lane as Corp against Brood in the long run. So that's not a long-term solution.
Yeah, I think it's better to put him in the mid, throw Luo on the Razor, and then try and have another way to deal with the Brood.
Bounty again, but Bounty is a bit worrisome though. Like, if you're even in the game is even and you're able to get tracked, then Bounty is able to deal with Broodmother that way. But if you get roll over in the lane, because Bounty doesn't do anything in the lane against Brood, so that might be a problem. But another good factor about having the Bounty is they have strong lanes, right? They have Corp, so Bounty might be able to set up something in the other lanes.
I mean, we've seen the run like Bristol a fair amount. I think even with the Darkseer and the Axe banned out, there's still a fair amount of heroes that can deal with them.
There's still a couple of good heroes, like maybe Tide, but
Sand King, Tide, LC.
It's about the lineup they have though. What fits their lineup?
But they still, I think they want the Quap to lane against Brood because they want the Razor to go mid against Viper.
Yeah.
They don't want Quap versus Viper matchup. That's like the worst matchup.
Well, they can also just put Luo on Queen of Pain. If they want.
They could run an offlane Quap.
Yeah, depends on the lane.
I just think the Queen versus Brood matchup it's not that good for
it's not that good, but it's also not awful. So if you have like one support that can help out a little bit in the start, give Quap a head start, then you could probably work around it. And, yeah, we'll see. Well, okay, now it's hard for Quap.
It's hard. This
is a problem for Quap.
This is Spirit Breaker, which means that the other lanes would have problems too. So like both sides have one roaming support, Bounty versus Spirit Breaker, but it will see who has the better lanes. And for now, I feel Secret has more flexibility in the lanes because Broodmother is a problem. They have to assign a dedicated hero for that, and it's not fun to play against that with their lineup right now.
So at this point, they need to find someone to just fill that role.
I don't know
being able
about
to hold Brute back. I mean, is that the situation IG?
They might need a support like something like a Sand King, some support that can deal with Brute.
Right.
It's just no matter what they pick, it's going to be an exceptional, stressful game because you constantly have to deal with Brute. There's constantly going to be Spirit Breaker charging your solos, and then you need to okay, so where's my support actually going to be? I can't protect mid and fight off Brute at the same time. And then, in addition to that, they have 2 solos in their own lanes, like Viper and Gyro, who are expected
to pick something that's self-sustained, self-sufficient against the Brute. So you don't have the problem where the supports have to be here, they have to be in mid.
Good call, Ben.
Yeah.
Sick prediction. I would have never guessed that.
Would you consider that self-sustained against Brute?
Yes. Yeah, we've seen it a lot.
It is.
So. Especially from the Chinese teams. It's just leave Bristleback alone and focus on the other lanes. It's pretty much a 4-on-4 and a 1-on-1 in the bottom.
But without the IO, I think he might run into mana problems. Might want to get sometimes you see players get an early bottle, something to address that issue because you're up against Brute. Mana is always a thing that you're going to be constantly using in the lane against the Brute lanes.
Yeah.
Okay, Bane being banned out again by Secret.
But in general, I think you want 2 heroes that can deal well with. I guess Queen of Pain and Razor can.
Yeah, they are sort of okay with the spam they have to deal with the Brute link. So I'd say, all in all, their lineup at the moment seems alright against Brute. I mean, the cost obviously is alright.
So is there any hero that can make this lineup from Secret more nightmarish? Because you guys, every hero pick so far has just been getting progressively worse.
Nightmare.
Oh my!
Man, you said nightmare.
Oh. If they actually do that. It's like that's the point. You're just like
don't worry, it won't happen. Don't worry.
Yeah.
you don't even want to play the game. It's like whatever. We'll take the O2, but keep our morale high for our next series.
There you go. that does sound not a bad idea. Actually,
it's really frustrating. Yeah, but I agree. They're definitely not going to grab.
Okay,
that's actually strengthening the Brute mana pick a lot.
Yeah.
Aura. It's a huge difference. A Brute with Aura and without. You're actually able to dominate the lane much more with the Aura.
Even a Spirit Breaker, I think, with the Aura.
Yeah, obviously it helps. It helps in the early few levels where you have a very limited mana pool. Definitely.
Yeah, I think their whole theme is self-sufficient all 3 lanes and try and capitalize on the one
CM is jungling. Guys, I'm giving you mana support.
Yeah. There you go.
I am helping.
I remember Dota 1, it used to be a strat level Crystal Maiden to 7 and then quote-unquote disconnect. Oh, we lost our Crystal Maiden. What a shame. We get more gold.
Number 1 strats right there. And Lina being picked up for IG just to round things out. Doesn't sound like it's really going to change the dynamic too much.
A support that has nukes to deal with the Brute lanes, I guess. It's kind of good in that sense. And they have another form of burst damage to kill stuff. So it's obviously a good thing to have that.
Okay, so let's assess the situation. Is it questionable at best, or is it just an absolute nightmare right now for IG? Winter, please let us
know. I think they have to be very cautious at dealing with the Brute. If the Brute gets out of control, they wouldn't be able to take care of the other lanes, and Spirit Breaker would be charging left and right, top, center, whatnot. Then the lanes would fall apart from them if that happens. So the Brute is a very key piece in this puzzle for Secret.
So things have swapped a little bit now. It's IG who has to watch out for the early game, whereas originally we were suggesting that, hey, you should put their aggression on Team Secret.
Taking the initiative.
But yeah, now they actually just have
they
to
can
survive
still take the initiative with Bounty, don't get me wrong.
But you could just tell in the draft that the Brute pick just threw them off.
Yeah,
completely. They start taking way longer for the picks and bans, and it's like they need to repair constantly the draft. How do we repair our draft so we're not in trouble?
Yeah,
and
definitely
that's always
threw us for a little bit of a loop too. So game 2, can IG survive the early game and then even try to get that win against Team Secret? We're about to find out.
Your viewing pleasure or audio pleasure
Nightmare
here for our game number 2 of Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming. It is the second round of the group's day 1.
I'm Wagamama, and this is Toby1 CSGO.
Hi!
The hi started, and then he looks over.
Alright, damn you, Waga! Such a troll. Such a troll. Yes, I'm a Valve boy.
Oh, did he get spotted?
Yeah, they saw him quickly.
Yeah, Faith was just barely spotted, so I think they're going to deward that.
Very deep ward on the high ground, too, on the Radiant side. But do they? There's one Sentry Ward and the Viper.
Yeah, he has the Sentry and the Observer, so they know where the Observer went down. He's got to go there and deward this right now, I believe. Like,
Does he place it closer to the lane as well?
Hmm?
He might be worried it's like in this like random spot a little bit further up on
Yeah,
the
he's
hill.
not entirely sure where it is, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe he didn't actually realize the bounty warded there, but he definitely saw the bounty run away. So maybe he thought it was a mind game or something.
The secondary sentry is also on Zai, so in case they put a sentry in his lane.
Arteezy gonna run away here on bottom as he has no way of stealing this rune. Ferrari gonna get it.
And S4 takes the one for the mid. So everything going as foreseen.
Oh, already dust on Spirit Breaker, by the way. So if you want to try cheeky business in the beginning of the game here as a bounty hunter, be prepared to get punished by Spirit Breaker.
SP might be a little bit sad though, because he can't do the pull. So he won't be able to have bash from the first one. He'll only be able to get charged.
The puppy courier service on the mid lane. He's actually delivering, running out with the
funny thing is, he's here, but S4's not ready to take it. He's like, just take some damage of Ferrari. Well, starts off to start. Actually, he goes with a static link, but takes a lot of damage for his trouble.
That's not worth it at all for Ferrari. I mean, he stole plenty of damage, making...
Oh, Sentry Ward's Faith, so quick.
Yeah, the tangle.
Yep, that's the only way he would be able to get rid of both the Observer and the Sentry Ward. He got both of them in that short space of time.
That was a big play. That was a big play. He also has his ward remaining on mid lane, so very good, winning the mid ward war. And now he's going to make his way down to bottom where there's no pull available, but he's going to try and find a chance on Arteezy.
The only issue he's got is the fact that he's basically out of mana. Like, you might have a Sentry Ward available, but he's just used his last clarity. They charge on Chuan, but it's Arteezy initiated on Burning. It's a good start. The flag cannon, the damage. Kuro should be able to get the revenge kill over on the Lina, which is nice for his levels. Unfortunately for him, though, he lost his core.
Yeah, lost your core there, and the first blood as well, as Arteezy gets brought down first. Very nice timing there by the Bounty Hunter to get all the way down there after dewarding. Already having good impact. Top lane, we haven't talked about it much. It's just Bristleback laning up against the Broodmother.
Yeah, no one should really die on this top lane.
No, it's not a lane. I mean, sooner or later, we're going to expect the Broodmother to take over the jungle and farm. Actually, Luo is going pretty aggressive here and just spamming. Sai can't farm under his own tower here. This is very nice play by Luo.
But you're still going to be able to web, and you got Salve and everything else, so it's not going to be much of a problem for him.
Yeah, sooner or later he's going to be able to farm. It's just the cool spray spam is very, very real.
Yeah, not to mention the regeneration. It's nice having that little mango on the Bristleback, so if times do get tough, he can just get that quick 150 mana back again.
I never knew I loved mangoes until I played Dota. It's like, do I like mangoes? Never tried.
I would love a mango right now.
Yeah.
Need some mana.
I have a little restaurant close to my home. They give mangoes? No, they give mangoes when you buy something. Always a mango.
That's an amazing restaurant.
Yeah.
That's the Swedish healthy living right there.
So good. Oh, they're going bottom again?
Yep, there's the charge. And Chuan actually knocking back both Burning and Faith, but Arteezy, once again, so much focus damage when they go on him, and Chuan's still not dead. Where's that 17%? Kuro can't find the last record rate will be off target. There goes your dust. They see Faith and Puppy. Turns for the Frostbite, but Faith not taking enough damage to find a kill here. And Spirit Breaker, not enough mana or life to re-engage in.
Yeah, very good, but the Queen didn't aggressively blink there as well, as Arteezy was respawning and TPing in, so well played by IG. They're really doing well in this aggressive lane with the Queen of Pain, playing well around it, and Faith once again being part of kills.
2 deaths to Arteezy. 2 deaths.
Yeah, that's a terrible start for him. And we saw a game earlier where the Gyrocopter, if it gets a hard start, it's pretty tough to recover as a Gyrocopter compared to some other like Shadow Fiend, other heroes that we think are so easy always to recover.
They want to have a little bit of crack here at S4. Faith pinged it out. He's got Janata off cooldown.
No HP though.
Yeah, not a lot, but I thought it was just going to be enough of a setup when Razor would combine, but his static link was on cooldown, hence no movement forward.
Yeah, really. Bottom lane is still very aggressive here, and
they're charging top. The SP's coming over for Luo. Now, Luo's got the highest CS on the board. Now, this is a little bit...
Luo is a tough kill.
Yeah. Like, he's taking a lot of Spire links, but he's still got 300 net worth advantage over Zai. So they might be able to charge him in directly. You've got 3-level spawn Spire links, but there's no mana for it. So a long run up, but no real reward.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, that's a very tanky hero. He has 2 points in Bristleback, and he has the Poor Man's Shield. And then he has a Magic Wand on top of that, so if you spam spells near him, he's going to have that available as well. mid now. An attempt here. DD Queen of Pain behind S4.
It's only got 1 point up in Scream, however, so it's going to have to be all physical damage. And you got the SP ready to charge in to help him out. In fact, yep, there it comes on Burning. He's going to pump back Ferrari close to the plaza field. Not enough damage to kill off S4, but actually, I take it all back. With the attack, it's enough. That's 126 damage of stolen. And Puppey, he knows he's in the trees. Plaza Field's in 2 seconds. He'll run in, but the Frostbite. Puppey's looking for revenge. Kuro's going to come in. This is not worth it for Ferrari. Fate's in the neighborhood, but the bash from Kuro, not even a bash, that's a normal hit.
Yeah.
Finds the pickoff.
He just hits really strong, honestly, and he brings down a solo kill onto the Razor. 500 gold for the Spirit Breaker there, or 489. It's a very good start for hhim. I mean, he's 2-0-0. So despite the fact that the bottom fights have been going poorly, at the very least, at the cost of Arteezy, the Spirit Breaker is doing well.
And the Spirit Breaker is one of those heroes where you really, you could do some Akuria. Yeah. Edgy worked it out as Zai starts to creep skipping.
Yeah, you're going to do this always as Broodmother. Just take over behind the tower and then run in and farm the entire jungle. You can get so much farm going.
Kuro's been forced to burn through a lot of mana. Now, he doesn't have a lot of regeneration on him, but he'll have passive regeneration. Now he's finished the urn.
Yeah, the urn is so amazing as well. When you have that, you just want to have one aggressive charge available always and use the second one to heal yourself after you take your fight. Man, these wards by IG are so good. I haven't really stopped to mention that, but they see everything that's going on really right now. They see Puppey and his jungling, they see Arteezy, and hence they're on him already. And they're gonna go.
Live so hard with Burning with a blink in. Faith, however, taking a huge amount of damage. He's still visible because of the charge.
Spirit Breaker wants that. Oh, they salve him. No, they bottle him.
He can't get it. Kuro knows it.
They heal him up. Very nice there. Man, vision is like half the game when it comes to Dota. Knowing where your enemy are makes it so much more easier to make good decision making.
I love how Puppey's actually got the 4th most pro games on it. That's because he was playing it from the very start of Dota 2. Ferrari now to charge in. Kuro, 17% works for him, and they got more support with the Rocket Barrage. Puppey is the man who takes the last hit. And rightly so, because that Crystal Maiden is completely naked of items.
Yeah, actually has nothing. It's like watching a courier. Well, this Spirit Breaker is bringing a lot of damage to every time they go on someone, because he's already level 5, and when he has level 6, he's going to bring even more with their ulti.
I just want to keep my eyes still on top lane. I know we said there was going to be no kills here, but Broodmother's found just as much farm as this Bristleback.
Yep.
So the Bristleback's going to be really tanky, but what does a Broodmother do? You've got almost 1,600 gold on a Broodmother. Is this a Necro Book game because you're going up against a hero like a Bristleback? Or do you think Orchid? What's the goal here?
I think this is definitely a good Necro Book game, especially as there's the Bounty Hunter as well, because he's going to be looking for you when you're the Broodmother.
True.
So just popping your Necro Book and clearing of wards, and then maybe you can find a kill on the Bounty Hunter as well. And it does add an amazing push, and Necros are just pretty strong in general.
Well, right now he's just got Treads as well as Soul Ring.
Yeah, we'll see where he wants to go in. I don't believe it's a Dagon game, really, when you're against these heroes. Maybe against Alina, you can keep feeding on her, of course. He's looking to go mid and kill her.
Yep, coming right for Chuan. Okay, well, that's one easy way to get an easy pick off. And the SB doesn't actually finish the charge, but they chase after Ferrari. Zaya's right behind him. There's no points up in Bite or Insatiable Hunger. So they don't have support like this, but they can just try and force the Tier 1 towers. This feels like a play of Game 1 again. You feel a little bit behind, and then the Tier 1 towers of IG just start falling apart for no trade.
Yeah, definitely. And Kuro gets spotted out here, but can they do much? The TP in the Bristleback, the strongest hero, getting him to a front. Burning, chasing after Kuroki, but he's going to charge away.
Down to the bottom lane. You might get the Shadow Strike, but you've managed to drag all 5 players from IG to the mid. And you've still got the Broodmother having great fun on top, and now the Spirit Breaker is going to find more space on bot lane too.
The thing is that the Broodmother moves so quickly from lane to lane as well, because she just runs in mid and then all the way back up to top quickly and easily, whereas IG, they TP'd in mid to defend there. They bring everyone, as you say, and that gives Brood more space to farm.
You actually look at the line of webs.
Yeah.
It's this perfect little chain line.
And with the new mechanics, she can easily remove the webs that she used to get there and keep the ones that she wants, instead of just automatically removing the oldest one, which was terrible. That's the way it used to be.
Well, hello, Ferrari. That's a lot of spiders around you. And, well, the attacks will begin. Static Link's going to be there, but all Zai's got to do is just run himself away.
I mean, he's pestering him, right? It's just so frustrating for Ferrari right now.
They drop sentry wards. They see Zai, but Chuan doesn't have an ultimate, and Faith doesn't have track. So he's keeping 3 players focused on him while S4 was able to dish some damage to the mid.
Yeah, it's all about that space that he's bringing to him. Doing a really good job with that.
Solid off lane. And rewarded by having the highest net worth. But the next 3 net worth still belongs to IG. Are they actually...
Almost.
Here in the Nether Strike go, but burning with the blink away.
Yeah, if he got the Nether Strike on him after the blink, that could actually have been a kill. Or if he just 17%ed that a little bit, but he didn't have time to cast the ulti.
Oh, hello, Luo.
Yeah.
Zai's keeping his army of Spiderlings separate. Doesn't want to get them all cool sprayed up. There's a lot of stacks as well being prepared for IG once again. So that's a quad stack of Ancients. But there's also stacks inside the Radiant jungle as now Kuro having a crack at Chuan, but slowed down Sonic Wave. He doesn't have life to survive this. They have 1,300 life to get through, and they're able to do so.
Yeah, Faith comes in there, and he's just throwing that out. And Mid, actually, a little bit of a fight and a TP out attempt.
Not with Zai coming in.
So many spiders. Gets brought down by them.
And this means the tier 1 tower was lost too. They actually mopping up. Actually can't kill the Spiderlings. So the Spiders will finish the tower. The TP will now come in from the bristleback. So one more spray and he'll get a crap ton of money. But at the same time, Frostbitten up. And you've still got Zai in the front lines. He is now realizing tracked. So this is causing some problems for him.
I mean, he's still very fast. He can just run straight back.
Lewis
is like, I wonder if there's anyone in the world who can fight me right now. He's just running across the map looking for someone who can face off against this Vanguard, Basilius, Bristleback.
Who's actually building the mech for them? I'm assuming it's going to be Faith at some point.
Yeah, maybe.
Because Bristleback got the Vanguard.
I mean, it's very popular in general to buy mech on Bounty Hunter as of late, and just going for mech and mana boots. It's
and then it's Greaves at some later point.
Yeah, Slash's Way, Guardian, Greaves Rush. It's actually very effective. I played against a lot of Bounty Hunters who tried the build. It's not bad at all. But at some point, you want to have the Medallion or Solar Crest more than you want to have the Guardian Greaves. And I think it's not always the best choice. So Broodmother still farming the enemy jungle. Can't do much against the Bristleback.
Just chilling and relaxing a little bit further out. Just keep finding the money. Like, you got so much of it on the map. There's so many neutral camps that you can just take out. And when you're ready, have a crack. And he's going to go for a Yasha. So it looks like a more of an SMY or possibly just a Mana Star build to break free of the track. And when Sentry Wars down for the Radiant side,
that's a nice...
Faith is destroyed so quickly.
Yeah, that's a nice sentry to have there for the Broodmother, so he can actually get that pick off. And
the rest of Secret's moving up. Like, IG's in position. They're going to find Luo. A quick charge up could do the work. Zai starting his TP, and that's a lot of damage.
He doesn't have any anyone to air his
Meanwhile, on the bottom, though, S4's pushing. He was waiting for Burning to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, Burning moves all the way up to the Secret Shop, and Kuro doesn't give up on the charge. He just wants to say to Burning, remember, I actually belong here. Oh, he actually got the 17%, but with Chuan TPing in, how much damage has he got? And he's another bash, won't find it. The Plasma Field will come in. Burning will survive.
Oh, they're chasing Arteezy as well. He's tracked up, and they're really fast chasing after him.
He's got cooldown, though. He's got called down into a rocket barrage in a moment with S4 around the corner. Faith's going to be low. The Janata will bounce around, but they're just so high in life. The mech is still here from S4 too. He'll trigger it out and then start his TP. Arteezy won't be so lucky. The Sonic Wave will help to get the kill. And IG moved everyone from top down to bottom.
Yeah, that's an important track kill as well. But of course, Broodmother will be looking to take a tower and trade there. But getting track kills and just taking this action is what IG wants. So a little bit too aggressive by Kuroki there, diving so deep. Can't blame him for believing, though. I mean, we saw yesterday, he paid dividends for the Spirit Breaker to just charge in.
Yeah. And it could have worked. Like, if Chuan didn't TP in as quick as he did and had level 6 when he did, then that probably would have been successful for the Spirit Breaker and 100% worth it.
It was a pretty risky play, but
here comes the charge again. Down the middle. This time he's going in for Chuan, looking for some sweet, sweet revenge. No Nether Strike available. He's trying to slow him down. Can't find one. The call down will connect, slowing down Chuan, but Ferrari's taking 105 points of damage here, and it's still starting to tick up. And with Luo on the front lines, Puppey just has to let it go. One more attack. The bash, pushing him back. Puppey almost gets a full duration. Ferrari, he's going to drop his Erased of Secret. They've already arrived, burning the Soul Survivor once again, and they scouted out the Ancients.
Yeah, and Broodmother's just starting to like, hey, can I kill Ancients? And he's very smartly targeting down the mother dragons first as they kill the babies. The splash damage of the dragons, but this is very hard for him to steal alone. He's gonna get the help of Gyrocopter. Amazing fight there, bringing in the Broodmother behind the enemy lines as well. It was really big for him. And yes, Razor stole a lot of damage, but who did he steal it from? He did not steal it from the important heroes. He stole it from the Spirit Breaker.
And who did he inflict it on? Like, he hit Crystal Maiden twice and still couldn't kill her before almost the entire duration ulti went.
Exactly what we were talking about, right? That puppy, he will channel his ulti and he's like, yeah, you guys can kill me, but my team will take care of you.
He found the perfect tree position.
Yeah.
No vision available for IG.
He did.
There's a charge going on Faith at the moment. That's a long charge back from home, but Arteezy starts the cooldown once again. He will be popped, but look at Zai. He takes out Chorn. They move down to Faith, and then pushing, burning back. No blink available for him. And it's just 3-for-1 trade-off. Arteezy, he's almost playing this Gyro like he used to play the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, pretty much, actually. It's very similar. And I like this way that Zai is playing his Broodmother. 6-0-1. He's like taking part of as many fights as he can. Just getting in there because he's hard to deal with. He's also rushing Manta Style to get rid of the track.
Already finished. 15-minute Manta.
Exactly. Very quick Manta Style there. So really, really nice for him. And they keep winning these fights. A lot of it is attributed to the Broodmother.
Well, she's always there at the right time. And man, it actually kind of like gives me also flashbacks to the way that EG, like I know that's actually when TZ was playing his Drow Ranger in the mid, but the way like Sumail gets killed and then you're like, yeah, we're winning right now. Then you realize, oh wait, there's two other cores in this game that are doing some heavy lifting.
Exactly.
And
There's
you've
more
already
going
got
on.
you got a Viper with a mech. Treads and Ring of Aquila 15 minutes in, and you can buy the point booster as well. So the Act is rapidly approaching, and the highest net worth is 8.4k on a Broodmother.
Yeah, and as you said, the Aghanims will be amazing in this game as well, because against a Viper, against a Razor, against a Bristleback, putting that ulti on them, slowing them down so much is really, really good. Two smokes now going in, and they actually smoke into each other.
The Fate's going to break it. He's actually invis at the moment, but then it does. With a Frostbite, you might have your track going, but they just instantly pick off the Bounty Hunter and retreat back out again in Victus Gaming. Now, Luo is visible underneath the Radiant Observer Ward, but really, Secret don't care that much. They're here for the Tier 1 tower on bot lane.
Yeah, Secret, I mean, not the biggest pickoffs to find the Bounty Hunter there, but they'll take it. I mean, both teams use the smoke and they get a kill out of it and nothing else happens. They're going to be able to maybe pressure this tower bottom, meanwhile, having a Broodmother on top.
Yeah, and that's probably like the more critical point of the statement. In fact, you've got pressure on the bottom lane to the Tier 1 tower. IG, if you rotate too many people down here to deal with this, the Brood just takes your top tower.
Yeah.
And then who have you got that can still battle directly against the Broodmother?
They don't have anyone that can really solo against the Broodmother at this point.
I think S4's realized that he went ahead of Midas 17 minutes in.
That's fine, actually. On Viper, this is one of the heroes that you can go for a later Midas, just so that you stay relevant. Because you have your mech, that's very crucial, getting that up nice and early so you can win the team fights. But after that, it's really only about building attack speed and farming tools. So Yasha is normally the item, but Midas works just as fine.
Faith is in a very, very tight position. He's between two different sentry walls already inside. Yeah, they would love it.
He sees them. Like, look, it's so awkward.
Well, he knows.
Looking to the left, they have an observer ward.
He's got 2 cents of himself, and yeah, that observer ward, just seeing all. But the Radiant Observer Ward from Secret in the lane also sees just as much. They throw it on the Sentry Ward, but it's too far away. So the charge begins, and Faith hangs around a little bit too long. Kuro doesn't commit, however. He'll get tracked up, and then they just hold back.
Yeah, he's just gonna back off. Meanwhile, there's a big Brood army on the top lane as well. So if they can just mount some pressure on bottom, Viper finding a DD rune here on top lane as well is very nice for him.
Actually, I can't believe no one made a Spiderling plushie for the TI store. Just came to mind. Like, we got a little puck head, but where are my little broodlings?
Do you want to rest your head on this spider?
I think you would, man. Especially when it looks that cute.
I haven't actually seen it, so I'm not going to judge.
It looks nice. Alright, but yeah, Zai's just taking all the farm out from IG2. So even if you want to pop over, like, you're looking at burning, there's another Queen of Pain trying to rush a Scythe of Ice, but you're not going to find your last 2700 without putting yourself at high risk.
I mean, S4 had his by now, just saying.
S4 also had possibly the fantastic, like the greatest start of ever, where this Queen of Pain is 117.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's different games.
Faith sees the Sentry Ward. He wants to get rid of this.
That is actually a very interesting stat. Average freezing field damage per player normally is around 1490, whereas Puppy more than doubles that in his average game. That is pretty cool.
That might also be because of the people he plays with. I mean, like, you know, I don't want to care about the Crystal Maiden. I want to care about everyone else that's trying to kill me.
Yeah, it could definitely be so. Other than him, I would also say that Ake is one of the players that understand how to position your Crystal Maiden so that you get really, really high value out of the freezing field. Because it's all about, as you said last fight, hiding between the trees, trying to put yourself where you're not in vision, and starting off the ulti. People will just realize, oh wait, I'm dying. Where's that frosty bitch?
Zai. Faith's right behind him, so at least that'll reveal it, but they've got no way to kill him. Like, even if they try.
Yeah, it's too hard. Since he has the Manta style available at all times as well, he can always just remove the track or
Yep, he's going
whatever.
for Ferrari. That's a big Spiderling army right behind him. Starts off with the Insatiable Hunger, and Ferrari just so low. The Spires are chasing down a little bit further, but they move back over to Chuan. Sai going to get himself a little bit further away, but then again, he's going to kill Ferrari. 1 second and spawn Spiderlings. He just wants to regen. So hide in the tree lines. Ferrari will TP himself out to safety. And now Zai, with a little bit of time, he could actually kill off Chuan when Chuan retreats.
This is actually hilarious. He would probably have killed him, actually, if he just held on to spawn Spiderling a little bit longer. Because it's a Razor,
there goes the Brood.
You get purged.
And now Zai.
He sees him,
no, he's still on the other side of the tree line. He doesn't have vision there.
Yeah.
But bottom lane, they have vision there. Charge coming on Burning, so they can keep the vision when he blinks away. And that means you can get range of the Frostbite from Puppey, and that'll cancel the TP out. Burning, dead to the world.
That was a nice pickoff for them as well. The kill going the way of S4, who's started to build up his Aghanims, and he's already halfway there. This Midas working out pretty well for him as he's looking very good on his item progression. Mid now.
Yes, Ferrari being charged. Zai with the Mana Star triggering out, and he's starting to link one of the illusions, but Puppey with the ulti going to go to work. Ferrari actually now moved down to throw Faith, and that's where your dust will trigger, and this is secret. The snowball has begun, and Tuskar was even banned.
Yeah, this is really looking pretty grim already. Just the control that Zai has on this game, because no one can go up against him. No one can touch him.
Yep.
He has 4,000 gold after his Manta style.
Now we can see that Necro book.
Yeah, and Roshan could be a very easy pick here. Necro into Assault Cuirass would be a pretty normal build for a Manta style, but he's gonna go for Radiance.
Wait, what?
This is nice. Or Abyssal Blade. You know, it's possible, but when you have Manta style, why not go for Radiance?
Yeah, Radiance makes sense when you're just going to make life a living hell for... Like, Chuan will have no presence in this game. Yeah.
If you wanted to go Abyssal, I think you go Basher first anyway. Like,
YG. They're coming in to contest Roshan, but Roshan already dead before it starts. Call down. Luo well far out of position, and they're getting on multiple sides. We can't just keep his back turned on him the entire time. Sonic Wave will fly. Even a double damage rune. Arteezy balls it up. He'll actually lose the Aegis to the Immortal.
But he kept the DD.
He did keep the DD.
Oh, Spirit Breaker keeping up here. Chasing after Burning. Almost getting him. 17. No
chance for the 17%, but he can stay on the back of Faith. He does have Dust available, so the second Faith goes invis, he can trigger that. But the distance, charge, he needs vision again, and he lost it.
Yeah.
Faith actually able to have time on his side this time.
They know roughly where he is. He's going to try the YOLO Dust, but it does not hit him. Right. And he's probably going to run away from
Maybe
here.
time to put a gem on the Viper.
It could be. Oh, the Courier's coming in here. Does he see it? He sees it now. He's going to turn. He goes for it. He got it.
Got him.
Sanchiasha was delivered at least to the Gyrocopter, but they don't have enough vision against this Bounty Hunter. So, Faith doing a lot of work here.
Is there a sentry? There's a sentry on the other side of the river.
Yeah.
With that sip. And Puppey, he's going to try and stack now, and he might think he's just screwed it up, but there's an Observer Ward that's blocking up that Ancient Pull.
Oh, yeah.
So he get... Actually, no, it doesn't.
Oh, what?
It doesn't block. It's too far to the west.
Oh, yeah. If you place it a little bit to the right, it will actually block. It's misplaced slightly.
Oh.
That's a very good sentry ward spot then. If you want to de-ward the Ancients, that's exactly what you want to put a sentry on, but not the if you want to block the Ancients.
No. Yeah.
Oh, God. He found a DD when he was declared Ancients. That's perfect.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. He had it set before.
Yep. That was the one he took. For the... Well, hello. Faith, Chuan, everyone. They're coming in. They go on Arteezy. Quick call down. She doesn't even get it off. Tries to bottle charge first, though. And that's going to be a good track kill. Into Puppey. The ulti goes out from him. He managed to get in return the kill on the Bounty Hunter. But meanwhile in Rome, Zai is taking out the tier 2 tower, continuing his push, bought his Radiance. Not finished on him yet.
Yeah.
But bought it.
Yeah, he does have it. And
they have to come back.
They have bought a new courier, bought a walking courier, and it's going to deliver the Aghanims to S4. He can't wait for that old courier to respawn. Time for a new one.
It's a cheapie.
Yeah, it's just a temporary thing.
Shout out to all the Pinoys. Love them.
Pinoy Dota?
That's the strat, man.
Dude, I had
double
like
courier strat.
3 bottles and 5 couriers, and just slingshotting all that. That's the meta.
All right, so we get a Vladimir's offering completed up for Spirit Breaker as well. So the high ground push is becoming more and more real for Secret. If Zai does... Does he still go Necro? Like when you're gonna get a Radiance like this, you almost feel like it should be a full hunt and control.
I think you go for Assault Cuirass still after this, or BKB. BKB would probably be the most smart and disciplined choice, and Assault Cuirass is the greedy choice.
Curry's got to turn around though.
Oh, they saw him, but they can't really bring him down. They don't have the stunts.
Yep.
Looking at all these 4 heroes, they don't have stun. They only have a support Lina who's not there. She also doesn't have anything else than Brown Boots.
It's also not a guaranteed hit.
Yeah.
Like you can still Manta style dodge that.
Yeah, exactly. She doesn't have a Yule Scepter, doesn't have items, so it's very difficult for her.
So the reins is finally on Zai himself.
Yeah, he's going to be more frustrating now, and also makes it annoying for the Bounty Hunter to stalk him now, because he's going to take the burning damage.
It looks like Secret are getting ready to finish this. The Scythe of Defiance is finished over on the Queen of Pain, but this is a 25-minute Scythe, and that's all she really has. And the rest of Secret are ready to push. Manta, Medallions, Radiances, Mechs, Aghanim, Scepters, Vladimir's with Urns, Gyrocopter with an SMY, plus an extra Ogre Club, and they found an opening. They found Faith. Just a quick charge in.
He turns into 4 spider babies. He's going to push now. He joined the winning team, dude.
Does he have buyback? He's got buyback and 2 gold.
Yeah, he's a bounty hunter though, and he really needs to not buy back. He's 300 gold away from the mech.
At the same time, IG need to see what's going on, and without track, that's very difficult.
Just Plasma Field and Dragon Slave that. There's no need to buy back. Just hold on to it. Tier 2 mid though can be hard to defend when the creeps get there, but it still has backdoor region, so.
And bottom. Bottom's pushing in by just the basic creep wave. Zai, Burning jumps in for the Hex. They start the Static Link, and Ferrari, a decent commitment, but now the call down with a Viper Strike. Ferrari's going to take it all, including the Rocket Barrage, down for the count. Luo too far up, and Puppey just walking forward. They're looking for extra ultis, in fact, hitting everything. And oh my, not even melting, man. Their Tootsies are frozen. IG. It is double the kill count the way of Secret, and an invitation to enter the base of IG.
Yeah. And that's a pretty nice invitation. This is nice and clean, nice and empty. A lot of space in there. Wow. They just brought them all down. They can't stop this Broodmother at all. No. And I like the fact that Arteezy, despite not having items, he just charged in as though he did. He's like, yeah, I'll probably live. And he just charges in. And he would die very quickly if Lina got to cast her ulti, if everyone just synchronized.
Yep.
But there was no chance. Spirit Breaker was charging in.
It came so quickly. Like that fight was over in like if you had like a countdown clock on it. Like I would be surprised if you even hit 2 seconds.
It was a fast fight.
From the initial damage to IG to when they were all dead.
Yeah, that was extremely fast. And that was 2 lanes of racks, and of course they're not gonna stop there. They're gonna keep going bottom. Roshan has still some time until he can even be up. They're just gonna go, I think.
Oh, easy tier 2. Wait, he's burning. They're coming out to fight. Like
look at the 2 couriers delivering items.
They're just so busy.
When you're so rich, you have 2 couriers just flying out BKBs.
1 BKB to Arteezy, and the other BKB goes to Puppey.
And you get a BKB.
Check under your seat at home. Everyone's got a BKB.
God. He almost has a Scotty on Broodmother now. What a disgusting creature.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And it's not just man. Like it's fully done.
Oh, he actually has it now.
Yep.
Nice.
So Secret have more life on the Broodmother than you have on the Razor and the Bristleback.
Yeah.
And then you also get a Lotus Orb over on the Spirit Breaker.
Oh, and that's good in this game. It's very good, because you can remove track with it. If you put it first, you can also get the bounty to track himself. Of course, returning Shadow Strike, Laguna Blade, what have you. There's a lot of good stuff.
What did Kuro just charge to then? He charged and then it just stopped. I'm assuming he hit the creep wave and not a hero.
What you mean if you put Lotus Orb and someone charges?
Or? No. Kuro started charging from back at the base and then just stopped.
The creep wave died and there was nothing near it.
No, he mustn't be wanting to go to. Okay, well, there's Your quick switch. Zai, as a sentry ward right there, triggers off the mana style to start beating into Luo a little bit.
I mean, these spiders, the illusions with Radiance are actually just dealing a lot of damage to Tron. Look at his HP.
He's actually dead. That Viper Strike and the Radiance Burn's going to kill him. So there's no way to survive this. So just going in deep. And Puppey again with the BKB ulti, forcing Ferrari back. Luo is being focused down by Arteezy and Zai. Sonic Wave will do some work until Koro just starts bashing, burning around. This is over. There's no way they can win. GG. Team Secret will 2-0 IG after a disappointing start to the group stage where they went 1-1 up against Fnatic. They'll finally claim the full 3 points with a 2-0 victory over IG.
That's the favorite of this tournament, Secret, showing their strength really. Like, there was no chance for IG in game 1. There was possibly, I'm not gonna say less chance, but there was no chance in second game either.
Yeah, it felt really hopeless from the start, and everything worked for Secret. We'll have ourselves a break and be back here in a couple of moments' time for our third series of the day.
All right, so that wraps up our second match of the day. On this stream, of course, a couple other matches going on, but the second set, and Secret coming back 2-0 after their 1-1 tie against Fnatic, looking, I think, just as strong as most people expected. Of course, through not only us, but IG a little off with that Broodmother pick.
I think teams should take the PPD approach. Always ban it second phase, like every single time.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in most of our matches, or most of our games yesterday and today, right? Until this one. We've seen it, I think, banned almost in all of them, except for maybe one other match or something like that. But then this time it goes through, and they were just all on top of that. Secret was prepared. In fact, they seemed very ready and expecting it to kind of go through. They expected IG to forget about that ban against the Broodmother. They ran with it. On the side of IG, I mean, of course, an 0-2 loss, but days far from over, and of course, the tournament is far from over. Winter, how do you feel about IG so far? This is our first time seeing them here at TI5.
I think they're really flustered though. Like, you could see during the footage with Chuan, he was very obvious. He's very upset, like at a lot of things, when they were going through the replays and stuff. So I mean, it's definitely not a good way of having your team atmosphere for your first series. It's very negative, but hopefully after this they would sort things out. And actually, I think the draft is their main issue in the last 2 games. So they would sort things out and get back to their old ways.
Okay, so when you say the draft is issues, then do you think, I mean, are we just coming back to the same point of they just try to stick to trying to go for something a little bit more aggressive early game, or you think there's just more to, I mean, is it simply the Broodmother ban
about
slipping
what
through?
they gave away, I think.
Okay.
Rather than their lineup. It's more about the Brood.
I'd agree with that. I personally don't think they had a bad draft in game 1. I actually think their draft against Secret was perfectly capable of winning that game. They got outplayed in that game. And in the second game, I think it was... They actually played better in the second game, but they very quickly just lost the grip on the map. It's what we said before the game even started. They're going to have multiple problems to address at the same time, and the moment you lose a little bit of focus or you make one mistake, that mistake doesn't just cost you a hero in a lane. It costs you a hero in another lane or a tower because of Brood. And, again, there were also a couple of moments of just flat-out brilliance from Secret in this.
Yeah.
There are a couple of team fights. I think especially Kuro, for me, was standout player in this game on his Spirit Breaker. Had a couple of more or less suicidal charges that actually won team fights where he gets like 3 or 4 heroes in the charge, sets up for Crystal Maiden Ultimate. A very uncharacteristic combination of spells, but worked beautifully for them. And in my book, Zai is the best Brood player in the world. And I would not give this hero to Secret because they utilize it in another way than every other team does. So at least most other teams, who doesn't, like, you just stick, you build a house, right? You build a house and then you stick around your house. But Zai keeps moving his house around.
You build many houses.
Yeah. So instead of building a house, he builds like a whole city from the top to the mid lane. And then he has like this railroad that he just takes in between. And he is very good at being active and cooperating with the team, where a lot of other teams you see Brood is like, the team is 4 and 5 and Brood is doing her thing in another lane. And they have found a way of incorporating it into the style very, very well. I think it's so scary to give it away. I would never do that in the second phase, ever. I agree. Just ban it second phase no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good point you bring up, that generally when you see that picked, it's like, all right, it's only annoying because it's like, she'll always be doing her own thing separately. But as you mentioned, that's not the case we saw with Secret. We do have a replay showing again how just well Secret has been playing. Of course, it is in the second game where we're saying the draft may have mattered a little bit. But I think you brought up a good point. often.
Kuro has a lot of calculated aggression, and like he sees Alina out of position, and look at Puppy's positioning in the forest, being able to set up for
This charge is
melee.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
That right.
Oh wow.
And he eventually dies to the Quill Spray, but Bristleback is the most farmed hero on the Dire team. He can't afford to die like that, especially when he's, the main brood killer. And Zai is just able to take control of that whole top area of the map because of that. And yeah, again, the web placement and moving into the mid lane and forcing the Bristle to move, I think, is a huge deal, right? Because like brood free farming is like whatever, but I mean, if she's able to dominate your other lanes, you have to react. You can't just trade free farm on the Bristle because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have another replay, of course, a team white this time between Secret and IG. So we'll be taking a look at that as we continue. Yeah, every time we come into a replay, it's just webs everywhere, right? So
this just looks like miscommunication between the IG players. They use an aggressive hex, and then the Quap actually backs off. Quap's like, okay, this is not the play, and the others are starting to move in, and that hex is like their only counterplay to Brood. It was talked about in the game. They have like one stun, which is Lina, and it's not reliable. So if they want to control, and perhaps even hexing Brood in the first place is a bad play. You need it for one of the other heroes that deals a lot more damage. So that was just, you could tell they were desperate at this point. Like, we have to do something with one.
Yeah. After a little bit of a desperation play. But hey, sometimes that's what it takes. We talked about that earlier. Those are the plays where if it works, you look like the genius. You look like you had the most calculated risk. But at the same time, if it doesn't, I mean, yeah, sure, it looks a little bad, but you have to take that, especially if you're not in a good place in the game.
The chance of looking like a genius by hexing someone and running away is very low. Like, there are very few plays I can imagine.
Well, I didn't mean the full follow-through of that, but I meant the initial start of it.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Well, we never know. Never know. We might come into a game one day where hexing and running away was the absolute most genius play. Maybe it's the last play we see at TI5.
You know what? Maybe when he hacks, he blink hacks. He saw a lot of mines there, so he back off.
There you go. That could be a genius play. You never know.
If that happens later on in the tournament, this guy has been predicting really, really well. So.
All right. I don't know if anyone's really excited to see that later in the tournament, but we can hope. We can hope. So we do have quite a few. The standings a little bit updated, of course, with this match wrapping up. So we'll take a look at that right behind us. So LGD actually wrapped up their match, and now they're 6 points ahead. So I think we can all assume, we were trying to run through scenarios here, but if you're already 2 matches wins and 2 zeros at that, you're in a really good place, right? Because if you get, 3-4, especially, if you get 4 2-0s, like, you're set. You're definitely in that top 4, maybe even #1 spot in your group. So LGD doing pretty well. Secret has climbed back up now with the 3 points at 4 points. Complexity now at 3 points. Not a bad place to be. 1 win, 1 loss, and of course Fnatic with that tie. And then we have the rest with losses. Na'Vi not having finished up their match yet against C9.
C9's ahead 1-0 in that one, though.
C9 is ahead 1. See, I said it. I said you can't ever tell until the very end of the game, and C9 came back and won that game. So
games with Na'Vi against Cloud9 are just going to be chaotic, kind of no matter what, because both teams are like super aggressive and are apparently really good at like drawing out games and. It's very hard to predict how it goes. And Na'Vi looked like they had the game in the bag, actually. Yep. And then they had a couple of fights where they kind of threw away their lead and C9 took it over. So kind of the reverse Cloud9 from previous series.
Right.
It either happens to them or they do it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, that's a good way to put it.
Every Cloud9 game so far has been over an hour.
Yeah, that's something to talk about. I mean, they start off the tournament, they've played over, maybe 3.5 hours of gameplay already in just 3 games. So
it's good for them. They don't have to play like 4 series in a day.
They're the ones who keeps everyone up until like late at night. Yeah, we don't want to see that. But coming up, we do have one more set of matches, at least here for Group A, and then we will get to Group B. So Group B, again, not updated yet. We haven't had any matches, but we will get to them in the later half of the day. Now, we have the end of Na'Vi Cloud9. I just heard a little bit of a highlight there. Cloud9 coming back and taking that win against Na'Vi, so we'll get to take a look at that.
Envy with another rapier. So he's up to 2 rapiers today. He's got 2 out of 3 rapiers purchased. The last one was by Ember Spirit of Maybe, I think, against Cloud9. So all the rapier games have been Cloud9 games.
Oh, there you go. That's another
Those are also the 1 hour long games, so perhaps there's like a
bit of a correlation
connection there.
Yeah, and Envy is just huge. He is Superman right now with Lotus Orb and Rapier and Butterfly and BKB. He is nigh invincible, and I thought that Na'Vi made the Slardar pick work out pretty well throughout the game, but he was just really weak when it came to one-on-one later with equal farm.
And what we didn't see in that clip, right after this happened, Envy paused the game and said, sorry, my headset fell off. So supposedly his headset fell off and hit the F9 key. I think Ben was like, that sounds really unlikely. Like,
I mean, some headsets are big
it.
though, right? Maybe they hit
Sounds
like all the
something,
keys, including F9. And
he got super excited, just like, yes! And then just straight down an F9.
Straight on F9. That's where it landed. Only key that I pressed pause the game. So a neat little trick to remember for your next game, Ben. There you go. You can keep that one in mind. So that one, of course, they have to play their second game before they can move on. So that's going to be a little while, perhaps. I think we can assume with those two. On our stream, next up, this is a little bit interesting too, because now we're going to see Fnatic versus IG. So both teams have played one game. In fact, both against Secret. Fnatic, of course, 1-1. IG lost 0-2. But the interesting point here, I think I want to bring up, is that we've been talking about early game aggression against Secret. Fnatic has done that successfully. IG was not able to, even from the drafting phase, especially in Game 2. Is that going to play a role in Fnatic versus IG? What do you think, Winter?
I think both of the teams have, like I was talking to Ben before, like I feel both of the teams play very similarly. They focus a lot on laning and getting a huge advantage from ganking and securing kills and securing the lanes for their cause. So it should be a pretty interesting, like a lot of fights and stuff happening in the laning phase, provided there's no Brood again. So because Ohio does play a very good Brood, so hopefully IG doesn't let that happen and pick supports that can't deal with it again, like what happened to Secret, and we'll be going to see a very much action-packed early game from those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think going off of what Cinder and Ben were saying earlier, hopefully IG has just picked that up and said, all right, let's ban it second phase every time. We just don't want to deal with it.
Sometimes it's like, just do it instead of like, okay, maybe we can get away with it. Like, you just don't risk it, you know?
Right? Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those scenarios, one of the few heroes where you're like, yeah, sure, you can have those. For instance, we saw it with Lesh, right? It's like, all right, we could give it away and then just go straight counter bans, but then, all right, suddenly Lesh support, not so useful. So there is a risk factor in there. Could have a similar scenario with Brewmother. What do you two think about Fnatic and IG coming up?
Yeah, I would agree. I think Brood will not be seen. It's funny to me. It happens like every single tournament. There's like there's at least one or two Brood games where it's like, oh, we forgot Brood. You know, you just don't. You don't even need to see the players. You just start seeing how much time they take per pick, and you just know this was not the plan. Always,
shit happens, you know.
Yeah, it really is one of those shit happens moments. I think going into the matchup, I will consider Fnatic the favorites. I have really not been impressed by IG in the series against Secret. They got outdrafted in Game 2. They got outplayed in Game 1. I was expecting Secret to be favorites, but I think they were a bit too dominant for what IG need to be playing against Fnatic. Maybe the most likely outcome is a draw, actually, because they might play a good game, but I don't see IG winning, at least.
Oh, okay. What about you, Ben?
I think IG stands a chance. I think they were just thrown off in Secret, but in general, I think for the first game they felt really confident, and they just got like all their hopes and dreams shattered by Arteezy's TA, and then that kind of put them on tilt for game number 2, and they're like, okay, we can do this, and then they got outdrafted by the Brew. So I think like they've just been really set back by Secret in games 1 and 2, and Fnatic, I think it's a team that they're much more comfortable playing against because they do play similar styles, and they won't be caught off guard by something. I would
say they know each other very well too. You know?
Right. So let's talk a little about Fnatic. We haven't seen them on the stream yet. Now Fnatic, overall a team that, of course, went through a team name change with Fnatic now sponsoring them recently, but just kind of, I feel like high hopes for Team Fnatic. A lot of people are thinking, all right, Fnatic probably going to do pretty well in the next tournaments that they're coming up, which includes TI5 this weekend, or this week rather. What do you guys think? I mean, do you agree with that? Because we've been talking, all right, these teams probably top 8, maybe top 4.
This guy's the expert.
I know. That's why we're coming to. We'll get to winner. But some we're saying Secret probably top 4 for sure, maybe even top 2. But then other teams, yeah, they have a shot at top 8. Where do you see Fnatic in how they've been doing recently?
I think recently the main thing they had was transitioning their roles, because they initially started with Kerchi as their mid player, and the supports were Mushi and Johnny, and they sort of, I think 2 months ago or 1.5 months ago, they swapped the roles back to Mushi mid, because I think the main reason was like Kerchi, like their youngest player, he was like somewhat inexperienced in certain situations and having to fill big shoes with Mushi as your teammate. So I guess that sort of affected him a little, and they felt that it would be better for the team to play Mushi mid and compared to Mushi as a support. So I think that alone has a huge implication in this event, because they only played with this role for 2 months. So a lot of their support play isn't like sharp or as good as the other teams, I would say. And that's their primary weakness as a team, I feel.
I feel
the partnership is like not there, you know, like because they haven't been playing together. It's very important to be able to have the understanding between the supports. You know, it's like sometimes there are certain situations where you have to do stuff and decide in 1 second, and you can't just like, oh, we gotta do this. You just do it and it works together. You know, the teamwork has to be there between the supports.
Yeah.
So it's not there for Fnatic right now.
That is a good point, and we are seeing them just kind of getting ready to set their stuff up and get ready for their match. You know, I was just supposed to say, I feel that every time I ask about a team, Winter's focus is on the supports, whether it's the supports are important or the supports are not there yet. They need to get the communication better.
Don't underrate supports.
I mean, yeah, by all means, I think that's a valid point. Obviously, all roles are pretty important, and oftentimes supports are the ones that are most overlooked, if any role is overlooked by people when they talk about teams. So I think it's a good point you bring up, but I just found it interesting that you do like to heavily focus on where the supports lie.
Yeah, it's because mainly like a lot of the strategies revolve around, like in the draft, you plan a lot in early game. Okay, guys, we're going to do this. We're going to roam. We're going to focus on shutting down the storm, or we're going to do, like, it's always about the supports, how they move around early game rather than, you know, the cores moving around. Mostly the cores are like sitting and, okay, I'm just going to do my thing, and the supports will be moving around, making decisions. That's the biggest thing, you know, in the early game. Supports are the ones making decisions, where to gank, who to get a TP on early to hold, so you can back up the other lanes and stuff like that. So I feel supports are really important in the first 15 minutes. I mean, not to say they are not important later, but
no, right, but
they play
their importance really shines.
Yeah,
there,
they play a really huge role in the first 15 minutes.
Well, how do you think their two supports compare to Faith and Chuan, who I would definitely say are more experienced?
Yeah, definitely Chuan and Faith are more experienced. But I want to say that Johnny and Kechi, even though they don't have much time playing support together, but at certain moments in the game, sometimes they show brilliance, like in between, separating farm between the two players. Like they have very good farm between the both of them. And when we talk about IG before, sometimes I think we discussed this about Faith. Sometimes he has too little farm, you know, like he doesn't get enough for his hero to do his job. But whereas what I find in Johnny and Kechi, they like to split farm like evenly sometimes, but depending on what Kechi gets, like sometimes if he gets a Visage or a Lashrock as a support or Lina, he gets more priority. But mostly they balance it out better, I'd say, compared to IG, which Chuan usually gets most of the farm. You know?
Yeah, so I mean, Fnatic basically not really choosing anyone as a sacrifice in that farm. They always like to have it balanced if they can help it.
Yeah.
Unless it's obviously something like
no biasness.
No bias. Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, what a nice team. I would want to play on that team. No bias. Everyone gets equal farm. It's a place I would want to play.
Equal opportunity farmers.
Equal opportunity farmers. That's a. I don't know if that's really the same meaning that we were having about Fnatic, but we can run with that. Fnatic, the equal opportunity farmers.
How to not win games.
You know what? Coming back to his name, I was telling you guys about.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you. I thought about it when you first brought it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, do tell us, because you had a little bit of explanation about
it's a little
Kechi.
story about Kechi. His name actually means in our Malaysian native language, the first word is Kechi. It means small. And obviously the next one, everyone knows Imba. It means imbalance. So his name means small but imbalance. I kind of have this idea that why he chose his name, because he probably got bullied a lot because he's quite small.
But he's imbalanced.
Yeah, but
he's imbalanced.
He's imbalanced in Dota.
Right. So this is where
he's
he
not only
gets
small,
to
but
shine.
also
Yeah, and I remember when he started playing tournaments, like when he's 19 now. He started playing, I think 9 years ago, around that time frame, 9 to 10 years ago. His mom would always follow him to events, you know. So it would look kind of like a mom bringing a small kid to a tournament, but the player is the mid player in the team. So it's like, okay, this is actually the mid player accompanied by his mom.
That reminds me of the first tournament pick Andy at LANs. He also looked like, I can't remember how old he was at his first LAN, but
I think it was with Volker Gaming.
It was with Volker Gaming. Yeah. That's like 10 years ago, I think. that was also.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting that at that time where a parent would follow her child to a tournament, it's nowadays because it's so big, so it's common for parents to be with.
But back then it was not.
Yeah,
the
back
same.
then it's not something that you see often.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw earlier with No Tail's video, right? I mean, ran into some, issues or conflicts with his parents until they were convinced that, okay, this is something you really believe in and whatnot. I mean, yeah, you say it's more common now, but even now, it's definitely something that people note. It's like, oh, your parents are here to watch you. That's pretty cool. Like, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's more acceptable, I guess.
Right, but back then it was like, whoa, your parents are here at a tournament? Like, what's going on? Like, why are they here? But yeah, that's actually really just sweet of them, obviously, to have that connection with his mother. And then now, look at where he is. He's here playing TI5, just having another shot for the TI Championship title and in Fnatic. So that's, and Fnatic, again, pretty high hopes for a lot of people. We'll see how they do against IG. Obviously, that will give us a better read. Talk a little bit about IG. Of course, we saw them against Secret, but we did have to jump into the game a little bit earlier. And you guys mentioned, again, IG, bunch of old school names. Most people, even if you've only watched like TIs in the past, you've heard these names before, even if you're not a complete like Dota 2 veteran fan. But do you think, is that going to affect them anyway in terms of either being overconfident or maybe being a little bit worried about playing against a team like Fnatic, where they're known for their aggression and they have these younger players that maybe could be a little bit more volatile in game?
I think they'll try to draw as much as possible on their experience and just try to play their own game. So they've probably, I would be surprised if they haven't seen the, I'm guessing they would have read as much as possible into the win Fnatic had over Secret, because obviously they just came off a 0-2 loss themselves. And they will isolate one or two key heroes that they felt like was really important, and they will ban them out. I think it's very likely we don't get to see the Bloodseeker, for example, or that they will pick it themselves in the first phase like they did against Secret Game 1. And then apart from that, just generally just play their own standard style and believe that they just flat out are a stronger team based on experience, which right now I don't think I would agree with IG being stronger than Fnatic just now. But that's the mentality they need to have themselves. And if they get off to a good start in the series, I definitely think they will.
That's an interesting point you bring up. I always find it very interesting just if or how teams adapt from game to game, especially in such a long tournament where it's going to be 2 weeks. You have to play so many matches in round robin during your groups, and then even then you're not knocked out, right? You're seeded into the bracket stage. So we saw IG picking Bloodseeker. We were like, hey, did they do that because they saw Fnatic having good success with that against Secret? So now on the flip side, is Fnatic concerned at all about possibly IG taking that if they leave it open? Do you think that's going to be a contention point for both teams, or maybe a little bit more skewed for IG? Anybody?
I think most important is they don't just pick hero like based on, oh, this team is actually picking this and it's strong. you pick based on what you feel is most comfortable and you feel that your team can play at the best. Like just look at how, for example, Secret is picking, like the moment you look at the heroes, you don't have to see what team is playing this set of heroes. You know this team it's an identity, you can't just like copy paste someone's picks and bans and you just, oh, we can do the same thing. Because most of the time it doesn't work because you have different mentality. Every team has their own mentality. Even though you might be playing the same lineup, but the approach will be different. So the result would obviously be different as well.
Yeah, I think the mentality for IG, I mean, they're struggling right now a little bit, I would say, compared to what you would expect from a team with these 5 names. Prior TI champion as well, and a lot of these are like fairly older players. And I think like when you're in that sort of position, you just have a lot more pressure to perform. You don't have, 8 or 9 years ahead of you, like RTZ or Sumail, let's say, who are like, okay, if they don't win the CI, they have a lot more shots. But Burning, I mean, he was rumored to have retired after last year and didn't play for quite a period of time. And, people speak that this might be his last TI. And, when you're in that sort of position, it's like, oh, man, I might not get another chance. And, there's a lot of outside pressure and influence that comes into the mentality of these players.
All right. Yeah. So, again, I mean, I like that you always bring that up, Winter, that it really depends on how you feel about your picks and whatnot.
I think it's very important to be confident on your own play style, your own believe in your own ability instead of just trying to go into a tournament. Okay, we'll just see what's good and we'll just like blend into it instead of like sticking to your roots. Like we believe that this is our strongest play style or our strongest lineup. You have to have a lot of faith in yourself to be able to do well in this sort of event.
That's a good point. Before we jump in, I mean, I was just getting a little curious off of that one. We've talked a little bit about heroes that we weren't perhaps expecting as much, like Ember, coming into TI5. Do you think there are any teams that definitely stand like really far away from the current meta in their color? Like their color is so distant from the meta, but that they should still believe in that. Is there any team that really stands out that way at TI5, or do you think still, I mean, obviously they're all top teams, so they've been keeping track of the meta. I mean, how does that balance work out?
I think Cloud9, I think, stands out for me as a team that maybe doesn't play like unusual playstyles, but certainly unusual picks now and then. And I don't know, I find them one of the more unpredictable teams just like all around, except that their games will go past an hour. Other than that, like it's just like the Batrider, for example. The Batrider, I would have not expected to see it at all in the group stage.
So the destination is always the same for Cloud9.
I mean, the idea was there. You could see they were gearing up into a pushing type of lineup, heavy team fight, and they needed someone to draw the attention towards the tombstone. So Batrider obviously fit the job.
It's they have very novel concepts and I think keystone part of their strategies.
That's interesting.
Other than that, any other teams? I mean, we haven't seen half the teams play.
Yeah, I mean, so we'll of course have to wait. Maybe someone has more pocket picks.
I think maybe MVP Hot 6 play some different stuff. I have to admit I haven't seen that much, but like the first thought that just came to mind for me was MVP Phoenix, because they have a history of playing different stuff, like picking outside the meta. Like Warlock, they've played a lot of Slark on QA in the past and stuff like that. And obviously their practice partner in MVP Hot 6 might also have like they obviously developed like their own little isolated meta, as we talked about, because they don't have that many scrimming partners in Korea.
But overall,
I'm not sure.
all right.
I mean, when are you really outside the meta? Is the question.
True.
It's difficult
you do have to draw the line somewhere. So maybe we'll talk about that more if it comes up as we look at future matches. But we are now into the draft of Game 1 between IG and Fnatic, and the first bans, not too surprising. Just
we
yet.
see a common ban already every time the team that's on Dire. They're taking out Shadowfiend every time. No one wants to give away Shadowfiend. If you can play it on Radiant, any team, most of the team have a Shadowfiend player, so they try not to give it away to the team on Radiant.
Yeah, I don't even think it's worth trading for a Quap, let's say. Like, just the Radiant SF. He can actually win the matchup versus the Queen of Pain. I think if you get a left track in return, it's fine, but that's, that's being ambitious.
All right, and the Gyro also being knocked out by IG.
Well, that opens up Tusk.
Tusk is open, yeah, for the first pick. Quap has been banned out, so that's kind of the swap out there. Tusk generally being banned out over Quap.
There's Tusk, there's Undying, yeah.
Bounty Hunter?
Yeah, basically most of the fighting heroes are available.
Tusk will be the choice of weapon for IG.
Don't you think Viper is going to be like... I feel like both of these teams pick Viper.
Yeah, because they focus on lane dominance, so Viper is a hero that he's built to do that.
Right.
Viper
was Viper one of the 3 heroes that Fnatic used that was dominating in that game against Secret?
I remember it was picked. I don't remember which side.
Okay.
So the response would be Bloodseeker again.
This is really funny to see, because, okay, so Fnatic picked Bloodseeker and they ran over Secret with it. Then IG tried to pick Bloodseeker against Secret, and one of the problems Bloodseeker ran into was playing against Dazzle.
Yeah.
So now Fnatic are just like, okay, so we like our Bloodseeker. Oh, Dazzle was actually pretty good against this. We'll just get both, and we'll be done with it. I believe they didn't have Dazzle against Secret, right, in that game? I don't think they did.
No, I don't think so.
They did.
Pretty sure.
No,
they played against it.
This is a hero. This is one of the biggest surprises for me draft-wise so far in the tournament, including the wild card, is how high priority Dazzle is getting compared to what he has over the last month. Yeah. Like, he is really becoming just a flat-out first-phase pick and ban, as it would seem. So that's pretty surprising for me.
The biggest,
not first-phase ban.
The biggest strength of the heroes, I think, is lane. It's very good in the lane, even though he doesn't provide any stun, lock, disable, but he's very good team fighting, and he doesn't give away. Like, the more important thing is he doesn't give away what direction the team is going in with the draft. So I think that's a very important factor on picking the hero early.
Yeah, that's been brought up. I mean, especially at the caliber we're looking at for TI5, the versatility and kind of leaving your options open, making sure the mind games continue into the further phases is pretty important. I mean, the other thing I want to point out is, of course, just think about in our past games, how many times has a game been extended because of the shallow graves from Dazzle, right? That alone has really changed the flow of many of our games in the past, as we see Undying now returning
the typical Chinese fragile lane.
This is a very...
two double durable heroes.
It's a very dangerous combination to play against. So first of all, it's a great dueling, like Winter said. But in addition to that, the ability to block off a path with ice shards and then have a tombstone in the area. It's like if you imagine to fight on a clutch spot, right? You fight on a high ground, and you block off the exit path, then you have to run through the tombstone, which is absolutely, that's just death. That's not happening. So this pairing is really good. And you have the frozen sigil on top of the tombstone as well, making it harder to destroy and slowing down even.
You have to ban the Naga, though, I think, if you run
the Naga is important to take out of the equation.
So IG goes through with that. Storm being banned out by Fnatic, and then Lina also being banned out by IG.
A hero that I've seen picked probably a little bit too often is Skywrath. I think Skywrath is just too one-dimensional when he does. He gets owned by BKB and provides like little to nothing in the later game and just dies in a couple hits without, like, even Dazzle, if you just get weave off, I think that's often good enough if you end up dying.
It's a big contribution.
It's a huge contribution. So I think that Dazzle should be as highly prioritized as he is.
And you look at what Fnatic is gearing up, like lane dominance, a lot of physical damage. So they're going to look to take the fight towards, even though there's a Tusk and Undying, but they have the tools to destroy the Tombstone right now. A lot of physical damage in between the Razor and the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, you guys were mentioning, especially for Bloodseeker, how fast he can get rid of that Tombstone. So maybe they're not too concerned about that.
Interesting to see. I think it's like it kind of goes both ways, right? The Tombstone zombies are super annoying for Razor's ult, because they just keep absorbing it, but they don't die, since they need to be attacked now.
True.
And the ult strikes the target that has the lowest current health, not the lowest percentage-based health, right? So the Tombstone zombie will always be the target. Or is it? I just feel like I have this memory of playing Razor against...
I think it's percentage.
It is percentage. Okay, so then you will never hit the zombies. Because that's a really big difference. I just have this memory of playing Razor against Undying, and my ult just keeps going to waste.
It's
by
like
hitting
you
zombies.
never skilled out.
Because it doesn't make sense, right? Because the old one would have killed the zombies, because they were damaged by physical damage spells.
Right.
So, all right, I guess we'll get that.
Well, I mean, we'll find out.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll
it's
definitely find out as we say. I'm sure it's
definitely
going to
gonna
happen at least once. And then Witch Doctor being picked
more
by
team fight, and it's it's really good to have Witch Doctor with Undying, because it's sort of like it protects the Tombstone. You're trying to kill the Tombstone, but you're running into a possible coconut bounce or Death Ward, so it's gonna be difficult to run into the Tombstone with the Witch Doctor and the Tusk on the field with the Sigil.
I feel like he's pretty good versus a tanky hero like Razor too. Doesn't really get affected by the unstable current too much.
Wow,
And
this is more stuff to kill the Tombstone.
So they just keep going back and forth. I mean, hey, we're gonna kill the Tombstone. Hey, we're gonna protect it. And, well, here's another hero who can kill it.
Next, we need the Pugna, man.
Fighting into Fnatic's lineup is actually incredibly difficult. If you're engaging into...
they're not gonna try and fight.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, you win. You win that battle. We'll back off.
Fighting into Plasma Field and Razor ult.
Serpent Wards this was similar.
And Bloodright is extremely good.
Similar to what happened with the game. Remember with CDAC, where they had 3 picks with Undying, then they're like, okay, this is not good.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the other day? Yeah, yesterday, in fact.
And that didn't go so...
And they went on to proceed Plan B, which is also PL.
Yeah, they did go with PL.
Yeah, it's like a similar transition, during the draft.
Viper just being banned out right away by Fnatic.
What about
Looks
Ember?
like
Ferrari Ember?
We have a little bit of an update right now. Navi just beat Cloud9, so that one is a 1-1 draw. It was a very short game, 25 minute crush. So as our predictions, Cloud9 games go beyond the hour. 25 minutes is what it took Navi for that one.
Wow, that feels.
So
really
that's a
good.
draw.
Okay.
Which means they both have 1 point currently, right?
Yeah, both of them only have 1 point, so evening out there in Group A. The Brood does get banned.
The Brood actually...
It made it through the second phase.
Yeah, it actually made it through far.
But I mean, I think they figured, especially just given how much they were emphasizing the Undying and the synergy between that, Fnatic would have to react to that.
But then again, it was the same player who played Brood and Bloodseeker for Fnatic, so it probably played a little into that fact that we might not have to worry about the Brood so much because it's the same person playing it.
So, but if that's the logic, why ban it now? Because still just in case?
Yeah, because Phantom Lancer is particularly weak against that. So you don't want something like the last game to happen again. So there'll be Mike Shaker to finish. Okay, it's an offlane Shaker.
My question right now for IG is, what are you gonna do when Fnatic come to your base and they plant the Serpent Wards? How are you gonna get rid of them? Like, what's your actual counterplay? The moment it just looks so ridiculously difficult.
Yeah, they don't
to
have
engage into
anything to
Fnatic
fight
team.
into that, and they need to somehow they don't have enough spam. I feel right now, looking at the 4 heroes, when a huge creep wave comes in, there's the cask and there's the shards. That's about it.
Yeah.
You need to be able to clean out the wave. So, okay, this is not.
That is a possible solution.
That is fighting into it with the Tombstone and the split. So
this is like 2 teams.
So they went back on it. Now they can bring out the Brewmaster.
I think the PL is more maybe going to go for a battle build where you join your team early with drums. I don't think it would be a Boots of Travel build like what Envy likes to go for with his PR, like the greed in farming. This game he might have to be forced to fight early and join his team because it's Serpent Wards, and at some point of the game there'll be Aghanims on the Razor, so you have to defend your base no matter what.
Yeah,
I think Brew Ultimate is really good at doing that though. I think he's been a forgotten mid, and he did get quite a few nerfs, but he's still really, really good at getting past that 5 through 25 minute phase of the game, which it seems like Fnatic's lineup is really geared towards.
Yeah.
I like this last pick a lot.
It actually makes a lot of sense with their lineup as well.
I'm actually surprised they picked it just because, I mean, that's on nobody's radar.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But that was something perhaps good to see, because otherwise we were worried, like, all right, now they switched to plan B and now Fnatic's just going to run them over. IG comes in with a plan. They still had something in their back pocket. IG versus Fnatic game 1 in a best of 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Fnatic versus IG. The third round of series of games today is the first day of the group stages. Welcome to everyone who is tuning in as well over on the main stream, everyone who's tuning in on Dota TV, as well as on YouTube live streams, the stream platform, and anywhere else around the world. However you're tuning in, greetings and salutations.
Warm welcome to everyone, of course, who enjoys watching Dota, and there's going to be plenty of it. This is our last series, but there will be people taking over after us as well.
Yeah, we have Mon Capitalist as well as Blitz coming in. They'll be replacing us at the end of the day. But we're Toby and Waga. We're the bling bling combo.
Yeah, we get the morning shift every day. We warm up the booth for them.
That's right. When we wake up in the morning, we wake up to the foghorn.
All right, so let's see what they're actually doing here on the first minute. It seems that Fnatic are completely going to control the bottom rune. They have also been spotted by the early ward dropped by the Tuskar on bottom. So they have seen that Fnatic are powering down on that bounty rune, whereas Ohio is trying to sneak and steal this top rune, but it's going to be dangerous to do so. He's going to block off the Brewmaster, maybe?
He'll just let it go.
It's too risky.
There's no reason to really try and contest that. Just let him have it. It's almost a pleasure. It's not almost. It is a pleasure to watch the Brewmaster. I'm just really worried it's going to turn into a bitter sensation in my mouth when Ferrari just gets nailed so hard.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it works, but he's not on the lane that he would be dreaming of, as it's not the Bloodseeker mid. It is, in fact, a safe lane Bloodseeker with the Dazzle as well. However, he has Faith. Faith is here. Going to help him out a little bit.
At the same time, Johnny's also here with KOAXY. Leech a couple of the early levels. The static link forces Ferrari off the lane, but he does get his early bottle, so we're going to turn into like this, clap farm kind of style for Ferrari?
I mean, he just wants his bottle as early as possible. He got it immediately when he picked up his bounty rune, and if he gets to boots as well, he can pretty reliably take runes and farm just with the spells that he has.
Is Johnny overstaying his welcome here? Ferrari's going to get up in their face, but what is Johnny really bringing to this lane as a Shadow Shaman? Mushy, actually trouble bottom lane. Looks like he got caught in ice shards underneath the tower, trying to run away. Decay dropped him low, and Lure just punches him down. And that's first blood going the way of Invictus Gaming. Good start.
Terrible start there for Fnatic. They're safe lane Bloodseeker. You cannot die on that roll. That's super crucial.
The Dazzler was busy trying to do counter warding.
Yeah, and that's going to give such a good start to Luo now. And of course, Faith is happy to be part of that kill as well.
And now Johnny comes down. They snowball under. It's all on Kerchik. They get the tombstone down. This will help them fight. In fact, Johnny, he might even be in more trouble. They're getting rid of the tombstone, but Mushy is losing so much life. The decay does the work. And is there any more damage? No more snowball. But Johnny, Shadow Shaman is just such a slow hero. 1 second till decay. They already get the kill. It's 3-0. Invictus Gaming just opening up a new one on the bot lane.
We're like, yeah, Tusk and Undying, but how are they going to lane it? Yeah, they just go down there and take over. They show it's their lane, they own it, and they're running this now. Haste Rune is going to be picked up by
might be in
Faith.
trouble too. Chuan? No. Yeah. Sorry, once I saw the Paralyzing Cast come out and also Ferrari moving in, if they got a clap, combining with the first level up in Malediction, Ohio would have been licking his wounds. He's already down to 1 tango on an off-lane Earthshaker.
That would have been very.
It would have been more than a snowball. It would have been an avalanche for IG.
Yeah.
Like, you would have lost your off laner. You've basically lost your safe lane already.
Yeah, definitely. That was a weird Fissure by Shaker, just holding the neutral pixel. I don't know. I'm just watching the other lanes as well, trying to look for some salvation here for Fnatic as their safe lane is just crumbling already.
Ferrari getting up in KOXY's face. KOXY is going to be able to steal a lot of damage every single time, but that's why Ferrari's trying to clap farm. But he's 5-1 up against 15-12. KOXY has destroyed this mid lane. That's your upside, Waga.
Yeah, KOXY has this on lock. He definitely does. Doing a good job. He had the help from the Shadow Shaman in the beginning, so doing really well. Top here, just John being annoying.
They're TPing in. Johnny's on the way in. The Fissure, though, on the wrong side. So Johnny, this TP is for nothing. They need to have the shackles go to work.
Yeah. Too bad he couldn't get the proper Fissure there. Nice try, though, with the TP. But yeah, this Brewmaster is really struggling to get anything at all. He does have the haste rune, of course, but the last hitting from KOXY has been really good.
Maybe it's a point, too, where IG have to consider Well, they can't really rotate Chuan into that mid. Like, he's not going to be able to do that much.
Yeah, no, I don't think Chuan should run there.
Do you just wait for level 6 brew? Like,
Yeah.
is that all it comes down to?
Brew
Ferrari, in the
doesn't-
meantime, just gets as much farm and wait for level 6?
It's nice to get Blink Dagger early on Brew, but the main reason that you put him mid is to get levels fast. If you get level 7, 6 is nice, but 7 is really when you start killing people so strongly, because your nuke is just phenomenal. It deals so much damage. But of course the ulti is a major part.
Johnny coming back to the middle. He still needs to find some levels here. He's got Shackle as well as his Ether Shock, but that's all.
He's not finding a lot, is he, on this Shadow Shaman?
Not really. Well, she's actually found a hell of a lot of CS with his bot lane. All things considered, 20 for 2 up against an 11 for 1.
I actually don't know how he did that, but yeah, he has recovered the last hits really well.
I can tell you it's not from just jungle farming. That's just not possible for him.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodseeker is extremely good at lasting, and he played very aggressively farming when he died the first time there. So it's just, it's more like you farm a lot, but you also give away a lot when you die there. And now rotation bottom coming in here. Chuan is being brought in. No lane ward for the side of Fnatic.
This is
could
a
be bad.
potential chance for IG. But what are you going to be doing right now? Is it a roll in and then with the paralyzing cast
yeah.
Chuan on the back? Well, that's exactly what it is. It's just a roll into the decay with the blood right. Mush is trying to make it difficult, but the paralyzing cast is going to bounce around. The malediction's already on Mush. They need a little bit more damage to help him pop. Now that Shallow Grave's going to wear off before the malediction does. So one more pop isn't enough. And with the shards, he's actually been blocked in. Luo, there's no way to chase it. In the meantime,
solo kills.
Yeah, he actually kills off Earthshaker by himself.
Yeah, he definitely did. Nice. Nice solo kill there. Peel is so dangerous to go up against. The amount of spam they can throw the Spirit Lance, super dangerous. He didn't even have to use his Enchanted Mango there, so he keeps that as well. Very nice for him.
So another kill for IG there, rack it up to 4. Overall, they've already got, in just the space of 5 minutes, already managed to pick up 2,000 net worth advantage. Experience is 1,500.
Yeah, that's pretty big considering how hard they were losing mid. Like, mid is definitely not going their way. Still only looking at 12 CS, 13 now, just slowly pulling his farm in.
Well, Ferrari's actually doing pretty decently, considering his lack of CS.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough lane. It's very tough.
Yeah.
You can't even spam Drunken Haste that reliably because there's the unstable current dealing damage to you every time you do it. So there are downsides. Oh, the rune is denied.
That's frustrating. Ferrari is coming down to pick that little sucker up, and it's an easy move up from Kerchik. And attacks from the high ground.
Yeah, very nice there by Dazzle. And Peel is having good control over the top lane. The ES, despite being 1v1, can't really touch the creeps that much.
Well, it's kind of difficult, man. Like
79.1% win rates on Brewmaster. So he has the highest win rate on Brewmaster out of any player with 25 games or more.
He's a talented kid, Ferrari.
He's very, very good. If he gets his Blink Dagger and Aghanims, he can do wonders with it. Or even if he just gets the Blink and BKB, because sometimes you need that against Rasta, Instant Hex.
Should also point out the fact they're going to flash farm Ferrari in a moment. Once they got the 4 points up in the clap, they've got a triple stack inside the Dire jungle.
Yeah, they are stacking up and preparing for him.
While on bottom lane, Luo and Faith coming back to the lane, but Kerchik as well as Johnny, they're just waiting in the wings for their time to shine. As Mushy, Decay, just a little bit of shard harass, nothing more.
Yeah, sadly doesn't do much as he just denies 2 creeps immediately and full
They're
HP
spotted out.
again.
This Dire Observer Ward on the side. Now, this is actually one of these weird wards to talk about, because Undying walked down the river to this point and then threw the ward down, then backed up instantly. So the second you do that, you should be flagging the fact that Observer Ward was going down.
Yeah.
But Fnatic went looking for it. So they didn't ping it at the time, and they haven't dewarded it since.
Yeah, it's always the mind games. You gotta keep your eye on the enemy supports always. If they have a ward on them, just, you know, keep good track of that. Click your opponents as often as possible.
Yep. Keep tabs.
And he's gonna rush straight into Blink Dagger, of course, on Brewmaster, by the way. Oh, okay. I thought the Dazzle was stuck there for a second. He's gonna be fine.
Try to shut him down. That should reveal the fact that the
They need
ward's
to
there.
use the Brewmaster ulti. They should try and force a fight bottom. He wants to run around and go down here.
It would be nice, because they're getting a lot in the other lane. So you start off with your shards,
is
just
spotted
harassing
now.
into Mushy. But
They're gonna back off.
yeah.
Oh, Rasta is actually kind of stuck there, so he's gonna stay for a while.
That they realize, because you got Chuan farming mid. So Chuan's finding some really good levels. Also notice too what he's prioritizing. 2 points Malediction, 2 points Paralyzing Cask. So you don't actually have the ulti yet, obviously. We're waiting for that in the mid. But there's no Voodoo Restoration. So Kerchik, a quick TP out. They drop the Tombstone. They're sacrificing their tier 1 tower.
Johnny is just trying to hide the best he can, but oh boy. Jigs up, Johnny.
Can't stay in the trees forever.
No, he was listening, trying to listen.
Right. In return, Fnatic, they can at least do some damage to this tier 1 tower. Fortification is going to make it difficult. This Undying Tombstone's made this a lot easier for IG to force down the tower.
Yeah, it's just tower trades going on right now. Not much that Fnatic can do to teamfight against the Undying and Brewmaster ulti.
Yep.
So they're just respecting that, but at the same time, they're not punishing the PL. He's been just farming away as well. So.
Well, how are you meant to punish a PL? You don't have enough control. He's just going to doppelganger away every time.
Oh, you have to do something though.
True.
Right now you're losing towers and PL is free farming.
So,
this is losing out too much. You need to.
But what's the
try
something?
And smoke up.
What's the something? Like you've got an Undying as well as a Brewmaster. You don't want to team fight into that one.
Yeah.
The PL you can't just
it's
gank him straight.
No, it's pickoffs. You have to go for a disable gank. But right now it's very hard as the Shadow Shaman is only level 3. He doesn't have a single point into the Hex yet. So all of this is very, very difficult.
So many stacks everywhere.
They're gonna steal these
Ferrari found a triple. Actually, he found a double stack and made a triple. Johnny's the one who's in trouble. They drop the Tombstone. Malediction will actually kill him at this point. Johnny knows he's dead, so does as much as he can before death.
They're gonna try and fight for this stack. They don't want to have it stolen. Okay, YXY and
That's a dangerous fight to take, though.
Yeah, I don't think they can.
You still got PL farming top. Like, he's not stopping. And he actually bought BTs to start with. Ferrari, straight TP out, and they do take the stack.
Oh, nice to see that the good old TP out against Bloodseeker still works sometimes. Most of the times nowadays, it's just, oh, you want to TP out against Bloodseeker? Oh, he just runs up and punches you 2 times and you're dead. But luckily, he's a Brewmaster. He's immune to that kind of stuff.
Kind of surprised Burning goes for such a build. Like, it's very split push orientated, like comes in at the very, very last moment.
Burning knows his farming. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I believe him to know the fastest way to get high farm in a game like this.
It kind of flags the fact though, like IG do not want to fight early on.
Yeah.
Well, until this, Blink in for Ferrari, in for the split, and the Paralyzing Cask holding Ohio and KOX by Ohio! Echo Slam off, he'll get a revenge kill on the Witch Doctor, he's still not dead yet. Trying to run away from these PL illusions, and not successful, not while the Brewmaster is there, throw out the Boulder Dash, and now the Tombstone also being dropped. A 2-for-1 trade-off. It was a lot more messier, primarily just because of the Echo.
Yeah, it definitely was. Also, speaking to the Bridge of Travel and as to whether you want to fight or not early, I think he just realizes we already have so much for team fighting. We have the Tombstone, the Brewmaster split, we have Tuskar, who innately is a very good fighter. I don't need to buy fighting items early, I can just focus on getting at a critical point of farm as soon as possible. So, smart itemization, I think. And all of them looking to do pretty good now. Brewmaster has his power treads and blink, which is respectable considering his lane definitely.
Yep. Well, they managed to get the stack inside the Radiant jungle and then the stack inside their own jungle, plus the being involved in the 2 kills in mid.
Yeah, they also have 2 mana boots up already, which is really nice for their entire team. All of them can use that mana pretty well. Sometimes you even want to go mana boots on Brewmaster, but he doesn't have to since they have Undying and Tusk.
It's kind of also nice when Faith gets so much farm, because he can just go into Greaves later on too.
Yeah. Oh, Greaves would be amazing in this game, negating so much of the physical damage, and there is plenty from Fnatic.
Fnatic got really some time too. When she's on a good timer, like the Hand of Midas isn't too late.
Yeah.
But it's just that window of opportunity where IG realize, okay, well, Bloodseeker, what does he really bring when he's Treads, Poor Man, Shield, and Midas?
Yeah, that's true. He does not bring much right now. Burning, he was spotted down as he ran down here, and now they see him again with the ward. Maybe they will be able to pick him off. But they need to get the Rupture on him, and they do have a defensive ward as well.
And he's got BTs. Like, doppelganger to BTs out all the time, or he's actually just going to go straight to the top lane.
He runs away.
More farm to be had.
And he baited a lot of people to just try and go on him there. However, they will try and transition into push down here.
Difficult. Paralyzing Cask is going to slow this down.
15 seconds, Primal Split, almost up again.
Mass Open War's going to be committed, which means Fortification's going to delay this push. They kind of need to, or else this tier 1 tower just drops. So, yep, there it comes. So Shards to get rid of all those range creeps, also locking KYX1 in a bit of a pit. PL still forcing out the top lane.
Not looking to commit.
No, not going to fight into it.
Don't care that much against the tier 1 tower. Maybe they can punish when someone TPs away, but they're not going to go for it. I think they should go and farm the wards afterwards when the enemy back, because it's so much gold.
Problem is, I don't know when the enemy backs. Actually, they're going to smoke. It's a three-man smoke to gank.
Yeah.
And where do they go? Like, KOXY is going to be the first man, but he's standing in the perfect position. Blink up from Ferrari, gets a double, and straight into the split. They'll isolate KOXY while sending Dazzle up into the air. No Shallow Grave. He'll hit the ground in a moment. The one charge from KOXY bought enough time that the Shallow Grave can come off, so they move over and Kerchik. They stun him to TP. There's your Storm Ruling up into the air. The Shaman's down as well. And this will be KOXY joining him in death as he hits the ground finally.
Yeah, and 2 kills there for Faith. Again, really going to speed up that mech timing on Undying. And this is fighting without the PL at all. So he's just happily farming meanwhile. And he's going to go out and find actually the Bloodseeker and kind of scare him out of his jungle. He's like, this is my place. Get out.
Too easy for IG, really. 11-1 in their favor.
Really tough start here for Fnatic.
Yeah.
And once again, we see Bloodseeker struggling. Like, I mean, as in the secret game as well. It's just having a very tough start here.
A tough start for him when PL's had such a fantastic beginning. Like 1,200 gold over on this PL. With PTs, you know he's going to be farming faster. Ohio, the lance on him, but at the same time, Tuskar's going to arrive. He doesn't want to actually fidge because, well, Snowball protection backs up. They're waiting for the last lance from Burning to just get the last hit in.
Oh, those deaths are so painful when you have 1,500 gold after a death. You know that, you set your Blink Dagger timing back by dying there. Really hurts.
It's the 2 cores now for IG with 2 kills apiece. So Burning's got 2, Ferrari's got 2. Obviously, there's still 12 kills on the board, but most of them belong to Undying, who's got 5.
5-0 and 5 Undying. He really has been part of a lot of action top. We see now Mushi gonna get brought down here by the Snowball combo with the PL as well.
And when you get the Walrus punch up, PL now with a level 2 in his Juxtapose.
He was gonna play safe there, but the Blink Dagger caught him off guard. He thought he was safe.
Life is just so hard. So hard for Fnatic. Like, KOXY tries to force him back, but he doesn't even have mech. So his survivability is purely based on what Dazzle gives him.
I mean, he's going to have the same mech timing as a support Undying. So that's not looking good at all for them.
Brew ulti up in 13 seconds time.
Yeah, and that's also talking about Razor had a very good laning stage. So this is very tough. And as you said, Brew ulti is up. Always look for action. Keep going. Just look for these opportunities.
Yep.
And they're actually going to go for Roshan here, or at least try maybe. They have the medallion. And they're actually going to keep turning. They're not sure.
They want kills. They got an Invis rune on Ferrari, which is just a ticket to kill.
Yeah.
Because you highly doubt Fnatic will have enough money for sentry wards.
And Ketchik Imba seems like he could very well go out there.
He's using Weave to scout. Now, the scouting was nice, and it does see Chuan and Faith because the Weave remains, but they just blink down and they find Mushi again. This will be his 3rd death of the game. You're going to Blood right off. Actually, the Shallow Grave keeping him up, but you've got a Tombstone, and there's that Brewmaster ulti going to go to work again, sending him up in towards the air. So goodbye to your Bloodseeker, goodbye to your Dazzle, and probably goodbye to your Tier 1 and potentially Tier 2 tower in mid.
Yeah, they did take the Tier 1 top, but again, losing the Bloodseeker and losing the Dazzle, this really hurts them. And Ferrari just playing so well as well, and his Brewmaster immediately cancelling the TPs when he splits.
They go on top. They won't see Johnny in time to cancel off the TP. Well, we had to reach him because the Blink was already used to get these shards out. But that Earthshaker is a Blink Dagger. If IG kept pushing then, it would have really backfired on them.
He managed to farm that entire thing. He got last hit top on the tower, I believe. Oh no, actually that could have been Rasta got that. But still, the tower gold team get closer. Oh, they smoked under an observer ward. They get pinged out as well. So 100% IG knows what the Rasta and Shaker are doing.
And if they wanted, they could just, like, if Ferrari gets his Blink Dagger back off cooldown, he could just get to a point where they can break the smoke.
Yeah.
With the Vladimir's up on him, he's already very tanky as it is, and maybe even be able to fight directly.
Maybe. You don't really want to risk that, though, against something like Fisher that can stun you out from the Fog of War range.
This feels like Fnatic's final YOLO play. Like, if this doesn't work, there's no way they can really win this game. Observer Ward comes down, and Chuan, he's even going to be able to deep ward it straight away. That's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, they're backing out, running into their own jungle with the tail between their legs. Just like, yeah, we couldn't find anything.
You don't want to have this happen. With the Vladimir's on Ferrari, they can just pop into Roshan IG because you got the Medallion to Courage over on Witch Doctor.
Yeah, and Vlad's work so well together with their team as well. It's going to buff up, of course, the Brewlings when you split, but also works really well for the Tuskar, works well for the PL. And it's just a beautiful item pickup.
Fun times ahead for IG.
Yeah, definitely. Well, 1-15. Let's have a dream. Let's have a dream, Fnatic.
The dream is IG going for Roshan. They have almost like 75% of the weave effect on, and then Ursha gets a 5-man Echo Slam. The Mass Weapon was trap all of IG inside the pit, and Razor just Plasma Fields and Eye of the Storms as they try and come out. And Bloodseeker Blood Rights them. That's the dream.
I was gonna say the dream was to get one more kill, but yeah, that would be also that's also a nice dream.
I dream big, Waga.
Yeah,
I dream big.
Never stop, Toby.
Oh,
Bottom lane, they definitely want to go on Burning here. If they run up with Johnny now, they are going for it.
This is not going to be enough. Johnny's too far away, and now the blink up to Snowball. They weren't expecting him to be there. The Mass Slap from towards Cast. It's Luo who's taking all the damage until Mekton arrives and Soul Rip. Ohio, TP, not in time. Johnny now will also try his luck, but both are coming up with Snake Eyes.
Yeah, he didn't have time to cast his Fissure there. If he had 4 points into his Aftershock already, then he could probably have done that, but Shaker just didn't have time before the Doppelganger. There's quite a bit of casting time for the Fissure. So,
PL is now basically finished up. It's almost his full diffuser blade.
Yeah, and he already has the Yasha and Travels. We're talking before 20 minutes, so with this Roshan, if he gets the last hit on it, he's going to have the entire defusal.
It's actually dropping his bottle for the Aegis the Immortal. And he should be looking to sell that bottle because that will let him just have the whole shebang.
Yeah, it's very nice stuff going on for Burning. He's enjoying this. He never says no to some free farm.
I'm trying to remain positive, Waga.
Okay, well, on a positive note, they always have the possibility of killing the enemy team, Toby. If IG mess up, if they go like, oh, look, a penny, and just stack up as 5, Shaker can just wreck him.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Do you have a penny, Toby?
I do not own a penny. I am not from England.
Damn.
Or from America. Pennies are in both countries, right?
Casters do not own single pennies.
I have a cent. A 1 cent piece.
Yeah.
It's tiny.
Honestly, the comeback mechanic for them in this game is really, really hard to pull off. There's no good way to clear the stacks. There's no, they're really good deep wards by IG as well, so they have full track on where they're moving. Top lane now trying to pursue onto the Bloodseeker. He has to TP out immediately and still loses half his health to this army of PL. This is looking grim.
When Burning gets a little bit more damage behind him, those kind of TPs won't even be possible. You talked about it before. Normally a TP out from against a Bloodseeker doesn't even work. In this case, TPing out from a PL is soon not going to function either. And in fact, he TPs into the mid. So the Bloodseeker TP'd out. There's nothing that's really being expended by Fnatic apart from the fact that Echo Slam's still on cooldown for another 7 seconds.
Yeah.
But that's IG was forcing it anyway.
IG want to get a chance to use their primal split. I think they're going to go for the bottom tier 2 push though, as that tower is a little bit easier to force than the mid. There are less places to hide for a Shaker, for example. So we'll see if they actually go there. Seems that the 5-man Dota is going to start now. With the Aegis on PL, I see no reason to slow down. Just keep going here.
Yeah, and let Burning go nuts. Like he can just like throw out Lances, Doppelganger in, do as much damage as he wants, take away all the mana from Shaman.
Yeah,
Earthshaker as well. Like if he gets 1 Lance on Earthshaker, then the team fight of Fnatic is basically dead.
Definitely. And he's very high level as well. He's level 15. Soon gonna have that max level ulti, and when he gets 1 more point in Doppelganger, that 10-second cooldown is also brutal.
Every team fight, just you don't even have to buy much time. He TP's top, Mushy. How much damage have you got? Not enough yet. Yeah.
That's the 2nd time in a row. That's literally what Mushy has to do right now. He runs up top, tries to farm a little bit. PL is there. He has to TP out. That's the play now, the last 3 minutes or so. And meanwhile, PL has also been part of taking bottom tower, going for objectives, doing so much more, being more productive. And this is a struggle. Look at KYXY hiding in the trees.
It's the only thing he could do. Like, he went to the dark jungle to find a little bit of farm and then just get the hell out. He needs to find the BKB. Like, that even then, that's not going to be enough.
I'm pretty sure there's a point to be made that the more TPs you have done to your base, the worse the game is going for you in general. When you TP out, that's when you're a winner. TP to base, that's when you're in a bad spot. That's all they are doing right now, Fnatic. Pushing out and then getting scared and having to TP away.
But what else can you do? Like, you have every right to be scared. This team has almost a 12,000 goal advantage at Earthshaker. Yep, they blew him up.
They're gonna hex him instant.
Do they have
will
more?
get him.
And Doppelganger, jump out. Which one's real? They actually hex the real one, as well as chain him up. Rupture's there. Bernie's got nowhere to go. He just tries to create a couple of illusions, buys up his Sanj before he dies.
Oh, that is a lot of golds.
Not the full thing, though, just the recipe as well as the belt.
Yeah, interesting. They started buying the Sanj instead of waiting for a full Manta, but against the Shaker, you don't really want to add more illusions necessarily.
Yep.
So you're fine with that. That's 1,640 gold for killing 1 PL.
That's nice, man. But there's still so much money on the rest of IG. I'm looking at a Witch Doctor who's 2,000 away from having an Ags upgrade.
Yeah. But more importantly, they also achieved their dream. Or my dream.
Your dream? To get 1 pick off.
My dream was that they would get 1 pick off.
My dream's a little harder for him.
Yeah. So demanding.
My dream is almost like Mission Impossible style.
Yeah, I've seen your Mission Impossible Furion.
My Mission Impossible Furion's amazing! Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Waga.
Okay, so see, they're actually gonna smoke up now on IG, trying to go with Ferrari and Faith and John going into the enemy base here.
Well, again, it's back to that point we're talking about. You've got Brewmaster split up. At the same time, Shadow Shaman's always had his wards up and never really found an opening.
Well, they have seen that everyone's teams do playing very aggressive on top. They keep going there, they ganked their carry on top lane and just trying to find anyone here farming Ancients, but there's no good Ancient farming hero. They need to go deeper.
Well, they got the Dire Observe Ward to remain on top, so at least they know if anyone's going to be there. And Burning will be the bait in mid.
Yeah, smoking in for the wards is very nice. So, yeah, that is a good point at least.
They break it up. And now the tier 2 tower. The Blood Ride's going to take care of the first part of the creep wave, but it's a little bit early, so the next wave just comes in all right. So there's no problems whatsoever. While the Mass Serpent Ward's on the top tier 2 tower is forcing a TP back from Invictus Gaming. So Burning will come. Where there's money, there is Burning.
Yeah, definitely. He's always going to keep farming if he can, and these wards actually give so much gold, and he's cleaning it up very easily. They're trying to set up a trap for him. 13 seconds for the ulti, but they're actually in a trap themselves. They see it, though.
They need to run away. The blink's up. Where's the shards? Where's the vision? There's the shards. There's the TP.
Yeah. Well,
okay, they didn't realize the TP happened. They dropped the tombstone just in case.
Yeah, they just drop it, trying to find anyone really, clearing some trees and see if it spawns a zombie. So seems that they might just be going for the top push now. IG looking pretty ready to fight, it seems like.
Yeah,
what do they? Oh, they have 3.2k gold on Brewmaster, so he's stacking up. I'm curious to see if he's gonna go for that Aghanims. He does have the gem on Brewmaster, which is very, very nice. You can deward so much, and even when you pop your ulti form, you still have the true sight, of course, from your Earth Panda, as it sticks on that hero.
Fisher on Luo with the jump up from real high. He's really committing to this. Echo Slam still available. He can throw it out and kill off Luo. And actually, Snowball protects him. IG's going to leave him alone. The Blood Right's also there. And blinks up, but he is so totally dead.
Blinking with Rupture gives you some damage. Yeah. Well, when you blink with Rupture, though, it gives you only 1 damage instance. So, you know, if you had, for say, a hero that blocks damage instances, you could get away with that.
Unfortunately, Tusker doesn't have that.
Yeah, what a bad hero.
Obviously, terrible. Should never be drafted.
So, almost full BKB on KYX by now. And he does have the full thing out. Picked it up and gonna send it out. This could make the fights a little bit more doable for them. Because right now, they're just struggling with everything.
The fights might be a little bit more doable, but at the same time, I'm also looking at a Tusker who's obviously not as close because he hasn't completed it, but he also bought his items while he's inside that snowball. So the BKB is approaching. The Witch Doctor now is 1,500 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter. And the Undying, like, he already finished up the mech, didn't really get much more than that. And goodbye, Johnny. He'll TP up.
And we are comparing a Tusk to
a Razor.
A Razor. That's, you know, not really fair. So the fact that he almost has a BKB just kind of tells how this game is going. Very, very tough game.
It is, however, a core Tusker.
It is. Well, it's a semi-core with the Undying taking a lot from it as well on laning stage. So they're kind of sharing it. They're buddies, mostly. But in this game, I think if IG can only get like 5 more kills or so, they can probably just push high ground.
Yeah, it would look good. Burning's almost at a point too where he'll look at his next major item. Like, it could be anything. He wants to go high ground. Like between Harp, between Butterfly, either will work. Brewmaster with his BKB up and running, so Ferrari. He'll jump in, that should be a brawler before he goes in for his ultimate. And Ohio, well, they at least control Burning. And where's that? Oh, he's snowballing a creep. I didn't think he actually managed to get in range of Ohio to do that. The Sigil will scatter to Ohio, but it also watches him leave.
Yeah, he's gone. And this is buying a lot of time for Fnatic. They're pushing out bottom with their 2 supports. The Dazzle and Rasta are just shoving this creep wave as much as they can, trying to keep their tier 2 safe, because they still have 2 tier 2 towers, and hold on to this game pretty well. The downside, though, is that it feels like PL is the ticking time bomb. No one else.
Yep.
So you're holding on, but what are you holding on to? Is it something that's going to save you or kill you?
Well, you could hope the Undying will be less effective. Maybe that's one way you could look at it. Because when it comes to your supports, the Earthshake is always going to offer so much.
Yes,
Fnatic.
definitely.
And the Shadow Shaman's Mass Serpent Boards, while... Oh, wow, they just blew double smokes. That doesn't help you. But the supports from Fnatic still do a lot of work.
Yeah, their offlaner and the supports are really good. They have the disables. Disables become more and more valuable the further you go into a game. And it's just very nice to hold high ground with. So we'll see if they can take some good team fights against IG. They're trying to smoke up and pick up anyone. Of course, we already know this jungle is empty.
Yeah. Not only do they commit 2 smokes to do this movement, but they miss all of IG. It doesn't get any saltier than this. You put up aggressive warding, but IG is either ready to take the tier 2, take the tier 3 tower on bottom lane, or just swing themselves into Roshan. If Chuan stays an extra 2-3 seconds, he will see Roshan spawn up as he just did now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But they dropped their Rasta wards here on top lane, and actually they are the ones contesting a tower.
No fortification. It's on cooldown, so yep, they have to let it go.
I have to say, that was a very free tower for Fnatic. The smoke gank failed, but they got a tower and there was no fight going on. They didn't lose anything. Roshan was not taken. They probably thought that they were going to trade. They believe that the enemy are on Roshan right now.
Yeah.
That's why they're pushing this aggressively, but IG are coming.
Well, then again, like the weave from Kerchakimba was so deep, it didn't hit any of IG, and they could chase this one down. Snowball into KYXY, the Lancers are following too. You've still got Diffuser Blade charges, which will slow them down. And Burning, got to get to the front lines. KYXY, TP out. Where's your punch? Not available. Hence he does the TP.
Yeah, he used the punch very early there. Maybe if he held on to that, but it's tough to say. The BKB TP out is also fine for him. It's definitely not a bad thing. 10-second BKB used to TP out. You never want to do that, really. You're fresh, pricey BKB used like that.
So KOXY is going to be building into a little bit more armor as the plate mail is now purchased from the secret shop.
Yeah, stacking up armor is definitely going to help a little bit. There's mostly physical damage.
Goodbye mid.
Yeah.
Dazzle was trying to survive it, but...
Hey, that's what you get when you keep trying to push out lanes all the time as a support. Sooner or later, someone's got to call you out on your shenanigans.
It's also going to be Roshan time. Finally, Faith's going to walk in. It's like, okay, yeah, he's up. So Burning with just a couple of illusions can let the bottom lane do his pushing. And then Ferrari jumps in, tanks it, and they take a very quick Roshan. They don't... well, they do have Brewmaster ulti up. Tusker... No, everything's fine. Like, they get everything they're required to fight.
They have the Tombstone available, so there's no way you can really contest this.
Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Roshing as Dire when you have Tombstone as well, it's just almost impossible to go in there. That's why Undying is so damn popular. Yes, his laning phase is pretty good. Yes, he does offer a lot of, you know, contribution into the team fights, but his Roshan, that's like the biggest point, I feel.
The Earthshaker Illusion's trying to have a bit of a look in, and it will be able to see what Roshan's up to. Yes. As you said.
Behind the ice bars, though. You don't get to, visiting our circles.
Also, Exhibit now closed as he's dead. A full heart for Burning with an Aegis of the Immortal.
Oh, that's a very good sustainability item as well. Some people go for a Scotty, but he's going to try and have the item that allows him to keep going. Are they going to try and kill him? I mean, he has an Aegis. There's no point at all going on him.
Even with the burst damage they get from the Echo Slam, it wouldn't be enough unless you had a huge creep wave right next to him to find the kill.
You would have to get a lot of right clicks in and perfectly not overlap your disables as well. You have the Hex, the ES stuns. Of course, you could maybe bring him down, but the amount of time that you give for the enemy to react that close to the tower, never.
Okay, it's go time, man. Chuan has a full Aghanims. Once the courier hits the base, it'll fly back out again with the full Ags. You have a Glimmer Cape now also available for Faith when it flies out too. In fact, it looks like they need to get rid of some stuff. There's too many ones there. A full BKB for Luo and the Glimmer Cape coming out.
Yeah, this is a key timing, if anything. I mean, we often talk about power peaks in Dota and how you should always play to when you are the strongest, when you pick up a lot of different, you know, key items. And that's what they're doing right now. And they use the smoke to go as well. So going with the Aegis, newly acquired BKB, fresh Aghanims on Chon, they are stronger than they have ever looked, along with the Heart on their travels PL. They can definitely gank bottom.
So, well, is it just a gank bottom and then push?
I think so. Try and gank bottom and shove all the way.
It's a 7-second cooldown.
Yeah.
6-second cooldown on his TP. Actually, he has to wait 3 seconds. 2 seconds.
He's gonna get
Smoke's
away.
going to break on Lure. They realize he's further up. Gets the vision. Going to blink a bunch and too late.
That was close. That was real close, Mushi. Dear God.
But now IG could just group up and just force bottom lane.
Actually, 1 more second CD on this TP and he would have died there. But they will try and push out bottom now. But of course, the reaction comes immediately from Fnatic as they're shoving the top lane. This is the kind of cat and mouse game that you have in Dota when you are weaker, you want to dodge the enemy, you split push a lot. Of course, now Bloodseeker has to be careful about pushing top because he has 39-second CD on his TP.
They pinged out Sean's Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
He just walked past the Radiant Observer Ward and there's a ping directly on the Witch Doctor. Could have been positioning, but more than likely is Ags.
Yeah, okay, so these two teams average the lowest amount of kills per patch.
Really?
Or per, for this patch, yeah. So,
they like to play the, you play on your side of the map,
I would say IG did their part in killing this game, but it's just Fnatic. They have a few kills to catch up. I'm sure they will get it.
Oh, they're pushing with 3 men on top. Their pushing power is next to nothing compared to Invictus Gaming's.
Yeah, compared to, and also PL just dives in, starts going on them.
Burning just goes for it. Johnny, well, he'll be able to TP away to safety. All 3 of them will TP away to safety. Burning's got 30 seconds before he can come back.
Nice stun, PL.
You don't have one.
3 heroes just TPing away in front of your nose. One of them graved and the rest of them
Ferrari, big jump in. The BKB baits it out of Mushy. Ferrari doesn't even care. The Death Ward, however, that's a heavy commitment from Chuan.
Yeah, that's not the Aghanim's Death Ward we want to see. It's pretty low cooldown, though. I mean, it's just 80 seconds. It's going to be up very soon.
If IG just make a run, they're going to get the haste stream before it times out too, which is really, really nice. The new one spawns, and it's a regeneration rune to boot.
Yeah.
That'll be bottled by the Undying.
No good old haste and DD rune.
So IG, they push top lane. They'll take the tier 2 tower. It's 1 minute until the Death Ward's back up again, and that should be by the time they reach the tier 3.
They're also starting to choke in Fnatic more now, because we have seen Fnatic push really far. We saw them up by the tier 3 on top lane, but right now, they're not really getting that far out. And considering the fact that there's PL pushing top with his Aegis and Heart, you can't do much against him. And the rest of the IG crew are going to run together.
I like the wall positioning from Ohio. He sees everything coming at him on that top lane.
It's the anti-Tinker ward. Good old one. It's really good.
Burning, Doppelganger avoids, blood right. He can't stop this. Like, Ohio could walk in from behind, like, 4-staff into Echo Slam, but no one else from his team wants to be part of this.
If they stacked up a lot, if they really stacked up there, he would have gone. He might still get a nice slam here since he's behind them.
But the Dire Observer Ward is going to scout him out the second he walks in the lane. That's why he has to 4-staff down through the tree line, but he already used his Blink Dagger, so they're not ready to go. The Tombstone's there, but the Earthshaker is not ready to fight. In the meantime, KYXY being initiated on. The BKB comes out from Ferrari. Now KYXY, no TP this time around. This time, he dies. Yeah. 64 seconds on the sideline. Buyback is available, however.
They had cooldown on Blink and 4-staff there on Shaker, and no TP as well, so you can't really help the
Ohio is still waiting. Ohio is still waiting.
Stay in the trees.
There's no good opportunity, however.
No, he's waiting for a dive, and they're like, where is this Shaker?
At least they've got Burning with no armor. So Hex in is the weave going to work.
Here we go.
And now there's your jump in for the Fisher, but he can only control Burning. But the Death Ward from Chuan is going to start bouncing around. Fnatic, they're being torn apart by it. They have to back up. The Razor might have bought back, but what's going to be left of his team? The Mass Wars might be there, but the Brewmaster ulti is still causing severe havoc inside the base. The Fire Brewling can't finish the job. They're backing up on Ferrari, a quick blink away. Johnny off to the wrong side. The Dire Observer Ward's letting him know exactly where Fnatic are moving. And IG, even though Fissure from Ohio is off target, they're away, but they didn't take racks.
Yeah.
But they did get 3 buybacks.
Yeah, they forced the Razor as well. 3 buybacks forced, plenty of economic damage there, and they just got away so cleanly as well. Look at the gold on Burning. Like, he's actually buying up items now. I think he's buying the entire...
It's a full butterfly.
Yeah, exactly. The entire butterfly is on the way when he picks it up now. I don't see how you're going to kill him. Like, your magic damage, yes, it's going to bring him down pretty low, but it's 3k HP we're talking.
Yeah.
And then how are you going to face the rest when he has a butterfly? It just seems very, very difficult.
I don't know, man. I don't think there really is an answer. Like, this PL is a beast. An absolute beast.
Top lane, they're jumping in, but BKB on Tusk.
Just a quick BKB TP out. No stun to stop him, so he's fine.
Yep, gonna be fine. Getting away from this one.
But what's Kerchik meant to do in this bottom lane? You see a huge creep wave coming in. I can burst heal the wave. Yay.
I think Tusk is going for Lotus Orb as well, by the way. We have seen a lot of them today, and he has the plate mail now. I don't see which item he would go other than that. So very likely, also very good against some of these heroes. Like against a static link, you can link back the damage so nothing actually happens. Against Rasta, you can stop the chain disable. It's just a pretty decent item.
Interesting to see Mushi's item choice. Going for the Mjolnir. I know we were talking about it previously. If it would be a good choice, a Mushi. Oh, there's a straight TP out. How much does Burning just want to have
God, he almost dies there.
He's going to buy a Basher. Like,
Yeah.
Burning actually has to buy a Basher into Abyssal. Like,
He could definitely. It would be a strong item for appeal. Abyssal next item would make him a monster. Or he could go for MKB, but I don't see a reason to do that.
yeah. Like, the mini bash is nice, but just having that secure every time I want to, I can stun up either Razor or the Bloodseeker, take him out of the game.
However, I don't even think that he needs to have Disable, honestly. He doesn't need to have the... He doesn't need to get these kills. He needs to be as strong as possible in the push. If he just stacks up like a Skadi on top of what he already has, he's just immortal. Like, he's not gonna die to anything. So, I think that's also a very valid choice.
Many paths he can go. He's already got the Assault Cuirass aura from the Brewmaster.
Yeah, they almost have Assault Cuirass on Fnatic as well. Razor's working hard to get it, but he needs the full recipe.
Look at him come. Burning moves forward. Almost breaking the smoke of Fnatic.
Very close.
They're coming underneath the Dive's Overlord. Now
Ferrari.
Ferrari's going to do it. BKB's goes for the clap and misses the target. Fnatic is backing the hell out of here as quick as they possibly can.
Yeah, that was some fast blink outs there. Getting away. Also forced a BKB from Brewmaster.
Too many PL illusions causing havoc inside the base. They're going to start to replicate themselves out as Burning. The man in the front lines, Doppelgangers, makes more of himself as Ferrari jumps in, goes for the split, taking the Dazzle out, and actually forcing the Shallow Grave to be used defensively. And this means KOXY, there's no safety net, especially for Mushi as well.
Mushi's just dying to the Brewlings.
Yeah, he's just running around on top of him. He's down for the count.
Oh my god.
There's nothing more to really be said about this game. It's 22 for 3. In fact, it's the full 3-2-2 right now.
It is. I did say 5 more kills, Toby.
They might just call GG at this point, because you're losing top. There's no way you could fight Burning. You've got no Bloodseeker available. There's no buyback up for anyone. They've expended so much money. The only thing that will give them something is an Echo Slam jump, and now this is exactly what they're doing. The Fissure in, Ferrari is low, but the Death Ward, Chuan sitting on the back in the shards. It's a massacre. GG. IG take game number 1 against Fnatic.
326. Dear God. I mean, when your 300 somewhat plus CS Bloodseeker gets soloed by the Brewlings, like, you're just suffering. There was nothing going right for Fnatic this game.
It was a hard knock life. IG take game number 1 in the series. We'll be coming back for game number 2 very, very soon.
All right, yeah, so game number 1. Yeah, Fnatic not having such a good time. IG looking super strong after their loss against Secret. Of course, a dominating score. But overall, I mean, even from the draft, right, we felt that something was different with IG. They had that backup plan. They said, all right, here we go with the Brewmaster. They came in and then possibly threw Fnatic off their game. Where do you think it all went in favor of IG?
I think the first 10 minutes things just went way better for IG than they should have. The safe lane for Fnatic completely crumbled. The dual lane off lane that they ran with the Tusk Undying, they get the first blood on Mushi under their tower with the ice shards. Then they chase down afterwards, I think a minute later, and get 2 additional kills. And that kind of just sets the pace of the game. When your off lane is doing that well, even though Brewmaster suffers in mid, they can make space for him. He gets the blink. And I would definitely agree with you. The Brewmaster was a huge part of the success. A great last pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that you bring that up because we do have some highlights from the early game because that's where we have felt that things really did change in favor of IG. So again, in the first 10 minutes, you have IG coming in.
So this is after they found the first blood on Mushi. They're going in here. This is the ice shards combination with the tombstone. So you shard someone in and you drop the tombstone behind. They do manage to bring down the tomb, but it takes so much effort that ultimately Johnny he's almost escaping here, but he will be clubbed one more time by the Undying here on his way out. So
yeah, you have to walk right by them after trying to help his teammates out on their escape. How did you guys feel, Ben and Winter? I mean, IG overall, what part of them looked a lot better? Was it just maybe all parts? Obviously, the draft seemed pretty clean.
I think
from
just
them.
capitalizing on the weak parts of the opponent's lineup. We've talked about Lion being a weak support, but I think Shadow Shaman in a 3-on-2 or 3-on-3 situation is really vulnerable. And I mean, if he's like sitting there channeling Shackle, he's actually usually a free kill. And there's like, you can even like snowball somebody that's getting shackled. You can just lock him in place. He's really slow. If he doesn't get boots early, he's going to feed. He can't right click down the tombstone. And yeah, we talked about the wards being able to kill the tombstone, but so much of the damage was done before the wards even came online.
Okay, let's jump into another replay as we continue talking with you, Winter. I want to ask a couple questions going off of that. Do you think that maybe there was two? Yeah, that replay was pretty sick too. But here we go. Another early portion of the game, of course, at the 14-minute mark.
And the cyclone from the Panda ultimate twice was so good. First he stopped the Dazzle for a bit, and then it cancelled the TP from the Razor, which was great. So it did a lot of work in this fight.
And there he just comes back one more hit.
This kind of, the moment I saw Ferrari was playing Brew, it gave me flashbacks to TI2, where I think he actually had the most outstanding Brewmaster performance I've ever seen. Like, he completely carried a game. That was a very memorable moment. A big part of IG's success in that tournament was, of course, Ferrari's play as always, but he had that one Brewmaster game where he did everything right. I remember the game, and I couldn't put a finger on his play. It's like very rare that you see a player's performance just like, it's one of those games where you're just in the zone, right?
Right.
And he is an incredible Brewmaster player. I would definitely put him in the top 3 on that hero in the world, and he once again delivers here. That said, as Ben said, they obviously exploited weaknesses in the enemy lineup. I also think Fnatic were not having their best showing in this game. I think there were a couple of moments where it seemed like there was a little bit of a disconnect between how Ohio was imagining going in with a fissure and how the Shadow Shaman followed up. There were a couple of moments where it just seemed like they were a little bit out of sync, and you can't afford being out of sync against a team that punishes you so hard.
Yeah, even of course in the later portion of the game, we saw the Earthshaker just not finding that opening and then being stuck in the trees for quite some time before being able to jump in. Winter, on the side of Fnatic, I mean, when we were talking about the draft, we're like, all right, it's been kind of back and forth around the Tombstone and the Undying. That's been the focus. And then, of course, IG kind of had the last upper hand. But do you think Fnatic may be focusing a little bit too much only on what their game plan was? I mean, because I bring this up because we talked about the Shadow Shaman a little bit.
Yeah, I feel the main and biggest problem in the game we saw, which was quite evident, is the laning phase of the Shadow Shaman. He's very weak. Obviously, he's very strong in team fights and stuff. But the combination of having a Dazzle and a Shaman in the lane, it's kill potential not too high, and you're up against a Undying lane. So Shaman is like Lion. Obviously, we all think the same. Yeah, at the end of the day, he's gonna have a tough laning phase, and as a result of that, the impact of the hero got severely hampered because he died, I think 2 or 3 times in the lane in total. So he needs levels and ultimately the dagger to be able to do his job properly. But I think he got the level 6 timing I wasn't sure, but overall I feel the laning phase, he had too much to deal with in the laning phase, and they just got ball out of control.
He's really good versus like a solo Clockwork or even a solo Tusk.
Yeah, if it's
two
one
heroes
hero, one hero is fine, but if it's 2v2 or 3v2, he doesn't shine in that sort of matchup.
Which they should have anticipated because their first 2 picks were
it's Tusk Undying.
Yeah, we mentioned that right away. That okay, this is most likely going to be the duo.
So actually, it's not really exploiting a weakness. They just like kind of picked into it.
That said, though, I actually want to commend Fnatic on how well they played after the disasters early. Like, they were behind 17-1. It looked like it was going to be a complete stomp, but they actually managed to keep like the gold advantage at a reasonable level.
The Midas from the Bloodseeker was actually kicking in. That's why it wasn't as big as we expected.
And they also stopped. They stopped getting picked off, right? They just got picked off way too much in the first 20 minutes. But then they played an actually really solid mid game where you could definitely tell that had the early game not gone like as a complete disaster, their game plan could have easily come together. And to me, their draft made a lot of sense. The laning stage just didn't go their way at all.
Okay. All right. Now, just because we've been focusing here and there on certain picks, obviously Undying was the theme of the day for yesterday. And today, coming across, we saw some Ember, but now for these teams specifically, Bloodseeker's kind of been on their mind. They both used it against Team Secret, and then Fnatic tried to bring it out again. Didn't work out this time. Do you think it's still something that's going to be in high contention, or at least both teams are going to be a little aware of it? Or, I mean, on IG side, they just won against it. I don't know if they'll be too worried. What are your thoughts, Winter?
I think the hero itself is a little similar to Viper in a sense where he has a job to dominate the lane and he has to have a good start. He can't afford to fall behind like a hero. Obviously, SF is a hero where we talk about if you fall behind, then you can raise the jungle and you just come back. But for Bloodseeker, it's more of he needs to be on a roll to be able to be a driving force in the game. So he had a very bad laning phase, but he still managed to recover with the Midas. But all in all, I think Fnatic's lineup in that game had to do well. Like even if they were able to hold the game for a long time, but at the end of the day, you're fighting against a PL and your safe lane your position 1 is a Bloodseeker. You don't want to go to a 50, 60-minute game against a PL. You're not going to win that matchup.
I think it's a really good point that, in a way, on paper, Bloodseeker's weakest position is safe lane. Because if you put Bloodseeker safe lane and you don't run an aggressive tri lane, you don't have pressure on multiple lanes, right? I talked about it earlier that the way you utilize a Bloodseeker and make him extremely powerful is that you just deal damage, right? You deal damage to enemy heroes somewhere on the map and he wins his lane as a result. But when you're playing him in the safe lane, the off laner just plays passively, the enemy safe laner is just free farming with full health, and the mid lane is a wash, then all of a sudden your Bloodseeker is just like a standard hero in lane. And he doesn't farm that fast. He's like an average carry in that sense, I would say, but the way he utilizes farm compared to PL, that for me is like a no-brainer. You would rather have a PL with 15k net worth than a Bloodseeker with 15k net worth. And that wasn't even the case, because PL out-farmed him as well, right? Because he farms faster. So I think if you just looked at the draft in isolation with what they had, if they could have somehow put their lanes different, I think that could have made for a much better game for them. But I don't know what they could have done. Like, they kind of cornered themselves with the picks they had.
I mean, it's quite difficult to change their lanes looking
maybe
at
Bloodseeker mid
the
against
lineup.
Brew.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
But it's still Bloodseeker versus Panda, right?
Yeah, I think that's even.
Probably better, maybe for Bloodseeker, I'd say.
And then you can run an aggressive tri lane with your Razor, and then all of a sudden your Bloodseeker can win because Razor's pressuring, and you're doing damage in the lane.
I mean, they could have changed their lanes, obviously, but maybe they didn't expect the lanes to go that badly. That's why they felt it was. I mean, it's easy for us to say.
Yeah, because it's hindsight. Yeah.
Yeah, we could have. They should have changed their lanes, but probably they figured that our lanes might not be so disastrous as what happened. That's why they lane it the way they did.
I think that's a good way you put it, because that's kind of going off of what Synderen said earlier. If that early game hadn't gone that badly, maybe we would have seen the game go differently.
Their lineup is fine. Like, if everything is smooth sailing or even 50-50, like throughout the early game, their lineup comes together very strongly in the mid game. But sadly, they just fell behind too much in the early game. Lanes didn't go well.
All right, well, as we saw, players are getting ready for Game 2. We should be jumping in here in just a second as you go into the draft. Now, of course, Fnatic, they tied 1-1 against Secret, so they have something to lean back on. They're like, all right, well, we took a game off of Secret. That's not a bad place to start TI5. On the flip side, IG, they definitely want to continue with this game plan and try to get that 2-0 to get those 3 points so that they also have a relatively good start to their TI5 journey. Now, we're looking at a couple of our other matches that are going on, too. Just a reminder, we do have 3 matches going on at the same time. Do you guys have updates on these? I mean, I'm looking at, MVP Phoenix going up against Na'Vi. And
looks pretty close.
Yeah,
this is a pretty close game.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like MVP Phoenix is slightly ahead for now, but what I've heard was Na'Vi was farming a little bit better going onward. So.
And they had Magnus PA.
Right, I mean, that seems like that's going to be the big point.
Na'Vi are very comfortable playing late game scenarios where they have Dendia and Magnus in the melee core. And I've just seen this type of game many times from Na'Vi where their early mid game doesn't look that good, and then they have this particular combination of heroes and they just destroy the enemy. And all of a sudden they just get like a 5-man team wipe because of a good RP, and then they just chase them down. So This one could go either way, honestly, right now. And the other match was
Newbie versus Virtus.
Newbie versus
Newbie Virtus. That was fairly close, and then Newbie made a couple mistakes, and Virtus took it. Was that a 40-minute game? I think.
Yeah, Newbie looked like they were, they've been practicing, and I think they put up a very good fight versus Virtus Pro, and I think a lot of people would rate Newbie like probably 13 or 16, but again, they were first place last year. So I rate them a little bit higher than that.
So we'll have to wait and see. But VP currently leading that series 1-0. Right now, as you can see on our screens, we are into draft on the main stream, back to game 2 of Fnatic versus IG. So if you want to check out the other matchups, definitely hop on to Stream B or Stream C on Dota2.com. But if you're going to stay around, let's get through the draft here as we look at, Undying being banned out by Fnatic. Just didn't want to deal with that this time.
They just had, on top of the Shadow Shaman being weak and them losing that lane, they didn't have like a solution for the Brewmaster in the fights, and on top of that, they also didn't have a solution for the PL in the late game.
Yeah.
So I think at all stages in the game, they were outdrafted of sorts. And as you say, like Fnatic, they don't have a super well-rounded draft.
They had to do well in the early phase.
Yeah.
That's like their mission for the whole lineup to work. Yeah, more or less that.
So Tusk again.
Yeah, I was just saying, has been left open. Fnatic will take advantage of that this time.
Probably going to see burning on a gyrocopter this game, most likely.
Yeah, you want to, as I said before, you want to have mass AoE damage against Snowball, so you can deal with that. And yeah, Gyro seems like something that IG is very comfortable with in the past as well. So
I think Gyro Shaker is a solid response
Yeah.
to a Tusk opener like this with the heroes that are banned. This would be a pretty good pick.
doesn't give away too much, and lanes are still alright. You have good lanes, and Earthshaker can be offlane, can be support, so quite flexible in that matter.
Or Gyro Dazzle. I like Dazzle.
Dazzle
Yeah,
too.
Dazzle as
Oh,
well.
that's
Yeah,
true, yeah,
Gyro
we-
Dazzle as well. Yeah.
Somehow kind of slips by the radar now and then, but yeah, Dazzle has been definitely a high priority for most teams so far in TI5.
I wonder if they're going to forget about Brood. It's going to happen again in the group
Yeah,
stage.
I mean,
it always
it
happens.
has to, right? That's just part of the rule. I mean, with this many games going on,
you
too.
should have like a note you put on your screen, the screen of the drafter. You just have like a little post-it. You just put it on there. Ban Brood second phase.
You know,
You just put it.
you know, we actually had that in the past where we bring a small notebook and we would stick sticky notes on top. Like
That's not a bad idea. I mean, if you're allowed to, why
as
not?
a drafter, you would like, okay, this team.
Yeah.
And there will be a page for yourself. Okay, don't forget to pick Storm for Mushi. Don't forget to ban. Stuff like that.
No, that would be a good idea. But Bloodseeker actually going to be now taken for IG.
That's a bit surprising.
Huh.
That's not what I was expecting.
I'm actually pretty surprised about that.
Was that the same opening they did versus Secret? I
Yes.
kind of remember they opened the same way.
Yeah, well, in the first 2 picks,
Yeah.
it was Gyro Bloodseeker. I mean, it might have been reversed, but either way, it was on the same side as second and third pick, rather.
So the idea of having Bloodseeker versus Tusk is he snowballs in with his team, you silence them with your bird, right?
It's actually pretty nice, and you have cooldown too. There's like
Yeah.
two really good response abilities to have.
Yeah, but at the same time, like you can just wait until he ruptures and blood brights and then snowball everyone and avoid so much of the damage.
Then Snowball would
Yeah.
be used against Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it works both ways.
That's how Snowball always is. It's never bad. You can
Yeah.
always dodge something.
That's why he's first pick.
Yeah,
Right. All right, and then the Witch Doctor now on the other side, so kind of just swapping things back out.
Snowball in the Death Ward. That would actually be sick.
That would be
You
pretty
remember?
sick.
You remember when there was the bug where you could snowball in landmines? You could like put them into your snowball and then roll in. That was really, really good. That got
Okay.
hotfixed. That was sick.
Wow.
Yeah, because they counted as a unit, and you could like
Okay.
pick up units, right?
All right.
Wow. Okay. Well.
The real nightmare.
The real nightmare.
Yeah,
That's the worst
like
Tusk
that is
tech
the
use.
worst case scenario. That sounds pretty bad. And just so we're clear, Broodmother does get banned out.
So Fnatic is like, okay, we are not dealing
Yeah.
with Mother.
They don't want to give that up.
Do you think they'll spring for a Zeus again, or what other? Do you think that Bloodseeker is suitable for Ferrari's playstyle, or do you think they should put it on? Anyone
I actually
else,
think
or
Bloodseeker
Lua?
is more suitable for their position 3 player Lua, because he's more of the utility type of player, and Ferrari, you would want to give Ferrari a hero that can carry or flash farm and be as a backup core or something like SF. SF is obviously not in the pool, or a Storm, like someone that can carry the game himself. Like Bloodseeker, you can definitely snowball, but it's not as strong as like a SF or a Storm.
Okay. Well, Storm being banned out. by IG. Take the
So they
intercept.
don't want them to have tools to jump the gyrocopter.
Right.
Do IG have faith in their draft against Secret and just go for the Zeus again? It looks
well,
okay so far.
I think it was a decent draft. Like
I mean, it wasn't really the Zeus that didn't work the last time, though. I
Yeah.
feel it's just like overall they got outplayed and
Right.
the supports were too defensive. I would say. It was less of a problem of the Bloodseeker plus Zeus combination.
So maybe it's worth a shot to continue with it. And for now, it's going to be, being locked in though.
They also had Lina that game, right?
Did they? Was that
Or was
the
it
last
Rubik?
pick?
I can check it out.
They
Yeah,
had They definitely had Rubik against the TA because I remember.
They had
no,
Rubik and
Lina
Winter Wyvern.
against-
Rubik Wyvern. you're
Okay,
right,
yeah, because they picked Lina against the Brood. Correct. Yes.
Yes, they had Lina in the second game.
Yeah.
That's right. That's how it was.
Well, they don't really have any setup on IG right now. Like, just no way to hit Lina stuns. No way to hit, like, Blood right decently. So, I don't know. It's a little bit of everywhere right now with their lineup.
I feel like that's kind of been the story of quite a few of the Lina picks, is that you're putting a lot of responsibility on Lina's individual skill to land those stuns instead of like getting an easy setup. I think we've seen multiple Lina picks now without an obvious engage tool, which
Well, the same
is
thing's-
quite uncharacteristic for support Lina. For core Lina,
Right.
it's a lot different because she gets the Yules herself really fast, and then she can be her own initiator, right? But
If you run a support Lina, it's the same basically as a point where I mentioned earlier with the Lash, where LGD wanted to play a support Lash. So usually when you play a support Lash, it's the same like Lina. You want a partner that sets up for your stun.
Right.
Otherwise, you're just like, okay, I'm going to try and roam, but no one's there to set up my stun. Like what Sin mentioned. If you're caught, obviously it's not a problem because you have the Yu Scepter at a decent or good timing.
Okay, so do you think then here the plan is, all right, we'll now pick something that rounds it out and definitely has some setup for Lina? Do you think it was still just a continuation to pick against Tuscan and
Wow.
Snowballs, or as we see Wraith King being picked up by Fnatic?
this is just like classic every team that Mushi is in. Like we don't care, I remember, I think it was the stat from TI3. I think Mushi played the most different heroes
18
out of any
heroes.
player.
18
He played like 18 heroes in, I don't know, 20,
Wow.
23, 4
Basically,
games. or
like
something like that.
almost every
Absolutely
match he's
ridiculous.
playing something different.
Yeah.
And this game, in my mind, when I see the Wraith King, I'm thinking like, Rupture me, I Blade me, and I'm running around.
And it's also really good with Snowball because it's a hero you carry into the middle of the fight that you're not scared of getting out of
Yeah.
position with because you can actually still, you have your
You have
second
second
life.
chances with that hero.
It's just it's something I really admire Mushi for in the teams he plays for, is that he is not scared to try something that others would never even consider
Right.
picking. Like, I'm not saying Wraith King is completely ridiculous as a pick, but I remember at DAC they played a support Ricky. I could not believe it when
Oh.
I saw it. It did not work, but but they actually had the confidence. Like
That's what matters.
He was like, "This is how it's going to work. I believe in this. We don't care what the metagame is. We don't care what other teams are picking. We're going to surprise them and we'll catch them off guard with something different."
I mean, there's definitely
he
credit
goes
to
a
that.
lot with feeling, like it's like he tells it, guys, I actually have this feeling that this is gonna be good this game, so we're gonna do it.
Goes off of his instincts a little bit more.
If the
than
team
what
trusts
stats.
it, it's a very powerful ability
Yeah.
to have.
Yeah, for sure.
And it just goes to show how much faith they have in him, right? Because they definitely believe in Mushi's ability.
Man, I wish they have a bounty hunter now. Their lineup is like screaming track. You track and you just trade kills and you run around. You chase with TA and the Snowball and the Sigil. They have a lot of like fighting and small fights and chasing power. And track would definitely be something that they would want to have, might consider to have in their team composition.
At the same time, I think Clockwork has like he can counterplay them really easily though. Like isolating the Tusk and the Wraith King, who are pretty low mobility heroes after Snowball. Like Snowball usage and Clockwork hookshot and cog placement is very, very important in this game.
Wyvern's actually
Yeah,
a god tier pick
that
against
is-
this lineup.
That is like a kick, man, into Fnatic's lineup. They have so much issues with dealing with the Cold Embrace. They have to maybe pick someone that has spell damage right now, or something
Right.
to counteract that.
It's not even just that, right? Of course, Cold Embrace is like incredible against Tusk ult, Witch Doctor ult, everything from Wraith King apart from the stun, which is his only
And
active
everything from
ability,
TA.
and TA, all of TA's damage is physical. So Cold Embrace is incredible, but it's also a great counterpick to Tusk, right? You roll in, and then when you roll in, you expose yourself to a good winner's curse, and all of Fnatic's lineup is actually close. They need to come in close. TA is a range carry, but she's like a 300 range carry. Wraith King melee, Death Ward is the only thing that they can probably play around the curse with, but it's actually going to be pretty tricky here for Fnatic, I think.
And so Crystal Maiden.
This is quite unexpected.
I mean, where does, if we were to try to find the reason?
They might actually want to go aggro try with this line. Like, if they don't do aggro try and they just do defensive lanes, it kind of feels that they are going to lose out a lot from the laning phase.
Aggro tri-laning into Gyro is always scary, though. That is
risky, yeah. And it's Lina and Wyvern, so both the supports have very long range, a lot of harass, so yeah, it's probably a bad idea. It's probably a bad idea, yeah. That is not an easy tri-lane to go into.
I mean, hey, but obviously we just talked about, I mean, Fnatic, or Mushi rather, obviously being known for, hey, going with his instincts, going with his guts. So even if it's a bad idea, I mean, Riki support sounds like a bad idea. It didn't work, but went with it, and he has that faith. Teammates have that faith. So maybe we'll see it work this time. Maybe we'll be proven wrong. That's something to always look forward to when we see Mushi playing with his teammates. On the other side, IG looking like they're feeling pretty confident again with their draft, going off of that win in Game 1. So we will be jumping right into Game 2 between IG and Fnatic.
And Luo so quick to the top. They are really wanting to win this Vision game against Fnatic. And we should welcome everyone in from the main live stream. So greetings to all as we go into game number 2. Invictus Gaming up against Fnatic. I am Toby1, joined by Wago. We will be your casters for this game.
Greetings and salutations, Dota lovers.
Rest in peace, AC. Shout out to
he's fine. He's fine.
He's really happy. He's in a comfortable position of life.
Yeah. So, as you said, the TP out to drop these wards, very nice by IG. So they have perfect information of the lanes already, whereas Fnatic still kind of just looking around, trying to find any information. They haven't seen anyone top. They did not see the gyrocopter bottom, even though they just barely.
I love how deep they put that top ward too.
Yeah.
Like, if you're running up late, maybe you're going to ward a little bit further down, but actually having that ward up on the high side and to the right, you see deeper into the jungle, and you just have some good fun that way. Like, you see the ganks before they really arrive, and you probably maybe get a glimpse of the CM's levels.
Yeah, it's a very nice ward. I like it a lot.
Can't believe CM no Arcana.
She actually doesn't. Well, at least we don't have to see that annoying puppy from running around. I don't like the creatures, Toby. No creatures in my Dota. What the hell? Pets? What is this?
It's called My Little Pony.
Oh God.
Okay, so the Observer Ward once again being planted. Like this is now our second time today.
Yeah.
We're seeing this very early ward being planted, watching the mid lane.
Popular spot indeed, and yeah, before it helped them a lot when it was who was it? Faith playing the Bounty Hunter who dropped those wards. Yeah, it was.
Yes.
Against the Secret, which was very nice, but it did still not nice to win the game for them. But it was really nice for the mid lane.
But this time the shoe's on the other foot.
And the same matchup mid as well.
The Bloodseeker versus that. Oh, top lane. Real trouble for Luo. KOXY looks like he started off with his stun and Johnny, also with the paralyzing cask, and they're just pushing him out like as far back as they possibly can. There's no one else coming apart from, well, actually, yeah, there is. It's Chorn up the lane, throws the sentry ward, but there's no orbs there.
There's nothing there. Gonna miss it. And meanwhile, just trying to focus, you know me, priorities. I'm looking at mid lane mostly for the laning. Mushi playing a very nice TA here, just harassing Ferrari a lot with the side blades. He definitely did a good job so far, as Bloodseeker struggling a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, but as long as he can still find the last hits, like the regeneration battle between Mushi, like Mushi relies more heavily on his bottle, which he doesn't have because he went for the early Wraith Band.
Yeah.
But Ferrari, like, you got the 2 points up in the Thirst. He's having a very, very fun time here in the mid.
It can get very scary when people go low HP on the other lanes, and Ohio on bottom lane
like
is
that
really
position.
low. Yeah, exactly.
He's actually salving earlier than he might have done previously, just because of the advantage to Ferrari.
Oh yeah, I mean that's definitely a thing you call out when you're playing a game like this and you notice that the Bloodseeker is just going ham. You're like, guys, what are you doing? Please just salve up, stay high on HP, and do not run around with like 200 HP. Because it's going to win the Bloodseeker's lane when you do that.
Where's Kerchik headed? Initially, it looked like he was going to try and contest for the 2-minute rune on top. In the end, it's going to be in favor of Chorn, the DD. But he's wasting a lot of time where he could be stacking/farming the Dire jungle.
Yeah, actually. He could have been farming a little bit more. I like, when you're running a jungle CM like this, what I like to do is to try one smoke gang and just make sure that that one works, and all the other time just farm as effectively and efficiently as possible. Because else, if you're kind of thinking about ganking every now and then, you find yourself not farming very quickly in the jungle at all. This is from watching a lot of Poppy games and Ake games as well of jungle CM. Yeah.
I give massive props to KYXY. Like, this lane couldn't have been easy to start with, but he's managed to find 12 CS with 2 denies.
Yeah, but this DD Wyvern now really just marking his territory, running up. But of course, in the end, it runs out of time. So they finally got D-ward the pull. Very nice D-ward by Johnny. Actually, first sentry gets it. And not a common spot as well. So really understanding the words of IG.
IG. So your bottom lane's looking good for Burning. He's the highest CS on the board. Wraith King is slowly keeping up with him. So that I don't think there's too much to read into. Faith may be a little bit more trouble as Ohio as well as Faith just play around in the jungle. The middle lane's Mushy, 16-7 up against the 12-3 of Ferrari. Everything looks fairly even on that front. And then the off lane, Luo, it's not quick levels because you've got Chuan having to stand with him, but he's finding really good CS in the lane compared to the off laner of Fnatic, who is walking around at 5-0, and that's Ohio's Tusker.
Yeah, Tusker is really being bullied away. He's having a very tough time. So I don't know what he's supposed to do as well. If no pulls are being done by the Lina, where is he meant to go? They have good lane ward showing wherever he walks. It's that early vision that IG TP'd out to drop.
Can't leech much experience. Kerchik.
So just gonna check the rune.
Where are you? Okay, they're actually gonna battle for the top rune, and Kerchik's gonna be able to grab it. It's just the bounty.
Yeah. Tron, of course, canceling the clarity at least of the Crystal Maiden, but not much more to do. And she's always full, or she's already full mana. Faith gonna be initiated upon here by the Tusker, doing a good job harassing her. He has to snowball.
Yeah, but because his Light Striker Ray missed, Faith doesn't have the extra space for himself. Now he's going to back off cooldown again. Hits an Ohio and Burning rotating in. Meanwhile, it's actually First Blood up on the top lane. The Winter Wyvern Ohio, is there even more damage to kill him off here? Burning, yep, there's another Rocket Barrage. They will finally get the kill.
10-1, baby.
And it was Wyvern who died, or X marks the spot right there up on the top.
Yeah, very good to find that kill. Wraith King is a very strong laner in that regard. His stun is really, really useful. He has 2-second duration on every level and 2-second slow afterwards, dealing quite a lot of damage as well. So, very useful skill.
Very passive early start to the game too.
Yeah.
You get 1-1 and we only just get the kills now.
Yeah, but then came the dives, a little bit of fighting, and then Gyrocopter went pew-pew.
That's all it needs to do early on.
Yeah, maybe they will try mid now with the Rupture. They do throw the Rupture on Mushi. He's going to try and run away. Of course, level 1 Rupture is not super strong. He has a salve, he can keep running.
Oh no, the salve got cancelled. Chuan's on the chase here. They're going to snowball in. Ferrari a little bit too deep, but then they called Embrace in. Ferrari kept alive. Mushi still with defensive refraction charges. Now he's going to run out. The Winter Wyvern getting the kill.
Nice punish.
So deep here.
Body blocks.
Kerchik body blocking up Chuan. So Tusker can find himself one kill. In fact, another one there.
What a nice support player, just giving that away to Ohio as well. Because he could have very easily just attacked and taken that kill, but he's like, nah, I'm just going to hold you in place with my body block right here. Nice play there overall. And just unfortunate for TA. Could have kept running, because level 1 Rupture doesn't deal enough damage to cancel salve. So he could have kept running, and he would actually have probably lived there. But still, an amazing punish for him, regardless.
And things are going to start to get a little tight now with Fnatic getting a couple of these kills. So the Golden Experience is going to swing back their way.
Yeah.
And Ferraris could be careful in mid. The Observers and Sentries, the supports being involved in kills, they're finding more and more farm, which means more and more vision and support
Attempt
items.
on top lane again.
They have another crack. It's the Sun on Luo, Paralyzing Cask and Malediction. Luo's dead. Battery Assault and Stick Charges want to keep him alive, but he can bring KYXY with him. He's trying to cut out the cogs, and the support TP in is actually going to give Burning the level. So, okay, there's your ulti from Burning, slowing down KYXY. They've got a little bit more slow because of Chuan. Johnny trying to help out with a Paralyzing Cask, bouncing over to Chuan. He's actually dodging the creep wave. And KYXY keeping him up. Where's the slow? Where's the splitter? There it is. KYXY slowed down Chuan. The TP out by KYXY will be successful, but Ferrari, you can't even chase after Johnny. They TP'd up and they couldn't find any collateral.
Yeah, that's very nice for Fnatic, managing to get out of there. They could maybe have had an idea to turn there, but very smart to keep running as Bloodseeker was TPing out. I did not see that. So, very well done, and Fnatic get away. And of course, that's wasted time for Ferrari. Meanwhile, Mushi is just pushing the mid tower. And Ohio even is finding space on bottom.
Haven Good times for Fnatic all across the board.
Yeah.
They still have to be concerned about burning. Like, more than anything else, they have to be worried about him. But the flash farming isn't on the same level as what we saw with like Secret earlier on, where you just move around from stack to stack.
Yeah, he's not completely uncontested. So this game, he does have the top farm, but yeah.
Luo. The Cogs trying to protect him, but Ohio has the snowballs down. Johnny can't keep up with him, however. And if they hit the Death Ward, Fnatic would have had that kill, but the level 6 isn't there for him just yet.
Yeah, not just yet.
Kercher could help him out. He could just like frostbite the Alpha Wolf and let him take the experience.
They're gonna try on the Wraith King top. They know he doesn't have ulti. They just rupture him now. Look at how close Ferrari is hiding.
Oh, there's your rupture. And KOXY just running it off. He does have 2 1
No
charges, but now the
TPs,
Blood
he is
Right
dead.
burning. The call down as well. The TP started, but they ended up cancelling that one.
They would have to TP so much sooner
Because
if they
they're
want
going
to save
bottom
him.
lane. They're after Luo. Hook shot up. He wants to try and cogs him back and actually lock him in range of the tower. Luo will die here, but maybe not with the cold embrace. The Malediction's not doing the work, and the battery assault with Chuan behind him. The slave comes in from Faith. He'll find one of the kills. Luo should still be careful with his life.
Yeah.
With the backup.
Must be a little bit careful.
Okay, yeah, Mushy, he's got a lot of power there.
Yeah, plus he can always so fast hero. Like just with treads and people not even being that low HP, he's still 400 movement speed. So he can be very aggressive. Top tower gets brought down by Burning, gets the last hit as well. So very nice for him. The Ancients are actually blocked now by Faith. So he walked there and checked it.
Scouting it out means too, the Burning should be making his way over.
Yeah, at least they will keep tabs on where the TA is moving and when she will go there to clear it. Should be around this timing anyway.
I remember casting the ESL 1 Chinese qualifiers, and like moments like this in Chinese Dota, when you got a whole bunch of like ancient stacks, you move over and contest it straight away. We actually had a lot of bloodbath during that tournament just because of that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's an important objective. And bottom here, we see Ohio.
Hook shot in 2.
Yeah,
he can actually have a crack at this if he really wants to. Snowball's going to slow it down, but a hook shot up into a battery assault, and Ohio sends him up in the air, but the battery assault doesn't work. Even Cogs pushing Mushy back.
Yeah, he could maybe have snowballed and delayed it, but he would still have died regardless, so nothing to do there really. He just got caught out by the Clockwork.
Easy gold.
He's the superior offlaner.
Speaking
Clockwork
of that,
is very popular right now.
Mushy's going for the pull.
Yep, and now with the Clockwork hook being used anyway, he might just try for this, but of course he tried to stack it, did not work.
Oh. But the Rocket had a look at it anyway.
Yeah, so he's just gonna respect and not go for the Ancients right away. But that's good enough for IG. They just want to delay this. They don't want him to farm up that much already.
And anytime he moves out of lane, if Templar Assassin's not finding farm, that's good. Moves into the dire jungle, but there's no there's one stack that's actually here. We've got Satyrs, Ogres, yeah, and Centaurs. There's actually multiples in there.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some, but there's, I mean, that's not the same as farming Ancients, though. You get so much more out of it.
Yep.
But right now, what I'm looking at more on the side of Fnatic is that they keep farming up the Wraith King. He needs to recover after dying there before and kind of being sacrificed when everyone went bottom. So he needs to get up that Midas and then just snowball farm.
Smoke move time.
Yeah.
The Courier is just sitting over the
Both
top
teams.
They realize Kercher Kimber is up there after they threw down the observable, but Mushy's the man coming in through the trees. Mel's to start with. There goes your Bowman out. They won't know where Mushy is. They ping it exactly, however. They realize that he has to be in the trees here somewhere. But where's the detection? You're going to cog, but he's right in the middle of it, so he doesn't reveal Mushy at all.
Yeah, if it pushed him, he actually would have gotten out of the melt. That was unfortunate.
Sentry was even being planted down by the dire side. Just in case there's any vision behind him. Yeah. Ohio and Johnny saw Luo walk into the tree line, and now they snowball quickly. Death Ward as well. Luo, a quick hook shot, but he can't really do much more. There's no Lacuna Blade from the lead, so she can't find that quick pick off over on the Tusker. Meanwhile, Ferrari having me put into the cold embrace with the paralyzing cast, they're going to cause problems. There was a triple light strike away from Faith. One more attack, actually the melee creep finishes off the Crystal Maiden. Faith will die in the river, and this is not where they want to be. KOXY still has reincarnation, so killing him off is not possible, and they lost 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, Burning lives, but they have to run away from this, only killing a Crystal Maiden, and now they're going to lose a tower as well, so this is not great.
Oh,
they even they're getting snowballed, no mana, he's so dead.
Chase after Chorn, just lock him in the side, and then boom. Tusker will take it. Fnatic, they are really starting to gain some serious momentum in this game.
Yeah, definitely. They are doing a lot better than last game for sure. And of course, Burning, he will always keep farming, doesn't matter what you do. but I think they're in a much better position, and they have a very good lineup for taking Roshan as well, which should be an objective very soon.
Oh, yeah. We were talking about like a level 1 Roshan with their lineup. Now it's even easier.
Casually stunning the Ancients, messing up the line.
Just being a bit of a... It's like, I'm just here to help.
Conga line, please.
IG, 4-man smoke up. That Observer Ward's watching it, and Mushi's going to be really careful here. He does have defensive refraction charges, and then the illusion's moving out. He's making the line for it. So hook shot up, Mushi, battery assault, Cog push back down again, and, well, that's a quick death.
Push back with Rupture on him, and they clean up the stack as well.
Is Fnatic going to give it to him?
Yeah, they're going behind.
Crystalmane's moving over. If they find one kill during this fight, then she'll actually have her ultimate.
The Tuskar eats his mango and goes into battle.
Faith runs up.
And
back it up. Here comes your snowball. He's coming in, as you said. Faith sent up towards the air. They try and protect him by putting him into the cold embrace. No higher. Rocket Barrage just ripping him apart. The Death Ward's trying to do some work. And Faith, they can't keep him alive. The last attack from the Death Ward of Johnny was able to reach him.
Yeah, you can't save them all, but that was a really nice save, though. Saving against the Tuskar's punch. Getting the cold embrace just in time there. So still very nice.
That's only... That's still... Oh, not even a 2-for-1 trait. You brought down the Templar Assassin.
Yeah.
Found a couple of kills, took the Ancients.
Yeah, definitely. They got a lot of damage being dealt there and taking some control back. As IG were kind of weak there for a little while, but I think they can still nicely recover in this game. How is the Clockwork doing for item progression? He has the Power Treads coming out, and the Dust might be... Yeah, it's Winter Wyvern's Dust.
Kerchik. Threw down 2 sentries looking for the Observer Ward. Unfortunately for him...
That's pretty close.
It's right between them. He can't get it.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Couldn't find the one in the mid lane, couldn't find the one around the Ancients.
Yeah, it's all about what angle you look from. Look from one angle, it looks like it does see it, but
it's
straight
also
above.
the model. That model has like a little wider base, which makes it a little bit more deceptive.
The circle is still always the same though, and that's what matters. You need to see that.
Mushi, it's a trap. Waiting for it, quite literally. Bam! Quite literally a trap. Faith, Light Strike Array, needs a little bit more space for this to survive, and he's not going to get it.
Nice, the double Mail Strike. When you know exactly where an enemy is moving, just sitting there and waiting is amazing. Well played.
I'm watching this prep on mid. Support's coming in from the Clockwork, looking for the hook shot. Up he comes.
Yeah,
need to burn off a lot more mana, so they're just going to wait. Actually, it's not that bad burning the reincarnation on KOXY when it's still only level 1.
Oh, this
Rocket Barrage in, but yes, the paralyzing cast holding a position. Now into the Death Ward. IG fighting underneath. The KOXY wants to keep the battle going, moving in and out of invis. They've got the Rupture, and Ferrari's on his way in, chasing after KOXY, finds the kill, and now we'll see just how much that little speedy Bloodseeker is capable of doing.
Actually, not that much. He's mostly running away, and they actually turn and kill Winter Wyvern. Keep going.
He pulled him up into the snowball, keeping him away, Mushi away from burning, running down because there's no tier 1 tower, so he's quite safe here. Frostbite over on burning, and Mushi comes back in again, Mel striking him down for the triple kill. And Fnatic, hugely convincing fight. Yeah. Ferrari was like a hit-and-run car.
Yeah,
but he never came back.
I mean, he ran in deep for killing the Wraith King, but he didn't get the last hit on him, and thus he didn't have HP enough, so he couldn't keep fighting. So Bloodseeker was completely null factor in that game, whereas the Templar Assassin was just crushing. Well done by Mushi, and nicely played also by the Tuskar in how they turned that fight.
And this is now the point where you could like slip yourself into either take, well, tier 1 tower on bot lane, but with the Desolator up now for the TA.
It's Roshan on objective list.
It really has to be. But, oh, wait. Oh, he actually got him.
He got the dust.
He actually dusted up. Yeah. Realized he was there, so the Crystal Maiden will end up dying. She is dead. She knows it.
Not much to say about that one. You just straight up die when that happens.
But in return, you get a tier 1 tower in the bot lane.
That mid fight, though, kind of showed why it's so dangerous to go onto a Wraith King. Because, yes, you kill him, and yes, his reincarnation got burned, but it takes so long before you can try and kill him again. And his entire team is going to be there easily. So the reaction time doesn't have to be that fast even. They will still be there in time.
Looks like Fnatic are not going to try and defend their mid, as they just let it drop. Kind of a dangerous thing to do when you've still got Roshan like high on your objective list, where you want to try and hold on to that tier 1 tower in the mid and the bottom as much as possible. But you got the tier 1 on bot, so it's not as bad.
Exactly. When you have Blink heroes as well, like Wraith King, TA, and even Tuskar, they will all buy Blink sooner or later. So all of you can use the bottom towers quite a lot.
It actually looks like Raytheon's going to go for the tank item.
Yeah.
Tank build, so armlet build to start with.
Yeah, sooner or later he's going to pick up the Blink for maneuverability, but going for Armlet into PKB now would be a very strong choice. Or Armlet into even Assault Cuirass, honestly. With the minus armor they already have, with the Witch Doctor, the Tusk, like so much physical damage being available, they could try and stack that up. I think he's going to go BKB after. We'll see. We'll see.
That we will. For now, it's back to the lanes, back to the farm.
Yeah.
As still Fnatic refused to move anywhere near the Roche pit, but IG, they're still looking for the objective-based gaming.
But they got spotted out, though. All of them running towards the bottom tower, so the knowledge is there for Fnatic. The ward revealed it all.
Oh, the Templar Assassin's the one pushing on the top, so this could just be a straight tower trade.
It could be. They're trying to finish up the entire Blink Dagger on TA, so maybe when they have that, they will try and fight. But no,
Yeah,
looks like they want to defend this.
They're going to Glimmer Cape the Tuskar down. Sentry Wards, actually, that's in range of the tower, I'm fairly certain. Either that or it's on the maximum edge.
No, it's in range. They're just dropping that, so TA is not there in this. They're like scared, traumatized from the previous Lina kill.
But TA's up on top lane, and there's no fortification,
I
so
don't know, man.
TA
They're
gets
just
the last hit in the
traumatized,
tower. Where do you go now? Like, you're going to take the tier 1 tower. Yeah, they drop another one. Another Sentry Ward down.
They definitely want to know. Well, I don't even think that Fnatic need to fight that, and they're just going to give up this tower. So they keep farming, split pushing, and Wraith King has been clearing the entire jungle. Meanwhile, TA has been pushing the top lane, so getting a lot of efficiency out of this.
Wraith King's got his armlet in one creep. Yeah. That's all he requires for this.
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be a good item here.
And a 4-man smoke by Fnatic, so they'll move down past their own secret shop.
Not that many good stuff against Armlet as well. There's like not that much. It's the Rocket Barrage, really.
Walrus Punch just came off cooldown. Ohio going to Glimmer Cape being the first man up. The smoke's going to break and they realize Ferrari's on the other side. So they shard and Mushy. A quick jump, but Ferrari's got negative 15 armor as the Witch Doctor followed after him. Yeah. So with the death of the Bloodseeker, it is an open season for Roshan.
Yeah, that's what happens. Minus 15 armor from the TA. And then the physical damage from the Witch Doctor ward is so painful. Roshan is also going to get brought down really quickly now with no Bloodseeker. No way to contest this, so just farm up. Try and get more items on Burning. Still doesn't have a BKB. They really need that so that he doesn't just die to a Crystal Maiden ulti or something ridiculous like that. Or getting controlled by Frostbite and Wraith King stun.
Give him time and space. Both of which IG are running out of.
Yeah, they are. Very dominating performance in the last game, but this game, it seems to be Fnatic kind of taking the reins as they are controlling this game more and more.
Yep. Well, with the Blink Dagger Desolator over on Mushy, he's gone 6-2-3 so far. Highest net worth by 1,000, topping the Gyrocopter in this game.
Yeah.
Like, and what's Burning really bringing to the fight? He's going to pick up his BKB in just a couple of moments.
I don't know, man, but 10-1, the hero should not lose, so he's going to have to bring the BKB, and then it's all about the call down, really. Call down Flat Cannon and just stand in the middle of the fight, try to bring everyone low, and then Bloodseeker can go ham. But I think without a good ulti from Winter Wyvern, next fight is going to be extremely hard.
Oh, yeah.
Winter Wyvern needs to have a big play coming up, or at least the Lina and Clockwork need to combine nicely with the Hook Initiation and Laguna Blade.
But how do you even get that play? Fnatic is so split up when they fight.
I don't know.
The Witch Doctor's never going to be in close. The Crystal Maiden's just like throwing down support from the back end.
There's also starting to be a lot of resources available to Fnatic on their team. They have Glimmer Cape and Medallion on the side of Tuskar.
Yep.
They are starting to slowly get higher level on Witch Doctor. When he has level 2 on the Witch Ward, on the Death Ward, that's really strong.
Yep.
And of course, we mentioned the Armlet before. All these tools are going to make it very difficult for IG.
Well, looks like Fnatic going to force the issue. As KOXY. He's got 2 range creeps as well as a catapult here. So pushing into that tier 2 tower, they can inflict damage, and it looks like actually IG have no intention of defending this.
It's so hard. I mean, there's Reincarnation on the Wraith King, and there's an Aegis on TA, and then you have very elusive targets like the Tuskar with Glimmer Cape. Who do you want to go on? Like, it's Witch Doctor and CM your targets, but look at where they're standing. They're not going to be easy to go on.
Yep,
so
it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I think it actually is impossible, because even if they do, notice where Ohio is. You might jump in, but he'll snowball and then pull them in. So you might get the initiation off, but you won't get the follow-up. And now Fnatic, they want to end this 22 minutes going high ground. KOXY has already been dropped down pretty low, but remember, he's got the armlet toggles available.
Yeah, he does. But I still think they're going to play it safe here. Just got some chip damage onto a tower, also forced out the glyph of fortification. So maybe they can just reset a little bit, pick up some more items, and then go.
Ferrari's loving this.
Yeah.
KOXY, stay on 600 life.
Oh, he has a Blink Dagger now on Wraith King, so they want to send that out.
Interesting choice by Ferrari. So we're going to go in for the medallion.
Yeah. We saw the medallion previously today as
We
well.
did. We saw him actually go for a full Solar Crest, and then he converted it into a Halberd.
Yeah, that's what he likes to do. And I think it's just a counter to TA going for the Halberd later on, but the medallion is just a good item overall, I think, on Bloodseeker. You have so much physical damage.
Jump. Wow, burning. He thought everything was safe, and then actually it was because Chuan puts him under, and then Ohio, the turnaround lure, even hook-shotting himself in. Mushy trying to man-fight this. He's got the Aegis model, so we'll get the kill over on the Clockwork, while Johnny, okay, they've got extra help. The cavalry has arrived. It's KOXY holding him in position with that Hellfire Blast, allowing Mushy to blink out the second the Aegis model expired.
Still not a bad trade, though. They get more gold per kill, so they got Tuskar at 450 gold, and then they got the Aegis as well. Sadly, 2 people died to TA, but...
And they burned the Wyvern ulti.
But yeah, of course, they burned the Wyvern ulti, but it's better to actually use that than to sit around and feel like you can't do anything. That was a very nice play, I think, by IG, but they're so far behind that it was still not turning out great. And the Blink Dagger on Wraith King came into play already there, as he came in and found that kill on Wyvern.
These next fights, though, are going to be a little bit harder for IG. 4-star for Rise for Crystal Maiden, so you're then looking at the avenue of, well, Hookshot doesn't guarantee us a kill anymore because we can push the Clockwork out or we can push our own teammates out. And Mushy's got a Crystallis in his inventory. We're still having 1,700 gold up his sleeve. The Daedalus isn't far away. Not to mention there's a double damage rune on bot river.
Oh, dear God. That could be a little bit of a prompt to go high ground.
Look at Kerchik.
Yeah, I see him. He 4-stepped up there and he's just sitting around and waiting. I'm not sure why he went here. But
the Radiant Observer wouldn't have scoured this one out, but it's blocking up the camp.
So he actually 4-stepped in there to find a place to put down his sentry ward. And now he's just kind of staying there because he likes it.
4-star back out again. Like, oh, wait. We see him.
Oh, God. And he does D-ward as well on his way back. He saw the ward that he missed earlier. Or actually, they dropped that ward.
Yeah, they dropped it on the way past.
Yeah. So mid tower going to be pressured. Wraith King at the same time just pushing a lot bottom. No one really wants to go on him, though.
Mushy with a double damage rune might be thinking about going up on the top lane.
Oh, he's not just thinking about it. If Ferrari takes 1 step forward, I think he's going to jump immediately.
Ferrari's backing up. Just let the Blood Rite do the work.
Yeah. It's a very good spell. Blood Rites.
It's another 3 minutes until Roshan could be up. So that insurance isn't there for the Templar Assassin when she buys the Demon Edge. But I suppose at the same time, what are you really worried about? Like, the push power from IG is fairly minimal.
It's still one more of those games where BKB really won't give you any safety, so going into Daedalus is fine.
Yep.
Like, if BKB is going to make you untouchable in the teamfights, go for it. If you need to buy something else, just go Daedalus.
I'm just flagging more the fact that, like, if TA dies in that position, you're not really worried about your buildings dropping, or especially racks being taken.
Definitely not. There's very little chance for him to go high ground. Maybe a tier 2 tower, but you can't get more punished than that.
Looks like KOXY is going to be building in for the Assault Cuirass, so you're right about your Blink Armlet as well as AC build.
That's a very dangerous combination. When they have the Assault Cuirass on the Wraith King, this is going to be really tough.
Rest in peace, wonderful series.
Hey man, it was amazing.
It was. I really enjoyed Wraith Knight.
That was the best event so far, in my opinion.
I know, man. Watching watching Roshan chase the candies, that was also cool. Ferrari jumped down. Well, okay. Solar Crest doing his work already, and Mushy missing now the death ward, however, from Johnny. Ferrari standing his ground. Mushy, he is going to drop him. Well, Johnny burning and lure right behind him. Bringing him down the hook shots, if you're going to look for the 3rd kill.
Wow.
Kerchik a little bit too far up.
IG, man. What a recovery they get. 730 gold towards Winter Wyvern for that TA kill. Beautiful gold going their way. So Gold Scepter and 1,000 gold. That's a gem for the Winter Wyvern, picking it up already. And they're starting to get some tools now. Almost had the Yule Scepter on Lina. Soon, IG can feel like they're back in the game here, you know?
If Tia actually got one of those kills without dying, she had the Daedalus.
She was so locked down. She couldn't do anything there. She just got disabled and could not react to it. Even with the double damage, no way to get a pick off. Because she would kill the Bloodseeker in like 2 seconds or something if he got to attack.
Oh, so Burning, making the most out of the space created.
Oh.
Farming up his bottom lane, and they're actually looking for more on top.
Sneaky Snake. Oh, there's such a low HP Lina. Just go in.
He doesn't have the perfect vision, though. The TA trap's doing some, like, it's there, but he didn't actually have the vision around the tree line.
Yeah, he didn't. He was a little bit scared. He could have found a kill, but unfortunate.
So back to flash farming Tusker.
Fortune favors the bold, Tusk. Remember, it's just go YOLO.
Just believe. You got a Shadow Blade. Anything should be possible as a Tusker, right?
Yeah. So Manta style is now up on Gyrocopter. A very interesting choice to go for in this game, but it could be very nice.
What's he trying to dodge? There's still some decent AoE, and if this Witch Doctor does get a Death Ward with an Ags upgrade,
you can do a lot with it. You can still, you know, maybe make the Death Ward target illusions for a little bit before it kills them. You can get out of the Frostbite. You can dodge the Wraith King stun. And other than that, you just get more attacks, which can be nice against TA, but you're a Gyro. You already killed the Refractions immediately. So I just think it's a pretty nice overall item he's going for here. Already wanted a Yasha, and he's like, well, do I want a Sanj or do I want the Manta?
I like this from Faith. You got an instant cancel on that Death Ward, so if Johnny's not in the greatest position for himself, you've got a way where you don't have to just sit there and throw Light Strike array, because that's still probably going to be like 300, 400 damage worth of output while you just have your animation time.
It's so slow. So now he actually has a Yule Scepter, very good way to cancel it. And yeah, along with the hook, the Yule Scepter, the silence at least from Bloodseeker and Winter Wyvern ulti, they have quite a few ways now to cancel it. And not to mention Cold Embrace to save the guy who's being targeted by it is very good.
Roshan on everyone's minds. He's almost the max spawn time, but the TA trap and the rockets are the things that are currently scanning it out from either side.
Yep. Got to keep your eyes on this Roshan, because everything is about that right now. Only team with some vision around the Roche Pit, naturally, though, is Fnatic with the ward. So let's see if IG can get out there, plant some ward of their own.
Oh, IG's coming.
Yeah,
but at the same time, like, Bushy's farming up top. I should also flag the fact that the courier is a little bit busy right now, and if it flies to top lane, it's being mismicroed, primarily because it actually has the Chrysalis, but not the recipe for the Daedalus.
Yeah, doesn't actually have it on the courier. It was very full. It had a lot of stuff to deliver, so it's just a rich people problem that they ran into here, Fnatic. It's a nice problem to have.
See the second courier, man. That's it.
Yeah.
Second courier. That's the way to victory.
Secret style.
Yep. that Roshan's going to spawn up in now 30 seconds from now. The TA trap was already de-warded out by IG.
I can't help but feel that the next team fight will be really, really tough for IG when there's a Salt Cuirass on the Wraith King. Because if entire Fnatic go in together, they are really, really strong. Oh, TA TP's down bottom. And Roshan not too far away now.
It's a big group up.
Yeah, they smoke. They actually want to get a pick off before Roshan is up. They're drawing lines into enemy jungle as well. And yeah, IG, they're actually drawing a line like they will smoke like this.
Yep.
So both teams pretty much on the same page.
They read it, but the TA trusts back in Roshan. He's alive.
Rosh is up.
Yep, all you gotta do is wait for the rocket to wear off and you can have a crack, but there's another rocket going in 2 seconds time, so Mushy, it's gonna be a little bit quicker than this because IG...
This could be good for IG.
Hookshot's gonna be ready for it, they're in a great position, and in fact now actually separated.
His team got caught off there. Very nice play by Tusk. The shards just cutting them off.
But they're now right on top of... Okay, yeah. The gem from Crystal Maiden walks over and they realize, yep, there's an observer ward from the Radiant side watching it very, very closely.
Oh.
But this is a 5-man eruption that I don't know if both teams really want.
Yeah, both teams are kind of on the edge here because they know this is pretty much the game here. Whoever wins this fight has such a huge advantage after it. Like, it's very even right now. It's 2,000 roughly difference in gold between these two teams. So IG have been playing a very good catch-up game, and yeah, that's why Fnatic are paying a lot of respect.
Keep it nice and close. Notice too, hang on, is the Bloodseeker still... It doesn't look like we're looking at the Halberd build from Ferrari.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it. He's
so
probably
just
going
holding
for
the whole Solar Crest.
Probably going for Sanshasha, or he wants to go for one more Mantis Towel, since they already have one. It's kind of one of those items that get better the more of them you have. But we'll see what he wants to go for. I mean, if you have double Mantis Tile, the Witch Doctor ulti is going to start hitting useless stuff a lot. But they die really fast. It's the downside.
KOXP's got such a high amount of money. Like with the Assault Cuirass 32 minutes in, Armlet, Blink, Midas, and then another 1,600 gold up your sleeve.
Even despite all the things that you go through BKB, I think he needs BKB next item on Wraith King, because then he can actually go in and not be stopped by something silly like a Yule Scepter or a Lina Stun or, you know, these useless stuff that you really shouldn't care about. Or
I'm still
cogs.
finding this absolutely hilarious for TA. Wish he's had this courier flying back and
Yeah, I
forth
don't
for the
know.
last 5 minutes
It's actually
and not
ticking me off
finishing
as
his
well.
Daedalus.
I mean, he's been farming 2,500 gold during the time that he could have had.
It's just the courier timing. It keeps coming out for other people.
Gives me a twitch in my eyes, you know. Like, I don't know.
Maybe he's saving up for the rapier, just leaving the Daedalus recipe at home for a reason. Actually, is there a it could be for the Monkey King bar. You could actually be leaving it at home so we can get the Monkey King bar and changed his mind. Just saying. And then the ultimate irony, he puts both on the courier, and then the Monkey King bar actually like doesn't complete, and it's the Daedalus instead.
I guess.
Ultimate irony.
I don't know what is actually going on. He gave away his Demon Edge to Johnny now.
Wait, what?
Like, you carry this. Well, he needs to have a TP, and he needs to push top.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
I mean, he prefers his Aquila over the Demon Edge. I don't know. Musha is just trying to piss us off, I think.
he's a very special boy,
He's on to us.
And, well, actually, if he went home at that point, it would have automatically completed as well.
Yeah. No, maybe that's why, you know, he's trying to prevent the completion.
He's doing this on purpose. He is doing this on purpose.
Okay.
No, he's not. No, yes, he is. He's disassembling. He doesn't
There
want
we
to. It's
go.
exactly that. He
Yep.
actually wants the Monkey King bar before the Daedalus.
Yep. There was a lot of thoughts about that. He was like, yeah, yes or no, or... Well, he's going to be much better now against the Solar Crests. So we'll see how that works, because else, if the Solar Crest was onto the Gyrocops, it would be extremely hard to bring him down. However, he might just be eliminating the weaker targets first, so if he goes on Alina, Winter Wyvern, these heroes, he bursts them really fast regardless. Toby is smiling.
Sorry, I guess I'm reading chat.
It's a good thing you were right, else they would hate you.
Yes. Well, they hate me anyway.
Oh, sure.
Moving on. IG, 5-man movement through the Radiant jungle. Like, if you don't feel like you're safe on the lanes, is this really where you end up? Or is this just a Roshan is still the pivot point of this game?
Yeah, it's the pivot point. They have been kind of rotating around Roshan a whole lot, back and forth here, and that's pretty much the game. They need to secure the next Roshan. It's very important for both teams, especially for IG, as Fnatic can kill it in an instant if they get the chance to. Especially with Assault Cuirass, Solar Crest, and Desolator and Melt.
Well, here comes IG. They get rid of the TA trap, and
congrats on the 1 gold.
Massive, massive. Let me just check the gold graph.
Gold
that's
graph.
That's a drastic flat line in the graph, man.
Sick, dude.
Good times ahead. Now Wish Doctor at least gets some space on top. He can TP to the tier 2 tower and even throw the Death Ward from actually on the bottom lane into the pit if he needed to. But they need to get him the money for the Aghanim Scepter.
Right now, we're just waiting for either team to take an initiative here. It seems that they are playing the same kind of standoff, and we hear a sneaky...
It's the TA trap getting killed off again. This time it's Chuan who gets the +1.
Those pesky Winter Wyverns killing my TA traps. Well, I think
They're
that
not
on a
yours,
serious
Lager.
note, I think Fnatic are winning out big on what's going on right now, because they're just... Feels like they have a better control of what's happening. And IG are in lock. They have to be so close to Roshan, whereas Fnatic can run further away because they have a tier 2 tower. They actually have 2 tier 2 towers available that are both very close to Roshan.
I'm still wondering, though, if the late game really belongs to Fnatic. Like, we just get a full Skadi now being bought over on Burning.
Can we just get one of Fnatic to push top lane so that IG have to react?
He did. That's Johnny. Johnny's up there.
And like all the way, Toby.
No. You don't go all the way. You only, like, come on. Did you not watch Hitch?
Then
It's
no one will
70%.
TP.
70%. Let Fnatic come 30. That's what it's about, man.
Meet me halfway, that kind of stuff.
It's not the 50-50. It's the 70-30. You got to have some level of control in your movement.
Well, the 5th TA trap has been killed, and they're now going on Roshan.
Oh, but at the same time, that Sigil's coming in and destroys all chances they have of finishing Roshan. So they take a little bit of damage. That tier 2 tower is still chipping down. With the catapult behind it, IG either go back to defend the tier 2 tower,
tier 2 is gonna fall,
or they keep battling for Roshan. But if they go back to defend the tier 2 tower, then they lose Roshan.
I mean, it's already dead no matter what. They should already have gone back if they want to defend this. So it's time to try and get Roshan somehow.
But Fnatic will just wait it out. Like, why force the issue? They don't have to. They're watching the rockets being used. Yep, there goes your tier 2 tower. Bottom is down.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, IG have to do something. They're just losing out in this battle because there's so much pressure on the top lane that they're not responding to. And Fnatic are just farming up, and they're very happy to farm up on a Wraith King and a TA. Look at that, 4.9k gold on Wraith King. He bought a Demon Edge right now. So he's gonna have him. Oh, this is the time. This is the time.
This is the moment. This is the time. The jump in. Luo, hold embrace will keep him alive. It's Mushy actually taking the focus, but they keep him in there. They're burning. Rolls over the top with a rocket barrage. They'll burn through the reincarnation. It's Mushy coming back to the world living. There's no buyback. He's sure of the money. So KOXY all by his lonesome will drop it. IG, patience. Patience pays off.
Patience from burning.
He weighed that out perfectly, but Sean made it happen. You said, like, the Winter's Curse, if you could do that.
Yep.
And he did it. He got it perfect. He controlled Mushy, and they just went... Whoop.
He fucking did it. He should feel good about himself. Sean, what a player. That was honestly huge. Managing to get the Winter's Curse so it hits the TA and pulls in the Wraith King. That's the dream. Getting those two heroes disabled, that's enough. Doesn't matter if the Wraith King is actually hitting.
And now Roshan's going to drop pretty quickly. They're trying to keep him out with the shards. Just any kind of intimidation factor, but without a death ward, without any kind of aggression, there's nothing they can do. This belongs to IG.
Yeah, and IG ain't scared anymore. They have Ghost Scepters on both their supports. They have Cold Embrace. They have, you know, the Medallion, and they're just feeling so safe right now. It doesn't seem that there's much to be done against them.
No, this is a rough time now for Fnatic after they started off with like 5,000 net worth, almost a 7,000 experience advantage at some point.
They were in a very good spot, but it's all about how you clump up for a team fight. Sadly, both Wraith King and TA went on the same target. You can't have that happen, because you're gonna clump up, you're gonna get hit by all the AoE on IG side. If you just look once on IG's lineup, that AoE is terrifying. You cannot stack against them.
No. That's exactly what happened. That's why IG...
It's unfortunate, though, because they only saw one guy, and they were like, well, let's kill this one guy, and we kill him fast. But Chong was really fast with the Cold Embrace.
It's going to be even faster. He's got a Blink Dagger now.
Yeah.
So he's going to be right on top of any target that's initiated, and it could even hold back further. We were talking previously about the Fnatic supports, Crystal Maiden and Witch Doctor, always at the back line, so they couldn't be initiated on.
Yep.
Now it's the other way around.
Yeah. He's going to sit very far back and be really hard to reach. And they have to go on something like that as well. So, tough times for Fnatic, but they still have a lot of gold as well. This is a very even game. Most even game we've had all day, I think. So, nice to see.
Like, our first two games were 20k swings.
They were not even. They were just very, very upsetting to watch.
And then our second series was very one-sided.
Yes. Yes, we could say Secret were strong.
Yes. Hello, Rupture. Stand exactly where you are, Mushy. No moving from that spot, while Ferrari beats away at your tower. Burning also. Still with the Aegis Immortal feeling very comfortable. Mushy actually having to run a little bit further back there. A little bit longer than you really hoped you would have to, but it was the Blood Right that did that.
Yeah. There is actually so much minus armor coming from the side of Fnatic that I'm a little bit scared for the minus armor to actually kill him off. Oh. Just having a look.
Haya's looking at it, but he knows he can't go it.
It's too tough with the Aegis. You can't go on that guy.
Yeah.
There's also a ward in their base right now.
They're seeing everything.
That is huge.
The gem, where is the gem was lost.
Yep.
Like Kerchik was the man who was carrying that one around.
No, actually they have a gem on the courier. Kerchik has put it on the courier.
Oh, he left it behind?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when you're scared of losing it in team fights, it's very common to drop
he
it.
smoked up and moved around.
Yeah, but they got spotted.
IG saw the smoke.
They got spotted.
And in fact, Luo's in a position where the smoke breaks on Johnny. So they're not even finding the opening there. Ohio is still invis, right in front of Burning.
Yeah, and Chon is ready to back up as well. Like, he's going to Cold Embrace immediately if something happens.
He's actually in the best position ever. Like, you just head to the southeast corner, knowing that anywhere north is in trouble, and now Luo,
they're going to chase
shot. Well, he can find the Crystal Maiden, but Burning, KYXY moves over to him, catching him out of position. Now the hook shot up, traveling up and going up to Kerchik. So we'll be bringing this into a 4v5, but it was the Crystal Maiden only dying. And you've still got Mushy on the other side. They can sandwich an IG as KOXY. They are in deep, but the call out from Burning with the flag cannon. How much damage have they got? The Wyvern might be dead. And Burning, he can't actually kill up the Wraith King yet. Witch Doctor with the ultimate. They got so much damage out. IG are losing everyone apart from Ferrari. The Manastar dodge gets away from it. And then the shots, though. Ohio traps him in. Burning might be up alive again, but he's going to be not alone in just a moment. Johnny tries to go for the Malediction, realizes he's dead, and now KOXY lock him in position. The shards as well. Ohio punch in 1 second, but Burning, the Malediction will actually end up getting the kill here. He's trying to outrun it, but there's your pop. There's the gem being regathered, and a fantastic fight for Fnatic.
They got the jump on Chuan. The one time that they actually see him and can go on him, they managed to bring him down as well, just barely with the last attack of Wraith King. That's how they win a team fight. If he cannot use his spells, they can win.
Can you even blame Chuan for it? Like the fight,
No.
you first get the kill,
position.
you all move up, and then you're like, nah, Mushy's still not going to be on the far side.
Exactly.
And, like, what's going on? They jumped outside their base after we already took out one of their heroes?
He was just slightly too close to a Fnatic base, but it's very easy to say all these things when we have the bird's eye, you know, we see everything. But that was a beautiful initiation by the Tusk and Wraith King going on the Winter Wyvern. Doesn't matter if you stack up as long as you stop the Winter Wyvern from using any of his spells. I like that 1000 damage by Witch Doctor at the poor 10 HP Gyro or something.
That's actually going to be one of the highest amounts of damage I've seen from a Malediction being inflicted onto a hero.
It can deal some incredible damage if it's on a tanky target like that.
All right, so Gyro's got 6,000. Is a Butterfly useful at this point for Burning?
I don't think you buy a Butterfly. They have 2 MKVs.
Yeah, so in that
there's
case,
no way.
you've got a Skadi. Do you just go... So actually, he's already bought something. It is a Monkey King bar.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Because there is the Solar Crest as well on the enemy team, and there's definitely a possibility of Butterfly coming up later for the TA, for example. So it's a good preemptive build, and even if you don't have evasion on an enemy team, MKB is just a good item on Gyro.
Yep.
It works well.
Should also flag the fact, because Witch Doctor got that last hit with the Malediction over on the Gyro, which was a huge spree, he actually bought the full Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Fnatic's next team fight is very scary for Invictus Gaming. Even if you do have the Wyvern,
similarly,
he can Cold Embrace it. You get rid of the physical damage, which is the Death Ward, but...
Similarly to the fact that they have to kill the Winter Wyvern, on the side of IG, they have to kill the Witch Doctor. They have to find him when he channels his ulti. And they have to find him despite the fact that there's a super strong TA and a strong Wraith King in front of it.
And what jump have you really got? Like, you've got either the Wyvern himself, the Clockwork Hookshot,
Lina doesn't have Blink yet, so it's tough.
Like, she ended up going for more a defensive build by having that Ghost Scepter, but she needed that up against TA and Wraith King.
Oh yes, Ghost Scepter is the item this game, so even going into an E-Blade is possible later on. They have 3 Ghost Scepters on the side of IG, so I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them upgrading if we do have a long game. Smoke Up coming here from the side of IG.
Should also flag the fact that Mushy can buy up his Daedalus, but he'd still be short of buyback by 900 gold if he does do so.
He needs buyback. It's too risky. Like, you want to play pretty aggressive, and he doesn't have a BKB. So if you play aggressive and you don't have buyback, you might just throw the entire game.
He's only 500 gold away from it, though.
Yeah.
Like and he's already sending the courier out for that, and it's bringing a TP scroll with it.
Yeah, he almost had it. Very close.
IG smoke movement. They are not getting close to anyone just yet. Ohio's the closest one, but they don't have vision of him until now. Now Faith will see him, could technically Yule set for him, but with Shadowblade don't get the vision. Luo, a long hook shot down. They catch the Crystal Mate, and they've actually got vision on Ohio at the same time. So Ohio snowballs, protects himself for the moment, but he's going to be dead in just a split second as he goes after Chuan, dying in the riverside. But then, well, where's your follow-up? They isolate Mushy. This is even bigger. You said he needed buyback, and for a very, very good reason.
Yeah, they didn't even have Wraith King in this fight. I'm surprised that they tried to go in and take that fight after Tuskar got caught out. I thought it was an easy sacrifice, just do not go in. But now they lost 2 heroes instead, and that's pretty costly.
Yep.
It's also 2 core heroes, not supports. So IG gonna definitely pressure for buyback here. And
she got the Blink Dagger over on the Lina. Like, if it was any other game, maybe that wouldn't be as critical, but because it's all about the Witch Doctor control,
exactly.
That's even bigger.
Maneuverability and stuff is very important in this game in particular.
Here they come, the jump in, Burning. There's no Aegir. Oh, where that crit! They need to keep him alive. The Death Ward's doing some serious work here, but Burning still alive for the moment. How much more can he survive through this? They've already brought down 2, and they're going in deeper. Luo's even being isolated, and now they go down. Luo, where is it? Now he's down for the count. You've only got the Bloodseeker, and Ferrari realized just how badly that was going to go.
Oh, you want us to buy back? We'll buy back and kill all of you. How's that? Okay, Bloodseeker, you're on the way. Use your movement speed and run away.
Now you buy the Daedalus over on Mushy.
Yeah, definitely.
Because he's got the money for it.
Nothing to hold back for. Yeah, there's no reason to save money when you don't have buyback. And it's a very long time as well, so.
You do have buyback, however, on the Gyrocopter. Buyback at this point means your next death is going to be so brutal.
Yeah, it does. But there's no choice, I think. They're going to push extremely fast. They have a Sulcurus and Desota.
Yep.
Like, this tower is gone quickly. They have the glyph at least.
Are they going to do it? Well, can they? Like, you'd have to buy back. Like I said, the buyback comes from the Gyrocopter. The cooldown might slow this down. Yeah. And, well, actually, for now, he jumps in and lets a missile go as his first item of business arriving. And Fnatic don't want a bar of it. They're going to buy back. They took a tier 3 tower. It's worth it for them.
Yep, that's still a fine push. And they also know that sooner or later, Roshan is going to be up. He could already have been up. So looking over to that, they're probably going to go and put a trap.
20 seconds, not far off.
Yeah, they're going to go and put a trap and just keep an eye on that. Of course, Rocket coming in as well.
Well, there's your trap. And IG are already moving for it. They do not want to fight up against Fnatic with an Aegis Immortal and cheese.
No, definitely not. I mean, Aegis on TA would be so amazing for Fnatic as she doesn't have a buyback right now.
Yep.
So they really want to secure the next Roche, and it's going to be up really soon.
The sacrifice for Mushy, though, would be a TP scroll if he's going to carry the Aegis.
Yeah.
So if they're going to do something, it had to be like a 5-man versus 5-man move. No split push allowed.
Yeah. You have Blink Dagger still, so you're pretty fast at getting across the map. You just got to predict the movements a lot. So, and moving together with your team is pretty mandatory, as you said, because if you have Aegis, if you get picked off, you're probably going to die again if you're on your own.
Roshan's up, all ultis are up. BKB's freshly over on Wraith King as well.
Both
he
teams
is now 6 slotted.
Yeah, Wraith King is looking really, really strong.
And a Blink Dagger Witch Doctor. That's actually even bigger for Johnny. The courier's flying it out at the moment, so it's going to take a while to get there. Meanwhile, IG have already started the party. Here come the shards. They realize what's going on. Light Strike Array. Here comes KYXY. A quick jump, and Luo actually didn't get the hook shot out. The Aegis Immortal will still be in the hands of the Gyrocopter. So Burning with the BKB with the Death Ward. Starts to his work, but Faith, he blinked up and Yules to Johnny. Beautiful. They're fighting on the high ground, so no Death Ward available. It's still Templar Assassin down. Kerjik's not in a great position. Ferrari's got such high movement speed, running back in to pick up the cheese. It was still sitting inside the pit the entire time. Ohio trying to protect KYXY, but I don't know how much he can really do. He locks down Burning, but Chuan does even better. It's the cold embrace. KYXY having me more of a man than anybody else. He gets the crit. He'll trigger the Aegis Immortal. Now going for Faith. He needs more armlet toggling than this, and he just doesn't have it. He'll keel over. The Tuskar running away, but that could be the fight to win the game for IG.
I mean, MVP Faith? Blinking up there and actually canceling that with Shock to Death Ward. It's exactly as we said. The Blink Dagger on Lina, so crucial in this game in particular. The itemization is on point from IG on both of these teams, and this is a really good game between these two.
And it was the 2 kills in mid that gave him the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
He probably would have had it by this point anyway, but still.
TA no buyback.
They're running down. There's no reincarnation available for KYXY. So they're stunning and they're slowing down IG as much as they possibly can.
He has the reincarnation now, so now it's fine, but you also want to be very careful going into this when you know that you don't have your main core.
IG should back up. That Death Ward's back off. Cooldown and Witch Doctor's alive. So they cannot allow themselves to get caught out and Burning. Actually, you triggers the BKB. KRXY came out a long way for that.
Yeah, he did. Blinking after there and pursuing. He forced the BKB, but it's still 5-second BKB now, so it doesn't really matter much.
Yep.
But at least
KRXY is still sitting at 9 seconds.
At least they only lost their melee racks. And this long into the game, a melee rack is not massive, but it does kind of, you know, give you a bad feeling as your base is starting to get more and more exposed.
It hurts, especially now that you see Ferrari. He bought the Basher. Actually, he didn't. He then sold the Basher. He bought a Basher, and I'm thinking he was looking at the Abyssal Blade.
Yeah.
But he'll have to drop Medallion for it. Not a problem. You already converted the Talisman into the Halberd.
Yeah. Oh, look at the smoke. They're so close.
They're going YOLO. They actually want to do it, and they're in a great position for it. They haven't broken the smoke, but they got all the vision in the world. Ferrari even uses Blood right already.
They need Winter Wyvern, and they can't really get him there. If they could see the Winter Wyvern in a good position, they would actually have gone there, I'm positive. But they can't risk going up high ground when they don't see him.
Yep, agreed.
Because he's just going to instantly freeze one enemy and then freeze one teammate, and yeah.
There's that Basher for Ferrari. So he does buy it and gets rid of that that medallion.
Yeah, that's a very good choice actually, because Butterfly is normally a very good item, but of course not in this game when there's 2 MKBs. So going into Abyssal Blade to lock down these heavy-hitting enemies.
Yep. Especially someone like TA who's only got 1600 life.
Yeah.
If you can trap her out while she doesn't have refraction, she'll die very, very quickly.
Exactly. You can also pray to your RNG gods. You know, if you get lucky, you might just kill the TA alone.
Yep. Oh, nice. You got RNG gods, double damage room for Ferrari.
Yeah, it's starting off nicely.
They're picking out to go for Mushi, but Mushi will just blink and TP out.
You know, this game is beautiful. I love the itemization from both teams. They're actually buying good stuff. Like, both teams have Vladimirs, they have Ghost Scepters to react to the high physical damage, the Blink and Yule Scepters. Like, this is just a very, very nice game. Feels like they have thought this through.
It's good Dota.
Good Dota
It's
makes me
good
happy.
Dota. That's all we really hope for as commentators.
Yeah, it honestly is. A lot of people ask me who I'm cheering for. I'm like, what do you mean?
I cheer for Dota.
I just want to see the best games.
That's it. I only cheer for good Dota. Templar Assassin's getting bigger and bigger still. Like, her damage increase is still there. And the Wraith King, we can't remember. Like, he's got Mortal Strike while dishing out a fair amount of damage.
Yeah.
So if they can isolate IG to a point, you have some kills, but he didn't go for the Basher build. He went for the strength. He went for the damage output.
I think they need Bashers against the Gyrocopter to lock him down as well. Because Gyrocopter is also one of those really strong heroes right now. But if you get Basher on Wraith King, could be really good.
He's got money for Satanic if he wants it.
He does. He has plenty of gold.
Yep.
So
what's actually coming out in the courier?
That's possible. He could also buy up a Moonshard maybe. I mean, Moonshard is definitely on the table for all these core heroes right now. All the 4 of them have to start thinking about when they want to pick this up. And I think TA is probably one of the ones that should buy it next.
Gyro would actually have to sacrifice his phase switch, but he could buy something like Helm with the Dominator and buy BTs and still have enough money for buyback, and then for the next phase go into
Lifesteal would be pretty good for him, and getting more armor from the Dominator as well would be very sweet.
You even get a little damage increase.
Yeah.
Little.
I mean, Hemel Dominator is a very cost-effective item, but Satanic, of course, is really useful later on.
Well, KOXY is probably the most exposed player for Fnatic right now, but at the same time, it's got Reincarnation, and it'll feel like a trap.
There you go.
Gonna hookshot up, but Kerchik got the 4-staff behind him. And that's why you couldn't go in for anything more.
Disjointing the teamfight. They did see Mushi farming in jungle as well, so they're kind of running there, trying to rupture him, but they're gonna back off again. And
realizing they can't catch up in time.
Yeah, fast hero. There's so much current gold. If you just go over to a current gold tab, it's like insane to watch how rich these guys are.
In 200 gold, Ferrari can buy the full Abyssal Blade and still have buyback. In fact, he's not. Wait, what? It's a Hyperstone.
Yeah, maybe Mjolnir. I mean,
it could be Mjolnir, but at the same time, they don't have an Assault Cuirass.
I think Moonshard with his Super Basher is the build.
But he also sold his Midas, which makes me think he's still going to keep that item slot open, unless it's for like
you can keep the Moonshard.
TP scroll.
It's 120 if you keep it. I mean, everyone is just thinking about consuming it, but it's a pretty good item to have.
Ohio.
Are they going to punish?
Yeah, they got 4-staff by Crystal Maiden.
They got items for days.
Yep.
They're getting away.
And because the hookshot's not like an Aghanims hookshot from Luo, the cooldown's still quite long.
He can't hook up there. He would be
dead.
Yeah. They would probably stun him very quickly, and he would be suffering.
He had a 4-staff of his own, so he could get back down to safety.
Yeah. Oh, it's a Assault Cuirass? Oh, he's selling items. They're thinking about it so much.
Yes, it's an Assault Cuirass. There's Chainmail on him.
Yeah. He bought the Assault Cuirass and the recipe, and then he sold the recipe again. So he's just trying to save.
It's massive indecision. Like, he's bought and sold.
Oh, Ferrari in particular. He's been buying and selling items like a madman this game. He's sold the, Solar Crest and he had a Midas, he had a Medallion at some point, Solar Crests, and that switched into a Halberd.
And Mushi's pushing power is so quick. He's still got 5.3k gold. If we actually look at the buybacks, Mushi's the only one on Fnatic that has a buyback, but he can just blink, TP back, and at that point, the creep wave should be hitting the tier 3 tower on the top. So if IG want to keep this push going down the middle for, what, a range Rax? Yeah, that's not worth it.
Yeah, he's outmaneuvering them very nicely now. That was a good push because now someone has to go and react to that. Of course, Jarakat was like, oh, hey, money, I'll take it. But
hi, Abyssal Blade.
Yeah, Abyssal Blade completed on him, of course. That is a very nice item. I think it's better than Satanic in this game because the only ones that he would be directly hitting anyway is like TA and Wraith King. They have so high armor, he wouldn't be stealing that much HP. So Abyssal Blade, much better. And when they have Abyssal Blade on him and the Bloodseeker, I mean, TA is going to have a horrible time.
I'm loving watching this ward battle. Like, We now have both Observer and Sentry on the bottom hill ward next to Roshan for the Radiant side, but they just lost their Observer ward up on the Dire hillside.
That's how it goes. Another smoke coming in.
Well, they got the vision. They can see Mushi farming. He doesn't have refraction
God.
up. They hook shot in. He's got no protection. Forstaff actually, the Cog's pushing him away. He is ruptured. The Forstaff will bring him up. But Faith, refraction will protect him from Laguna, but Mushi is still down for the count. Remember, he's got buyback, but Roshan spawns in 1 minute.
He does have buyback, but there's no moon shard for buyback, boys. So, yeah, this is hurtful. Can they go and pressure maybe, force the buyback at least? Because Roshan is not up. So
they actually have the advantage that Roshan could be up. So if IG might just passively push and not really force any issue, thinking, wait, Roshan could be up. If we have a really bad fight, which has been proven before, it can happen with a buyback.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of intimidation there and history kicking in.
I think they're respecting the previous buybacks by not going now. They're just saying, hey, we're going to play it safe, just waiting it out.
The AC is done for Ferrari, by the way.
That's a very nice upgrade. More armor is really needed, so with the Assault Cuirass and the Vladimirs, they're going to be much safer.
This long death timer for Mushi, actually not as critical.
Yeah, it's not hurting them yet. Roshan just respawned.
But no one's got vision. There's no TA traps, and Clockwork's not going to rocket for this at the moment. Instead, IG moving forward, burning. Not going to use his BKB. Already used his Mana Star previously, hence he doesn't dodge the stun of KYXY. But the tower's slowly being beaten down.
That was a nice, like, just chip away at the tower. Oh, he's getting initiated upon.
This time, Forstaff down, takes the stun once again. But Ferrari pushing him. The tier 3 tower is dropped, and KYXY really worried about the initiation from IG, but it's not coming. And now they rocket up. They see Roshan's alive, but at the same time, Templar Assassin's respawning.
Yep, she is coming back up, and we're going to see an attempt here at Roshan from the Radiant, but I don't think Fnatic can get there in time. IG are probably going to bring this down, and this is very nice for them. If they can get this Aegis and Cheese, that's pretty crucial.
It's really quick, especially when they keep getting those bashes off. And
yeah, he doesn't do much.
Yep.
Even the MKB proc stops the Roshan attack.
Like how they give the Aegis to Chuan. So even if you now focus the Winter Wyvern down,
he is core.
You're going to have him back, you're going to have his ulti, and you're going to have his Cold Embrace.
He's very important to the team, extremely. And we're getting to that point where even the supports can now soon pick up the Ethereal Blades.
Yep.
So then they can actually save people who are being initiated upon and stun locked. I like that.
Mushi. A lot of momentum given to that top lane, but he'll have to TP back in just a moment. Like, he might be able to blink forward and just get rid of this creep wave. Actually, he needs to even save his blink. So he's got it when they TP it. Burning, stunned up. Big crit from KOXY means they have to Cold Embrace the Gyrocopter already. Remember, he doesn't have the Aegis. Paralyzing Cask bouncing around inside the creep wave. Initially onto Burning, and still, well, TA has come back to the fight. But all they're doing is just chipping away at the rack, so we end up in a standoff position. The top lane's pushing in nicely for Fnatic, but it's nothing for IG to be concerned about.
Yeah, and Chon just keeps healing up, burning so much. It's such a strong heal, Cold Embrace, just spamming that to make sure he stays healthy.
Okay, Mushi's got a surplus of 4.6k gold, and actually increasing as he's farming up the mid.
Yeah, he needs...
Should he be buying something at the moment as they're coming in once again? Another stun over on Burning?
He can't. I mean, he needs to send a courier to Secret Shop. You can't do that now.
True, unless there's something which you can buy at home, even if it's like a Talisman of Evasion.
Nah, I think he should buy a Daedalus.
Burning, another stun. KOXY, the Cold Embrace, cancelling again his damage into Burning. And Burning wants to just stand his ground. Remember that Abyssal Blade is there, so you gotta be careful when you jump in as the Wraith King.
Almost gone with the Wraith, the range tracks now. Thinking, you know, these fucking catapults, they're actually doing it.
They're doing the work, man. Burning the front lines, and again, KOXY, a jump in. This time around, though, the Mana Star does protect him, and KOXY, Ohio, jumps in with him. Burning thought it was the opportunity. He's already triggered the BKB, but KOXY backing it out of here.
Yeah. This is really bad for Fnatic. They can't find the opening, and Idea just playing very smart, and then they go back, heal up again, make sure their Gyro is full HP when they go. This is beautiful execution right now by IG.
And Faith never shows himself. This guy's got a Yule's and a Scythe of Vice. The chance of Johnny getting a full ulti off is pretty minimal.
Yeah, it is.
He does have that Glimmer Cape, which could help, but...
he needs a BKB by now. Like, he can't do anything.
So we just keep the siege going. If Fnatic keep taking this chip damage, they're going to lose the game.
Yeah.
And we get a... Wow, okay.
He bought the Mask of Madness in base, so he is actually going to pick up an item as he doesn't have the chance to go out. Just the attack speed extra is very nice.
It just feels more like a Like, okay, you get the attack speed. What if you get caught with that turned on?
Oh, this is a very temporary item, Toby. It's just for one fight. It's a surprise.
So have it for now, buy back, and then come back in again. KOXY. And they're just chipping him down bit by bit. Ferrari, where's that opening? Frostbite over on Burning. The melee Rex is almost dead in KOXY. Well, there's that snowball rolling over, but it only went over on the illusions.
Racks are down.
Yeah,
He's
they
trying to
find
go for the
Burning
left.
though.
He gets
He's out of
hexed.
position. Mushy. Hexo on the side. Burning isolated, but the hookshot comes over, and they might be able to separate them here. Johnny's still got the high ground, and Mushy trapped. There's your Death Ward going out. Where is Alina? No cancel. The Death Ward, they're actually backing up. They're out of range of a KOXY. No reincarnation. They're snowballing in, trying to protect him and getting back into base. The BKB protection's there too. Templar Assassin already had to buy back.
Yeah.
They've lost their bottom racks. The ping was actually coming out the top saying, should we do something about this?
Yeah, and beautiful execution all over by IG. They were on top of things. Having that Hex available from Lina is huge. So she actually turns into more and more of a strong hero here as we transition into late game. I don't like her as an early game support that much, but now it really shows how strong it can be when you go into these 60-hour games.
IG's coming again. Maybe 60-minute games. Let's not go for hours, Wagga. Where's the Mushy? Not confident at all now. With his buyback on cooldown, you still got buyback from everybody else, but no Death Ward for 28 seconds. KOXY's reincarnation's coming off cooldown now, so technically you do always have that that extra Aegis thing on him. But Clockwork is the Aghanims, so the movement for Luo during these fights can be so much more superior.
Yeah, it definitely can. He actually drops. He wants to have the cheese still, so he drops the blade mill. Gotta keep down the courier and keep it close by.
Can you dangle a fishing line right in front of KOXY? This is the ultimate bait, and Luo not falling for it. Mushy, the first man to be caught out, he misses the hook shot. He'll have another one in 12 seconds time, but still, KOXY tries to make the most out of it. They snowball in. They actually want Clockwork brought down, protecting him out of the call down. But Ohio and KOXY, they're just taking so much damage from Burning. They just turned everything on. Mushy embraced up for the moment. Actually, sorry, it's actually going to be the only from the Wraith King. And now can they? Burning the Death Ward, doing work.
Oh
they
God,
haven't stopped them in combination with a CM ulti. Ferrari's almost dead. Chuan, the Embrace is protecting him, but they've lost so many heroes so quickly. They don't have the vision on him. He'll blink down and Chuan is away. Meanwhile, back at home, they're losing their effigies.
The effigies, Toby. Oh God. The Witch Doctor finally gets to channel one nice ulti there, turning everything around so nicely. The Gyrocopter was blood rage as he was man fighting in TA. I think he liked it at first when TA couldn't fight back, but then when she got helped by the Tusk, oh boy, what a beautiful team fight.
That was a 4-for-1. That was a 4-for.
Yeah.
The Lina actually bought back directly after it. So you got no buyback from the Lina, but buyback is still available for Bloodseeker, Gyro, as well as Wraith King. So the big ones.
Yeah, the big ones still have
And look at
buyback.
Ohio.
And
They get it out of Gyro.
Wraith King has 2.7k surplus, so he can even buy back by travels and come back in.
Ohio, he knows they got no gem. Initiation, they find Chuan! It's so big! He's still got buyback. We have to keep this in mind, but they force now 3 buybacks in the space of 1 minute. Mushy just wants the racks. They need some kind of momentum advantage for themselves if they can get it.
10 seconds for Winter Wyvern ulti. It's almost up, so close.
Still no Bloodseeker though.
Oh, it's not in time. They gotta keep going though.
Oh, they found Faith, the crit!
No buyback.
Destroys him! The buyback comes out for the Bloodseeker, but it's 100 seconds for the Lina down.
Can they do this 4v5?
It looks good. Hook shot in. Luo trying to go for the control. The side blade damage actually dropping Luo down to 2/3 of his life. And there's the 4-star from away. KOXY's happy. He's soaking up a lot of damage. The reincarnation may even be triggered here if he's not careful. He doesn't need it to be triggered at the moment.
Yeah,
so just back up.
He's gonna heal up so much if he just gets to hit some creeps. So maybe they just back up, go jungle, try and reset. They just got so many buybacks out. They got kills on Lina, forced down the racks mid. That was really great for Fnatic.
Yep.
All that from the aggressive Shadow Blade from Tusk. Else it could have been maybe held even.
So now, Fnatic, with all their money, what do we look at? We've got Johnny. You wanted a BKB over on him. You're not going to get it. He's got 2.6k or 2.9k gold, so that's nice for him. The Abyssal Blade can easily be afforded by KOXY and still have money for buyback. Ohio, 2k gold from the bank. He's just making sure. Actually, he already spent his buyback anyway.
Abyssal is flying in for the Wraith King, and that's the most sensible item pickup that I could imagine as well. Just
and Templar Assassin just bought BTs.
Yeah.
So
that's also very important because she has been the one split pushing lanes before all this 5-manning, so she needs to get back on that business as well.
Actually buying second level BTs too. So you can actually BT onto the Wraith King when he initiates and the TA will be right behind.
Yeah, that is pretty strong. And they're feeling very confident to go here bottom, but Lina is going to be up now. 10 seconds only.
That's true, but all they got to do is hold the wave in. Templar Assassin will force down the middle lane. The top lane, they don't have any kind of advantage going the way of Fnatic, which is a bit of a problem, so Mushi might want to rotate up there and then BT down, because that's the only lane they can gain creep wave momentum on.
That's true. That is true.
And everyone's buying BTs.
Yeah, a lot of
Kerchik
travels
also has like
coming
its
up.
Glimmer Cape back in stash too.
Yeah, they still need travels on Wraith King, but they don't need to pick it up just yet. Maybe he can even go for a Moonshard first to get some more value out of his NKB and Blade. We're gonna see how it goes there. But TA still 2 minutes CD on her buyback, so her buying the level 2 travels is perfectly fine.
The latest BKB you can purchase, huh?
Latest timing on that item of all time.
Nice to have things, records broken.
Yeah.
And Fnatic,
nice.
well, this is kind of weird though. Like, I'm still surprised they don't have the Templar Assassin on top lane.
Yeah.
Or Crystal Maiden. Like, you got these BTs. Try and get control of the side lanes.
They're just a little bit scared, I think, because when she was pushing top, they didn't have any vision into the base of IG. So if she knows, if she pushes there with no buyback and she dies, once again, that could be game. So playing a little bit more safe, trying to stay around her friends. It's buddy-buddy system.
Well, they can wait for the next Roshan. He's only 40 seconds away from spawning.
Exactly.
In fact, boom, there's the timer. I can read analog.
Nice.
It's just a standoff game now.
Yeah.
The courier's still waiting to buy something. Like, if we got massive amounts of money on someone...
I mean, TA could still sell the Mask of Madness if she needs money for buyback, but she's probably going to be able to farm that up before she needs it.
Well, the buyback's on cooldown for 50 seconds, so yeah. In 50 seconds, I'm fairly certain
really
you can get that money. And this is where it
Impressive.
can work. So
I caught right
no
on.
one's come out of the base. You've got your Dire Observer Ward up. Roshan's going to spawn in a moment, which the TA trap will reveal. And Mushi will probably just even BT in. It would only take, what, maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds to kill this Roshan?
Oh, it dies extremely fast. Less than 10 seconds, for sure.
He's up. No one from Fnatic's pinged it yet, and they're not moving for it yet. But the TA trap most definitely sees Roshan.
I think they're going to see it around now and just go for it. Yeah, there
There's
comes the ping.
Make the run, make the BT.
Yeah, and there's no way to contest this as well, unless they can smoke out right away, but it's already dead. Like, if they go now, they're too late.
Yep.
So, this Roshan definitely going to go the way of Fnatic.
So with Aegis and Cheese...
I think you just give TA the Aegis, drop the Blink Dagger, actually. Or drop one of the damage items if you want to, but Blink Dagger is very key. You need to have the damage as well to fight this Gyro.
I'd almost want to sell the Cheese on the Witch Doctor so we can pick up a BKB.
Yeah, you could. Well, they're actually going to give it to Crystal Maiden.
Yep. She also, well, everyone's basically 6-slotted apart from the Tusker.
Yeah.
And now the Cheese on Johnny.
Yeah, he should sell it.
Yeah. It's actually one of the most legit things he could do right now to get his BKB.
Should. He's probably not going to sell it, though. It's not very common, but
no.
You get 500 gold if you sell the Cheese. So.
He might be able to carry it for someone else.
Yeah.
There's your BTs for your Wraith King. But this is I'm dead. I buy back, I switch out my treads for BTs, and then come back again. So technically, you got 3 Wraith Kings for this fight, 2 Crystal Maidens.
Yeah.
Not that that's really going to make a huge difference.
I mean, that's when she picked Aegis, I'm like, yeah, that's cool. We'll have... I mean, if you die, it's probably because you used ulti. You're going to come back and do what exactly?
You're going to Frost Blast.
She has some items.
She's got Glimmer Cave.
Oh, here's the
shot.
fight.
KYXY, the Glimmer Cave's actually protecting... Well, I say protecting him. He's still underneath the tower. He could have actually hit the tower down and the fortification was up. So they do manage to burn the fortification. But they're not finding the KYXY straight in. He really wanted that.
Yeah.
For just the tier 3 tower, he's going to blow his reincarnation for it. And now, well, Kerchik, frostbiting on the clockwork. They just want to back out of here. It's only a 1-minute cooldown. These sieges last a lot longer than a minute.
Yeah, they do. So for IG, they really want to take the fight straight away now, but they need to find the proper initiation as well. But they're smoked up, so very hard to find Chon now.
The Rocket at least saw Johnny. That's one upside for him.
Yeah.
They know where Johnny's moving. And there is actually even better for Fnatic. They've got the Observer Ward. Okay, well, they did have the Observer Ward inside the base. Yeah, that was a very short-lived advantage, but advantage nonetheless.
Like, yay, I was born. Oh, what's that flat cannon thing? It seems that they're just waiting up the Wraith King ulti. No reason to pressure before you know that you're going to have it. It's up in 13 seconds now, so KYXY, about time to go.
Maybe not too soon. Like, I'd actually still be perfectly comfortable with him waiting for the full timer.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing going on the other lanes, really. There's some pressure being added to the top, but it's taking a long time before it's going to push.
Yeah.
So.
And you could always just BT one up. Like the Templar Assassin could BT up there, and then it's 45 seconds before she has to BT down the bottom lane.
You would
again.
rather run up there and BT back down so that you always have it ready.
You can send the Crystal Maiden. That's fine. Stun on
she has the
Ferrari,
Aegis.
then just chipping away at the melee rags for now. The hookshot missing, actually bumping into his own creep wave. The Glimmer Cape being a lot more useful because the towers are dropped. So there's no Sentry Wars down for IG. Might even be worth the investment for one of those. I got the gem from Chuan.
Yeah, they smoke up. Oh, they wanted to re-go here, but everyone is missing. Suspicious.
Yeah,
I think they're
why is
onto
that
the
creep
smoke.
wave? The creep wave's following them up.
Yeah.
While the inside the smoke it was actually moving further north.
I don't know.
I don't know about that. That looks a little dodgy for the creep pathing.
It's a feature.
KOXY, Abyssal Blade, almost instantly onto the Bloodseeker, now being stunned up. Remember, he's still got the reincarnation, they Glimmer Cape, the Rocket will connect the Blood Right. KOXY's going to drop low, hook shot down, they're going to find the kill on him. The Blink Dagger will come off cooldown the second he respawns up, and that means away to safety.
Yeah, it's so hard to catch this. I mean, Wraith King, he's the only one who doesn't care about anything. He can just go in because he has 2 lives, and then he's got to play safe again. They are not really getting anywhere. I would love to Bloodseeker to just be a little bit more aggressive with the Rupture on any other target but the Wraith King, so that he gets to use this, because this is a low CD spell as well. It's the same as Wraith King ulti. So just attempting to find someone and force them out of position.
You know actually what I'd love to see? Crystal Maiden just forced up her way in.
What?
I got Aegis!
Toby.
Soak up as much as you possibly can. She's not going to live for long.
That's like 2 right clicks, Toby. She's not going to soak a whole lot. There's no soaking going on.
But you got a minute and a half left on the Aegis Immortal. They're giving it up as now Templar Assassins just TP to the top lane.
The Crystal Maiden 4-staffing in with Aegis would be similar to you wanting to use your Vigilante shot before dying in Mafia, even
That
though
is
it's
100% legit! Ken has proven it. Hotbit proved it.
Yeah, but Hotbit is good.
Wow, why you have to hurt?
It hurts, dude. I just love you. Love hurts.
So there's 6k gold now over on a Wraith King.
Yeah, I think we're going to see 1 Moonshard soon. I mean,
It
it's
has to be.
75 minutes into a game soon.
It has to be. Like, on Templar Assassin as well as Wraith King, they both, like, okay, so the Moonshard.
I think they just forgot about the item.
The Moonshard is 4,300. As long as they got a surplus, so we are short on the Wraith King by 400
They're
gold.
a little bit short.
We
to be fair, they're a little bit short.
We're short by 500 gold on the Templar Assassin.
Just a little bit shy.
But that's it. That's it. They've still got buyback.
I'm sure
And
they
they're probably
will-
going to find a kill in the fight.
No, they won't, Toby. So you can't play with that mentality.
Plan for the worst case scenario?
I mean, they're gonna go for it very soon though. Aegis is reclaimed.
Yep. So Crystal Maiden will lose it, but they do still have the cheese. The cheese is over on
He
Johnny.
has not purchased the BKB on the Witch Doctor. I think he should. I think buyback on you, not useful. Just buy a BKB, blink into some weird ass position.
Because it means the only thing that's going to stop you is what?
Winter
Clockwork
Prime,
hookshot?
a clock. Yeah, winter and clock or death.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's perfectly alright
I mean,
for a Witch
tanking
Doctor.
the Winter Wyvern ulti would be amazing for him. And Clockwork is spending a lot of his hooks just going on to Wraith King and pushing him. So it would be really good for him to have a BKB.
Agreed.
Because then Lina at least is struggling to kill her.
Yeah. So, how does IG deal with this now?
Well,
You've
they're going
got
to get out of ward.
Fnatic who have backed out.
Yeah.
IG still really haven't left that inner perimeter of their base.
They need to get out on ward. They have 3 more wards on the Lina. She just put one already. So they need to get some vision so they can predict the enemy movements. That's really, really important. Because initiation is everything. These 2 teams are very evenly matched in items and strength right now. I mean, it's almost dead even in gold, for God's sake.
Moonshard!
We have it!
We have our first Moonshard over on the Wraith King.
Warm welcome into the game, Mr. Lyric, as you have a Moonshard.
Yes, he does. And it looks like Templar Assassin also spent a large chunk.
She has it!
Yep, they both have bought Moonshard. So they both have a
Gyrocopter.
permanent 60. Wait, what?
Gyrocopter does also have a Moonshard. So suddenly everyone has a Moonshard except Bloodseeker, and he's not really in the gang. That's fine. I'm
He
sure
needs
he
that
will.
though. He needs that. That's the way he can stop the Witch Doctor. He gets the bash from the basher.
It's the initiation ritual, dude. Where's your Moonshard? You have to eat it.
Really, he would prefer to have the full Abyssal Blade more than anything else, and still have buyback. Like that's critical. It's a critical part.
Yeah, I can see that. Travels would also be nice, but yeah.
When you have both Wraith King as well as Templar Assassin jumping melee on you, the Abyssal Blade is just the item.
Yeah,
that's why Jara gets
beautiful.
away with it too.
It is a beautiful item. So This next fight is gonna be so tense because we're 76 minutes into a game, and that's really when everyone starts having all the tools they could possibly
We
dream
hit the
of.
longest game!
Yay! Welcome everyone! Longest game of TI.
We cast both the longest games! Woo!
Hey! We beat those other suckers who cast the previous one. Wait. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, DD Rune.
Yeah,
Nice.
for Mushy. What a shame there's no Roshan or anyone around to kill. They're going to back it up. Down to the bottom lane.
Betting there won't be much use of this DD Rune.
Probably not.
Unless IG go hyper aggressive and just run out.
Are they looking at smoke? What are we actually on smoke count right now?
Let's
What's available?
check for the side of IG. They don't have any in their stock. The Fnatic team just bought one.
One purchased by Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, they actually don't have any smoke on IG. Do they have one on Courier? No. So IG cannot smoke for another, what was that, 3 minutes? No, 2 minutes. But Fnatic do have one, and they're probably going to use it very, very soon.
That's a decent amount of time, especially considering Roshan's up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not saying it's critical, because what are we going to get, Nagus on Crystal Maiden?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you could get Nagus over on...
I mean, every little bit helps at the stage.
Yeah. Or at least they got the Observer Ward down. That's a real nice position, too. That's that normal position you place the Observer Ward when there's gems all across the map.
Yeah.
But now you also get Ohio putting down his own Observer, the rockets are flying in, and Roshan's up. The TA traps revealed this.
Yeah, I mean, CM is like, I need my Aegis, guys. Come here, fix this for me. Oh, she actually TPs to mid lane. And,
why is she going back?
I'm not.
That's a long, long way to go back.
I'm not sure why she... Maybe she felt that they were onto her. You know? She was like, I'm not safe right here.
If you're going to do that, you can still just TP to your creeps in the mid lane.
I don't know, dude. She TP'd away, okay?
Ours is not to question. Ours is only to look.
Catching lives, that's what matters.
Yep. All right, so buyback available for everyone at Fnatic. We're still short by 200 gold over on the Lina, and Winter Wyvern is short by 1,800, but there's no... with the length of this game is gone, there's no cooldowns on any of this.
Yeah, it's crazy. And at this stage, if we combine all the money all the players have right now, it's more than 30,000 golds sitting in their inventory. Like, they actually have the money in their bank accounts.
You actually look at it for Fnatic. We got 5.3k, 2.8k, 4.6k, 5k, and 4.5k. While IG, we have the cheap Chuan on 638 for 4.5, 5k, 2.3, and 2.4. That's a lot of money. And yeah, Roshan, like in the I thought they made him stronger than this.
His clap is still very strong. It deals a lot of damage if you run in close to it, but his armor and strength.
They left the cheese behind.
Not so good.
Sell it, Witch Doctor.
The
sell the cheese.
The courier's
and get
gonna
yourself
pick
a
it,
BKB.
and when the courier picks it, guess what? No one can sell it.
We've gone Pinoy strat.
Oh,
second courier is now up for Johnny.
Nice, I like it.
So we've got cheese on one of the couriers.
Yes.
Which will deliver to a man in need.
It has
when the
no
time is
selling
right.
value though. It has no value anymore.
Okay, that's a
That's
shame.
unfortunate.
That's a big shame. But Witch Doctor still has the one on his. It's got value.
Yeah, true. He owns that one. So they are back to the old TI strats of fermenting the cheese, as invented by the Korean casters. Shout out to some of the best TI casts ever.
Quality times.
Yeah.
Quality times. All right, so what do we got? We got a Boots of Travel recipe for KYXY as well. So now the Wraith King is the second level for him. This is when we start seeing some of these late game items like the Moonshaz, the BT second level. All of these are designed to end the game.
Yeah, exactly. Or keep the game going, Toby.
Or potentially keep the game going
Just
as well.
save the game.
Or we could say end the game if we're looking from half glass full.
Exactly. It depends what kind of person you are. So I wonder what the TA is going to do with her items. Because, yes, she bought the Moon Shard. She has 6.7k gold. Blink Dagger is still super good. Desolator, however, is not that good when you get to this stage. I would kind of like her to just go a Divine, honestly, and just have that insane damage.
It'll be dangerous, but I suppose you can just put the Desolator on the side.
Yeah.
And then pick up the Desolator if things go wrong, and then just BT it. And then you can contest and try and get the Rapier back again.
You could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at this rate, we could get to that point.
Right now, we're just trying to optimize everyone's item build because we are at that point where they want to be...
Even Gyro. Like, Gyro with Manta, is it still worthwhile? Actually, he is up against Wraith King and everyone else.
Yeah, he is disjointing a lot of the Wraith King stunts. Burning is doing a very good job with the Manta, so I'm going to say that that one is still worth it.
In 800 gold, Ferrari can actually buy the Abyssal Blade and still have buyback too.
The fact that Burning Burning still has face boots instead of travels, though. That's just a sign of how IG have been stuck in their base for the last I'm gonna say 30 minutes or so.
This game is so close. Even the gold. The gold is 2,000 in favor of Fnatic. That is all. The experience, on the other hand, that's a little bit more of a crater.
A whooping 7.5k at 81 minutes.
A whooping, Wagger. A whooping.
A whooping.
Go to Hungry Jacks and get yourself a whopper, man.
Yeah.
It's a whopping.
It's a whopping, dude. Right now, I'm not sure about this game. It seems that IG have forfeited a lot of their control over the map, despite the fact that they have vision. So they're just waiting to defend their high ground. Maybe a little bit scared to go out because Winter Wyvern will be at a more exposed position. But right now, even the Tuskar is farming to become a relevant DPS dealer.
Yes.
He has 5.2k gold. Right. He could stack up some nice items.
Is it worthwhile getting a Silver Edge?
Dude, why not see... Yeah, Silver Edge is very nice.
What can you crack?
You can turn off the Thirst from Bloodseeker.
Yep.
Which is really, really nice.
Can it turn off? Oh, I'd say Fiery Soul.
Yes, it definitely can. Fiery Soul is something you can turn off. That's it.
Yeah.
However, you lower the DPS of whoever you hit by a lot. That's that's bigger than turning off the abilities in some cases, especially against a Gyrocopter. If you hit him right before his Flak Cannon, that could almost cut his damage in half. So it's pretty beautiful.
Fnatic, they can't find anything with this smoke.
No, they're looking for it, but Chuan?
He's up a long way,
John.
and now blinks away the
God.
snowball. They're chasing it in too far. This is not the ball you want. Ohio, the hook shot up. They're going to force stuff him in. The Cogs pushing back Ohio, but no one's close enough for a kill. The engage was premature.
Everyone is so jumpy right now. Like, you can tell. There's definitely some nerves playing into this game.
There's so much on the line. Like, IG, if they can get this, they get 3 points. They look so good in the group stage. And Fnatic, they're already having a rough run. They did get a game off Secret.
Yeah, if Fnatic can get one win here, they've actually managed to tie against two of the stronger teams, that you could say.
Yep.
So Fnatic are definitely fighting for this, and they don't want to throw it away. They have the advantage. Almost 10. They have 10,000 gold out here. Dear God.
Are we just going to be at a point where we have the courier battles as well?
I don't even know.
Because the couriers are getting closer. We need Dagons on couriers just so we can get more damage output.
So
Bring
sad.
us back to Warcraft Dota.
So sad that they don't have mana anymore. I miss the days.
Please spend some of your 10,000 gold on Mushi.
No.
10,000, man.
Investing the future.
It's literally over 9,000.
The future is soon. Soon.
It's too far up.
Yeah, I don't even know. He should definitely replace
You can get a BKB
Deso.
over in Ohio. Johnny's got still 5.2k gold, and we have not seen this BKB arrive from him yet. He's busy just holding cheese, which right now a courier can do.
Yeah.
Like, they have both couriers for the Dire side actually out in the fight.
It's the Dire Air Force. I like how one of them drops on everyone, and the other one picks it up at the same spot. What is going on?
Quite literally, courier has arrived.
It's like, oh, yeah, I have one of these. I'll give it to you.
All
Okay,
right,
are they
so-
actually going to push?
Well, okay, they're pushing for a tier 3 tower because they can't get up high enough from the ground to take out the racks.
That's fine.
But they can get close enough for a tier 3 tower.
That's fine.
And IG will not commit heavily for just a tier 3 tower. They'll only commit heavily for the racks.
I have never seen one team in Dota be this rich in terms of current gold. This is absurd. I actually have no words for this.
I'm highly
They have more
gonna
than
bet there is no
30,000 gold
stat.
on one team.
There is no stat for it. But they've got all this money. But, okay, so they've got all this money. The Radiant's got a decent amount of money as well. But IG have actually put most of their money into items. They've got places where they can put it into items.
Look at the faceless Rex courier. He's there. He has a dream. He wants to get to a secret shop.
He's just a baller, quite literally, with a chrono.
Oh, he's going for it.
Wait, can they?
Let's
no,
go.
No,
He's going.
no. Get your res, people. The courier's on the run.
Oh, it's on.
No,
Get
Johnny!
away.
He can't reach it. They need it, obviously. Oh, hello. Mushi has spent some money on a rapier.
And he's going to keep it in base. Like he's on the way to the base. What the f?
No!
Okay,
the courier's going back with the rapier. He might BT back to drop the Desolator.
Yeah, he should definitely change.
But no, he's got a courier for that. Come on.
No.
Like, it's the Fnatic butler.
Fnatic has 2 servants in this game.
They're paid very well.
Yeah.
With all this extra money, they've got a high-class wage.
Dear
they
God.
get 10% of anything they earn at TI.
I mean, Gyro is fighting the hard battle to try and stay on top of the Witch Doctor and who has the most money in his bank account right now.
Okay, so the Rapier is not even picked up. It's sitting back in the fountain.
He wanted to give rares.
It's just there.
Look at the buybacks. It's only Winter Wyvern. He's the only boy.
He's actually been short by about 1,500. Like he short 1,500 about 10 minutes ago. He's not finding any money because Burning's taking it all.
I'm pretty sure he would have gone and abandoned in a ranked game by now.
Hold the phone. Smoke's happening. IG, they're making the run out. And
Wraith
the only
King?
visible hero right now for the dire side is KYXY.
And they
He
don't
is the man at the
see
bottom.
Anyone else? They don't want to jump on this Wraith King.
He's going to blink and BT. He's going to blink and beat. Well, he's pulling the AoE 2000.
Yeah, he's chill.
Stay in the trees and then just split push it down.
Look at how they know about this smoke. Look at everyone backing off. How he walked into the trees and just gathering up. They were so on to this smoke.
This really feels.
And now Lincolns is onto the Tuskar now. It's very nice. So
BKB. Johnny has a BKB.
Johnny has a BKB. Very nice.
Johnny be good. He bought a BKB.
Yep.
Roshan also spawns up in just over a minute.
I missed the days when they were
I think we're
fighting.
actually at a point now, though, where Crystal Maiden is the only one that actually benefits from the death of Roshan. Like, the levels-wise, who isn't level 25 yet? Part of the non-25 club, Tuskar, still short. We have 4 short on the Lena and the Crystal Maiden.
Yep.
We're 5 short on the Wyvern as well as the Witch Doctor. And Clockwork, of all people, is the lowest level in the game. Luo is the lowest level in the game.
Yeah.
You know, he could actually
fighting.
break the item barrier on the E-Blade at this. That actually can work. Up against a T8 array thing, that actually can work.
Oh yeah.
Even up against the Witch Doctor, E-Blade's a legit item. It's one of the few items not picked up in TI5 so far.
Dude, I'm so surprised that they haven't purchased it yet. I said it like 50 minutes ago. That, hey, they have
I'm
3
sorry,
Ghost
Wanga,
Scepters.
I forgot.
Yeah, okay. It felt like yesterday, Toby, so it's fine. Like, they have 3 Ghost Scepters, and they've been having that for roughly an hour now. So sooner or later, we'll get there.
All right, Roshan's alive. Okay, take your bets, boys and girls. I say 7 seconds. 7 seconds on Roshan.
Depends how many people are going to go.
Yeah, Mushi's not there. Mushi's not there. Like
so you're saying 7 seconds from the first attack?
If they have them all there, I say 7 seconds. And yeah, there's PT.
That's
Here we
cheating.
go. Here we go. KOXY as well as Mushy just blink in and take it out. Actually, they're grouping up for a smoke.
They're respecting the smoke that could be coming.
All right, they're just blink.
They're going?
All
Okay.
right, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, this is looking
5,
good, Toby.
6, 7. Yeah! Woo!
Well done, Toby. That's the most excitement we had in a while.
Do you feel the adrenaline? Viewers around the world, do you feel the adrenaline?
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, you should be. You should be.
Yeah, we have the longest game of Dota here going on.
We crack in 1 minute, 1 hour and a half for Fnatic versus IG with so much at stake. And also, just to cap it off, Wagga, it's our last cast for the day. There's still more. There's still 2 more series. Blitz and Mon Capitalist will be here after this. But we're making them wait. We are doing it. It's like a lovely wine.
They're banging on the door. They're trying to get in, but we're keeping them out.
Lock them out.
Yeah.
They're not allowed in our sauna.
This is definitely a sauna, but I've been casting here for quite a while now. And this game, man, it's just crazy. Actually, we're closing up on the IGDK game. If you remember the old fables.
You know what I love? Like, I'm still seeing the E-Blade over in the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
There's something like a moonshot, but just on the Crystal Maiden.
Well, so she can attack a little bit more.
Yep.
That's
Legit.
value.
Legit. It'd actually be worthwhile over in the Lena, but still, the E-Blades are like some really good choices in this game.
I don't know, dude. Yeah, E-Blade would be an okay item, but I mean, there has to be a point when you have sit in your base for so long that you just get tired and just leave.
Oh, you know, this is a game of patience.
Yeah, that bounty rune though is worth quite a bit. It's looking tasty. Ferrari going for it. He's gotta get 230 gold.
Massive.
Dude, just massive.
Massive.
Reliable gold as well.
That's good.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back to the farm. Mushy just keeps bouncing. I don't even know why they're farming up all the camps, because the gold doesn't make any difference now.
No, it does.
Like, we're actually at a... No.
The
no,
stats, dude.
No, not stats. Like, just because Mushy is about to crack 1,000 CS, He's actually at 950 CS to the 814 of Wraith King. I'm fairly certain that our stats man, who will probably still be listening in right now, can tell us if there has been any game where two heroes on the same side have gone over 1,000 CS, hit quad digits. We even have a refresher orb.
Oh, there has been. There has been, dude. There's definitely been that.
Okay, well, if one suicide is not enough with the reincarnation, he's now going to blink away, then use his refresher orb, and come back into the fight with a reincarnation twice over.
True.
Technically, we are battling 3 Wraith Kings at the moment.
4, potentially, with
4,
the
yeah, because he'll come back, and then we'll have it again.
And then he will probably have his ulti again.
Yep,
so
we'll take 60 seconds. Yep, so we're basically 4 Wraith Kings in this fight to come. Okay, assume 5.
Add one more for extra measure, you know.
Okay. Okay.
Could easily be 5 Wraith Kings in the next fight.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
That's assuming he has time to pick up his refresher, though.
We should witness this landmark moment. If you watch Mushy now on the bottom lane, ignore the push on top lane. That's nothing. We're about to hit the moment. Like, we are now 24 CS away from Mushy hitting the full K.
Keep going, Mushy. Make me proud.
This is what it's about.
Balling out of control, Mushy.
Templar Assassin. She's like Scrooge McDuck. Dive into the money pool.
You know, they should just mix Dota with a tower defense where you have this interest rate. If you store up gold, you start getting more and more. Mushy would be balling right now.
The more units you summon, the more you get.
Exactly.
Okay, 5 more. 5 more. We're even in perspective mode to celebrate it. With 2 more. This is it. The Satas give their life for a great cause. It's the 1,000.
Well done.
Congratulations. We shall have a trophy.
Congratulations. You win nothing.
You win a life. You win a life.
I mean...
But all this is going on while IG is still sitting inside their base. You got the greatest farmer in the world over on IG. Burning is only a measly 730 CS.
Hey, man, he doesn't have any map control. And this TA now has higher CS than Toby's compendium level.
We have... What? No. Is he actually just making a collection of rapiers and gems?
He's giving rares.
Screw rares.
Mushy is trying to get more fans, okay?
Okay.
He's been getting shit ever since he missed that Queen of Pain ulti. He's trying to make up for it.
I suppose when you got the money, you may as well buy something. But he should have already dropped this.
He should seriously have dropped this Desolator. I'm getting pissed.
Courier, okay, we have a refresher orb in base. We have 2 rapiers. Count them. That's 2 right there, sitting inside base. We've even got the double gems, 1 for each eye.
Good old Undying. This is... I don't know. It doesn't seem Fnatic has any intention of going high ground during this game.
There goes your Aegis. It passed.
Yeah, Aegis is gone.
I just wanted to make sure it was noticed.
Sorry, Crystal Maiden, but hey, you can at least afford a rapier.
No, she could buy a BKB. she could actually buy a BKB and get a full duration ulti off, just like the Witch Doctor.
I honestly think that Fnatic could win so easily if they just went. Looking at the itemization, I've had roughly 40 minutes to study this. I think they can just win.
No, I disagree with you, Waga, on so many different levels here. Wait for IG to come out. Safety first is the name of the game.
It's the starvation game. I think I saw right before this game, Fnatic, they were having some food. They were actually filling their bellies a little bit, and I think that IG are hungry.
There's only one professional game where multiple players had over 1K creep. C9 versus Scary Faces.
So we're going to be the next C9 versus Scary Faces. So in roughly 100 minutes more, we'll finish this game.
Beautiful.
Tune in them for the next matchup, which no one cares about.
We'll be back after some short announcements from our sponsors.
This is a PSA. This game will keep lasting.
Brought to you by Siraction Slaxers. Wonderful videos describing every item in the secret shop, and then getting arrested shortly
I didn't see anything about this in the TI down low. What the fuck? I got screwed over, dude.
Smoke mover coming in from Fnatic, and well, is this the moment?
It's happening. Okay, get the hype on.
The Observer was down, but it'll be dewarded almost as quickly as it went down. They can see this.
Oh, they killed the rest.
With the gem over on the CM Shinyo and the Crystal Maiden, they're not actually doing it.
Top lane.
Yeah, it's all distraction. KOXY takes out the tier 3 tower on the top lane. The Rocket's been pushed out, but Johnny's got his back, so Kerchik will be fine. And Wraith King keeps going. He's man-mining up against Burning. Now with the Abyssal Blade #1, but remember, Burning's got one of his own. KOXY will drop. They still haven't taken out the the bottom racks. They're giving it a
That's
shot,
go bottom
and
now.
KYXY, he's almost doing it. He's done it. The melee racks is down the top. He shall give his life for the cause. While on bottom lane, Luo trying to run away from Mushy. The attack is almost enough. Down to 99 HP. Mushy, they force up and away with a Glimmer Cape. The buybacks come out from Wraith King. He TP'd in towards the mid lane. They cop the Yule Scepter, chasing up the Crystal Maiden. How long can she survive the Ghost Scepter? Not protecting her. She'll drop the gem. And now did Wraith King or anyone come back with any new items?
Wraith
Do they
King
keep
did
going?
refresh in the base. He used his refresher, TP'd back,
Okay.
and they're still pursuing.
Jump out, Faith, Ohio, they get the stump, but now the Death Ward as well. Johnny, the great position in the trees.
Oh, the
IG,
dream.
they're trying back out. Burning Faith, Chuan also low. It all bounces down. Maybe this is the moment, but the buybacks are available. Ferrari beating Crystal Maiden into a pop.
cask.
We've actually got Luo
What
as well,
the hell is
running
that
away
speed?
from Mushy. Luo is about to die. The Cogs gonna push him back. Mushy, double burn. He actually needs to actually be burning to survive this one. Luo on the other side, he's trying to use the side blades to attack Luo inside the tree line. The hook shot out. Meanwhile, Ferrari running away, but Johnny with the base attack kills him off. We're back into the other fight. KYXY burning. He's still got cooldown. Lets it rip, but Mushy, he's got the damage output. Or does he? He's held in position for the moment. They're backing out of here. The Sigil is just watching IG and KYXY.
They keep going.
In they go again. Chuan! Just
Oh, the
explodes!
side blade!
And the side blade popping the Lina into the shards, controlling up. There's no more buybacks available here for IG. Have Fnatic won this on money? It is impossible. Still with 5 heroes alive. Ferrari back to front lines. Mushy down for the count. Now we can buy those rapiers, or at least bring him to the fight. He is actually 1-2 rapiers.
The
In for
rapiers are
Mushy.
coming.
He's on the way,
He's going.
and he's bringing the deeps. Wait for it. Mushy, where is it? There's the heads with
God.
the side blade damage. Triple kill. JJ! 97 minutes and 45 roughly seconds will be the victory here for Fnatic over Invictus Gaming, getting a 1-1, 2 draws for TI5.
And there's a new message from the Valve. All observers are now trained in CPR in case they have to cast with Toby, so that he doesn't die after these casts.
Wonderful game. Terrific Dota. More Dota coming up. This is TI5.
Don't go anywhere, guys. See you soon.
All right. Wow. That game went on for quite some time. The longest game we've had so far. TI5, you guys look like you're a little tired.
No, it was.
No, but it was definitely it was an exciting game. And then in that last one, Winter was talking about that the whole time. We're all like, so where are the rapiers going? I mean, why are they just sitting in base? And Winter's like, he's gonna bring him. He's gonna go back. He's gonna sell this, and he's gonna bring him back.
I told you he was gonna go in first, die,
Yeah.
and surprise them with the rapiers.
And he did, and that's how they just secured the game. He started just beating down the whole entire base, and they take the win. And so Fnatic pushing IG back and taking the split 1-1. So Fnatic going with, what, 2 ties now. So 2 points each, and then IG just getting 1 point today. Probably not too happy about that, but hey, they had a really good showing in Game 1 against Fnatic. So that's something to take away from their Day 1 performance. What do we think about Fnatic, though? I mean, they seem to be coming out strong and swinging on Day 1.
It's cool to see that they, first of all, take a game off Secret, and then secondly, in the game they beat IG, they go for a third pick Wraith King that nobody's picking right now. So they definitely seem like they have some tricks up their sleeve, and they're not afraid to go for their picks. And in this game, I think they showed a lot of discipline with, a lot of other teams would have tried to maybe push and end that game. And it's super frustrating for their lineup to play against the Winter Wyvern. I think Chuan single-handedly extended the game by 40 minutes, 50 minutes maybe, by just simply Cold Embrace.
Yeah.
Countered the Dire lineup so well. Even though Witch Doctor's Death Ward couldn't cut through the Cold Embrace, right? So he played a phenomenal game on the Wyvern, and they still managed to overcome it. It's in a lot of situations like that where you feel like every single fight we just want to engage and kill someone. He's counterplaying us every time. At some point you just lose patience, right? But they seemed very professional about it. Very they had the goal in mind. They knew how to get there, and it took a while, but yeah. They did it ultimately. That's a caliber team that manages to do that.
Yeah, definitely. We do have a quick replay of, just in case anyone missed it, the last moments of the game. We continue talking about this matchup between Fnatic and IG, but of course,
Ohio just looked like that was another day at work.
A couple of crucial fights that they lost, they had to actually clump up, and I really like the way they approached it. They approached with 4 on bottom, 1 on the top, and KYXY pretty much sacrifices his life to try and damage the gyro, but the gyro is not actually that strong without the Winter Wyvern there to back rack them up, and he has to expend a fair amount of cooldowns to burn through KYXY, and they actually have to bring the Bloodseeker over. And as Winter was talking about, Mushi goes in and dies. I like the pickup of the Lincolns to try and block the curse, and then he dies. He
buys Christmas presents over.
This was pretty great.
But the supports had such huge impact in a lot of the fights with the freezing field, with the Death Ward. It was simply incredible their damage output.
Yeah, we'll see that sick Death Ward here at the end too, right? Just going into the trees.
And Wraith King actually, I think BOT said a mid lane. He's trying to push that out to secure the final racks. But I mean, look at the positioning. The blink.
Oh man.
Yeah, it channels, I think, for full duration. And yeah, there's BKB heroes that does nothing. You can only cold embrace one person, and everyone just gets wrecked by that. And of course, everyone has their buyback, so they have to do round 2.
Of course.
Wraith King already has his ultimate. And this shows you how long the fight is.
Wraith King has 4 rounds probably.
Yeah.
3-4 rounds.
Yeah.
he had a refresher.
So it was going on for quite some time. I mean, yeah, we see chases all the way back out the base and then back into the base. And like you mentioned, Syndrome, of course, IG doing their best to try to keep this going.
But Bloodseeker is just, he's not the best 6-slot hero, and he's really terrible at manning up versus the picks that Fnatic had. And I don't think they expected it to go this late, but they were comfortable with it when late. It's like, okay, if it goes to 6, like, I mean, Bloodseeker cannot cast Blood Rage on himself and risk getting crit by the TA.
And we're gonna see Mushir going.
He's gonna die here, right? He's gonna die here and bring his rapiers.
Yeah, he was ruptured. He just kept running around.
Yeah, he's like he doesn't even care because he knows what the plan is now.
He dies. Okay, he brings his rapiers here.
There we go. You see the item swapping out. Pretty good.
I mean, it's a good plan. You know? In the middle of a fight, no one's gonna click on you, and oh, that guy actually has 2 rapiers.
I mean, does rapier actually increase his damage by that much at that point? I mean, when you have like Daedalus.
I mean, if you get a crit, you one-shot the support.
He didn't even crit there, I think, in the end. If you got a crit there, you would have seen.
I mean, Witch Doctor was already channeling as well with BKB, so
right.
I mean, it was.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the game was pretty much secured, but he had that backup plan where.
I mean, it's just the plan, you know. He had that at the back of his mind. In a game like this, it's just really cool to see.
Right on. And we also I mean, that game, the last moments were pretty exciting, but there is a bit of a surprise update for those of you who aren't able to follow all the different streams. We already had EG playing their first match at TI5 on Stream C. They were playing up against Newbie, and Newbie took game 1-0. So we have the final moments there. We'll be able to check that out and get a better picture here between these two teams.
And EG gave away a first pick Lesh, getting Queen of Pain in return.
And Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's dubious giving Leshrac away, I think, in almost any circumstance. And it didn't really seem like they were very well equipped to deal with that, on top of the Storm Spirit. And they had 3 Invis heroes. A lot of teams don't even like picking 2. But, I mean, it was a Newbie performance.
It's pretty interesting because one of the strengths that we have talked about a lot for EG is that we feel like PPD is an incredibly good drafter and captain and never gets outpicked. To me, he has like that one rare off game, like say every 20th game or something, where the draft just, you know, he has a plan and then it gets thwarted, or he overthinks things and just ends up with something bad. I feel like this, personally for me, this is an outpick. Like, pretty clearly Newbie have tons of ways of fighting. EGs they have like a very specific way things need to happen for it to be favorable for them, and Newbie just took full advantage of it.
I think even more so than the wildcard teams, like Newbie have nothing to lose because they already won a TI. They're just like, you know, we're just here to see what happens.
You bring up a good point.
Thanks
I mean,
for the invite, guys. We'll just hang out and crush EG.
No pressure.
Not
that they're taking it lightly, but yeah, they did win TI once. Of course, in some senses, they are defending champions, but at the same time, as we've been going around and just listening in, it sounds like the general attitude is they don't look at themselves as the favorites. So in that case, sure, we're defending champions, but we have nothing to lose. A lot of people aren't actually in the community aren't expecting Newbie to do that well either. So they probably were a lot more relaxed going in against EG, who are definitely one of the favorites, at least in terms of the community. So EG playing against the defending champions of TI. Of course, EG has had a great performance earlier in the year at DAC. They won first place there, and that was when Sumail really shined, right? Sumail coming up as kind of that prodigy, one of the youngest players now coming back as a superstar in EG. And we have a closer look at Sumail and his story leading up to TI5.
When I first met Sumail, I knew this kid was going to be big.
Sumail and me started playing Dota when I was 15 and he was 8. He had this passion. For Sumail, all that mattered was being the best.
His desire to compete at the highest level, his will to be a professional, that was the most prominent thing that I got from him. So when a spot opened up on Able Geniuses, Sumail was the first person that we thought of.
At first, Sumail's parents were very skeptical about esports, but even though it was a very scary decision, his parents really believed in him.
I lived in Pakistan for 15 years, and growing up, I wanted to play so bad that I sold my bicycle just to play for more hours.
We had no car, so I bought a small pit bike. It was only meant for one person, but we got like 4 persons on it, and we rode all the way to the gaming zone. We just started playing the whole day. Pakistan doesn't have much resources to fulfill the needs of gaming, and to play the game, it's very easy over here.
My dad worked really hard to get me and my family here. I live with 8 family members in a small apartment, and I share my room with 3 family members.
It's really mesmerizing for all of us. And he's been playing so fast, never tired, never get bored.
I play about 9 hours a day. It needs a lot of hard work and dedication, and in Dota, there's always something new, so you just can't stop.
Sumail's entire life revolves around Dota. Aside from school and his family, this is pretty much his life. This is what he's been doing since he's been 6. I think he's established himself quickly as one of the most skilled mid players in the game. But I think what's going to be really important for him as he develops is how he interacts with his teammates.
I have a lot of room to improve, and Fair is like the most experienced player. So I've learned a lot from him, and I think he's like one of the main reasons I'm here now. At Summit 3, I thought I was the only reason our team lost because I just played so poorly. Fair helped me learn just to trust your teammates. He told me that the good players learn from their mistake and not get upset. Instead, they practice out, and that's how you become the best.
Sumail's definitely a confident player. He came in at 15 years old and somehow managed to win the biggest prize pool outside of the international. And a lot of that had to do with his confidence in himself. If he didn't have that, under all of that pressure, I think most players would have just crumbled.
All this fame, all this money, all this glory, it didn't change him. That's the best part of who he is.
He's really ambitious. He always been saying to his mom and dad, let me do this, and one day I'll make you all proud of me. And he's doing it. He's on his right path.
I'm excited about everything in my future, but I'm possibly more excited than anything else about winning TI5. TI5 is everything. You win this, you win everything.
So yeah, TI5 is everything. You win this, you win everything. Pretty accurate description, of course. I mean, sure, there are a lot of other tournaments that are important that people remember, but at the end of the day, everyone always talks about who's going to go to TI, who's going to win TI, who's defending TI as a champion. That's been the title. And I mean, Sumail, this kid, really a kid, right? And coming in, huge spotlight on him, and he says he felt that pressure a little bit, of course, talks about how he was a little bit too hard on himself maybe, but now, of course, his teammates, especially Fear, bringing him in and saying, hey, listen, the best players will learn from their mistakes, and they go on, and Sumail looks like he's been on that path, coming back in, being a little bit more steady. What do you guys think about Sumail and EG, just overall Sumail's part in EG? Like, how crucial is he to that team?
Well, EG has been one of the teams that have benefited the most from just, like we've talked about it previously, having like the match of young talented player and old experienced, like a steady player, like Fear, right? And Sumail, I think when he joined the team, the way they started drafting was that they started giving him a lot of space. They tried to really incorporate him in the team and really set up so that he could play under the best conditions so that he could shine, because they knew he had the talent, but they needed to make sure that, you know, if you take a player like that, like you said, and put him in a pressured situation with like minimal support, say, from this, and you just leave him on his own, it can, of course, be really dangerous. But I think they, as a team, they incorporated him very well into the EG model of how they wanted to run their team, and it's been super successful.
Yeah, and of course, just now, sure, they lost one game to Newbie, but for those of you, I mean, if you are interested, first of all, if you've been following Dota 2 for a little bit, you definitely have heard of EG and let alone Sumail. But if not, if you're newer still after watching that, definitely go over, feel free to check out our third stream. That's where they'll be playing Game 2 versus Newbie, see if they can tie it up at least, start with a point. And on that note, those two teams are in Group B, and that group started earlier with Newbie versus VP. So we'll take a quick look at the standings here, of course, now wrapping up Group A for the day. So day 1, Group A, we're done with it. Even here, we will be moving on to Group B. We've had now a couple matches for Group A. Maybe we can get a little bit of a feel for where teams stand and exactly how much harder maybe Group A is compared to Group B as it comes up here. But LGD going strong, as we mentioned earlier. They finished 2-0, so 6 points. Secret and Complexity, 4 and 3 points each. And then we do have Navi Fnatic with the ties, and then MVP Cloud9 IG all with only 1 point each. So no team ending the day with a 0-2 record. So that's a pretty good sign for things to come. Things do seem to be pretty even on the side of Group B. Again, only one match between Newbie and VP. They tied 1-1. So we'll be finishing that group up in the later half of the day, see how the points pan out. On Group A, so far, of course, we've only had certain matchups. We haven't had all the teams playing around robin. Anything surprise you guys, Ben, or is it just so far kind of what you'd expect?
Pretty much what I'd expect. I don't think there's too many surprises. MVP, I think, taking a game off Navi, I think Winter and I were actually pretty surprised about. I mean, Navi dominated them game number 2, but in game one, they struggled.
Yeah, MVP Phoenix definitely gave them a run for their money, and I think a lot of people weren't expecting that particularly. I mean, sure, we talk about Secret losing a game to Fnatic. Maybe that's a little surprising to some people. But MVP Phoenix, the fact that they're still here to put up a fight after the wildcard play-ins and after they struggled a little bit in the wildcard play-ins to secure that second spot, that would be something to keep an eye on. Now, for Group B, for us, this is the moment Syndrome's maybe been waiting for all day. We are going to watch 2 Team Empire games in a row. How excited are you about that?
I'm really excited because I think relative to like the general expectation, it seems to be like across the panel and across the world. I think I'm expecting more of Empire than most are, and I'm just really curious to see them play, as well as of course Vici Gaming. Oh, this is not good.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll get you some water.
All right, I think I'm good. So, yeah, the Empire versus Vici is going to be really interesting to see because, yeah, those are 2 teams I expect a lot from, and I'm just curious to see if they get off on the right foot.
All right, Winter, what about you? I mean, as Syndrome was just mentioning, Empire, it does seem like there's a bit of a split in expectations. A lot of people they kept mentioning like Empire has a lot of potential. They were sad that maybe they didn't make it to the qualifiers at ESL 1. They are here at TI5. Some people still have hopes, but is it too early to tell? What are your thoughts on Team Empire?
I think they have a lot of potential as a team. They are young and a lot of ambition. They play very aggressively. It's very suitable in the current patch, but in the match versus VG, I'm actually more interested to see which VG Gaming actually show up, because they're not on a very good run, and they have very high expectations on their back. And from what I heard from someone like a reliable source, that they're actually reverting back the drafting position towards FY, because recently, I mean, for the past month or so, Hao has been drafting after joining the team, and there were mixed results, and obviously they weren't really too happy about it. And for this event, FY is drafting again for the team, so I'm very interested to find out how is the form of the team in general.
Yeah, I mean, we should note, of course, Vici Gaming last TI was looking pretty strong going for the run all the way, then got stopped by Newbie in the finals and just had to rest at second place. Coming in, do you think most people, Ben, can have that same high expectation that they have a very good chance of making it all the way to the finals, or do we have to wait through the group stages to find out again which Vici is here?
I chatted with Ice, and I was like, I don't know whether to place you guys like 3rd through 8th or anywhere from 3rd through 8th. He's like, I don't know either. so I was like, well,
that means he's not confident he's top 2.
That's usually a
oh,
bad
there
sign,
you go.
because he usually says something like, we are probably top 2 or 4. Probably like he's usually very confident.
Right. So a little bit of a maybe different attitude coming in, but at the same time, I mean, this TI5, a lot of people, I think, we're already noticing a lot of expectations perhaps not being that accurate. Teams are still figuring things out. Of course, the patch playing a big role in that. People are still talking about how different is this patch, starting from 6.83, coming into 6.84. And as we look at the lineup here for Vici Gaming, so these 2 teams playing their first game, I believe, of TI5 coming in here on day 1. Empire versus Vici. Do you guys have any strong predictions about this in terms of matchup?
50-50.
50-50?
I have absolutely no idea. I think both teams will be strong. So yeah, with that in mind, it's going to be a draw, I guess.
I think Vici has more potential, but Empire has proven to be, I think, way stronger in the past 3 or 4 months.
Okay, what about you, Winter?
I think it's 50-50. Anyone can take it. It's very hard to say because it's the first series that each of the teams are playing. We haven't seen anything at all. So, I mean, 1-1, I feel it's more than likely will happen. Like maybe someone will surprise someone, the opponent with something that's new, or they need some time to get into the zone, you know.
That's true. Obviously, again, both teams playing their very first match. So in some ways, they're starting on even ground. No one's had kind of more warm-up time than the other in this one for Group B. Also, let's talk about kind of team styles before we go into the draft so that we have more time to analyze the draft itself once we start. Is there anything we want to look out for, very specific in terms of, well, this team so far has tended to prefer certain heroes. I mean, obviously, we've discussed other ones in the past. Are there any repeats carrying on over from the other teams we saw earlier, like Undying?
Wisp. I think that's not really a repeat, but this is going to be a hotly contested hero. I think Vici Gaming is one of the only Chinese teams that actually prioritizes drafting the IO in a lot of games, and Empire definitely are not strangers to playing IO either. So I would expect it to be picked or banned in both games. I don't know which phase it's going to be, but
I mean
I personally think it's been underpicked this tournament so far. It's been a short tournament, right? So it can still happen, but
yeah, I mean, but we've been surprised generally, even in the.
It's not really fair to say that though, because I feel like the teams that actually play better on Wisp haven't really started to play. So
Cloud9 didn't play yet. 2 series.
Yeah, that's the only team that comes to my mind. The rest of the teams.
MMY plays it for LGD.
Yeah, they did have it like 1 game, didn't they?
Did LGD have it today?
I actually can't remember.
I mean, we've only watched one of their matches here, and then the other ones I can't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, they are not a team that would snatch like Wisp like all the time though. So
no, it's true.
Yeah.
But as you were mentioning, Team Empire on screen as they're getting ready, warming up a little bit for the first match. They aren't strangers. Vici on the other hand, one of the few Chinese teams to bring that out. In that sense, and you bring up a good point, because sure, you say that, all right, it's been a short tournament, maybe it's not fair to say that, but we have been thrown off by a lot of the other common picks, like Undying maybe showing up a little bit more than we expected, Ember for sure being in that group. Winter, what about you? Do you think there's any heroes maybe we want to keep an eye on as we go into the draft phase?
I think Bristleback is actually still really good in this current meta and hasn't been picked that much. And I feel that he doesn't really need the IO too much as well. Like he can still function very well alone. Like obviously with IO, he doesn't have to worry about mana so much. But I still think it's a really good and strong pick at the current meta.
Yeah, I think several teams have been dissuaded because of Silver Edge being a really good counter to him. But yeah, he's definitely been underutilized. I think Sand King's also really important for probably Empire a little bit more so than Vici. But at the same time, I think Empire's like teamwork is really, really good. I think they can actually play versus a Wisp. I don't think they will ban it at all, or they might utilize Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, that's what the Russian teams usually do.
Yeah.
They just give away the IO and they just pick Wyvern in return, by the way.
But still, there's going to be a lot of opportunities in drafts in general where you can like pick, say, you can pick Wisp as the second pick of the the last pick of the first phase, and then you just ban out Wyvern.
Right. It also depends on who gets to pick first.
Yes.
So when you say contention, obviously we're working around those mind games. Like who picks first? We'll take a look at that, and hey, do they want to pick it, ban it? Do they save it for the second?
I think the other hero is Tusker. Both of the teams play a very good Tusker.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, General, of course, has been a pretty strong hero coming into TI5. All right, well, now we know a little bit on what to expect from Empire and Vici, both teams having a little bit more time to prepare as again, it's just their first match coming in. Overall, though, TI5, so far, I mean, it seems like in the community, everyone's pretty excited. Obviously, we've had some exciting games. We've had base races starting with wildcard play-ins coming in. We've had quite a few highlights. Hero pool seems pretty diverse. We were talking earlier, actually, about the item pool, too, right? Almost every single item has been used. The caster was talking about it, too. Do we have, like, how many left that haven't been used?
What was it? We got 2. We had Rod of Atos, E-Blade, Silver Edge. We couldn't remember seeing Silver Edge, which is weird because there's been like 2 or 3 Bristle games, but I think it didn't get picked up.
Yeah,
right. I mean, of course, we haven't watched every game like every minute, but as far as we can remember.
There was 1 more, I think.
But maximum, what, 4?
I guess we technically haven't had Dagon 5 either. We've had Dagon, but not highest level.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we can count that if we want to. But yeah, not many. I mean, so we've had a lot of.
I guess that's pretty much it.
Adaptation. I mean, of course, part of that comes from the diverse hero pool, I guess, but
a lot more rapiers than I expected.
Yeah, that's
you know
that is
what?
true.
Thanks to Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean Cloud9 for sure, but the Mushibang 2, and then using both of them, even if it's only for 10 seconds, that was pretty awesome to watch.
The average game time has definitely been longer than I expected so far. Like we've had so many long games that makes for a pretty
I mean, so the past one was the longest one we've had so far, and I believe now IG is
4 1-hour games today. Is that right?
Well, yeah, 4 that have been over 1 hour. As far as we can tell. Maybe more on stream. I don't think so though, because the other streams are generally over before we are. So I think we can safely assume that it's only been 4. But I wanted to bring up the point that IG has been in the top 3 longest games of TI. Now separately, just looking at TI history. So if we look at IG versus Cloud9, TI5, we could be looking at a record setter for sure.
Hopefully not.
Are you excited? I'm stoked.
200 plus minute games are a little bit too long for me, I think.
Yeah, 200 plus. What about like 120 plus, over 2 hours? How's that?
What's the TI record actually? It's definitely
I
over
was
100. But I can't remember if
earlier.
I think it was last year. Yeah. I remember there was one.
I thought it was TI3.
TI3, yeah. The longest TI game was.
Was it the game where with DK versus another team?
It was DK. It was DK because it was
DK
with burning. It was with burning in that game, and it was really
10-slot Lone Druid.
It almost actually got to the dream where you actually have 12 slots on Lone Druid. It was really close to that.
Yeah, that's a goal to look forward to.
Yeah, we used to talk about it. Okay, they have Lone Druid. In case the game goes long enough, you have 12 slots.
All right, let's not give the players any ideas, right? Like trying to set their own little records. Like I had the 12-slot Lone Druid. But yeah, so far, I mean, we keep mentioning it, but less than even day 1. Sure, if we count wildcard plans, a day and a half, but already just wide diverse play in terms of action, whether it's different styles, different heroes. So that's been pretty exciting. I mean, obviously for you guys have been at multiple TIs by now. How does it compare so far just from the kickstart?
That's a pretty broad question.
Yeah, I mean, but in terms of the gameplay, right? Not what kind of food you've been eating or how much sleep you've been getting.
I mean, the hero diversity is definitely something that's improved a lot. It used to be maybe around 20, 30 heroes, maybe 40. I mean, back at TI2, it's around there. And right now, it's mostly, I think, almost every hero close to every hero, you can actually try. I mean, it's legit to pick the hero if you have a right strategy behind it. So, like, we have come to the day where Takis is,
That's true. As terrible as that might be for some people.
I actually expected a lot more like heavy committed pushing strategies with like Dragon Knight, maybe the occasional Pugna, even Chen like now and then, but that's been way less than I expected. And a lot more, maybe because it's a lot more Gyrocopter has been picked than I expected.
Think a lot of prioritization has gone into fighting. Like that's why Bounty Hunter has been in contention of first pick and first phase ban as well in a lot of the games. Teams are worried that in case we get into a lot of skirmish, a lot of fighting, we don't want to fight against Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. And actually we're seeing the picks right now for Stream 2. That's MVP Hot 6 versus CDEC. They're just going into their very first game.
Pugna.
And Pugna's right there. Disruptor, we saw that yesterday, but haven't seen it today, I don't think. And then the Phoenix coming out too for CDEC. So a couple more heroes to add to the list. And again, if you want to check that out, if those are maybe matchups that interest you, or if you're just interested in CDEC versus MVP Hot 6, definitely go over to Stream 2. Right now we are waiting for Empire versus Vici here on Stream 1. And then EG, of course, playing their second game against Newbie on Stream 3. So many streams, so many matches.
Newbie's won 2 games out of 3 so far. That is very surprising.
That's true, yeah.
They went 1-1 versus Virtus Pro. And the second game was actually a pretty convincing win by Newbie. And then they dominated EG in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, let's mention that, right? It's not just that they beat EG in game 1, but the style they won in was very convincing. It was like most people are expecting, okay, maybe Newbie not going to be that strong this TI. We're looking at the picks here going into their game 2, it looks like, against EG, but Newbie just dominated EG in game 1. What are we looking at here for game 2? Are we seeing any changes for EG going up against Newbie?
Looks like EG are just trying to give away Lesh and beat it. They're doing it again.
Right.
And they're picking their Clinks again.
Yeah,
So maybe
Clinks,
that's their go-to hero for countering Lesh. They have a more well-rounded.
They have Clinks again against Lash. And they have a lot of bursts with their heroes to kill Lash. I mean, maybe they have a plan.
It's definitely a more well-rounded lineup for EG than last.
It's much better than the previous game where, like Ben mentioned, you try not to have too many heroes that use Invis in a same team,
No, if you're a different team though, like watching EG's games and you realize, okay, EG's whether they're trying to or they've practiced a lot giving Lesh out and they're trying to make this a thing for TI5, are you really worried about that? And like, are you gonna get scared? Because in my head, right, if you're a strategist, you're EG, you're like, the only reason you would do that is to later mind game them and maybe get less yourself.
I think he's just underestimated newbie. I remember like last year he showed that he had like a full game plan versus DK, and they ended up beating DK, and DK were favorites to go at least I would say top 2 TI. So I think that he does his homework. It's very clear that PPD knows almost every matchup that he's up against and has studied for multiple hours and multiple replays. But versus newbie, they don't have any games in the past couple months. And on top of that, no one actually viewed them as even a remote threat.
Right.
So I think he's just like, whatever, we'll give them less. They probably, aren't like, we don't know how much they practice with. I mean, how many teams are actually really versed with Leshrac because he's almost banned
all the time.
So I think it's just a little bit underestimating them. It's not a good way to start off your first match. But EG also has typical like poor group stage day one. It's a curse.
Yeah, well, those things are real, right? You have these habits for whatever reason, whether it's because of just your attitude or maybe just people getting used to the environment whenever they come to big tournaments on day one. Yeah, those things are definitely true. Some people just perform better in group stages. We've talked about that before. But now it looks like Empire versus Vici Gaming is ready. So again, I mean, if you want to find out if EG can make that work in Game 2, and hey, if they win that time, right, a lot of what we talked about maybe is going to change a little bit. So head over to Stream 3. For EG versus Newbie on Stream 2, it will be CDEC versus MVP Hot 6 in their first game of the best of 2. And here, we're about to go into Game 1 of Empire versus Vici Gaming. Empire, their first game here at TI5. And same with Vici Gaming. So this is a pretty important start for both teams. Also in Group B, we haven't had many matches yet, so we just saw what happened in Group A, right? LGD goes 2-0 on day one. They're already in the lead. They're feeling pretty good. They simply need to 2-0 two other teams. Not that that's easy. Easier said than done. But if they do that, they're feeling solid going into the main stage.
I think if they get one more 2-0, they're almost guaranteed top 4. If
top
not 100%
4, yes.
guaranteed top 4. Which is
yeah,
great. That's a winner bracket start. That's the #1 step for every team, is to start in the winner bracket. And that's why, for me, this matchup is really important as well, because it's a huge difference for these two teams in this particular matchup, whether they get a draw or a 2-0. Not because it's not important in other matchups. When it's two top teams that meet each other, getting a 2-0 gets you a really big head start and closing in on that top 4.
That is true.
So I would definitely say this is the kind of game where you don't start off easy in the group stage here. You're playing a juggernaut. You bring your best.
For some reason, I agree with Winter that I think it's going to be a 2-0 one way or the other. I think it's like 50-50 going in, but I think that one of these teams is like probably considerably stronger than the other, but I just don't know which. And it's, I for some reason I don't think it's going to be a split.
Okay, what about you, Winter? I mean, you look like you're kind of doubting yourself now that Ben's agreeing with you. It's a scary thing, I know.
Standard. It is. Well, I still think it's very difficult to say because we do a lot of predictions based on what we see, and right now we have zero material. So
what do you think?
Fair point. Me? Well, to be very fair, I actually think we're going to see a 2-0.
You think it's 2-0?
One way or the other.
I'm definitely sticking with 1-1.
he has that cheeky green and he's like,
I should have said 1-1 just to make him say.
What do you think, Will?
Was that too obvious?
I mean, just given what I've reviewed and listening to you guys just talk right now, it actually does sound a lot more than anything that whichever team wins the first game, like they're just going to feel a lot better. They're going to have more confidence in their drafting even going into Game 2. And we haven't really seen that so far, right? Because we've focused a lot on how do you adapt, and we've seen teams trying to do that. But I feel like in this matchup, whoever wins is just going to go in even more confidently into the draft and Game 2. So we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah. I can't wait till it's
I think it's more up to Vici. Like Vici could be really good or just flop.
I mean, to be fair, you were the only one out of all of us who predicted the exact outcome of the wild card.
That is
you
true.
Kind of
CDEC and then MVP Phoenix.
You have the foresight.
MVP, my boys.
I should actually trust in your
blind faith.
Right? Newbie luck. That's where I
actually can't resist. You just have to do it.
All right. Well, Empire versus Vici. They're all wrapping up. The players look pretty happy and ready to get into games. So I'm sure just going through a couple last-minute checks, making sure they have all of their stuff set up. Looks like the refs are double-checking before we jump into the draft. And Vici looks a little bit more solemn. Empire looks pretty happy and just excited to get into game. I mean, of course, these guys, at this point here, we're at, a little past 6 p.m. on Pacific time in Seattle. So they've been up for a little bit. Even if you wake up later for your matches, you've had a couple meals for sure. And you've been most likely watching the other games. Yeah, I saw Empire actually watching a couple of the last matches, getting ready for their games. So I'm sure they're pretty eager to get their first showing on TI5, show their fans what they've prepared for this next 2 weeks.
We were here a few days before the event, and of most of the teams, I don't think I saw like any of these 10 players aside from Ice. And a lot of the teams I saw like, running around here and there. So I assume they were just like practicing nonstop for the past few days.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to our makeup artists, and of course, like they don't know the players that well, so they're talking to them. Oh, like how was the event so far? Like how's your preparation? And one of them was telling me they were very impressed because they were like, hey, so have you had a chance to meet any of your other friends, or how are you liking Seattle? And they're like, I've literally been in my room, like in our practice room, practicing, and then just coming out for meals, and then practicing, and then going back to my hotel room to sleep. So yeah, I mean, this is what it means. I mean, we heard Sumail, we heard No Tail talk about it, we've heard other players talk about it so far, saying TI is where it matters. You can win all the other tournaments, but at the end of each year, what do people remember? Oh, TI, what a great event, and who the winner was, right? The greatest games, or even if it's not the most exciting games, people will always remember the finals because that's where you deem the champion of that year. Coming in 2015, who's going to be the Dota 2 champion, the best team in the world, and you can't forget the massive prize pool, of course. So a lot on the line, and it all starts today in day one with the group stages. The best of two, the point system, it's going to matter a lot, and we are finally in the drafting phase for Empire versus Vici Gaming. So we've talked a lot about it so far. We'll find out if anything we talked about really pans out, or if we're all going to be surprised. And usually that's a pleasant surprise for sure if people bring out some pocket picks.
It always surprises me when you go into a draft like this. You have prepared for this match. Okay, they're just using, maybe it's a team mentality thing that they use all their time before extra time.
Right.
Because I was like, you go into this matchup, you thought about it all day, you know you're playing, you probably know what pick order there is. How can you possibly need extra time on your first ban? And they actually just let the timer go down to exactly 0 and then they ban. So
I kind of,
might just make.
Yeah, I kind of like that though, using all your time except extra time to make sure that you're still talking, thinking things through.
Shows you how important this match is.
There you go. I mean, first game does matter a lot. First game of a whole tournament. Sometimes you look back on that.
No bounty hunter this game.
Ooh, and no undying either.
Queen of Pain.
Queen of Pain is open. You are correct.
I mean, giving away Shadowfiend.
Queen of Pain, yeah, Shadowfiend Radiance.
Shadowfield's true.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
It's a difficult position if you're Empire.
Gyro's also open.
I don't think Gyro's as high priority as those two.
Yeah,
well,
if you have those, you probably want to grab. I think Queen would be the most flexible among the three. I'd say, like, you can lane the Queen, safe lane, solo mid, off lane. So yeah, Queen is the most flexible of all the three.
I think what they might be considering is if they pick any of the two others, like Shadowfiend Gyro, if you were to pick 2 out of 3, that might be the weakest duo, because Quap works better together with the two others.
Right.
So maybe grabbing Quap will make Vici not pick both Shadowfiend Gyro, and they can grab the other one. There we go.
Okay.
So now they could get SFS.
Okay, Rubik Gyro.
So
Classic Vici Gaming early pick Rubik.
Yeah, it's look who's drafting. Yeah, FY is drafting again, so expected. He's picking his own trump card list.
All right.
Are they gonna pick a heavy support roaming duo? Like
when
Rubik
you
plus
talk
Lina.
about when you talk about Vici Gaming, it's always like Rubik Lina, Rubik plus 1. Like it used to be Rubik Lina or Rubik Lash, but obviously now you can't do Lash.
Rubik Chen, I suppose.
That's not happening anymore.
But yeah,
I actually played Lash
there
before, it
aren't
was
that
cool.
many options, like aside from Lina.
True.
Not versus the Queen of Pain.
Right.
Mirana?
There's still the classic Rubik plus Chen, but it's long gone.
Well, Dazzle's always been pretty prominent so far in the first day and a half here. Broodmother, second phase, ban. There we go. That's out of the question.
Good.
Does Empire have to ban Shadowfiend in the next ban?
I don't think so. It depends on how.
I mean, but if you give like Shadowfiend and Gyro to the opponent, it's a lot of pressure because those two together as cores, they are very strong late game, and it might get too difficult to cope if you can't end the game early. And looking at all the games today, it seems like teams have been trying really hard to finish the game, but they can't. So yeah, it could be a problem if the game drags on too long. Shadowfiend plus Gyro, both very strong in the early game and very strong in late game as well.
All right. Well, we're still waiting on Vici, of course, to go through their ban before we find out if Empire still wants to block that out, or if they've just got different plans. Maybe they don't expect, as you mentioned earlier, if they were going to pick 2 out of the 3, SF and Gyro are not the strongest of the 3 combinations, so maybe they won't even pick that.
Maybe if they want to give away the SF, then they go for like a very aggressive ganking heroes, like maybe Spiritbreaker plus Quap. Then you can pressure the Shadowfiend a lot in the early phase and hopefully get a couple of kills on him. If you want to give it away, you probably have a plan ready anyways. So
Right.
That might be one of the few solutions they have at this point.
Vici actually banned the Lina themselves, which
Yeah.
I find a little bit interesting because they have the good combination with it.
Yeah, that's
Empire
weird.
already have Quap.
That is very weird.
And if they think it's going to be a Lina from Empire, they would expect it to be Resolution Lina mid, which would force the Quap either safe lane
on
or
silent.
off lane.
Yeah, on silent. Or Yoki, yeah.
Oh, you just said side lane, and that made me think of Siren, which we actually haven't seen picked or banned yet.
That's
that was
true.
the missing piece from the first phase. Naga Siren is actually still available.
I think he's really good versus Tuscan and Dying. Both of them are out of the pool, so it's not as big
That's
of a
true.
deal. I feel like she's best against those two as like the hottest picks.
She is very good with Gyro.
Very good with Dazzle.
Great setup.
You know, very good with Dazzle as well.
Okay, yeah, very good. So very good on both teams so far. I guess we'll find out who's more worried, or if maybe neither team is worried at all about this Siren.
I mean, she's just very good in general.
Yeah.
And I mean, but you know, if you want like a more aggressive support, like you know, if they want to run like a Dark Seer Sand King combo, let's say, like you know, that's something that really limits you if you need some damage.
It feels
output.
like they're banning themselves out.
Yeah,
you
what
know.
do you make
They're
of this
banning Lina
SF
and
ban?
banning Shadow Fiend. It's very unusual. Not sure why, but
I mean, was it ever going to be a big concern that Empire tries to secure both?
I mean, banning the Shadow Fiend as well that's like one thing that comes to my mind is they have Dazzle and they're on the Dire side, they probably didn't want them to have easy access to Roshan. But here we go. Here's the IO pick that Sin was talking about during the draft.
1 for 2. Just need a next game as well.
Yeah.
And I was right today about something. I actually don't
He
know what my
wasn't
prediction
sure.
score
He
is
wasn't
today.
sure whether it was going to come in the first phase or it was going to come in the second
Right.
phase. But here we go. So Empire is going to be the first team to snag it up, and there are a lot of pairings that could go well with the IO right now. That's Tiny is the classic one.
Are we going to
Bristle's
see the
fine too.
Bristle?
Yeah, Bristle is fine as well.
Both these are
I mean, that's Dazzle IO plus Bristle. That guy's never gonna die.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's why. That's why they banned Lina.
Okay,
and
so
Shadow.
they're actually going to try and push, like Dragon Knight and Gyro, like push very heavily early with the ultimate from Dragon Knight, and okay, that's the Tiny.
Okay. Well,
I'm guessing. So the reason this is a little bit weird, so they banned 2 heroes that lane really well against Dragon Knight in Shadow Fiend and Lina, but they're still a Quap. But maybe they just feel more confident putting Dragon Knight against Queen of Pain than those two.
I think Dragon Knight can go alright with Queen of Pain with the CM aura and with the recent introduction of damage reduction with the breath.
Yes.
He can actually deal with Queen of Pain much better now.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think their supports are well equipped to deal with it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel it might actually not be a Queen of Pain in middle lane. It might be a IO Tiny and the Quap will be on safe lane, you know. So Dragon Knight might have a lot of trouble if that happens.
I mean, Ben, how are you feeling about Vici's draft? Because you were talking about the Dragon Knight being employed for an earlier push strategy.
I mean, for Empire, I think their draft is just simply a lot better. They didn't have to. They don't even have to worry about the Wyvern pretty much because Core Rubik and Crystal Maiden is pretty much non-existent. So they got away with the free IO pick with banning out 2 heroes that are also like pretty decent versus their lineup. So in effect, they got like more bans than they really have right now.
You don't think offlane Wyvern is a thing for Vici? If they wanted to.
I don't think it would do well at all versus Queen of Pain, and I think they would pretty much win 2
Yeah, if
games
they're
on the spot.
expecting it to be Quap.
Right.
I can see
And
that.
like their supports, I think, are ill-equipped to deal with the Tiny Wisp. And you want like, you know, a Disruptor, a Winter Wyvern, maybe a Tusk, or heavy AoE. Like Gyrocopter is decent, but you know, Shadow Fiend with a mech is also pretty good at dealing with it. And I just don't think they have too many solutions for it right now.
I think they need something to deal with relocating.
They need initiating hero. I mean, Tide could have been nice, but
And Empire reading that right away and banning the Tide.
This is like one of the. It's like there's not much choice left. You know, they have to pick something that is going to start the fight for them because it's going to be difficult for the rest of the team to make a first move. Like Clockwork is definitely one of the few better heroes like doing that, and Empire is going to go for their classic off-lane Earthshaker or Sand King. So in this case, it will be the Earthshaker.
Yeah. The Sand King being banned out in the last minute by Vici, but then the Tide being banned out by Empire to shut it down. So Clock being the last resort. All right, so with the Earthshaker coming in, I mean, how's Empire looking in game 1? Pretty good. Seems like.
I mean, I would say their draft has much more room for error, whereas Vici's draft, they have to execute much better to win the game.
I'm not as biased against Vici Gaming's draft as you are. I feel like they actually have the tools they need to kite the Tiny. They have good stuns, they have good slows, they have lots of them as well to try to kite around. I think the most important thing VG Gaming needs to deal with is how do they prevent the QoP from running rampant. If they manage that, I don't think IO-Tiny is the big problem here. But
all right.
We'll see.
Well, we will find out. Game is starting. Game number 1 between Vici Gaming and Team Empire of Group B.
For most of the game, like he's just, if he ever gets the Earthshaker inside of his cogs with battery assault, you can't actually do anything as an Earthshaker.
Oh, most definitely. Like if I'm an Earthshaker off lane and I see a Clockwork on the other team, it's just annoying to play in general. And the other thing that we should consider is that Rubik, if you give up a Rubik Fissure, especially with the type of lineup that Empire have, it's going to be so hard for them to play against. Because one of the harder counters to the Queen of Pain, especially for setups, is having the Fissure, right? You can Fissure, then the Rubik can walk in, lift, and then the Crystal Maiden can Frostbite, and it's pretty much a free kill. So I kind of want to see Silent not build typically, which is the whole, what is it, like a lot of people just go Orchid off the bat. I actually think going something like Ags, BKB, or Yule Scepter, like something defensive first, is the better play here.
Of course, we want to take the time to welcome everybody from the stream that is just now joining our commentary. Hope you guys are ready for what should be one of the better games of the group stages, as Empire and Vici Gaming both rated quite heavily. We're going to see Empire already setting up on this top bounty rune. Vici Gaming will take the bottom one. So it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any first blood action. Ice. Whoa, he's just playing this very aggressively. Throws down an early cogs and managed to get 2 bounces
you gotta
off
be careful.
of it.
I actually thought he was going to get pushed one more time onto the. That would have been miserable.
Pushed up onto the cliff.
Yeah, he has no gold. That would have just ruined his game.
That was a very clever move by Ice, especially the way that he set that one up. Like, even if he doesn't get the bounce back, just getting 1 or maybe even 2 pushes like that is kind of worth use of the mana. Now, our middle lane is going to be Super facing up against his Resolution, Aloha Dance, Tiny Wisp combination. Of course, he's not going to be alone. Fenrir is going to be spending a lot of time bouncing in between jungle and moving into lane, as I'm sure Super is going to need the help.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, there's no reason for Fenrir to just abandon the Dragon Knight, because he's going to struggle in general. Like, look at this already. This is what we were talking about when we first saw the draft, is that the Dragon Knight does okay, but it's really deceptive. Like, it's not actually that great of a matchup. And so I'm pretty interested to see that.
A lot of bottle crowing is what Super has to do, because he has to stay at pretty much max HP, and even then he can't really get too close to the Tiny Wisp combination. He's going to have to just spam out a lot of Breathe Fires. Now, there is going to be some recovery gold to be had. As Fenrir is farming up the creeps, he's also stacking them. So he's killing the bigger creeps, but the smaller creeps are stacking up. I'm sure that'll be something Super is able to farm a little bit later with his Breathe Fire. Meanwhile, in top lane, Ice is dealing with a very difficult lane. 2 different ranged heroes and 2 different slows on top of that, as Always Wanna Fly has gone for the more offensive build level 1, as why would he need Shallow Grave or Shadow Wave in this matchup anyway?
Yeah, for sure. And for me, personally, Empire is just a team of polar opposites when compared to Vici Gaming. And it just feels like Empire have their number. Like, I think the last few times I've cast them, it's always been Empire that wins this matchup. And I think it just comes down to the playstyles. Like, Resolution is a completely different mid than Super, right? Like, Resolution likes to play incredibly aggro heroes that soak up a lot of farm. Ice likes to play like the playmaking mids and stuff like that, but this might actually be first blood here.
Yeah, Aloha Dance, he actually snagged that haste rune. They're going to go for Ice, who trapped himself in the cogs, is trying to get away now, but the haste rune plus the extra movement speed on the Tether Tiny is allowing them to keep in pace. Ice goes for the deny. Oh, Aloha Dance actually snatches the first blood there.
Oh, he's giving him mana too.
Right click, and now Fenrir has enough mana. He's actually going to turn around, get off another Crystal Nova, but he will die as well. Aloha Dance secures a double kill. The tower hit will actually finish him off in the end. But it's still a big win for Team Empires. They battle it out for that top rune.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. It's the playstyle of Empire. I don't think that Vici Gaming is used to teams getting this active on them and just playing so aggressively on them from the get-go. And it's kind of weird because the heroes would dictate otherwise, right? Like, the mid lane is very aggressive, but the types of supports that Empire typically pick are defensive ones, right? Like, they really favor heroes like the Shadow Demon, the Dazzle, and so those aren't heroes that you typically see initiate or anything like that. And in this game, you see that too, but it is Empire that pick up the first kill. Whereas their offlaner, Yoki, almost always plays the Earthshaker, the Sand King role. And on the flip side of Vici Gaming, you've got Ice that almost always plays some sort of playmaker role. Like, he doesn't just like to play a passive offlaner.
Now, both of these offlaners are going to be having a pretty difficult time. As you already mentioned, Ice is dealing with Queen of Pain plus even the Dazzle. Pretty obnoxious there. The Earthshaker, very dangerous matchup for him as well with the Gyrocopter. Being able to dish out so much damage with that Rocket Barrage, he's got to play pretty safe and passive in his lane. You could already see he's heading back to base. He figures, you know what, I'm already low on HP. I have no mana left. And that's really how he's going to get probably half to, if not maybe 3/4 of his CS is through some Fissure spam. So he's going to head on back to base and will return with a TP perhaps. Still waiting on some more action in this middle lane. Super, though, is being very careful to keep his HP bar up. Every single time he gets a toss on him, he makes sure to use another bottle charge to keep high HP. And whenever they go for a rune, he's able to move forward and get a couple of right clicks, but as soon as they return, he has to sit back once again.
Yeah, something interesting is Aloha Dance isn't playing the typical Wisp role on the Dire side, whereas I don't actually think they cut down the trees, so they can't go for the repeated neutral stacks like most combinations opt to. And I think this is just because they want to try to apply as much pressure mid as they can, but it's not even like they're dominating in CS, and they haven't actually been able to pick up a kill on Super, so I would kind of like to see him revert to going back to the stack and focusing on that, just to give Resolution that huge infusion of gold.
Do you think there's any real danger that if Aloha Dance actually leaves, they're going to go for Super now? Attempted toss back there, but it actually misses. Resolution caught underneath the tower will take a lot of this damage, but there is, of course, that constant tether and damage reduction, but the toss back, now the tether fades, and there's no more heal. With the rotation out from FY, they actually pick up the kill on Team Empire. Huge loss there for the Tiny Wisp combo.
That was actually so big of a rotation. Like, there's no way that they could have anticipated that, and it was just good play overall. And Ice is going to get isolated out, but he's just going to TP and be fine. But that was just really good support rotation, because typically the way that you approach it against a Tiny IO is that you don't want to go on the Tiny, right? But they just did it in such a way that there was no response possible, and Resolution forced down to this bottom lane, but they don't even get the kill on him, and so this is just wasted time.
Yeah, kind of weird rotation. They must have thought they were going to be able to get a combo on Gyrocopter, maybe even toss him back underneath the tower, but it just was not going to work out for them. So he makes his way back to the middle lane, where Super is now sitting at a much more comfortable 17-3 on CS, while Resolution sitting slightly above him, 22-7. Comparing the Queen of Pain to the Gyrocopter, Gyrocopter's slightly ahead, but the Queen of Pain has many, many more denies. As the Gyrocopter, I think, has spent some of his time even pushing the wave into the tower. Now the top lane, Ice really trying to control the runes as much as possible, but Aloha Dance is still able to snag a big one. Regeneration for the Wisp.
You have to still contest runes and stuff like that. Like, you have to absolutely continue to apply pressure so that both supports have to rotate in, or they just feel scared. And Resolution follows him every single time to do that. And so I think it's just a good plan by him, because there's not a whole lot he can do in this top lane, Ice. Once he's against a Queen of Pain that has the levels on him. And the Queen of Pain's also going to pick up a bottle now, and so the lane's going to get even more difficult for him. Because he doesn't have one of his own. In this mid lane, Super actually with the stun, and both supports rotating forward.
Oh no, the tether's going to be broken. Oh no, it actually still keeps alive, and that will actually keep Resolution alive potentially. No, the burst damage is still too much. Aloha Dance couldn't stop that one. Tried to tether and bottle as much as possible, but it does not work out. And another kill on the Tiny. At this rate, Super is now going to completely take over this lane by himself.
Yeah, this is so significant because Vici Gaming are just waiting for Resolution and the Tiny, or the Aloha Dance, to just get antsy, and they're forcing engagements way past where they can. And so you're seeing them just get a little bit too jumpy. Like, they should be relaxing, just focusing on farming.
A three-man smoke up, how TP to the tier
so
2
smart.
tower. If they get a third kill on Resolution, Empire are going to be falling so far behind. Oh, they're actually sneaking around. They're going to look for the stacks. But now they're going to see there is no stacks. There's no recovery mechanism whatsoever for the Tiny Wisp. And so now looks like they head up to top lane instead.
They just missed the stack. It was actually over there.
Oh, dear. Well, they will probably catch Always Wanna Fly. Or maybe not, FY.
They want
Silent.
Silent.
The Cogs push back there on Silent. They are able to control him. The Frostbite is there, and Silent is taken out. Always Wanna Fly. He's going to run himself away ahead of How. Another Rocket Barrage. Always Wanna Fly drops low, and the burst damage of the rocket was enough to finish off the Dazzle before a Shallow Grave could come out.
Yeah, and right now, Vici Gaming are just playing so well with each other. Like, they're just creating opportunities constantly. There was a time period, I feel, where Vici were actually struggling to make things happen around the map. It felt like their movements were a little too forced. but going for that 6-minute rotation into the jungle just to find stacks, and then they come away with the kill on the safe laner and the 5-position support is absolutely key. And the fact is that the Dragon Knight itself hasn't even been slowed down that much.
How the first relocate comes in, and How does get picked off. Ice quick to pop the cogs and will be able to TP away. Looks like Resolution still wanted to find more. Superman's up. He goes for Always Want to Fly, trying to target him now, knowing that the relocate back was going to be coming in, and that means no more support from the Tiny. Always Want to Fly gonna tick out here potentially. Nope. He is good. No, finally the poison got to him. They tried to heal him up, but the bottle was not enough HP. So the tier 1 tower at the top lane will now fall, and Empire very rapidly falling behind in net worth and experience.
It's actually insane how good Vici Gaming are rotating right now. Like, their rotations aren't obvious at all, but they're still making them. That smoke gank into the jungle to pick off the safe laner, the fact that both supports are rotating like they are,
Yoki.
and even this bottom gank.
Yeah, he's caught out entirely. Yoki, he's going to turn around, throws out the Fisher, but not even that lands. Very sneaky setup from How, throwing out the call down first.
Yeah, now they're finally starting to do some stacks, but they do have one decently sized stack to go to, but it's not even like Resolution is very farmed in comparison to the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight has 3 kills and a tower, despite being dual laned against one of the more fearsome dual lane combos, and Empire are definitely not satisfied to see how this early game has gone for them.
I would say they're quite lucky that they did not get a single golem in this medium camp stack. Every single one. Centaurs and the like. So Tiny's going to be happy with that, at least that small bit of luck, but it's still Vici Gaming.
Oh, they got to be careful about going for this rune.
Yeah, Super's here. Hookshot already being laid down. They're going to try and pop Aloha Dance immediately. The Cogs push back, but Aloha Dance still gets enough time to pop the wand. And there comes the Queen of Pain, blowing up the clockwork. And now with the extra damage, they'll kick out the Dragon Knight as well. 2-for-1 trade-off with the Wisp going down. Well worth it for Team Empire.
Yeah, I actually thought that was going to go poorly for Empire, but every single person rotates for that rune. They spot the danger that's imminent and silent, wasting no time to blow that ultimate. Completely worth it because, one, you slow down the Dragon Knight pretty significantly because a lot of his gold was just built off the kills, right? And for him to die right there, he only has 30 CS at 10 minutes, so he was doing okay, but Empire getting that killing spree on the Resolution is pretty significant because now he's got drums completed, and now he's got some stats and mobility, and so despite him starting 0-2, now he's 2-2, and you can finally see him start to catch up.
So they go back to farm up the jungle. And this also means, well, I was going to say that middle lane is open for someone else to take, but Empire going to continue to be aggressive. They go on to Hal with the relocate in as well. Double Fisher, stun, and the Echo Slam on top. They're going to lock down FY and try and finish him off as well. But Super comes in, nice shallow grave in order to save Aloha Dance, and FY does die in the end, and it seems like Empire will be able to get away scot-free. Super still looking to be able to chase down somebody. Resolution, yeah, he wants to fight this one. He's got a combination in second. Long-range stun gets laid out. Now as Fisher comes out on top of the combination for the Tiny, Super almost dies. A hook shot in. Super finally going to take out from Silent. Silent now needs to make a blink away. He will have that up now. So Tiny dies, but they get Super in the end. Empire's still very low, but between the heals of the Wisp as well as the Dazzle, they'll get back up to a decent amount of HP, but no more opportunities to continue and fight. Team Empire still happy with the way those battles are going.
Oh, for sure. The gold change, I mean, they got 1,000 off of that. It was well worth it. They managed to pick off How at the same time. It's just good rotations, good rotational play by Empire, and Vici had the lead early on, but they have to respect that combination. The relocate coming in, they didn't even care that they landed in the middle of the call down. Like, they're still willing to just blow up How and then take the advantage from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if the stuns are already there, like the Fisher, the slow doesn't mean much to the Tiny Wisp, and the damage, honestly, doesn't mean much either when the Wisp is able to just instantly heal you up and kind of refresh some of that mana as well. So the Tiny has definitely made a great recovery, now sitting above both Super and How. And then you have Silence, Queen of Pain topping out the board at 5K. Is going to be going for a Eul Scepter first, so no Orchid that we were talking about earlier. You didn't really want to see that item. Do you agree with Eul Scepter?
Yeah, that was the item I told her. I was like, you should get a Eul's. Like, you get a Eul's, a BKB, or an Axe. Eul's is the safest for the early game, because if you look at Vici Gaming's lineup, they've got the Rubik to initiate on you, but more importantly than that, it's the Crystal Maiden Frostbite that typically gets you killed.
Yeah.
But if you can just Eul's dodge it, wait for the animation to end, there's nothing that'll instantly disable you from Vici Gaming unless Ice times the Clockwork Hook perfectly. But at top, they should be really careful right now as Resolution, if he gets initiated on, Aloha Dance actually looks like he wants to be the target, and Ice 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 is coming in hot.
Yeah, they know if they go on Resolution, there's going to be a relocate save. So they sneak around behind and try and go for Aloha Dance first. Great setup from Ice, managing to land that hook shot beautifully. Oh, the damage there. Those two supports. If they had actually gotten a double kill on that, that would have been a very impressive turn. But FY will live. Fenrir also going to be just fine. So great pickoff there for Vici Gaming. Not going to be laying down to Empire's aggression. They respond with a smoke gank of their own.
Yeah, and I really like that Vici Gaming seems so willing to bring How to fights. I think this is actually a little bit different than most of the teams that we see. Is most teams just like to farm up their one position, let him use the jungle as much as you can, but How seems to be participating non-stop in fights. Like we saw him in the 8-minute gank, we see it again. They're willing to bring him to the ganks because they realize their support duo without him is actually quite weak. Like they've got a Rubik and a Crystal Maiden that don't independently do too much damage, and so bringing How along, you have some lockdown, you get the Rocket Barrage off. It's almost always a kill when they see it coming.
Silent, that Yule Scepter is coming in fast. He's going to farm up the rest of these neutrals and will be able to pick that one up. Super, meanwhile, is he going to be going for an early BKB here, or is this the Sange? What about the Glimmer Cape build that was quite popular in China and actually made it over to the Western scene as well, where you would go Glimmer Cape and then break it apart for the Shadowblade? Is this just not a Shadowblade game?
I think that it's not a Shadowblade game. I think that going for... if you're going to get the Shadowblade, you would have done it first. But I think going for BKB here is a really safe option. Because if you're taking a look at Empire's damage, most of it is magic damage. The only source of physical damage is from the Tiny, who typically isn't going to be able to get the Aghanims as a first or second. Like, he's not going to be able to get it until after the drums minimum.
Right.
And if you take a look at the Queen of Pain, yes, the ultimate goes through, but if that's your only source of damage that pierces through the BKB, you're perfectly satisfied with that.
A 3-man smoke for Team Empire, but really it's a 5-man smoke. They have the relocate available. If Team Empire run into somebody from Vici Gaming in the jungle, they will immediately relocate in order to finish that hero off, but it seems much more likely we're going to have full-on team fight here. Ice 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 and Fenrir seem to be the first potential targets they're going to run into, but both of them are hiding in the trees in these hidden little spots. It seems like both are prepared for some potential action. Super does manage to take that Tier 1 tower, and Vici Gaming are still making sure they stay very grouped up. It seems pretty obvious they know what's going on. Resolution will be able to get the Tier 1 tower at the top lane at the same time, so while we're having this sort of standoff, both teams were able to take a tower. It's just up to Empire, I guess, if they really want to force it here.
The issue is that Empire knows that they have a ward there, but it looks like it doesn't matter as they are going to run into each other.
Oh, Ice 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 managed to snag out Always Want to Fly. He's going to be in some serious trouble. The relocate's still going to come in. They manage to find How and pop him immediately. FY responds with a toss on a Resolution, which almost kills him, but now with a little bit of heal up from the wand, Resolution seems to be staying alive. Now they jump over the tether, and they will relocate back up. Both Yoki as well as the Queen of Pain will be able to run themselves away as well. So despite the fact that it was kind of an awkward way to start that fight, it actually turned out quite well with the relocate being on the money. Aloha Dance jumping immediately into that neutral camp meant that they had quick access to How. Now Super comes forward, trying to challenge Resolution alongside Fenrir, but they don't have the catch just yet.
The thing is about Empire's lineups always is that there's some form of them having
Ice.
the early game.
Nope, never mind. He's going to be good. There's no way they can actually get to him. So good TP out. He's been very good about keeping TPs because he knows there's a little bit of a lack of stuns because he's been facing up against a Dazzle and Queen of Pain constantly.
I think Silent had the Yules up, though. I'm not sure. Maybe it was on CD. But I didn't see him use it, but it might just be my mistake. But as I was saying, it's really tough to fight Empire in the mid game because their drafts are so oriented around having almost 3 supports rather than the 3 cores that we typically see.
Right.
Like they pick Resolution or Silent, often really hard 1 positions, and somebody has to lose out on farm, right? And that person is almost always going to be their offlaner. Like every single time he plays the Axe, the Clockwork, the Sand King, the Earthshaker, some sort of initiation role. And so
yeah, Clockwork doesn't need much farm, and then Sand King as well as Earthshaker only really need Blink Dagger, so they operate kind of fine without too much farm.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's almost like Empire have 3 supports, just 1 super greedy supports. It's like they have 2-4 players, and in the mid game that helps so much when it comes to team fights because you only need that 1 item to really make an effective difference.
And it's funny because those heroes, especially the Earthshaker, I think, like, you can still have a very large impact as an Earthshaker with just a Blink Dagger, even if it is quite late game. So it still works out that even if Empire do get late, you don't really feel that 3 support loss too much. It's not like you feel like you're missing too much of a core. Now, they almost finish up the Aghanim Scepter for Resolution. Team Empire, do they curb their aggression at any point in time and try and finish up this Aghanim Scepter, or maybe even try and farm up an AC before they continue to go? Because I almost feel like it's a little bit of pressure is on Vici Gaming now to try and be the aggressors and try and take those tier 2 towers with their push.
If you decide to go for dual BKBs like Vici are doing on their cores, and the Blade Mail, this is pretty much built so that you can win the early engagements. So it is kind of on Vici. The onus is on them to at least get a little bit more aggressive than they have been, especially since DK just isn't a flash farming core. Like, you do want to get aggressive, take towers. That's the point of the hero. Whereas Tiny, he's naturally going to build tanky because drums, treads, and Aghanim Scepter is just a ton of stats. And so he doesn't necessarily have to go for the BKB, especially because he has the Wisp backing him up. So it's less important for him to just straight up build into that BKB, meaning he'll transition into the late game a lot better and a lot stronger because his BKB timer will naturally be longer, right?
Right.
So for Vici to both go for BKBs early on, it does mean that by the 30, 40-minute mark, those are going to be 5-second BKBs, and they won't nearly be as effective. So I think the onus is completely on Vici Gaming to at least get aggressive, and you're seeing that right now. Like, I think the smoke attempt is meant to pick one off and then go for Roche or something like that, but they'll be satisfied with the stack at the same time.
Yeah, I'm taking away that from the Tiny with Aghanim Scepter is going to be a good setup. Ice is sitting in the trees, ready to go, essentially, if anybody shows up. But in the meantime, they'll just be happy with that stack, as you said. Do they try and go Roshan? Is that one way to force it? It is a little dangerous, though, against a Tiny Wisp, right? Simply because they can just push out the side lanes real quickly and easily get a tier 2 trade-off.
I think if they had found, like, 2 picks or something, they would have, but, at top, how's going to be the... oh, okay, never mind. I think, like, if you had a Medallion or some other heroes, but a Dragon Knight and a Gyrocopter that both go BKB probably aren't enough to accomplish that.
Just not enough physical damage yet from them.
There's no natural Medallion builder on their team at the same time. Like, Empire have the much easier way to go for the Roshan.
True. Speaking of that, Empire may want to Roche if they find a pick-off here. Silent has already run into Ice, but Yule Scepter, and that's about it. Silent blinks himself away. Still, though, they've bought some space. They see a couple of heroes. They probably presume Vici Gaming also try and group up after seeing something like that, and this will leave empty space for Resolution and a little hot dance to push out the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're just farming more efficiently because Vici Gaming are afraid to lose the fight at this point. And if you split up against a Tiny Wisp that have Ags, you're just asking to die. Or you don't want to pop your BKB charges early on because it delays any sort of death ball push that you want to do even further. And you can see that Empire preparing for that just with the way that Silent is building. He's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter second. And
oh, nice toss forward. Beautiful setup on Silent. That is creativity in action. With toss combinations at work, the instant stun followed up with the Dragonite, and now with the loss of the Queen of Pain, Empire are very unlikely to fight. I mean, you already said Vici Gaming are built to, with the double BKBs to try and force fights. Now, you already don't really want to go into the enemy's plan, right? And when you're missing a Queen of Pain, that just makes it all the more obvious. So Empire immediately go for the split push option, pushing out both bottom and top lane.
Yeah, I definitely think that Empire feel pretty comfortable with this position because they're just going to push faster. Like a Tiny Wisp, if you notice at bottom, just 4 hits and he's already got the tower down to 600 from full. And so going for these types of trades is perfectly fine. Your Tiny is getting quite farmed off of this, and what you're trying to do in situations
the
like
relocate,
top,
there's the blink in. Ice just gets destroyed. The immediate response is there from Hao, but no matter how fast you are, Tiny, Earthshaker, and Wisp are just a little bit faster, both in movement speed, but also that burst damage.
And that's the issue. That's the first time you've seen Vici not 5-man, right? They show Ice at top. It's pretty clear that he's alone, especially with this ward up. Like this ward, when they went for the smoke and got it off, it meant that this entire section was so easy for them to spot. Ice shows himself on the map for like 2 seconds, immediately gets taken out, and now, I mean, Vici are just scared because there's no real safe place for them to show themselves. They're not entirely certain where the wards are, and that's just making it difficult for them to maneuver around the map.
And they've only got 1 smoke left. So that's really the last opportunity for VG Gaming to get the easy, sneaky pick off and turn that into 5-manning. If you're out of smokes, though, and you're stuck in this situation where you want a 5-man, but you also maybe don't have the power to push uphill yet, what do you really do? What are your options? Do you just 5-man into tier 2 towers repeatedly and then try and hope that gold advantage is enough for you to go for maybe Roshan? Or do you continue to try and find, well, maybe a pick off on Resolution? This is a way to go. Call down's not going to be there in time, though. Resolution is fast enough to get away. Hookshot actually misses from Ice. Either way, just doesn't seem like they were going to have a good fight, as both supports were kind of ready to respond to the Tiny's need.
The thing is, like you said, if you don't have smokes like that, you just have to fight around where you think you have vision. They already dewarded the ward over here. They have one over here, so they can spot when the Tiny goes for the Ancients. But at the same time, I think that was just a little bit of sloppy execution by Vici Gaming, because they should have at least been able to force the relocate or something out of that. But the Tiny actually just walked away very calmly and wasn't in range of anything. And now Empire just going to play the split push game because they're allowed to. If you only send one hero to deal with the split push, then the Tiny IO relocate in, instantly blow somebody out, and get out. And that's the thing that you're so afraid of if you're Vici Gaming right now. Like, they're so afraid of it right now that Super's even opted to go for the Blink Dagger so that he can initiate upon the Tiny, but I don't even... Again, that's more of a mid-game build. Like, you don't actually have any damage now onto the Dragon Knight, and so you're going to struggle in the mid-game to do more than just stun.
13-11 right now. It's 25 minutes in, and Empire do hold a pretty decent experience lead and only about a 2,000 gold lead, but they do have, at least for now, the better late game in the Tiny Wisp, right? It's just such a powerful combination late game. It seems, it just seems really tough to beat, and I'm not sure if Gyrocopter DK are going to be good enough.
Especially with this Queen of Pain picking up this Aghanim Scepter, it's going to be really hard to push into Empire's 5-man. It's going to just make things even more frustrating for Vici Gaming. Because it's not as if they aren't trying to get into fights, it's just that they simply can't without forcing something completely and losing the game. And this is the advantage of their lineup because they decided to go for the Medallion, they are Dire side, and the Tiny Wisp can do this quite quickly. And with this Roshan, it's going to stall the game out even further for them if they want to. They can decide to go for this bottom tier 2 push because the tower's so low, and I don't think that Vici Gaming want to get into that fight in any case.
Rocket is there. Vici Gaming are on their way, but it's just too late. The Age is already in the hands of Resolution, and Vici Gaming are left with the option of whether or not they want to try and force this one. It looks like Ice says we have to. They trap in Resolution and will be able to get the kill on him, it seems, but he does have the Aegis. So the rest of Team Empire are going to wait it out and try and go for a re-engage. But How is making sure that the Aloha Dance doesn't have the opportunity to be able to get over to Resolution. Left-hand side, Silent trying to blow up FY. Looks like he's successful, and they do get the relocate over to the side. Aloha Dance barely survives through that one, but Super blinks forward. It is able to get the kill on the Wisp, and now trying to lock down Resolution. Gets the stun, and with Hao's damage, it looks like they'll be able to get the kill on the Tiny as well. A fantastic fight for Vici Gaming, and with the Dragon Knight as well as the Gyrocopter still up, they're going to be able to push uphill.
Yeah,
this could be a whole lane of Rax, actually.
It's
Just
so
like
fortuitous that the lane is pushed up. They immediately head there. They're going to get Rax off of this, and Empire are going to be so dissatisfied with how that just went. They didn't get anything out of that. They managed to pick up 2 heroes that weren't really necessary to the push, and at the same time, you lose your Tiny twice without any sort of backup. And I think it was just a matter of not being able to set up that fight properly, and people just being way too split up from each other. Like, Empire took that fight as if it were mini 1v1 fights, and you're never going to be able to consolidate your power in that way. And now you're, with the 2 BKBs, Vici actually never wasted them. Now they've got 9-second BKB still remaining, and the one time they do use them, they pick up a fairly dominant fight. But I still think Empire is in an okay position despite what just happened. Like, losing a Rax in a tier 3 is obviously pretty bad, but they still have the experience lead. The difference in net worth is not that bad, all things considered.
Yeah. I mean, if any combination can fight well up against a Rax or 2 Rax advantage, it's the Tiny Wisp. And then on top of that, I mean, it was just the range Rax, right? Like the melee being more really the important one when it comes to pushing down towers. So Vici Gaming got definitely a really good change-up. I mean, the trajectory of this game seemed to be all Team Empire, but they aren't in the driver's seat just yet. Team Empire is still going to be able to farm up rather quickly on this Tiny, who is working on the Assault Cuirass. So Vici Gaming are going to need another big team fight like that soon. Question is, how soon do you really try and force it? you maybe think that you bought yourself enough time that you can sit back, farm up, and maybe wait for your opportunity, or do they need to go in the next 5 to 10 minutes?
No, wait for your opportunities. That's what they did exactly right there. Even with the Roshan advantage that Empire had, they just had a better looking fight because they were able to split up everybody. And Ice had such a good initiation. He was able to split the Tiny and the IO up from everybody. He got his Blade Mail off before the combination. So the Tiny pretty much killed himself. And you're just waiting for opportunities like that to happen, and you instantly lose a Rax. The thing, though, is that I think once Resolution gets a BKB, things become a little bit tricky for them. He's fully completed his Assault Cuirass, and so that last fight has to demonstrate to him that I have to get a BKB at some point.
Super on hot pursuit here. He's got the Blink Dagger. Silent, though, has an Invis rune. And they don't have any counter vision, so he is perfectly fine.
Oh, they've got the gem.
Never mind. Silent, Jesus, he stuck around for way too long. Blinks himself away. He may still actually be caught. He's got another blink on the left-hand side. Always want to fly is the one who's actually going to fall. Vici Gaming turned to address him and even stole the Shallow Grave. Nice steal for the Rubik. That's a big one.
Yeah, but the Tiny and the IO aren't interested in getting into any sort of fights. The Glyph is up, and I'd expect Vici Gaming to use it, because you don't want to just give up its free Tier 2 tower. It stalls the game out a little bit longer, and it just makes things really tough, because the more exposed Tier 2 towers you have, the better potential there is for the combination to just, when you're all in 5-man pushing, they just backdoor your tower.
Yeah,
and then they back to your racks.
And Team Empire not in a position where they can go, okay, we forced the Glyph, let's just go ahead and 5-man in and, try and go uphill. Empire are going to be spending this game a lot more just kind of poking and prodding at these towers every now and again. There's no potential all-in play for the next 5 minutes. So the Glyph being used there, definitely not a problem. Super does have a Sage here, and if this is really early, we've seen DKs occasionally go SNY, but it's super rare. Much more obvious would be the Silver Edge build with the Shadow Blade, but I think you would have built that first, right? I mean, you mentioned that earlier, plus he's already got the Blink Dagger. So is this a Heaven's Halberd
I would
play?
like to see it, especially if he thinks that Resolution is going to be greedy. There's going to be a time window where he's still not going to grab a BKB in time, and that's actually going to really screw him over. As Hao is looking for it right now, and Vici Gaming are all grouped up. They're all ready for this fight right now, and Empire just trying to get the high ground advantage, but it looks like they're actually just going to push straight down mid, and there's not a whole lot that can be done about this. They should get back in time.
Team Empire going to be forced into a base defense here. There's no reason they should give up a melee Rax. They're a little bit late on their TPs, though, it seems, as they're even going to go ahead and use the Wisp and Tiny TP back. They don't want to try and relocate in. Probably for the best. Super is going to be the first target here with a Fissure and a small amount of damage laid out. Super is even tossed up in the air and immediately, Jesus, gets Echo slammed down, and our Dragonite has just performed a disappearing act. Yoki, though, managed to get save out from the Shallow Grave. Aloha Dance. Ice with the force staff forward will make sure he does go down. Resolution is left without his little buddy.
That was so scary. I saw Super, and I think he thought he could wait to use the BKB, but as soon as he gets tossed up in the air, he gets slammed right back down with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, that was just a really good read from Yoki going, okay, we can one shot him. Oh, FY, hello. He performs an Echo Slam of his own and even then steals the blink away from the Queen of Pain as they kill him. Now Resolution, he's been caught inside the cogs. The Force Staff over, Resolution still caught by the Frostbite. Needs to try and get back to the fountain, though, as the Wisp is still not up for another 15 seconds. That's gotta be that melee Rax forfeit.
Yeah, they're going to have to give this up. Even without the Queen of Pain, they can't really get into a fight right now. And Hao going to take that Rax and walk away. And I mean, Vici Gaming are looking stronger by the moment, and they're just approaching these fights so much better. Like, FY is stolen Echo Slam. He was able to counter-use it onto Silent. He's stolen Blink. He's just been so relevant this game. And now we're starting to see a hero. Rubik isn't typically a hero that you pick in the first two, almost ever, right? Like, you take the Dazzle, you take the Disruptor, but they felt so confident in his Rubik that they were willing to take it in the first two, and now you're seeing why.
Yeah, absolutely. And our Gyrocopter, he's about to finish up an MKB, so a huge increase in damage for him. The Dragonite is actually going to be going for the little bit later SNY. So no Heaven's Halberds. I thought that would have been a great idea versus the Tiny in order to kind of force him to go into a BKB, and if he doesn't have it, that Disarm would be rather powerful. You could see Resolution is going for the BKB now, though. He's already got the Ogre Club.
Yeah, it probably makes more sense to go for the SNY here. If he goes for a Silver Edge, which he could, it doesn't really prevent too much at this point anymore. And maybe if he had gone for it for first or second item, but almost nobody does that. And SNY is just an overall decent item. The thing I'm increasingly more worried about, though, is that if Resolution doesn't get a BKB by the time the next fight rolls around, I just don't think he can do anything. If you notice in every single fight, Ice is throwing himself upon Resolution. He pops the Blade Mail and lets him hit him. Otherwise, you just waste the potential of the Wisp, because the Dragon Knight at the same time engages on Aloha Dance every single time. And so the Tiny isn't able to protect anyone while he's in the cogs, and he's just taking repeated damage.
Super pops his ultimate. He wants to take this tier 2, take it fast, and, well, they could probably even push uphill and force another team fight. They're in a great position for it. Roshan is going to be respawning in 3 minutes. In the meantime, Team Empire are immediately trying to go for the split push, as the Tiny Wisp always does. Resolution takes away the tier 2 and now starts marching uphill. So it seems like Vici Gaming, they probably don't want to make that kind of trade-off. It's just too dangerous against a Tiny Wisp. Trading racks is when you're kind of already ahead. Seems a bit unnecessary. As I say that, though, the Tiny Wisp has backed themselves away, and Vici Gaming are now almost putting themselves in a position to re-engage.
Yeah, the problem right now is that Empire don't have really many wards up. They've got one for Roshan to spot the possible attempt, but if they don't walk through that river area, it's actually really hard for them to see what Vici Gaming are doing, and so they don't necessarily feel safe going for this top split push. With all the information that we have on the map, it looks really obvious, right?
Yep.
To try to force them back, but in this type of situation, it's really difficult for them to just make that blind call, and with Roshan spawning so soon at the same time, they can't just all-in forfeit for that, because Vici Gaming will go high ground with that Aegis, and how has a DD rune bottled? Really smartly given by Super, although it is going to get popped now, and he's got an MKB at the same time, so that damage we were talking about them lacking is no longer a problem.
Oh, definitely. And at this rate, with the way that Super is actually keeping in pace, he could actually be a decent damage dealer as time goes on as well. Now, Resolution is still top of the board, sitting at 17,000. He's got the Aghanims now with the BKB, and of course that Assault Cuirass he picked up earlier. Silent has the BKB as well, so they do have that Magic Immunity option. Yoki has gone for not only the Blink Dagger and Force Staff, but also the Yule Scepter for the added utility. What is really the play for Yoki with this Yules?
I think it's just to throw up whoever he can and buy time. It's kind of like the same application of when you just pick up an item to get an advantage in a team fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
It resets things a lot. For example, if you can just Ice hooks in, you can lift him before the cogs or anything like that. Or if you can just continue the fight more than anything. So if Yoki gets initiated on, then he can just immediately use himself, then Force Staff, then Blink out, and just reposition. Like, it's just a pure utility item.
Oh, this could be the play. If Vici Gaming managed to get a pick off here, this could be the just the crack in the armor that allows them to crack this whole entire game open. They managed to take out the Whiz Bubbles. Resolution making the TPL, but
he gets tossed.
FY, what a play! Stealing the toss, tossing Resolution up in the air, and that means Resolution is now stuck. He's gonna have to stick here and think about what he did wrong. Free kill for Vici Gaming turns to 2, and now Always Wanna Fly is gonna make it a 3rd. Double kill for How, and this seems to be another set of racks as Empire have no buybacks.
Yeah, this is going to mean at least one set of racks. They can't really take the one at top because the tier 2 tower still stands, but I mean, this game in the beginning was Empire favored. Like, they had the better builds, they had a really good combination, but the support play from Vici Gaming.
Oh, the slam as he jumps forward, but How is still going to be able to stay alive. The burst damage wasn't quite enough, and Queen of Pain quick to retreat. They tried to make that defense, but as Empire finally revealed their last card and Vici Gaming Trumpet, they will now be able to move into Empire's space, take out this lane of racks, and back out with a gigantic advantage.
I'm actually just blown away right now by Vici Gaming's support combo. FY has 3 deaths. This Crystal Maiden with 1,000 HP has 1 death total this entire game against the type of lineup that she's up against. That's unbelievable. That just means his positioning this entire game, he hasn't been caught at all by the relocate combination. Like, typically with this combination, you see aggression all across the map. You see one support, they die instantly. But FY and Fenrir, for a long time, they were considered the premier support duo. That's fallen off a bit, but in this first game that we're seeing by them, they're playing nearly flawlessly.
I'll be honest with you, Blitz, they never fell off in my mind. In my mind, when I think of combinations for supports, FY and Fenrir will always be. I don't care if they retire after TI5. I'm TI6, I'll be like, FY Fenrir, man. These two, they're the ones to, if you're looking at support duos, they are pretty much the champions. Now, Team Empire still have a big opening here. This is going to be a big fight around the Roshan. If they can actually win it, take that Aegis, maybe they can even at least get enough map control where they're feeling a lot more comfortable to farm, or maybe even if it's a big enough fight, for some buybacks. Vici Gaming have already got quite the significant lead, so they're not going to be quick to trying to do something drastic like attempting Roshan while Empire back up. They're just going to sit back and farm away.
Yeah, I just can't highlight enough. In that bottom fight, that actually might have been okay for Empire if only the IO gets taken out. But that toss steal...
Amazing.
I mean, FY, he steals the Echo Slam, turns it around on Silent. There's just been so many plays. Remember that toss in mid as well when they picked off Silent? When he tosses his Dragon Knight in to set up for the stun call down? It's just been so consistently good. Like, if I had to name MVPs, although the game isn't nearly over yet, FY and Fenrir, even if this is a losing effort, they've just been playing outstandingly.
All right, a smoke up, but they're going to go into the cliff of death here, as Vlad calls it. Vici Gaming, they're already well set up to be able to defend this one. Potentially BKB already off pop by Resolution. Ice managed to get away. There goes Yule Pin from Silent, but now he's in trouble. Self-Yule Scepter in order to dodge some of this. Hook shot is laid in, but Silent still gets a decent distance away, but Resolution is already gone out, and a Wiz couldn't manage to save him. Yoki, meanwhile, controlled by the supports, has to blink himself away, and once again, Vici Gaming just seemed to be playing defensively, waiting for Team Empire to come to them, and sure enough, that happens. Now that Team Empire have wasted their aggression, Vici Gaming are well set up to take Roshan right after Super gets an extra kill, this time on Silent.
Yeah, they're immediately going to call GG. They realize that if the fight goes like that, and that was a pretty ideal fight for Empire where they set up with their own BKB, nobody really got bursted down immediately, and you still lose the fight, then there's pretty much no hope for you. But this was definitely a game where I'm not going to say it was a throw. It wasn't that bad. Like, the lead that Empire had was never very significant, but they definitely should have made this game a lot closer.
And a lot of it comes down to the incredibly strong play from Vici Gaming, most notably in FY, getting one of the most clearest game-winning pickoffs there with the tiny toss. So
4 deaths combined between their 2 supports. 4.
Pretty insane. Vici Gaming taking game 1 in style here. We're going to have a short break. We'll toss it over to the analyst desk for them to talk about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, Cap and Blitz. And yeah, I mean, what a finish to that game. I mean, regardless of the actual game, I know at the very end, we all got pretty excited and people are honestly, what happened? And I think Winter put it pretty accurately. We had a bicycle kick in terms of, it was as cool as a bicycle kick within Dota as you might see in soccer or football, for whichever language you choose to speak, whether it's the President's American or the Queen's English. There are 2 big differences. But on that note...
So politically correct.
On that note, though, I mean, what a finish. Vici Gaming really pulling through towards the end. And throughout, I know Blitz was talking about that too, right? How we don't see Rubik picked early that often, but when you're a team like Vici Gaming, if you're that confident, you pick it. How do you feel about that game panning out, Winter?
I didn't really get to see the start of it because I was away having a break. But in the later parts of the game, I felt that the 2 supports from Vici Gaming, absolutely, they played very well, in team fights, and obviously they had very little deaths. Like Blitz said, in total, I think 4 deaths the whole game against IO Tiny. But for me, the biggest impact was the Dragon Knight. He set up a lot of kills, with his blink, with his item selection that game, and gave his team a lot of crucial pickoffs on the Quap. Especially, I saw a few very big pickoffs with the blink. So I think the Dragon Knight was a huge deal in that match as well.
Yeah, I mean, what about you, Ben? I mean, looking at it earlier, you were one of the people saying that I think we're going to see a 2-0 one way or the other. Are you convinced at this point, Vici Gaming, the way they've played, they can definitely carry on into game 2?
Yeah, I think their draft was a little bit unusual from what I would expect. And yes, it is FY drafting, but the Rubik first pick is generally regarded as pretty strange. And yes, they do have a fantastic Rubik player, but it's not like the Earthshaker was picked at that point, or many of the other heroes, or that game-winning toss, which was a little incredible. But Ice was actually pretty impressive to me. Empire had just taken Roshan, they were retreating, and then he hook shots both the Wisp and the Tiny, and then they turn an Aegis advantage into a 3-hero disadvantage. And that doesn't happen without the hook shot. And, there are a lot of ways to deal with the clockwork of the game. They have, Wisp, they have Relocate, they also have, Grave and Blink on the Queen of Pain, but he still made it happen.
Yeah, definitely some impressive plays there. Now, you brought up a good point in terms of the Rubik. It's not a common thing that you have to look out for, that it's on everyone's mind that, oh, they're going to first pick Rubik. Is this something that, when you're playing against Vici Gaming, that you have to take into account, or is it just, you know what, that's one of their strengths, you just can't help it?
Well, what would you let through to ban Rubik in the first phase? Like,
okay, good.
I mean, it's
good counterpoint.
If you consider, I think there could definitely be some merit to, let's not say just Rubik, but other heroes in general. Like if the enemy team has like a really, really key hero they pick in the first phase, you can try to set up the draft so that you're trading the powerful heroes. So you're getting like 1-for-1 trade instead by not banning any of the strong heroes like Tusk, Leshrac, or whatever. But I personally don't think Rubik is that strong. I think the player is exceptionally good on it, and he makes it look easy and very, very good, but it's definitely manageable. And I actually think Empire's draft was fine. I think their approach was fine. Vici Gaming, I am definitely with Winter. I think the Dragon Knight, it's also what I said going into the draft. For me, it's going to be about, can they shut down the Queen of Pain? Because I thought they had the tools for IO Tiny. We saw the Clockwork, like Ben said, do a great job. Their supports in general controlled them very well. So the absolute key point was that Super showed up on Dragon Knight, which is one of his trademark heroes and also a hero that doesn't really get picked much these days. So player-hero combinations, they're really sticking to some of their absolute best heroes there and made it work.
All right. Well, we do have a quick highlight towards the end of the game from Game 1, so we'll be able to replay that while we discuss a little bit more on how things went through for Vici Gaming versus Team Empire.
Vici know that Empire smoked. They're waiting on the high ground positioning with most of their heroes in a position to be able to pop their BKB. And at this point, Empire's a little bit too far behind. They've given up like a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead and turned that into around a 10,000 gold deficit. But I feel like they really needed like their BKBs or a pipe earlier. By the time they got BKBs, they were already like in the hole after they lost that Roshan fight. And Vici's such an explosive team. You give them like 1 or 2 kills, boom, your Rax is gone. And then you let that happen one more time and you almost lost the game. As opposed to a lot of the other games that we've seen today, like I think that Vici has capitalized on the opponent's mistakes the most.
All right. Now, I know we've talked about this before, and I really enjoy talking to you guys because you guys give a lot of credit to the fact that we obviously talk in hindsight here, so it's hard to really blame players or whatnot for what we discuss. But when you bring up a point of, all right, Empire's draft seemed good, at the same time, I forget who mentioned it earlier, but things like Earthshaker were not picked when Rubik was picked. Was there a way for Empire to avoid that, or was it fine of them to stick with their plan, go with the Wisp Tiny, and then go with the Earthshaker, even though they already saw that the Rubik was there ready to steal some of those spells?
I didn't like the ES offlane.
Yes, offlane. I mean, it's something that Empire likes to do, though.
Yeah, but there's a time and a place for it. And I mean, we saw some other teams trying to use Earthshaker, and it's just easy to deal with, especially when you have like a jungle maiden. If she's always scared of he's always scared of the ganks, and she can just get away with the jungle, and your carry's free farming, you're getting so much out of that. And he doesn't, really inspire that much fear in the opponent, at least in the early 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I think it's something they're more comfortable with because in the past I've seen when they pick IO plus any carry, they would go for initiating offlane, and they would typically go for Sand King or Earthshaker. So you initiate and relocate comes in, There's this sort of threat in the map that Yoki brings to the table with those two heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Sand King, as we see in the team sheet, of course, kind of a niche pick for Team Empire. We did see it banned in the very last ban last game by Vici Gaming. Maybe it slips through this time. Maybe that's the key that Empire needs to climb back in. But let's phrase that in a different way then. When you're playing against Vici Gaming and they pick Rubik, does that also just extend the value of that Rubik first pick because now it affects, oh, shoot, do we want to pick these heroes because that's also an advantage that Rubik can have?
You definitely need to respect it more than against other teams because FY is just... I personally think I can think of only 2 Rubik players in the world that are just like a tier above everyone else, and it's FY and it's Kuroki. I just feel like they're better at their positioning, they're really good at reacting and stealing the spells at the right time. So I would say against those 2 teams, if you see it picked by Secret or by Vici Gaming, you might consider, okay, should we maybe avoid a hero like Shaker? I think Fissure was still in that game once or twice. I'm not 100% sure if I did see that, but if I didn't see that, then then the Shaker was fine, right?
Right.
The spells that Rubik stole were not a problem for the Shaker, but it's something you can have in the back of your mind. But at the same time, if you let yourself get intimidated too much by the Rubik pick, then all of a sudden there's a lot of heroes you can't pick because, oh, well, I have a good spell and this guy's really good, so he's going to steal that spell. Oh, now I can't pick Enigma because they're definitely going to steal Black Hole every time I cast it, and he will use it better than me because he's FY. Like, then you've already lost in the draft, right? If you think that highly of your opponent, respect is great, but you need to have confidence in your own ability.
All right, very fair point. I think that's a good way to put it. We just saw Empire, kind of rallying around, saying, all right, what do we want to do? Preparing for that draft in Game 2, of course, giving the teams a little bit of time so they have things to adjust. Of course, they want to review a little bit of Game 1 at least before they jump into Game 2. From Vici now, do we think then are we going to see something different? Or, hey, it worked, this is what we do, why not go with the Rubik and then wait for Empire to pick and react? What's Vici's strategy here going to Game 2?
I think they capitalized on Wisp's positioning very, very well that game, and just do the same thing, exploit the weaknesses and play to their strengths. They actually ran around as 5 very, very well, and of course when you have a Dragon Knight, you kind of want to do that, but I feel like Empire didn't really play too much as a team. Like they're, ideally you want like the 3 heroes to initiate on someone you'd relocate in, but that only happened like a first couple of times, and then after that they're just like waiting for something to happen. And I think that Vici, they were so much more proactive about using their smokes and just getting 1 or 2 pickoffs, transitioning into a tower, and then extending their lead, and then getting the items that they needed to overcome Empire. And it was just very systematic. Whereas, yeah, that's not used to I'm not used to the Empire that's not that explosive.
All right, Syndrome, question for you. Are you still confident that staying away from my predictions is the right way to go?
What was your prediction?
Well, I said 2-0, and whichever team wins first, I think will go on, obviously.
I'm actually going to lean towards you right now because...
Didn't you do that from the start? No. Did you say 2-0 as well?
I said 2-0.
I said 1-1.
You said 1-1?
Yeah, but I saw which Vici Gaming showed up today, so... I mean, it's not fair for me to change, but...
No, it's all right.
Yeah, so you can't.
No, only one person can change, and Winter jumped on it. So.
No! This is not how games work.
Yeah, but it's good to see when FI is drafting, they are bringing back the old glimpse, their old strats and a glimpse of their old self. That's, for me, it's really important to be able to see that in the first few games. So I think they'll be able to take the series 2-0 if they are just going to pick their stronger heroes and just do what they're good at.
Yeah, I mean, prediction jokes aside, what do you think? I mean, we've been talking about, again, Vici Gaming. It kind of depends on where they are in their state. Are they returning to their prime a little bit, or are they still in a little bit of a slump and we're not sure where they are? How do you feel, Syndrome?
Well, that Game 1 was definitely some of Vici's good play. I don't think it was the full throttle Vici Gaming, but it was definitely, it was up there. It was better than what we saw a month ago, that's for sure. So they've definitely improved going in. I mean, it's a very small sample size. Maybe they just had a great game. Maybe it was a fluke, but judging from what we've seen, that was very impressive. So I'm going to stick by my 1-1, but the most likely outcome at this point is probably 2-0. But I don't think it's it's not a major advantage for Vici Gaming. Maybe like 60-40 going into the second game. Where I said 50-50 going in, so giving Vici a little bit more of more credit here.
Okay, fair enough. And it does sound like we have a quick little update. CDEC taking a game off of MVP, Hot 6, and it looks like we have the final moments of that game here coming up.
Game.
Wow, I mean, look at the kill score too, 26-48. And it looks like this one was over 70 minutes also.
And Winter and I looked at a net worth, and it's actually deceptive. The kill score does not really tell a story of how close this game is.
Yeah, and in one team fight, Bloodseeker did 5,000 damage towards the enemy heroes. Like 4,800 damage. That was insane.
I mean, overall, so far in TF5, we've had some long games coming down to 1 or 2 last team fights.
Is this the ending fight? Because this really doesn't look like.
Yeah, it doesn't look. I mean, it would be a little bit odd if that were the case, but I guess we're about to find out. It does seem. I do believe it drags on for a little bit here. We didn't get to catch it live.
Oh my god, everyone's stuck in the cogs.
Oh, now I see why.
Yes.
All right, it's the end fight.
Wow, yeah, I mean, hey, getting a little greedy. I mean, MVP Hot 6 was probably thinking the same thing, right? Like, hey, we can end this right here, we can push back. Chased a little bit too far, got greedy, and there we go, CDEC taking that fight. And there's the GG call from MVP. So, CDEC is up in that game. And as we wrap that one up, we are going to go right into Game 2 between Vici Gaming and Team Empire. So as you can see, the draft has already started, and Quap being picked up by Vici Gaming. So Not going to see anything too crazy with the Rubik just yet. And the ban's pretty straightforward. The Lash, Tusk, Gyro, and Bounty Hunter this time, though, being put back into the banning phase. So priority shifting a little bit between the two teams.
I think that when Empire pick Wisp and Tiny, they actually rely on it a little bit too much and go back to the older playstyle. We've seen stacking and farming pretty prevalent throughout this tournament, but it's not as strong as it was before with kills, kill gold being buffed and creep gold just being nerfed overall. And I think they just relied on Tiny being Superman a little bit too much without actually trying to kill and limit the opponent's farm. So, I don't think that Empire should turn to it for game number 2, although the option is still available.
Maybe you open with the IO and decide later what you want to pair with.
Like Wisp Bristle, I think would have been, because they really lacked that frontliner that could actually just stand up to a DK stun. And anyone that got stunned was very likely to die, or they had to blow multiple cooldowns or ultimates to escape it.
All right, Spirit Breaker. Haven't seen SB too much today on our stream. I don't know if we've seen it in our other games. I do believe we have a couple times, but
wow, Dazzle
and
is
then Dazzle
is the hero of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely at the very least, if you were on the losing team, Dazzle single-handedly extended the fight quite a few times, just like we saw Wyvern do with the same thing with the Embrace. So Dazzle is going to be a little bit annoying for Vichy Gaming, but that means there's also quite a few other heroes left, right, that have been in high contention throughout.
They left the Shadow Fiend as
Right.
Radiant, so that's kind of unusual. There's still Rubik if Vichy want to go. Like Rubik Quap is pretty standard for them if they want to go back towards that direction, but like you mentioned, they're going to go for the Wyvern.
All right, Dazzle and Wyvern.
Yeah, both the defensive supports being snagged up by both the teams.
So Wyvern has, of course, the interesting counterplay to Spirit Breaker of being able to curse while he's charging in. It's pretty much, I don't know the cast point of Winter's Curse. It seems like it's point very low seconds.
There's a slight delay though, a slight delay. He needs to turn his head.
Yeah, basically, that's all. So there's a play there. Of course, Spirit Breaker in the early stages generally looks to gank the lanes very early on with charge, and since all of his damage output is physical, apart from, I believe, the Greater Bash is magic damage type, right? But the rest is physical. Of course, he hits very hard, so Cold Embrace can definitely save you from those early ganks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's kind of an open-ended Wyvern pick. I don't feel like it's a great pick just yet, but if nothing else, it protects them from what's to come for Empire.
Yeah, we've seen it vulnerable to like Lina picks, Shadow Fiend picks also. I mean, there are a lot of heroes. As long as you don't commit like, Bristle plus TA plus PA or something like that, then you're not going to have too many issues dealing with.
They actually banned the Wisp.
Yeah.
Even with the Wyvern for themselves. That's a little surprising.
Perhaps just giving a little bit of a nod to Empire to some extent, but as you were mentioning, I mean, Ben, you were saying Empire may be relying too much on that. So that could go either way, but the Broodmother once again being panned out by Empire. Keeping note of that one, they don't want to be the ones to make that mistake.
Yeah, that's also another team I think you should always ban Brood second phase, unless you have, 2 heroes already drafted that can deal with it.
Yeah, Isis is he's very good at, I think we also wrote that on like the team profile for them, that Isis, well, we didn't write annoying offlaner, but we were talking about it. What was it? We call him disruptive offlaner.
Yes,
right?
I do
So
believe
he's
so.
really good at drawing attention to himself, annoying the supports, forcing them to spend resources on him, and Brood is like the #1 pick for that. So just good piece of advice. Just don't give it to Vichy. I could definitely agree with that, man.
All right.
This game, they might actually go for Darkseid with him. They have a very good combination play with Quap and Wyvern, so that could be it's something that he likes to play as well. You could disrupt the supports a lot, waste a lot of their time, and he's really strong at making team fights happen for Vichy.
Rubik ban from Vichy. What do you make of that? That, to me, seems a little bit odd. Maybe not exactly what we might have
We thought that a
expected.
lot of their bans are odd. Maybe they're just like, doesn't really matter.
Like
what we
the
ban.
last game as well, we were like, okay.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
true.
they're not going to
Yeah.
pick Lina.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I mean, last game it looked like they were kind of self-banning themselves to a certain extent.
I'm guessing they want Shaker when they ban Rubik like this.
Yeah, Darkseer's
Yeah,
out.
Darkseer, you mentioned that, Winter.
Yeah, it's very good with Wyvern and Quap, so it's not a surprise that it's getting taken out by Team Empire.
It could also just be a respect ban Rubik, actually, because Aloha Dance plays an incredible Rubik. He's actually up there, I guess. He would be like my 3rd pick, I suppose, after
And Lil as
FY
well.
and Kuro.
And Lil as well from Virtus Pro. I think
yeah,
the other four
Lil
bans.
is really good. There's actually so many incredible Rubik
now,
players
now that
I
we
think
start
about
talking
it.
about
Maybe it's a
Rubik
good hero.
players. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound like too much of a bad idea, especially because they just won a game with it. Obviously, you don't want to give them the revenge pick, so to speak, to let Empire have their showing with it.
This is a lot of information I feel like Empire are giving Vici Gaming right now. This is a pretty weak support duo. Pretty much guaranteed that these will be the supports,
right.
Which also tells them that Spirit Breaker is not a support, so he's an offlaner most likely. So Vici can definitely start game planning around this, and if they're looking to put on some really early aggression with their secondary support, I think they might just be able to get away with it, because Empire can only counterplay. They can't really put pressure themselves. Maybe you just pick a greedy carry, like PL.
I think Phantom Lancer is good because
PL
Phantom Lancer is great versus Spirit Breaker and Disruptor.
Absolutely.
You can dodge their spells with Doppelganger.
And Hao is incredible on that hero. I think it's like when a lot of teams weren't really picking the new PL, Vici Gaming were like first picking it because they were so confident in Hao's ability. So I think it's definitely the most likely third or fourth pick here for Vici Gaming.
All right. Well, Vici is running down their clock quite a bit. And
that's something new. I think that's a first in this event.
Yeah, definitely on the mainstream. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was the first throughout the event. Okay, well, I mean, filling out their support roles for sure.
That's really odd, but because usually you have Venge because you want to... I guess it's good versus Spirit Breaker when he's focusing... I mean, they have Wyvern for that anyway.
Yeah.
So. But they're on Dire, so Venge does serve her purpose on the Roshan factor, I guess.
So what if you Winter's Curse Spirit Breaker when he's charging in? And then so that Dazzle can't grave him, you swap Dazzle into Spirit Breaker, so he starts hitting him instead.
It's still not.
It's very far-fetched.
But it's a possibility.
But it's a possibility.
Right? Yeah, it is.
Watch it happen 4 times in a row.
That would be pretty epic. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with seeing that 4 times in a row.
I would like to see that, actually. And situational play.
Right now, they don't have enough physical damage to really warrant a Vengeful Spirit pick. So
they still haven't picked their carry.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and, I mean, quite a few options left, of course, for carries specifically.
They might actually go for, like Tide Hunter because they banned Rubik, I guess. I don't know. It just feels like it's just a random thought that came up to my mind. And they have a lot of minus armor going on with Tide and Bench for the Roshan.
Oh. That's another angle we haven't talked about. Focusing on what else you can do for the Roshan. Ember coming back.
Here we go again.
Lots of Ember yesterday, earlier in the day too.
Ember Dazzle too.
Yeah, Ember Dazzle too. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that has, as you mentioned earlier, that's what's allowing Ember to really reappear quite a bit.
They don't really have any like direct lockdown for the Ember. Like the Venge stun is sometimes not that reliable when he has the Remnant behind, so they don't have good tools against the Ember right now.
Until Wyvern ult.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the only one.
Yeah, and it's not.
But it's not that
reliable.
instant. Yeah, it's not reliable. It's not easy to get it on the Ember if he has a Remnant behind.
So, 5 seconds left. I guess by the time I finish my question, we're going to find out. I was about to ask if do they show their carry or...
Okay. The disruptive offlaner.
Here we go.
Yeah, coming out.
They actually have really poor tools for dealing with an Undying offlane, I think.
Yeah.
Disruptor and Dazzle are pretty
difficult.
weak. And Ember, they could possibly win a Wyvern Undying lane against this tri lane, I think. That's how weak the Empire safe lane is. Or if they run an aggressive tri lane, it's just hands down a win for Vici Gaming.
Right.
And they have the options right now, because Queen of Pain could technically safe lane and they can last pick a mid. Hao, I believe, does play a really good Queen of Pain, if that is what they plan to do. Or I don't think you want to put PL one-on-one against Spirit Breaker. I don't think that's a nice thing to play. So.
I don't think that's a good idea. So like Spirit Breaker will be able to bully PL in the lane if that happens.
So Vici looking for carry or carry to fill out their lineup, and Empire banning out that PL. Just still didn't want to deal with it at all, not leaving that possibility open.
They actually did have the counter pick with the Ember, so. But playing it safe.
Yeah, just again, I mean, that's what we've seen generally, right? With last bans, it's at that point, just play whatever you think is safest. You both teams rather have relatively shown your hands at this point.
Finally, the draft. 5th.
That's another, very safe ban away. Don't want to take that chance. So what more does Empire need?
They need burst damage, because like Spirit Breaker is going to charge someone on Empire. The Ember catches someone. They need a follow-up damage because Dazzle and Disruptor doesn't do damage as supports. So they need a core that deals instant damage, something like a nukes as hard as a Zeus.
Spirit Brothers.
That's good
A Spirit
damage.
Breaker
Yeah,
and
that's still
two
good damage.
Spirit Breaker and 2 spirits, you're right.
And it's a resolution hero as well. But there are 2 defensive supports on Vichy Gaming side that could deal with a Storm Spirit initiation very well.
I was thinking Empire could have actually tried in this game to go for a Quaswex Invoker, and that could have been a really interesting pickup.
I always like the Invoker for Empire, but then I don't think they scale well enough.
Yeah, like with the Storm, it's like you're more secured if the game goes late because you don't have last pick and Vichy Gaming have the last pick. And being the team that you can't pick last, so you tend to focus on picking someone that goes later in the game.
Yeah,
and that's not what I expected.
Yeah, because Rupture doesn't do anything to Ember and Storm when they are flying around.
Yeah,
right.
And even in Sleight of Fist, you're also invulnerable. So
Yeah.
there's actually plenty of ways of dealing with it. It is great against Spirit Breaker. If you
Right, I
rupture
was
while
just
he's
about to
charging,
say,
it's
like,
well,
is that maybe just the go-to right now for Vichy Gaming? Is just, hey, Spirit Breaker, your charge relatively not going to be useful because we have all these ways to deal with it.
This makes me think they wanted PL because I don't think this is the optimal pick, and it looked like they were just running out of time.
I think they could have easily picked it over like Vengeful.
Yeah, I mean, they could have picked the PL a lot
They could have easily
earlier,
picked
though.
PL.
That's true.
Maybe the Embers pick kind of scared them a little bit. It's like,
Yeah,
well, they can even drive one more PL counter after this. So.
Oh, that's true. All right. Well, Vichy Gaming, perhaps they were pushed into the corner a little bit, but at the end, taking that Bloodseeker, something we weren't expecting too much. At the same time, Empire, do you guys feel a little bit better about Empire's draft in game 2?
Well, I honestly think they've been drafting fine in both games. So yeah.
Okay, so
It's
the draft
about
is
who plays
not-
better.
All right. Well, we'll find out. Game 2, Empire. Can they tie it up, or is Vichy Gaming gonna run away with the 2-0?
Allow him to get mobile on the map.
He's
It's-
strong versus Spirit Breaker as well, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's good against both the supports as well because those aren't inherently tanky supports. And I actually think Bloodseeker isn't terrible against Storm because in some ways, if your entire team is low and the Bloodseeker can just right-click you out of the fight, then it's probably not too bad.
All right. Well, of course, we want to welcome in everybody who's joining us now on the main stream. Vichy Gaming facing up against Team Empire. Game number 2 going to be casted by myself, Dota Capitalist, as well by Blitz, who is a Storm Spirit master. So as the laning phase is about to come to fruition here, and we're not going to be seeing any fighting over bounty runes, at least doesn't seem like it, Blitz, drop them 7k knowledge bombs. How does this go between Bloodseeker and Storm Spirit?
I've only played this matchup like 5 times. I think, especially with the new Bloodseeker. I don't even play Storm that much. Only like 350 games or something like that.
So I hype up your incredibly good Storm Spirit analysis, and you lead with, I've only played this matchup 5 times.
Yeah, well, because Bloodseeker in general isn't really a mid hero that you see often.
No.
But I think this is in response to what everybody's showing. But if Resolution gets this bounty rune, he should be fine because he's going to bring himself a salve, is what I would imagine. Yeah, he's doing that right now. And then the key here is that Bloodseeker, though, is so dangerous because if your offlane gets low or your safe lane gets slow at all, like one of the supports gets traded off, then the Bloodseeker just runs at you and you can't really do much. Like even the Remnant's not going to deter you very much. And so I think that's part of the reason why you can get away with doing this dual lane, right? Because you want to keep that top lane as full to HP as possible. And if you notice that Super's gone for both a Quelling Blade and a Poor Man's Shield, so it's really hard for the Storm to deny him very much. So what you actually have to do is whenever Resolution has a chance, he can't really... You can't just right-click the Bloodseeker nonstop because you're not going to trade efficiently because you'll just CS in front of your face. But the key is that you have to actively deny, and in the time period where Super can't get CS or denies, you have to right-click him as much as possible. Like you notice that Resolution is moving up on him constantly, and now he's going to Remnant, and he's forcing him away. You see that?
Yep.
And so Super now is in a position where he doesn't have enough HP to fight against this.
Oh my god, he's almost going to die here.
Storm has terrible move speed, but you notice that is that every single time, instead of going for one or the other, he pushes up with the wave, and it makes it difficult for Super to do what he wants, which is just sit in the middle of the wave. So now he has to ferry himself regen, and now there's going to be a full wave or two where Resolution can pretty much do whatever he wants, and once you get the bottle with Storm Spirit, you're pretty much dandy in this lane. Like you can actually kill the Bloodseeker at a pretty reasonable time.
Yeah, this is a very momentum-based 1 versus 1, right? Like, once somebody gets a slight edge on the other, like, for example, the Storm Spirit with that last play damaging the Bloodseeker and bringing him low, he's then able to just aggressively push him out of lane, and the Bloodseeker can't rely. Now, bottom lane, Silent's going to be dropping low, will end up going down for the first blood. Winter Wyvern and the Undying. We're already putting so much pressure on this Ember Spirit, but now they're able to pick up an early kill on him. Good setup for Vici Gaming already, it seems, for
Super's
some
dead.
of their lanes, but... Yep, Super going to be run out. Resolution finds that one, so even up that kill score 1-1.
That's even more significant as a mid laner. Then you don't really care if you get first blood or not, but the fact that you're able to solo kill the enemy mid means you're going to get a full level and experience over him, and you'll just get boots faster at the same time. And so that's probably even more worth it than getting the first blood is for Vici Gaming.
The charge comes out. Fenrir, 17%. Fenrir gets bashed one time.
No, he's
a
not gonna
second
get bashed
time will
again.
ensure the kill.
Ice Frog.
Another right click. That's all they really need. Fenrir trying to juke his way through the trees, but they don't even need the bash. They get 2 more right clicks, and that will ensure the death. And Hao's now going to be pushed away by Yoki. Of course, the Bloodseeker is getting advantage out of Always Want to Fly being quite low. In fact, Hao, whoa, there comes a quick bash out. Hao, he's got to be real careful here. He has to make the blink away, but now the charge is there. Hao, he's done for. Another right click, and of course, a bash to finish things off. It wasn't even needed, but Yoki likes to end things on style here as he gets a double kill. Back over to the middle lane, we watch Super drop quite low, as again, he just misses out on one of those right clicks and takes that remnant damage, and he's immediately dropping to very low HP.
The thing that's scary about the Bloodseeker, this is like the last thing I want to say about the matchup, because I don't want to just give an introductory course to playing mid, but every single time that Super misses a CS and he's in that position, it pretty much puts him within the kill threshold of the Storm Spirit, so he has to be really careful.
Yeah,
every single time he comes up.
Yeah, pretty much every single time he goes for a Blood Rage and challenges the Storm Spirit when he remnants down in order to get that CS, he cannot afford to miss that CS. Otherwise, he's going to be in some serious trouble. His resolution is the silence has already been laid out. Super is able to run him down. Another right click, bottle up, resolution. He's good for one more. FY finally is able to get the kill and will be able to survive on top of that. FY gets away and now makes it a clean 3-3. Notice also that FY chose to go for the 2 levels of Arctic Burn very early on and not a level of Cold Embrace. Very offensive build by him.
Yeah, I think going for that is just overall better right now in this situation because he's trying to get aggressive on all the lanes and he wants to help out Super. He has to. In this type of situation where you're just leaving your Bloodseeker to try to catch up by himself, it's never going to happen because there's 0 kill potential from Super on the Resolution. If Resolution gets ruptured, then he'll just roll away.
Right.
And the silence will never hit. So he has to go before Resolution hits level 6. And Resolution has been playing really aggressively in this lane because he's trying to establish dominance. So it's just such a good play by FY to come at that timing. And he might even hit another really sick timing if he goes right now before Resolution actually hits this level 6. Because he needs these 2 creeps. Of course, there's 0 way for him to know that, but this isn't actually going to succeed because he's about to hit 6 off of these 2.
Yeah, so Resolution is good now. FY, knowing that, will now return back to the bottom lane where they may still be able to find an opening against that Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I think this is the correct play, just to apply as much pressure as you can to Silent. And this is the strength of Undying as a hero because you can pretty much put him with any support and you can contest. And Ember's already a hero that doesn't really have the best stats. So this might actually mean Silent's going to go down again. He has no idea about the invis. Tombstone's dropped too.
Oh, they're going to be able to catch him. The kinetic field trying to give Silent enough room. The zombies are still chasing him down. Good shot, Grave from Always Want to Fly. And Silent will survive as he gets both health potioned and a nice little heal out. They're quick to be able to stop Super. He tries to take advantage of that low HP hero by immediately rupturing up Resolution. Resolution just runs himself away, and Ball Lightnings as well. Bottom lane, the action, yep, they're going to be able to get the glimpse back on FY. They immediately try and target him. Ice, knowing that he doesn't have a tombstone, is not going to be able to really threaten the supports that much. Well, he gets one, and maybe he'll get a second one. Always Want to Fly. He's going to be dove down into Decay, gets it. Double kill for Ice, and now Super's here as well. He doesn't have a Rupture. Silent does not have a Remnant either, as he's only level 4, but it seems the chains was enough to stop Super's aggression.
This is pretty sick by Empire as well. If you notice that both of their supports carried around salves, like everyone's carrying around salves so that the Bloodseeker doesn't just run at them at supersonic speed, and it's a pretty good play, but Fenrir might be in trouble here if Resolution decides to go on this, and yeah, he's charged.
There is no way he gets away from this one with both Resolution and Yoki right there, and Fenrir, no help really around whatsoever. So a free pick-off for them, 5-5. Very even game number 2 so far. Anyway, is any team really picking up an advantage outside of the kills? It seems VG Gaming slight one in both experience and gold. Where's that really coming from? Is it just the, it seems to be the Undying. The big change-up factor is the Spirit Breaker Dazzle can't put the same kind of pressure on Silent to slow him down. As you can see, already the pressure is there as Silent is now dealing with Tombstone and double slows out from the Winter Wyvern. Again, zombies trying to chase him down. They need the heal desperately, but always want to fly. Just a bit too late on that TP. And now Aloha Dance is the one who needs some trouble, but Ice has overextended himself. Dies as he dives into that Tier 1 tower, and Aloha Dance will be okay. Health potions up, and the Bloodseeker is not on his way this time around.
Yeah, he had 700 move speed at one point, and so you're definitely seeing why they opted to go for the salves, but at the same time, Super's still heading down here, and one hit will pretty much drag them into red territory, and he should go at around more than haste, and so FY is doesn't have the mana for this, but they can definitely dive if they want to.
Oh, they're very stuck. That Silent's going to be able to hit Aloha Dance in the background. Always want to fly is dropped low. There is the charge out. Yoki's actually been ruptured up. He doesn't seem to care, though. He completes his charge against FY, but now he's going to pay for it. He's surrounded by 3 different heroes. Good Shadow Wave, but that's not going to be anywhere near enough. VG Gaming pick up yet another kill. The Resolution was on his way, but he realizes that without the Spirit Breaker, they can't really force this fight, nor should they anyway. It's up against an Undying. That hero is notorious for being able to win 10-minute fights.
Yeah, there's actually no reason for him to go down there, because at the same time, he doesn't have enough mana. He actually varies himself a Clarity, which I'm a pretty big fan of, because you don't want to have to Bottle Crow at this phase of the game, but you also want to be able to participate in fights.
Man, they do not stop trying to shut down Silent. He is just wanting to pick up his level 6. He's just like Storm Spirit in that regard, in that before he picks up level 6, he's very susceptible to ganks, and Vici Gaming are putting all the pressure on him, and Empire aren't even getting a good trade-off. Like, Vici Gaming are 5-manning down this bottom lane, but because the Resolution keeps on hesitating between bouncing back and forth between bottom lane and middle, he's not actually farming up the middle lane, and nobody is farming up that top lane. So Vici Gaming are getting free kills and a free tower with no trade-off, seemingly.
If Resolution had just farmed during that entire time, he would have been about 450 gold more in net worth than everybody else, and that would have been worth it. But this ward alone just ruined them, and that ward actually spotted the ward going down for them, so they're probably going to grab a sentry. I'd imagine it's flying in on the courier, yes. And so this ward has served 2 functions. It stopped 2 ganks from Resolution, because as soon as he started moving down, they went away. They have to have some knowledge that it's there, and they're going to get the D-ward off of this. So now they've just lost complete control of their jungle, and they've lost their carry multiple times. And so now Resolution, a lot comes down to him. Like, he actually has to have a phenomenal game, because the rest of his lanes just haven't succeeded enough. There's just been a little bit too much pressure from this Undying.
Bounty Rune, and it seems Resolution is going to try and use that bottle refill to shut down Hao here in this top lane. He TP'd up to try and farm, but he knows that there's a good chance that he can very easily be soloed out between the Spirit Breaker having his level 6 and Storm Spirit being missing from that middle lane. The rest of VG Gaming are actually now coming to counter any potential aggression against Hao, but it seems Empire not going to be taking the bait. 2 of their heroes have already run back.
Yeah, they should just get out, because nobody's at bottom. This ward alone keeps Silent feeling relatively safe. The mid gank is kind of pointless, right? Because nobody showed themselves mid. So it's just a process of elimination, where they just assume that they have to be at that top lane, especially since Hao's been pushing out this wave. And now that all 4 members are going to show themselves, I think the correct move is Resolution goes mid, Silent splits up bottom as much as they can, and then just farm out the jungle as often as you can. Like, if I'm Resolution here, put as much pressure as I can mid, wait for the TPs to come, and then just rotates to the jungle.
Already a TP is coming in, though, from the Winter Wyvern, so it seems like VG Gaming are actually going to defend this Tier 1 tower and take the top one at the same time. As FY, especially over this copse of trees, is going to be able to get in a position for really early Winter's Curse to set things up. But he's actually just trying to throw things down. Now goes for the Winter's Curse. Resolution held in, and a Silence gets laid down. A Tombstone is unable to be dropped. Aloha Dance is going to start running himself back. Fenrir's the target of Yoki's aggression as he charges straight forward. Now pops the ultimate, trying to go and lock down Super. As Resolution comes forward, they're trying to get the last bit of damage on Super, who's super fast, and he will be able to get away from Empire as The low HP heroes give him enough move. Oh, Silent even came in for a remnant, but not able to get it. It's on the side. Hauk makes his introduction, able to get at least the Spirit Breaker. Always want to fly. Very smart. Shallow Grave and TP out.
Yeah, not a bad trade, actually, because they don't lose too much off of that. I think they killed Fenrir and they traded out Yoki, but he's not that integral to this game. It's more important that Silent just catches up in whatever way he can, because he's sitting at a pretty abysmal 36 CS. He's got 3 deaths. You can't really blame him, though, because of the type of lane that he was against. And things are looking pretty bad for Empire, but Resolution still has the highest net worth in the game, which is pretty reassuring. And at the same time, one of the high net worths on the enemy team is Ice 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 playing this Undying, and so you're not too worried about it. Because remember when Vega had the overfarmed Undying? Like, the net worth doesn't translate as well as other heroes.
Sure. Undying is going to go for that added utility, which is pretty usual for an Undying. He picks up not only the Arcane Boots, but will be going for the mech. Inevitable Guardian Greaves, but usually you have some couple other items picked up before you complete the set. FY, he's got himself that Soul Ring coming in, so a lot of spam is going to be heading the way. And this is one of the things I really love about the Winter Wyvern. You're going to see that Empire, they're presumably going to be staying away from a lot of 5 versus 5 team fights, right? More focus on split pushing and trying to go for pickoffs. This means that Winter Wyvern, he can potentially sit so far back when they go for the split push and his team is pushing down, 4-manning a tower and there's no contest from Team Empire. He can actually go back and pseudo-defend some of that split pushing by sitting in the back and spamming out Splinter Blast.
Yeah, you're actually seeing that happen right now as FI rotates to this bottom lane, and it looks like with How there, they want to try to go on Silent, but they don't actually know that Aloha Dance is here prepared with his ultimate, and so things might be a little bit tricky here, but I mean, I'm just a little bit worried right now because Empire aren't going to have a lot of map presence because Resolution's opting to go for the Bloodstone, which is really common. You don't really have a lot of farm on your Ember Spirit, and that means if you have 2 cores that are essentially not providing anything for you in fights, you kind of have to avoid, and it means that the supports especially are going to get super underfarmed. Like, just look at the difference. FY is able to just kind of walk into lanes, throw out the Splinter Blast to farm, and he doesn't feel worried at all because he knows that Silent and Resolution are playing the catch-up game. And the reason for that is, once you're behind as a core, you've got one of 2 options. You either go for the safe farm or you try to all-in to get a kill. And how often do you see a professional team just all-in to try to get a kill to catch somebody back into the game? It's just too chancy.
Team Empire. Silent's just playing so passively, and it's because he has to. I mean, Vici Gamer have already showed that they're willing to be super aggressive in shutting down the Ember Spirit. In fact, Vici Gaming are now just taking the jungle away from the Ember Spirit. Not even that is an option, as Tombstone being laid out by Ice 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 to farm that away. Empire is still getting a better deal out of the current farm route, though, as they're pushing in both middle and top lane, while Vici Gaming kind of 4-manning in the enemy jungle and not much else.
Yeah, and this is what, if you're Empire, and especially if you're Resolution, you want this to happen right now. Because Vici does have control of your jungle, but at the same time, they're not taking objectives very quickly. And so usually the trade-off is, as a Stormsphere player, you farm out as much as you can, and then you wait for that one big fight once you have Bloodstone, and then everything changes, right? But when that typically happens, you're usually behind a lot of objectives, so it's really worrisome. But Vici, in their haste to try to clear out the jungle, split up the farm, they're not actually pressuring anything. And so they actually have to get around the map and try to do something. And they might go for this mid tower, but again, they're simply trading 1 for 1. And if you're a team that potentially has the better late game, like Empire does, then you want this to happen. Like, Resolution's going to get a free tower out of it, and now he's only 11, or actually he's quite a bit away off. He's like 2k off of his Bloodstone. You're kind of okay with that type of trade.
Vici Gaming are well set up to be able to catch anybody who tries to TP to defend the middle tower, but I feel like it's very obvious what Vici Gaming are doing here. I mean, Team Empire is still 4-manning up in that top lane because they know Vici Gaming have been spending all their time in the jungle, even if the smoke may come as a surprise to Team Empire, but they should know that Vici Gaming are still around that area. Now, as Vici Gaming start backing themselves up, let's see if they actually catch anybody from Team Empire who maybe lingers a bit too long.
Yeah, Resolution just TP's mid, continuing to farm out the map, just wait things out as long as possible. But now the scary thing is that How is going to have an Orchid for the next fight. And that means that Empire almost always have to dodge fights now. You only wait for Vici Gaming to overextend because you just don't have the personnel or the amount of farm necessary to get into fights. And FY with this Invis rune is going to be quite scary too. But luckily for Empire, nobody's near him. But Vici Gaming have just been so good about invading the jungle at all times. I'm actually really impressed by how FY has been playing this entire game and maybe this series.
FY not able to find that opening. It seems a little birdie seemed to have taken Silent off. The fact that Vici Gaming were coming for a gank, Yoki is going to be the target of a rupture. The Splinter Blast doesn't land. Yoki managed to dodge the silence at the very least. Now the Disruptor actually drops the ultimate and controlling Vici Gaming a bit. Yoki has that Shallow Grave protecting him for now. Goes for the charge out as the Rupture fades and almost got away. But now the Winter Wyvern locks him down with the Winter's Curse. It's a lot expended for just the Spirit Breaker kill, but they will get it in the end as Yoki no longer has an escape.
Yeah, but meanwhile, at this bottom tower, Resolution just continues to play for the split push game. He shouldn't be afraid of this because he knows that the Winter's Curse has been used, so he actually just goes for the tower in front of their faces, but he has to get out for this, and he should be able to.
Roshan, don't tell me! Oh, he bashed him up!
Oh, they know too because of the Bloodseeker! This is disastrous! He's just trying to suicide now!
Resolution dies just before Hao gets there. Now Roshan's pissed! He just bashes up Hao as well! Rosh, have some mercy. These teams don't want to fight you yet.
All right, I'm not biased towards any team, but I'm biased towards that hero, and that hurt to watch. Oh, that was painful. I saw it coming, too, is the thing. You get that ominous feeling. You're like, that was a sick play. He grips the Winter Wyvern, and then, of course, he gets bashed by Roshan at the last second. He was gone, too. Oh, that's so unfortunate for him.
Silent grabs the regeneration rune. The rest of the team is heading up to the top lane. They want a free pickoff on Fenrir. With the charge there, Aloha Dance can actually bring him back farther away from the Tier 2 tower. This essentially means there's the rotation from Vici Gaming isn't going to be nearly as powerful. And they'll still get Fenrir, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a response from Vici Gaming in time. So well played by Team Empire, finding a small opening there.
That's their first successful gank.
Yes.
In quite some time. And so they're going to be really satisfied with that because, again, all it is opening up the map as much as possible.
They're going to go for Super next. He's already being charged out. Aloha Dance does have his ultimate. Sure enough, going all in for Super. The Cold Embrace is there, though, and Super will be kept alive. Now Yoki needs to make an escape. He's got 4 seconds until the TP. Oh, he's just going to try and TP out the damage.
Oh, is he there?
Not enough. Spirit Breaker.
The burn. The Orchid burn is enough to kill him.
It kills him inside of the fountain, just barely.
Oh, that was so sick by Vici Gaming to turn that around. That Cold Embrace was perfectly placed. They just didn't have enough to kill Super. And that Orchid at the same time, the presence of mind for how to drop that was absolutely fantastic. And a good turnaround for them. That was just Empire being a little bit too greedy. Like they should have been satisfied with getting the Vengeful Spirit, but they thought that Vici Gaming wouldn't foresee the second game coming, which they were correct. It just happened that Vici was all there. And they're going to be prepped to take this Tier 1 tower.
Now, Team Empire are still aggressively pushing forward in order to get as much farm as humanly possible. Silent is pushing into the Tier 2 tower. Resolution is quick to try and push out that bottom lane as well. So they are making good use of the space that the Spirit Breaker created when he died. As we can now see that Bloodstone is up, and Silent will start building the first couple of damage items to working towards that Battle Fury.
Yeah, for a Storm, 20-minute battle or Bloodstone isn't too terrible considering that they don't have an overwhelming tower advantage or anything like that. I think it's a little bit slower than you would like, especially if you just decide to go for treads into the Magic Wand bottle standard setup. It's probably an item that you would prefer to have about 2 or 3 minutes faster. But especially with that Roshan death, like if that hadn't happened, he probably would have had it at 18 minutes. But this is really typical now. You're going to see that the Spirit Breaker showed himself top, so they don't see this gank coming. And the Storm picks up a Bloodstone, so they want to be able to get this kill. But Vici are completely prepared for it. Hao is coming in Invis behind them. This Orchid is just going to absolutely ruin this fight for them.
Oh, it really is. Hao starts popping the smoke.
They have no idea.
And Resolution, he's kind of jumping around a little bit. I feel like they know something is up. And sure enough, there goes the reveal of Hao. He throws the Orchid on to Always Want to Fly. Jump back in, though. Resolution, whoa! He actually tried to go for Hao there with the control of the Disruptor ultimate, but that was a bad idea. Empire may lose multiple heroes. Resolution, there it is. The Winter's Curse comes out from the Winter Wyvern to make sure that TP is not successful. All he's left is with the suicide play. Of course, Silent farming right underneath the nose of Vici Gaming because he knows he can. but it also is pretty poor trade-off for Team Empire, as Vici Gaming are now going to be able to take Roshan on top of the kills they got.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. There's just been a lot of uncharacteristic moves by Empire because they knew that the Queen of Pain was invis. When he dropped the Remnant on the ground and it got blown up, he knew. He started to run away, and then they saw that the fight was just not possible, especially when the Cold Embrace went on Hao. But then he re-engaged with his mana and just used his entire pull to try to get out in front of FY, who had the Winner's Curse up. And so what was originally meant to be a free Bloodstone charge for the Storm Spirit using that smoke, all of a sudden just completely turns around on them.
And we now have an Aegis for our Queen of Pain. Why do you think the Queen of Pain is chosen instead of Bloodseeker? I can see some merits to both.
Because if you're a Queen of Pain and you only have an Orchid, and actually
Aloha
a top
Dance.
first, Aloha Dance should be going down for this.
Yep, there goes the ultimate, and the last right click is there as well.
Yeah, as I was saying though, the Queen of Pain, if she just goes for the straight Orchid build and you have 4 levels of pull, you can actually do around 1,300 damage because her armor, if you notice, is not that great. It's only 5 armor, 1,100 HP. So if she's missing any sort of health, then the Storm if you max distance jump, you can almost always kill the Queen of Pain with just the Orchid. And so he can't do that to the Bloodseeker though, because the Bloodseeker has a lot of armor. He can just run away, zip out. He's got 1,400 health. It's really unlikely, right? But it's pretty much just to secure that the Queen of Pain can't get opened up across from max distance.
Fair enough. 22 minutes in and 8-14. Vici Gaming obviously holding a bit of a lead after those last couple of events. A 3,000 gold lead, 1,500 experience. Of course, a pretty drastic thing is Resolution. First attempt they go for in order to get a Bloodstone charge, and he has to suicide, meaning he's only left with 5 now. Pretty bad position to be in. It's always the worst feeling when you pick up a Bloodstone and you die immediately.
It really is, because that's an item you just spent 20 minutes building up to, and then you just lose about 3 kills worth of charges in one setup. So it's not the worst thing in the world because he did manage to get the suicide off, but it's more that when you're trying to come back into a game, you're hoping that you're stacking up Bloodstone charges so that your buyback timer gets reduced, you have more mana regen. There's just a lot of benefits to having it stack up, obviously, but Vici Gaming correctly realized they have such an advantage right now with the Aegis and the Orchid, and there's no defensive item picked up on the Storm, and so they're going to try to march down for this in Resolution, trying to split the map, but always want to fly, going to go down to this kill. Hao's got the Orchid ticking off on him as well, and that's just going to be a dominating spree for him.
Now, Silent, meanwhile, I was talking about the Battlefield build, but it should have been kind of tipped off with the early Orchid of the Queen of Pain and Silent still trying to play catch-up. He goes for the Yasha into the Manta to be able to dispel that Orchid's silence. Very smart pickup, especially since the stats will still help him out. And hopefully give him enough effectiveness that they can actually play some 5 versus 5, because it seems like Vici Gaming are not going to make it a question. It seems Empire are going to be forced into a fight sometime soon.
My concern right now for Empire is that even though they're going for the correct item choices, like Silent's going to go for the Manta, is he even going to get it close to near enough for it to actually matter? Because Hao just picked up a BKB and an Orchid. I really like this item build from Hao. He's punishing both the Storm Spirit and the Ember Spirit with 1 item pickup, and then by going for the Black King bar, it just allows him to continue to snowball, and there's nobody really on Empire that's really going to slow him down or scare him, because he can pop his BKB for most things. If he gets charged by the Spirit Breaker, then FY's there with the Winner's Curse or the Glimmer Cape. Like, there's just too many options right now for him.
Vici Gaming centering up to try and push uphill. They still have that Aegis available. At the same time, the top lane is pushing into the Tier 3 tower. Seems like a shame to waste that kind of farm, but they still want to go for it. Already jumping in, the Orchid being placed onto Resolution, but not a whole lot of damage being placed on him. In fact, if anything, Hao has taken probably 10 times the amount he dished out. Silent is going to run himself back a little bit, afraid of that rupture. Meanwhile, the rest of Empire now going to be initiated. It's Hao. Hits a pretty good Sonic Wave, but both supports stay alive for a little while longer. In fact, Hao, now locked down by Yoki, is going to be losing his Aegis. Resolution, though, immediately caught out by that Winter's Curse. He goes down, but so too does a Queen of Painfall. Now, Resolution comes back, and he desperately needs some kills in order to make that Bloodstone worth it. The charge comes in, bumps back to Ice, now controlled by Resolution as well. Needs another right click, and he'll get him as well as Super. Somebody right click somebody. There goes the Undying. There goes the Bloodseeker as well. And to wrap things up, it is going to be FY dying as well. A great fight for Team Empire, as Vici Gaming maybe just force it a bit too much under the guise that Aegis would give them the advantage.
Honestly, the Spirit Breaker just went to town on the Queen of Pain, and at the same time, you don't really have, if you look at Vici Gaming's lineup, what do they lack? They don't really have the best way to assault the tower, especially when your Bloodseeker doesn't have a BKB. There's no real safe way for him to just hit the tower, and so they had to send Hao first, but they try to get aggressive first, and they managed to pick up a kill on the Storm Spirit, yes, but you don't have the best way to assault, and you definitely don't have the best way to sustain, and so Empire able to clean that up pretty nicely. Resolution with a well-timed buyback, but still doesn't have even Bloodstone charges, and Empire is still on the back foot, but a few more fights like that, and you could suddenly see Empire start to take control again.
Absolutely. I mean, the top 2 net worth on the board is both the Bloodseeker and the Queen of Pain, but the next 3 is Storm Spirit, the Ember Spirit, and you're seeing the power of the Spirit Breaker. His offlane, his interaction in these team fights as an offlaner is so much greater and will be much greater than the Undying. As you said, he kind of drops off as time goes on. 25 minutes is probably the peak effectiveness as an Undying, and every single fight after this is going to be getting a little bit weaker.
Yeah, if you remember in the beginning, he was like 2nd in net worth, and since then he's actually fallen off quite a bit because it's just the nature of the hero. You really rely on getting those early fights off. You want to take those fights where you're in 2v3 situations where you have one support backing you up so that you get the most out of your kill gold and assist gold. But eventually, you don't have the best farming mechanic. You can't really rely on the jungle. It's just pretty much non-stop fights for you. So Undying is almost always going to naturally just fall off when it relates to farm. And Silent does have a Manta style now. He was quite far away from it beforehand, but manages to pick up one. And Yoki has to be careful. He should be able to TP out of this, and Empire just continuing to split the map and save time as much as they can because they realize Vici Gaming have to wait for the next Roshan before they go for anything, especially with how that last fight went. You're going to wait for a BKB and probably a BKB on Super and probably the next Aegis before you do anything. So how long do you think that is? The next 3 or 4 minutes at the very least, where Resolution can just continue to get farm, where Silent continues to catch up.
Now, I love you, Blitz, but I'm going to try my hand a little bit of Storm Spirit analysis.
Shoot.
So the Storm Spirit versus Queen of Pain matchup. The Storm Spirit, when he gets Orchid, it's Orchid versus Orchid. The Storm Spirit is superior solely because of the fact he has a disable, right? Yoki. All right, Witch's Curse being used there. A good ultimate from Aloha Dance. Well, maybe with the Ember Spirit coming in. Oh my god, he's going to be able to jump in. Yoki's still alive with that BKB. Now with the ultimate coming in for the Queen of Pain, they finally finish him off, but it's still Empire making a big-time win here as they take out 3 and potentially a 4th. Ice is stuck in the middle. They address the tombstone, bring Ice back for more punishment. TP out attempted by him, but he's not going to make it out. And Empire, a huge turnaround here. Is now 4 kills for 1. I was like looking at it, Aloha Dance, I was like, oh, that's a great ultimate. I just don't see them being able to do much more. But with Silent coming in and Yoki surviving for so long thanks to that BKB, they just tore Vici Gaming a new one.
That fight was absolutely insane. I think Vici Gaming really overestimated how strong they were because if you notice, that's a team that got a little bit too overconfident, and you can judge that by the fact that they went in 1 by 1, assuming that they were going to kill the Spirit Breaker, get out relatively cleanly, but Aloha Dance's ultimate and his kinetic field, it bought way too much time for Yoki to get everything off, and then the rest of the team arrives, the cavalry comes, and now you've got 11 Bloodstone charges on Resolution.
Yeah, and that's just insane. Plus, he's going to be able to have that Orchid now. So, and level 3 Ball Lightning as well. Can you explain to me real quick why he chose to go for Orchid rather than the BKB?
Yeah, for sure. So typically, you're going to see the Storm Spirits almost always nowadays go for the Bloodstone, the Treads. And you might want to say, okay, why doesn't he go for a Yule Scepter or something of that nature? It's mainly because the Winter Wyvern is always going to be an issue. Yep. Like if he goes for a BKB, he's just going to get Winter's Cursed. You run out the timer, and you're going to have difficulties no matter what. And so it's just better to go for the Orchid. So you zip past the Queen of Pain, and hopefully your team engages on her at the same time. You go for the Winter Wyvern, and you continue to roll and make it difficult for the Queen of Pain to get on top of you. But if you don't have the Orchid, you actually don't do a lot of damage, for one, and you don't have the attack speed, which is really underrated on Storm. So this is almost always the build that you're going to have to see. Because even if it might be a little bit more efficient to go for the Sheep, you just don't do a lot of damage with it.
Right.
It's almost all in-ish.
Vici Gaming now centered up around the Roshan pit, though that one's not really up for another 10 to 15 seconds, besides the fact that Team Empire are pretty aggressively pushing in that top lane. Resolution and Aloha Dance are knocking on that tier 3 tower just to see who's going to respond. Are they going to jump in? Yep, they're going to try and grab Hao and take him out, but a really good silence placed out from Super and managed to force the rest of the team back. Now Resolution caught by that Winter's Curse will be able to get the kill there. Always want to fly the next target. Shallow Grave and a TP out. Nope, swap is there from Fenrir, and Always Want to Fly will join Resolution in the grave. So their first real attempt at being very aggressive on Vici Gaming turns very poor.
Yeah, they overcommitted by that tier 3 tower. They had to have known that most of Vici Gaming was going to be behind there, and that Winter's Curse is so effective against the Storm Spirit, and they just overcommitted for that a little bit too much. I think the plan was to have the Spirit Breaker run in at the same time as the Orchid completes to do maximum damage on the Queen of Pain and blow her up, but he was just a little bit too far behind, and once he noticed the Queen of Pain was about to BKB, Yoki turns tail, tries to run away, but at that point Empire had committed a little bit too much for that.
And now Vici Gaming with a very strong Roche-taking lineup between the Blood Rage of the Bloodseeker being put on Roshan, as well as the Minus Armor of the Vengeful Spirit, plus the increased damage of Vengeance Aura. They will be able to get the Aegis into the hands of... nope, they actually give it to Hao again, so...
I think they're always going to give it to Hao.
Okay.
He's only got 1,200 HP. Even with the BKB, if you look at his charges, he only has 7, and Super should have 10.
Yeah.
Because he just recently picked it up, and so...
I guess I just figured between the Magic Immunity of BKB plus the fact that he's almost got an Assault Cuirass, like he's got the big armor item of Plate Mail, maybe that's enough tankiness. Even though he doesn't have HP, he's got a lot of mitigation, that it could be enough, but...
No, because the Storm just rolls past him, and then if you get hit by one Sleight of Fist, you pretty much die. And so I think it's a really good idea to continue to give it to Hao, especially with how... with how aggressively he's playing in. Like, he's blinking in pretty far to try to create an opening for his team. And you can't really get that out of the Bloodseeker. Oh, and this smoke is actually going to do a lot. They actually see him with the ward here, too. This is so smartly placed by them. Yoki just has to run.
Oh, he popped the active there and is actually staying one step ahead of Vici Gaming. Super's trying to get a Rage of the Rupture, but at this point, he's getting close to the Tier 2 tower. It's too late. If they really want this, they're going to have to force a fight around a Tier 2 tower. That's just not going to happen. So Yoki, he just TPs away, and immediately the rest of Vici Gaming back themselves up. Bottom lane, Silent continues to push forward. He almost has a Battle Fury.
That was the good part of them showing themselves at top, because it means that Silent can continue to pressure this without feeling too worried. But that was just sick game sense by Yoki.
Really
there was not a whole lot to tip him off from that. There's not even a single ward by them there. He just kind of read the situation, because it's not even that he ran away. It's that he Empowering hasted and didn't go for the TP or anything.
There's that Assault Cuirass for Queen of Pain. Presumably you continue the right-click build for a Quap now. What is the next item as a Queen of Pain that's trying to look towards more physical damage from her right-clicks? Where do you go from here? Scythe of Ice?
Yeah, I think you still go for the Hex. You absolutely need it against the majority of the cores on Empire. Now that there is a Manta style on this Ember Spirit, you want a more reliable way of locking them down other than your Orchid, because the Storm Spirit's going to go for a BKB of his own, right? And Silent's actually not going to have a BKB for quite some time. And you're going to have to use the Winter's Curse on either the Spirit Breaker or the Storm Spirit. And so you have no reliable lockdown against an Ember Spirit, so it has to be the Hex.
Why do you think you don't reverse the item choices there and go for maybe even get like the Plate Mail and then go for the Scythe of Ice and finish up the AC afterwards, instead of finishing the complete AC first and then going for the disable item later? Because the Scythe of Ice seems to be such a critical item for Vici Gaming to stop both the Storm and Ember from doing whatever they want in team fights.
It's just good at fighting against physical damage. It serves that purpose, because if you think about it, there's the Spirit Breaker on the other team. You can negate a lot of his right-click damage. Same with the Storm. You just help your team so much because of the armor aura. At the same time, it's good against the Sleight of Fist, especially. And if you're having trouble taking high ground or you're having trouble hitting towers, then it's especially effective.
Yeah, and if you look at the way the Vici Gaming are set up for a 5-man team fight, they've not only got the armor now of Assault Cuirass, but they also have the armor of Mech / Guardian Greaves, which as your hero drops low enough, they get a big increase in armor, up to an increase of 10 once they drop below 20%. So
Vici
the melee
should
racks,
worry.
oh, that swap in. They're going to go for Yoki and do successfully blow him up with the Sonic Wave, and he does not have a buyback. It seems really good ultimate there from Aloha Dance as they target Ice Ice Ice, but now Resolution is hit by that Winter's Curse. Great Shallow Grave, though, is going to keep Resolution alive, and back to the fountain he goes, where he'll heal up and come back once again for vengeance. And the melee racks is about to fall. Vici Gaming, though, can't stick around for too long. The buyback out from the Disruptor is going to look for a glimpse pickoff, but they need vision first, and it just hits nighttime as well. Silent is desperate to be able to see someone, and he's seen how. They'll bring him right back in. He does have that Aegis, makes the blink away. Super's the next target of Resolution, who has just enough mana to be able to make a pull, and Super will end up falling here. Great pickoff for the buyback of the Disruptor. Doesn't look like they're going to get anything more, though.
Yeah, and they managed to hold the melee barracks, which is the more important one. It might actually go down. It's so low.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? It's got 75 HP, regenning
They're
up
running.
over time.
They're running as fast as they can.
It's fine. It's fine. The creeps will take out the siege wagon, and the melee racks will survive. So it'll regen back up to full, given enough time.
How upset do you think they would have been if they lost their racks like that?
Incredibly.
After that defense, they held for so long, and then it's one single catapult that ruins their dreams. But managing to hold on to that racks, even after the Aegis once again, just kind of, it has to bolster Empire's confidence. And at the same time, the Storm didn't even die in the middle of the Winter's Curse because Always Wanna Fly had such a clutch grave. Like, he might have missed a few in the early game, but that makes up for all of them. And at the same time, How might be the target. They have a DD rune. They know he's there. He's smoked up at the same time, and they might try to look for a quick pickoff, and Resolution's going to miss.
FY already blinked himself back. So it seems the smoke is a missed opportunity here. Vici Gaming are going to back up and do a smoke of their own. Fenrir funneling it out to them on the courier right now.
Yeah, they should be really worried about this right now because Empire is actually in the losing position because you don't want to be caught out here by the smoke. It's almost certainly going to mean at least one set of racks. Oh, and I don't actually think they know this is coming, and this might actually just surprise them as...
Hot Dance is still in a good position to be able to respond to this one. If he gets off a good ultimate, BKB activated on both the Intelligent Mid. They do get the ultimate off on Resolution, and with the Winter's Curse, but the Shallow Grave is there. He's going to be able to roll himself out of that one, but the Bloodseeker is still plenty fast thanks to all that missing HP, so he's going to be able to run down a couple of heroes. First is Always Wanna Fly. Next up, Silent on his list. He only needs 1 or 2 right clicks, and yeah, he pops the BKB just to make sure that Chains doesn't delay the death of the Ember Spirit. 2 kills for that smoke, and Vici Gaming will now be able to take that melee racks, which survived for so long, but in the end, it falls to Vici Gaming.
It's definitely going to go down, and you're just seeing the Ember Spirit being so far behind in farm. He can't actually provide too much to the fight. Resolution can go in all he wants, but he's going to get stopped dead in his tracks by the Winter's Curse every time. And they just can't really put out enough damage, especially with How having this Assault Curse. And here we go.
Ice. That's a glimpse back. Now FY comes in with the Cold Embrace. The rest of Vici Gaming seems like they want to fight this one. It's going to be a 3 versus 5. They already got the Disruptor thanks to How and his Orchid plus Blood Rage damage. So not so good an idea for Empire to challenge. Now a swap out. Yoki's going to be caught as well. Silent stunned up, and bad turns to worse. Empire are very fortunate that they're in a situation where Vici Gaming can't actually take a second lane of racks because they have both of their tier 2s up in the side lanes. But that was still disastrous, feeding more kills to Vici.
I'm actually really surprised that Empire decided to go for that semi-defense and show themselves on the map because they know that Vici Gaming clearly knows that the Ember Spirit is down, and with Winter's Curse about to be up, the Storm Spirit doesn't want to get into a direct 3v5 type of fight. So I think the better move there is just to wait for the Ember Spirit, give up your racks, and try not to lose any more casualties, and try to mount another defense, and hopefully rack up more Bloodstone charges, get a little bit more farm on the Ember Spirit. But now with those deaths that just happened, you know that Empire are almost entirely going to be really poor, and even if they hold in this situation, they're probably going to need buybacks for it, and it's going to cost too much because Silent, that would kill his farm progression. He just wouldn't have any more farm.
So as they push forward, the Disruptor comes back. This time around, Vici Gaming will make a very early exit in order to ensure nobody gets picked off. They start marching over to Roshan. Potential spawn time right now, the actual spawn time, 20 seconds. Rather lucky for Vici Gaming, I think, though all of Empire is up to contest.
I almost think they have to contest the Roshan now because they just don't deal enough damage on this Ember Spirit. He manages to pick up a Chrysalis, but that Queen of Pain, instead of going for the Hex, just decided to go for the Daedalus, and I am shocked at how quickly she kills the supports on Empire. I think she got a 3-shot onto the Disruptor. The Dazzle is even weaker than the Disruptor is. He does have a Solar Crest, but I don't really think that matters when you only have 948 HP to back yourself up. And
poor Roshan, dear God.
He dies so quickly.
Holy cow.
Imagine that's the Disruptor now.
Aegis for How, Cheese for Super, who's about to finish up a Butterfly as well.
That is an insane amount of farm right now. They don't have an MKB. They're nowhere near it. Your Ember Spirit is just so far behind, and this might have been one of the games where I've seen Silent pressured the most. Like I'm used to seeing him go 10-0, have a ridiculous amount of farm, but Vici Gaming have just done such a good job of shutting down the cores of Empire this entire game.
And now, even more armor aura with the Vlads coming in on the Courier. Vici Gaming well set up to win this last team fight to end all team fights, conceivably. Very few comebacks when 2 racks are down, but Empire, they're trying to even things out. They're already trying to push up that top lane. Tier 3 tower, though, being threatened by How between the Blood Rage and the Assault Cuirass. His right clicks are something fearsome. There's that Butterfly, as well as the Vlads. Vici Gaming now ready to commit to the push uphill.
And you can't really sacrifice 2 racks if you're here as Empire, because you'll just lose too much map control and they'll go for the smoke. So I really feel like this has to work for them right now, because there's not a whole lot of farm progression that's coming in.
Oh, Stormspear jumping in on the back. BKB already activated. He really needs to get FY, but there goes the Glimmer Cape Resolution. Still sees a little bit of him. He's going to be able to knock him back with Yoki, and they will almost take him out. No, he gets a Cold Embrace. Now a great Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain. They will be able to finish off FY in the end, but the heroes are going to get cleaned up on the side of Empire in exchange for that one support. Now, as they jump forward, Always One Fly is going to be the next target. Shalgrave and TP out. Resolution, his second life. He comes back, goes straight for Super, but has to jump himself away as he drops too low. And Vici Gaming have enough sustain to now be able to focus on that melee rack. Silent Orchid it up, needs some help. That comes from Resolution. Finishes off the Queen of Pain's Aegis. Super, though, will get that range racks. How backs himself up with the Blink, and Team Empire. Second lane of racks down. Team Empire gonna be struggling heavily. It's 43 minutes in, a 15,000 gold lead for Vici Gaming. They wanted to just make this a clean 1-1 against Vici Gaming, probably one of the tougher teams in their group, but as time goes on, that doesn't seem to be possible.
It's just insane how long it takes for them to even get the Winter Wyvern down. They had to fully commit 3 heroes in that pursuit, a full BKB timer, the Ember Spirit's life, and they still barely killed FY. His positioning this game has been so good. He's just waiting behind his teammates, willing to back people up. He's not even really relying on the Winter's Curse anymore. Like, just him being alive scares Resolution so much.
I mean, the first thing that FY did was a quick blink backwards that actually stalled up Resolution's damage so heavily and played a very key part in the Winter Wyvern surviving as long as he did. Now, How? He's going to be forced into a BKB here. Yoki still has his ultimate. If they get enough bashes, maybe they can kill How, but never mind. Yoki just gets cleaned up nice and fast, swap out, plus the Cold Embrace is there. How? Double saved by his allies, and Team Empire drop another 2 cores. Aloha Dance trying to get himself out, but he's going to be run down pretty quickly. Pops the smoke, but FY's there with the blink, and that'll be a 3rd death for Team Empire.
Yeah, Aloha Dance is making a valiant effort to try to get out of here, but every single hero on Empire on Vici Gaming right now is in hot pursuit, trying to keep himself away.
Oh my God!
No, he got crit.
That was close. So Vici Gaming, I mean, that's actually really good for them, right? They managed to stall up the Disruptor's death so long that by the time they get through this Tier 2 and Tier 3 tower, Disruptor's still not going to be up.
Yeah, he doesn't even have buyback for this fight. He tried to go all in to try to get the Aghanim Scepter, and maybe that item actually would have changed their fortunes. Like, if he could have gotten it off before How was able to get his BKB, before FY gets his Glimmer Cape off, then maybe you would have seen some form of a comeback, but as it stands, Vici Gaming, their farm lead is just too much. Like, Ember Spirit is a core that is meant to be behind early, but not by this amount.
So, Mega Creeps, it seems like Team Empire going to be losing this game to with a whimper and not a bang. Empires, I guess, are just going to try and battle it out against Mega Creeps. I mean, it's TI after all. If there's even the slimmest chance of being able to come back, they'll go for it. They've got an Ember Spirit after all, but he still needs a ton more farm to be able to deal with Megas.
Today has been the I don't want to say throws. I think that's a bad term. It's been the day of comebacks.
Yep, day of crazy comebacks to be sure. Silent almost gets caught out. Oh, that is the combination right there. Rupture into a swap. That was like the 950 range swap that practically kills the Dazzle straight up. And now Vici Gaming, I love this spacing from them. They are not taking any chances when it comes to ending this game. They put Hao in the front lines and leave the rest of the team sitting farther back, well spaced to make sure that Empire don't get some sort of opportunity to initiate.
He got Houdini'd. I saw him and then I didn't. And Resolution's going to be the target now.
Yeah, he gets blown up by the Sonic Wave now. A Winter's Curse placed on Aloha Dance. And finally, there it is. Empire will call it. Game number 2 goes to Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and I really felt like Empire could have done this, but there were so many errors in that bottom lane, especially where they just couldn't really contest anything. And even with the overall decent mid game that they had with the timings, it just all fell apart so quickly.
So we see some of the essentials there for Team Empire to challenge some of the stronger teams here at TI, but they got to get their act together. Right?
They really do.
They just dropped, too many mistakes here in both Game 1 and Game number 2 to compete with the best. So this is their first series of TI. I'm sure they'll be looking better as the group stages go on. In fact, we have another series. It's going to be Team Empire versus EHOME coming up next. But first, we toss to the analyst desk to talk about this game.
All right. The score was... What was the score, Syndrin? Oh, right. 2-0. 2-0 in the last match. Vici taking the game. I do have some actual legitimate questions for you, though, in a second.
Okay, let's see if I'll answer them. I'll find out.
All right. So Vici Gaming taking that win. Now, Cap was mentioning that a little bit, too, at the end there. Empire, a lot of people have hopes for Reason for Empire at TI5, but it looks like they were drawing too many mistakes. They do have another match today to prove that they can get back into it. Where do you think these flaws are coming out from for Empire?
It's like, is it unforced errors? Is it forced errors in this game? I think a couple of them were just flat out overextensions, but I think Vici made just as many of those mistakes. Okay. And then when it came to like the actual team fights that were fairly even, I think Vici Gaming just like one step ahead on the execution. To me, Vici Gaming looked more impressive in Game 1 than in this game.
Yeah, that's very true.
A little uncharacteristic overextensions, but all in all, when it really mattered, they kept their cool. After giving Empire pretty much a full-on comeback, they just shifted gears and took it home.
Winter, Game 2, it definitely could have gone either way, right in the middle. We were like, oh shoot, is Empire actually going to win? We were having a little bit of a debate back and forth. But Vici Gaming now, I think Syndrome put it nicely. Game 1 definitely looked a little bit more convincing. But do you think, it looks like overall their attitude from what we can gather on day 1 as a whole, do they look like they're ready to play at TI5? They're going to show up to try to go for as high as they can in the standings.
I believe there was a lot of room that they improve on compared to last month. And I think the biggest thing I seen in these 2 games was the drafting was much more Vici-like, I want to say. Yeah, you can see a lot of their old plans and old gameplays in the last 2 games. They were much more synced as a team in general. And Ice was on one of his most disruptive off-laning heroes, like Undying, and they punished Silent on the carry Ember severely in the laning phase. Personally, I feel like Vici Gaming they could have played better this game, but all in all, I think they'll be really happy with what they did today.
All right. Well, we have a highlight of that moment that you were mentioning earlier that, Empire almost came back and actually took the game by storm. So we're going to take a look at that here.
Yeah, this is this turns out way better than you would expect. It looks like the Spirit Breaker is just flat out going to die here, but gets the BKB off. He's actually going to charge here and almost get killed by Rupture, but he stays alive so long. This is even without Shallow Grave being in range, I believe. That wasn't even used there. And I think they end up turning this into a 4-for-1, only Queen of Pain escapes. This is one of the strengths of Spirit Breaker at this point in time, is that he is an innately tanky hero. He gets the BKB. He's not the target you want to expend your Winter's Curse on. I think they just got caught by surprise by how close Empire actually were to the Breaker at that point.
Right.
Had they known the position they were in, they would not have expended a curse on that, because they needed for a more valuable target. And
fair point. Now, Ben, let's talk about Ember a little bit, because we've been talking about how he's showing up a lot more often than we expected. But at the same time, if I'm not mistaken, especially during yesterday's games, his win rate his successes have not been that common, although he's been showing up in more games than we expected. Do you think that it's still worth it for a lot of these teams to focus on Ember as a hero at TI5 right now, or
it depends on what kind of team. I think if you're trying to draw out until late game and you're very sure that you can make it to late game with the farmed Ember, then I think it's okay because he's really good with 5 or 6 slots, especially of hero like Dazzle. But from the games that we've seen, he's just been dominated in lane wherever he's been. Queen of Pain in mid when maybe played him, safe lane in this game when he is matched up versus the Undying, and he just is so vulnerable. And he's not that great of a farmer. I think he's a good hero in the sense that he can get out of control when they get a lot of kills. But Empire actually played, I think, very atypically of their typical style. They didn't group up, whereas Vici, I think they clumped up as 5 very early. They took over the opponent's jungle, dropped a ward there, used their tombstone, took down a tower, and then got map control from there. Whereas Empire, they look like they're trying to farm towards a goal that isn't actually a key to victory. Like if Lincoln's comes out on Storm as well as a BKB to counter Winter's Curse, then you just get right-clicked by the Quap. Like, there's always going to be more items on Vici, and it's similar to game number 1. It's like, okay, well, Tiny can be big, but he's still going to die to an over-farm Vici. So I didn't really like their game plan, and yeah, maybe a little bit of a draft, but overall, I think they just have to go back to their teamwork and chemistry.
Okay. We do have another highlight, of course, as we continue to wrap up this game between Empire and Vici. Now, with Vici kind of showing, I guess, what we've been talking about, Vici definitely showing up a little bit more to play here, taking down Empire in the last couple of moments of the game and then securing that victory for themselves. So while we take a look at that game, we'll wrap up our game here. Of course, another series coming up, so don't get too relaxed back at home. But we will see Vici going in for another push.
And we feel like Resolution played a little bit too aggressive when they just had a slight advantage. If they were like super far ahead, then I think that he could have played like this. But a lot of times he put his team in very compromising situations in this particular fight, as well as the fight when they pushed the T3 on top lane. And of course, Bloodseeker being super fast just chases down the Ember Spirit, and Ember Spirit very low armor, and you know their support duo just kind of fell apart.
I think in addition to that, his aim with Ball Lightning was just uncharacteristically poor in this game. A lot of the times he actually spends half his mana pool on jumping in, so he uses it only for positioning. But a big part of Ball Lightning when you jump big distance is that you half kill the support before you even start hitting them.
Right.
But I think I saw 2 or 3 team fights in a row. He's trying to jump for, I think, at least the Wyvern once or twice, and he actually misses, even though Wyvern does not blink or anything. He just mistargets it or misunderstands the movement pattern or whatever. And a little uncharacteristic from Resolution in this game. I hope he's going to come back a bit stronger, because he's an incredible player, but you can just
you kind of expect more from him because he was the guy that has the best start. If you compare all the lanes, you know, they had trouble in the other lanes, but mid lane he was like, I think at 1.8k net worth, and he was the highest in the whole game. So we kind of expected more from a Storm Spirit that had a really smooth early game.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it sounds like a lot of the mistakes that Empire did make weren't because, oh, it looks like they're not on par with the other teams. It's just like something was off with them that game. And generally, and again, it was their first game, right? Both teams, sure, but at the same time, if you came in with hopes for Empire, you're looking at it and saying, all right, well, maybe they now know where to kind of iron out all their crinkles, and they'll be able to get into their second match, which will be the last match coming up, of course, against EHOME, and they'll be able to kind of show us, all right, this is why we came to TI, right? This is why people are talking about Empire, because that's what I'm hearing from you guys. Overall, yeah, I mean, their draft, you guys didn't have problems with their drafts, their gameplay ideas. Generally, I mean, Ben, you have a couple issues with maybe how their game plan overall was set for the course of the game, but nothing too shocking or in terms of like, whoa, Empire, that's not the team we expect to see. It's more just small mistakes adding up over the course of the game. So coming up, of course, next we do have a couple more matches. The last matches on other streams have gone on. I believe EG already went through game 1 against VP on stream 3. So we've got that already going for you guys. We'll take a look at that schedule coming up. But on here on the main stream, one more match left. It is, again, going to be Empire going up against EHOME. In terms of matchup, is this a significant upgrade, downgrade, or just similarity for Empire?
I think it's a downgrade. EHOME came in, first of all, they played through the qualifiers, so they were not a direct invite. They did win the qualifiers fairly convincingly in China, though, but how stacked was that qualifier really?
I mean, playing for CDEC, I think is...
They were playing against CDEC, which they beat, so that's a good start. But the other teams in that qualifier just didn't seem as powerful as other teams here, so... I personally expect a 2-0 for Empire. I think if they play like they did in these 2 games, they draft the same way, that could be enough. But if they want a dominating win, they need to step up a little bit on like the small things that add up. Like Ben said, Maybe they're not active enough. They just need to get that extra gank in instead of farming that little bit of extra time in the game and a little more crisp spell execution, and then I think they're good to go.
All right. We'll have a little bit more time to talk about that matchup, of course, during the draft and whatnot. But quick update also on stream 2. We did have CDEC going up against MVP Hot 6. Looks like we have the final moments of that match wrapping up. So we'll take a look at that before we return to the mainstream matches.
It's showing no signs of ending anytime soon.
Another Ember Spirit?
Blinking in and initiate if he wants.
Looks like it.
I think Ember Spirit only won one game from our stream. Maybe.
Yeah, including yesterday, right?
Yeah, I think it's only 1 or 2 games that he actually won.
LGD won against Cloud9, and is that it?
Yeah, I think there was another one yesterday too, so maybe 2 overall. But
wow, so many Guardian Angels. Everyone is physically immune. They still keep trying to hit each other.
Yeah, we've got the Omni, of course, on the side of MVP, and then the Rubik on the side of CDEC.
Use their spells at this point, because every time they do, something gets stolen. Oh, Voodoo Restoration, yeah, I'll take that. Let's keep the team alive, healthy, and continuing to fight aggressive.
And we've seen Omni Knight picked a couple of times. Shadow Demon sometimes picked the deal with him, but I think Rubik is going to rise in stock as a support, especially as we see Dazzle banned out more and more.
I feel like this gyrocopter is the key pick for CDEC. Aggressive gyro has carried, I think, 3-4 games in a row for them now.
Yeah.
Supposedly, enemy teams are banning. I guess they ban out the Leshrac against them, and I think the secondary one is maybe Tusk. And
okay.
Either you deal with his gyro, or you definitely make sure you can fight him in the mid-late game, because he's just getting out of control every time.
Yeah, that is something we've seen as a common theme for CDEC. Well, so far, though, CDEC definitely doing well after the wildcard play-ins. Looks like they're having a pretty strong showing on day 1, so that's something to keep an eye out for. Now, as a quick teaser while our teams get ready here for the last match of the day, of course, this is a long tournament. We're going to have more matches coming up tomorrow, and we kick it off pretty strong tomorrow, too. On our mainstream, I know everyone's really excited to hear this. We kick off with C9, so we're gonna kick it off with some potentially long matches coming out. C9 versus Fnatic will be starting here on the mainstream. On stream 2, we will have IG going up against LGD, and then on stream 3, Navi versus Complexity. So let's talk about the stream 2 and 3 matches a little bit while we wait. I mean, IG versus LGD. What do you guys think? LGD, of course, kind of coming in as big favorites in the overall TI5. They've had a great showing today, 2-0 in match records. Can they carry that on tomorrow?
I think that might actually be one of the most played matchups of all time. IG versus LGD, they've played each other like 4,000 times or something over the history of Dota. Like, it just seems like every major Chinese tournament, these teams have always gone far. So they've probably met in group stages, and then they've always met in the brackets later on,
now,
in like semifinals.
Off of day 1, though, sure, small sample size, but LGD at the very top, IG at the very bottom.
Yeah.
So today, I mean, IG not having a great start to TI5. LGD, meanwhile, is feeling great. Do you think that's going to affect how they go into the matchup on day 2?
I mean, I think LGD just found their form and just found their particular playstyle that suits them this patch. Whereas IG, I still feel like is struggling to have an identity for 6.84.
It should be mentioned, though, that LGD, while they are 2-0-0, it wasn't like they just ran over their opponents. They had 2-hour-long games against Cloud9, right? So
true.
I don't think, like, if you just look at the bracket in isolation, you're like, okay, one team's on top, the other's on the bottom. There's going to be an easy 2-0. I don't think LGD is just going to run them over. I would be very surprised if IG don't put up a good fight. Most likely result, probably 2-0 LGD, but I could see a draw.
Or what about you, Winter? Just having seen them today.
I think most importantly, they're going to have 1 night of rest and going through the games. It's very important. If they are playing the game today, I would say probably LGD are going to run over them. But because of the fact that they have 1 night to discuss things and start fresh, so I think that even though LGD is obviously the clear favorite, but probably I think 7-3 in LGD's favor, I would still think that IG has a decent chance of getting a good result in that matchup.
All right, now the next match, of course, for Stream 3, as we're looking at the group standings here, we do have Complexity with 3 points and Navi with 2 points, so pretty close in standing. I mean, the results, in terms of just match results, are fairly similar. Now, Navi, the big contention point was that they dropped a game against MVP, MVP Phoenix, that is, and that looked a little bit rough, while Complexity did get their 3 points just off of that game, and then had a rough matchup against LGD. Where do you think that is? I mean, specifically Complexity and Navi. Navi, of course, I mean, they've got a lot of fans around the world, but at the same time, not many people having high hopes for Na'Vi sometimes.
At the end of the day, you have to be able to win versus the tier 1 teams. And I think that's the big difference in between Complexity and Na'Vi. Like Na'Vi, they beat the T1 EU teams occasionally, whereas Complexity, they just got completely routed by LGD. Like, it was not even close. We were looking at a DK, and we saw him with, like, bottle...
Bracer.
Yeah, bottle, bracer, boots.
Bracer.
And we're like, what time is it in the game?
It was like
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah, and we're like, what happened to this guy?
And then he was 0-10, minute 20.
Right. Yes.
Which is that's a beatdown. That's not even.
Yeah, and sure, dropping a game to MVP Phoenix as Na'Vi, that's a little bit unexpected, but even though they might have like a worse record, I think that they're a stronger team than Complexity and can go deeper into the
They
tournament.
were very much ahead in the early game as well. It was just like a couple of mistakes later. They overextended, and you know what happened in
there. Yeah. We all know how that ended.
But the most important thing was they were playing well at the start, but it was just the mistakes that crept in later on in the game. So that actually ultimately cost them the first game.
Yeah, sounds pretty reasonable. Now for Complexity, as you guys mentioned, all right, sure, maybe they got just absolutely beaten by LGD. What does that mean for Complexity? But at the end of the day, this is TI5, right? This is, as some of the other players we've been watching have been saying, this is where it all matters. No one's going to come in and say, oh, we're a weak team. Like, sure, we'll be content with 16th place. No one comes in with that mindset. So we're going to take a look at the Freeman brothers on Complexity and see how they've been preparing and what TI5 means for them and Complexity.
Kyle and Zach are supremely dedicated. This is all they do, and they are driven to be the best at the game.
They're both ridiculously, wickedly smart. And whether it was trains or dinosaurs or just some imaginary world they played in, it's always been the two of them.
When Kyle first started playing Heroes of New Earth competitively, I was still playing a lot of different games. My brother convinced me to come try out for his team in Han that was going to DreamHack because they needed a new player.
He started gaming with me when he was like 16. He went to his first LAN.
They went on to win everything in that game. And then they were looking to go transition into Dota, where it's the bigger pond and the bigger prize pool. They saw it as a way of like, hey, there's enough money here we can make a living. If we can find 5 people dedicated to doing nothing else but playing this game, we're going to win everything.
Me and Zach would put together a very dedicated team because we were just always the hardest working when we were playing Han, and that's what we wanted to be in Complexity.
I think we went through like 47 players.
So if you play 50 games with us and we don't think that you got what it takes, like we're going to move on. The whole year, everything was just practice for TI. That's how we viewed it.
It's very rare to see somebody as focused as Kyle on a goal. And as a teammate, he drives everybody to feel the same way about the goal as he does.
Whether we finish 16th, 8th, or 3rd, I'm still going to be disappointed. We want to win. You want to win every match, every game. If you polled people, they'd probably put us as like the least likely to win the tournament.
That's pretty much how we like it, because it gives us more motivation to show everyone how wrong they are and show that we're actually a good team and we're going to be contending for TI.
It definitely helps the nerves to know that you can trust everyone on your team to do what they're supposed to.
I'm more nervous than they are. I'm way more nervous than they are.
My dad, I think, has always wanted to be able to cheer for his kids. Like, he loved watching us play sports, and gaming has sort of been the glue that always brought us back together.
I'm very proud of my kids. I'm proud of them that they're willing to sacrifice to follow their dream and understand that if you want something, you have to dedicate yourself to it.
To see them working together to reach a goal that they've set for themselves, I'm really proud of the adults they are, the men they're becoming, and I can't wait to see what they do next.
All year, it was practice for TI. That's how Complexity is coming in. And I want to point out one thing. I mean, they were saying themselves, if we polled, people might put us as the least likely to win TI. Would you rate Complexity at that point? I mean, obviously, we've already seen a couple of games from them. But, I mean, do you think they're maybe underestimating themselves a little bit in terms of how the community views them?
I think least likely to win TI is an exaggeration, but I think most people would definitely put them bottom 8. And then as far as
right, I mean,
I'm trying to think about all the teams. I would probably put them on the border to bottom 4.
Okay.
Right now, the way I look at the field, they're probably in
so
contention for top 12.
So slight exaggeration, but putting them in the bottom quarter, let's say, is generally how most people would have expected them to do. So far, the results, not too bad. I mean, of course, starting off against MVP Phoenix, one might argue a little bit of an easier opponent than other teams, but at least they get that good kickstart with those 3 points. So once again, they'll be playing against Navi tomorrow in the first match. It will be on stream 3, though. So if that's something you want to keep a lookout for, hey, Complexity, how good are you? You say you've been practicing all year for TI. Definitely tomorrow you'll be tuning into stream 3 when we kick off at 9 a.m. But for now, we do have one last set of matches here, and of course for the main stream, we're just about to kick off the last best of 2. It will be Empire returning to see if they can get some points against EHOME. And let's continue the thought down. I mean, we heard a little bit from you, Cinder, earlier. Ben, EHOME versus Empire, how do you rate Empire's chances here? Definitely looking a little bit better?
Yes, it's definitely better than versus their prior matchup. It's just I want to see how they adjust. They didn't really adjust terribly well, I would say, from game 1 to game 2, and that really worries me a lot as a person who's rooting for Empire. I've always applauded their amazing chemistry and teamwork, and every time I watch them play, I'm like, man, these guys look like they've been playing together for 5 years, and they have been very stable, and I had higher hopes for them at the last TI, and we thought that this was their TI. This is what's going to happen for them, but I mean, they really need to at least take 1 point in this if they want to advance to the upper bracket of this group.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that we keep mentioning that it's only day 1, but at the same time, if you play 2 matches and you're at 0, we didn't have that happen in Group A, and if that happens in Group B, you know that, all right, you're in a pretty bad spot to get those top 4. That's a good point that you bring up. Winter, what about you? Where do you put EHOME? I mean, specifically against Empire, sure, but overall in TI?
I think EHOME is a team where I feel middle of the pack. In China, there's after Vichy and LGD, there's IG, and I would say EHOME is very close to CDAC, even though they beat them in the qualifiers. But I still feel like CDAC could also outdo EHOME in that sense, even though they lost to EHOME in the qualifiers. But they are really close together. And at times, I feel when they are losing a lot of games, I feel RTK has been doing very poorly in the games that they lost. And he's a player where when we were doing the team characteristics, we put him as he's sometimes feast or famine.
Yeah. I was about to bring that up. As we bring that up to the screen here, feast or famine offlaner. But at the same time, you guys were saying emphasizes favorable mid matchups. So where does the priority really go? I mean, is the offlaner's characteristics just a matter of just how the player is, and still they would prefer to focus on the mid lane matchups?
He's the captain of the team as well, so it definitely affects the whole team if the captain is having a bad game or he's having a good game. So the morale of the team is there because he's leading the team, and if he's probably having a bad early game, sometimes it reflects into the whole team's performance if the captain is not having a good time.
As far as the whole mid matchup goes, it's just CTY's strength. He is an absolutely incredible mechanical lane player. So EHOME would be mistaken not to draft to their strengths, which would be give him a mid lane where he can, if untouched, he will win it one-on-one. That seems like the recipe in more than 90% of their games. They always get CTY a comfortable lane. If not one, I feel like there are 2 types of mid lanes. There's the ones where he has Queen of Pain or Viper or something like that, and he runs the opponent over. Or TA is another hero of his. The odd one out is where he plays Dragon Knight, but it's never Dragon Knight versus Quap or Dragon Knight versus Shadowfeet where he's expected to lose. They will not draft him into that. So if they pick DK, it's where they feel like he can get away with it.
All right. Yeah, something to keep a lookout for when we go into the draft here. On the side of Empire, I mean, do you think this is going to matter much for them during the draft, Ben? Or again, are you more concerned about, hey, they didn't adapt that well in that first match. Do they have anything else where they can really step back onto the plate this match going up against EHOME?
I think that winning the lanes is going to be pretty difficult for them. Maybe concentrate on killing ROTK a lot and making sure that he doesn't have much of an impact on the map and zoning him out very early. I think that's going to be very important for them. Also, Yoki, I think, should move around a little bit more. In his Spirit Breaker, he had a double kill on the top very, very early. And then after that, he was just... He didn't really run around and help out the other lanes, which were suffering greatly as we saw the Ember Spirit. So I think they just need to, just band together a little bit more, TP, and help each other out, similar to how we commented on the Gyro play from Aggressive. He TP's in very, very early. And
even without mana.
He's there to help his team. And as as an off lane, as a mid, I think those are the players that I would expect to help out the most. The supports have been trying to do what they've been doing, but they have to make sure that the early game goes smoothly, so they aren't in a deficit. I feel like when they're in a deficit, they try and farm their way back in. Whereas if they're ahead, that's like really where they shine, where they exert map control, where the opponents like fear them. I don't really think they instilled any sort of fear in Vici in any of those games.
Okay, all right. That's I think fair points from all three of you guys. We are looking at Team Empire. Just looks like they are definitely reviewing just where things might have gone wrong or where they do want to adapt a little bit going up against EHOME. We saw the EHOME players just settling in as they are about to play their very first game of TI5. Now, before we wrap up, before we get into the last match, I do want to ask. We discussed it a little bit yesterday, even in the beginning of the show. But now that we've seen a lot of these teams play to some extent, where do we feel about the Group A, Group B differential? Group A, definitely a little bit harder or stronger, or Group B, just not enough games yet? Or because so far, Empire, for instance, if Empire loses 0-2 here, right, it clearly seems like Group A might be a little bit harder because it's not as a big differential. No one lost 0-2 in their first two matches.
If you just want to look at the average skill level of each group, I think Newbie has impressed. So that definitely pulls Group B up for a lot of people's expectations.
True, yeah.
They're most were just counting Newbie out, going in, they are not going to be a threat. And I personally was I have no idea, so I'm not going to judge. They could have prepared and practiced, and they have really talented players, but DAC was just a mega flop for them, and they haven't really been showing two great performances afterwards either. But they look pretty good against both EG and VP.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see Newbie being impressive again this year. Probably not top 4, but they could be looking pretty good. And then I would say Vici Gaming looked good, all in all.
That's true, yeah.
So for me, I still think what I thought in the start. I said the groups are even.
Yeah.
I personally think that is the case, or as close as you get.
Right on. Winter, were you more impressed by Vici and Newbie, just like Syndrome was?
I think I remember I said that Group A was slightly stronger, but Newbie, because they are doing far better than expected, so I guess at this point it's more or less even. Group A and Group B, they are as tough as the other group.
Right on. Ben, what about you? Specifically, let's talk in Group B. We've talked about Newbie and Vici a little bit, but EG, perhaps not as strong of a showing that people respect. We were talking about the drafting phase. We're not exactly sure what the reasoning there was of giving up the Lesh 2 times in a row. Where do you think EG is right now?
I think their performance has been a little suspect, dropping a game versus Newbie, but at the same time, I still think their skill level and skill ceiling is really, really high. So I don't really doubt how far they'll go into the tournament. As far as the others, I think CDEC is really strong. I think, it's it's just a wild card, but they're really good. And on top of that, Empire has been just slightly disappointing, I would say, for me.
Okay. Also in Group B, of course, MVP Hot 6 there. MVP, overall, it looks like at least one of the teams they want to get into the top 8 eventually. Do you see that happening, given, again, the, I guess, pleasantly surprising results from the other teams in Group B?
I think MVP Hot 6 is going to place at least 2 placements higher than MVP Phoenix. But then the question for me is it going to be 12-10 or is it going to be 10-8? That's kind of where they are right now for me. Or actually, maybe arguably, MVP Phoenix could even be among the 3 bottom teams right now. It's a little hard to say with this little tape on them, but if an MVP team brings home a top 8, it's MVP Hot 6. I'm fairly confident already with what
I think so, but I want to put an extra point on Phoenix where they have much more motivation because it's March last TI. He's going to Army, so I wouldn't count them out. They might pull out a surprise for us.
That's true. I like that you bring that up because when it's a tournament like TI and that's kind of on the line where he's going to retire, that's kind of the joke, right? Some players say they're going to retire, they return, but if he has to go to the military for 2 years, chances are we're not seeing him play at least. Again, maybe he returns to coaching or something like that. But in that case, that could be a complete motivational factor. Maybe Phoenix pulls something out that no one ever expected. So that will be interesting. We will get to see Hot 6 tomorrow on the mainstream, so that's a little bit of a primer. But for now, we are going into our very last match. The last best of 2 for day 1. It will be Empire versus EHOME. Kicking this off, Empire is on the dire side with EHOME on Radiant. So we'll have to keep an eye out. Specifically, of course, for EHOME, as we've been mentioning, what are they going to do for the mid lane? That matchup, how is Empire going to react to that if they have a chance at all? And Empire, how are they going to adapt from their performance earlier?
This is EHOME's first series, yeah?
Yes.
So that would mean they have 3 games on one of the next days.
Yes, it sounds accurate. I'll have to double check while we go through.
Or
What,
wait, no,
technically,
no, they
No,
can have
they
1,
don't
2,
have
2,
to.
2,
No,
2.
yeah, 'cause everyone has 1, 2,
They're
2,
one of
2,
the
yeah.
teams that only plays one game a day.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, of course. So, yeah, this is their debut. I'm very curious to see their drafting more than anything. I think their EHOME playstyle is pretty defined. As Winter said, what ROTK shows up today? Is it Feast or Famine?
I really like the comics at DAC. That was hilarious.
Did you actually get the English ones?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
It's a good way to describe ROTK. Like he's clearly an extraordinary player. He placed second at last year, commanding Vici, to almost take down Newbie in the finals. So I don't think anyone doubts his skill. It's just, it's he's a funny player to watch.
He might just have too much to do at once, right? If he's
maybe.
drafting, he's captaining, and he's playing off lane. Like most other captains you see play support.
Right.
Some captains actually do play core roles, but it's pretty rare. And
S4?
Depending, for example, S4. But depending on what team you're playing with, maybe if you look at a team like Secret, I think it's easier for any player, because Team Secret are also incredibly experienced and that they don't really need very clear guidance and very clear leadership constantly, because most of them just really know what to do. But in a team like EHOME, there's less experienced players. I could imagine that RTK kind of needs to, I won't say hold the players' hands on the way, but definitely needs to guide them more than in Secret. So maybe he has difficulty finding the focus to perform in his own game at the same time. That can be an issue.
Okay, that sounds like it could be the case here for EHOME. Now, Gyro was open, Tusk was open too, but Gyro going to be the selection here for Empire.
Shadowfin is open for CTY.
That's a CTY hero.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And Quap is out of the pool, so one of his natural enemies.
Oh, okay. But passing on it, I was going to actually bring that up too, because Quap was banned on the side of Dire, because it looked like maybe they did favor that Gyro a little bit more, but SF could have been an easy pick. But Dazzle coming through again. Dazzle's been showing up left and right.
What's new?
So that's going to be a little bit of a thorn for Team Empire.
When I think of Silent, I actually think of Gyrocopter, and that is his signature hero, definitely. Across multiple patches, across multiple years, he is phenomenal with Gyro. And yeah, he does play Ember, and he has played Quap before. I actually think they need to reprioritize the Quap a little bit, but Gyro they're really good at stacking, play around him, making sure he doesn't die, making sure he gets his damage off.
Do you feel like his Gyro is more signature than Klink's? Because that was the other hero I was thinking about.
It goes way back.
But maybe it's too long ago.
Yeah,
that's a good valid point. Yeah. It's a hero actually we saw EG pick in both their games.
Yeah.
So they definitely feel like it's a core hero to bring up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Empire getting it later. I think it's a very powerful hero after the buff to Desolator in particular. He just comes online really early and has ridiculous physical damage output. Solar Crest is another great item for the hero, so he is a hero I think we will be seeing more of this tournament than we have in the previous months.
How do we ignore Tusk?
Yeah.
For some reason, I assume he would be.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Tusk got through.
We just expect the hero to be either first pick or first ban. Yeah.
So now being banned out by Empire, they're like, all right, you don't take it. We'll just ban it out after taking Earthshaker.
Again, Gyro, I think, has received much higher priority than he has been in the past month.
Yeah.
I don't think that Tusk... I didn't expect Tusk to be, kind of ignored over Gyro. And as first pick, too, I think banning Queen of Pain is strange, I would say.
Yeah, because you can always snag it up, and like we mentioned before, Quap is a very flexible hero. You can lane her anywhere, and it doesn't really affect the whole job in general too much. So
I think it's because of their last series. They got destroyed by the Quap in the second game, and then in the first game they were very reliant on it, and it didn't deliver. It might have been because it was a safe lane Quap instead of having a resolution Quap, but I think that's definitely a weak point if I'm looking to analyze Empire's drafts. It's you shouldn't be banning it. You shouldn't be having to ban it. Unless you have okay, well, we're going to pick Shadowfiend. Maybe if you're Radiant in the first pick or something like that, but Dire first pick, I think you cannot go wrong with it.
Okay. Now, the Visage ban, not a ban we've seen too commonly, at least not here at TI. Winter, what do you make of that for Team Empire?
Might be actually something that they, in the past EHOME games that they prefer to pick the hero a lot. But in general, it's obviously weird to actually ban that hero. It used to be picked a lot with Drow, but because of the nerf recently, teams have been not favoring that combination of heroes much more.
Alright, well, we'll see. Maybe just a result of their preparation a little bit. And then Stormban. Going by pretty quick for EHOME. Looks like they had their mind set on the Bloodseeker.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen any Drow this tournament. She's still like okay strong with Visage, not clearly not as strong as before, but I think it's like it has been met with a few like losses here and there. But I think like if you see them pick like Ember for example, I think you can just punish really hard with the Drow Ranger, and you can just dominate your lanes really easily. Because I mean, a lot of the games that we've seen, it's just like, oh wow, 10 minutes, this lane's just gotten out of control, and it's almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, maybe that's something that's going to develop over the week, right? Because you mentioned Ember, but Ember was not one we were expecting to see this often coming into TI5. So maybe we'll see that develop as teams start to study each other's tapes after day one.
So what do Empire usually pick for a solution? It's generally
semi-core that can actually deal damage later.
Quap, Lesh, TA, Storm,
SF Invoker.
SF Invoker. Okay, so they have plenty of options for him, so they don't need to pick it yet. They're going to grab Bane, which we've seen banned a few games and picked like once on this stream.
He was actually surprisingly good in the games that he was picked in.
Yeah, and even not on our stream, we've definitely seen Bane show up, and we've definitely had a couple bans for Bane, but that's what Empire's going to snag up. And right after that, Rubik just saying Earthshaker, Bane, even Gyrocopter, just going to make sure that I have all those.
It's a tasty Rubik game.
Yeah.
There's some good steals. As far as synergy with their own team, I don't see a very... Like, it's good with Static Link, Telekinesis to be able to do that. And actually, well, with Blood Right, it's great too. It's very easy to set up the Blood Right. The moment you lift, you just cast Blood Right and you throw them into the center of it, and you actually can't escape. Even with a level 1 Telekinesis, it is enough. So,
this pick tells a lot about what Empire wants to do now. Because it's going to be a more or less Earthshaker going offlane maybe, and Lina will be mid.
Yep.
Like Lina as a core is very good against Bloodseeker when he's Blood Rage and you just drop a Laguna on him. You might be able to just nuke him down from full from that. Yeah.
It's scary with the Dazzle though. As a Dazzle player is like really spot on with his grave though, he can just heal up and completely mitigate the damage from the Lina. So you have to be very, very careful now that
you have to drop him right away.
Yeah, and to be fair, to give credit to all the Dazzle players so far in TI5, we've seen some really clutch plays coming out from Dazzle. So.
I mean, he can just die from full though.
Very true.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times, I think, with the Aghanims on Lina. And if you don't have any stat items on Dazzle, you're usually going to die in one blow.
I actually think we saw, it was in the ESL Grand Finals, actually, where it was Secret who played Bloodseeker and Lina on the same team, and there was an Anti-Mage played by Fear on the other team, and they Blood Raged the Lina and Laguna, level 3 Laguna with Ag Scepter, and it dealt like 1,370 pure damage. So, good luck graving that.
Right.
I got you, buddy. You're dropping to 1,500. Let me grave you here.
All right, and then the Tide being banned out by Empire. Second ban we've seen.
It's a classic ROTK hero. He likes to play that hero a lot.
So what does EHOME need? Or do they particularly need anything?
Probably Clockwork. I guess Clockwork is good against... I mean, it's good against all the heroes mostly that have.
ROTK plays that hero a lot.
It's his best hero.
One of his best, yeah.
All right, well, I mean, we've talked about Clockwork against Shaker quite a bit too, so...
I mean, it's good against Bane, it's good against Lina.
Yeah.
Decent against Gyro, even.
It's kind of a double-edged sword, though, unless you have Blade Mail. Like, until you have Blade Mail, whoever you hook, there's a lot of counterplay potential. Like,
yeah, but